Chapter 1. Traversing Teyvat, the Elbu System. Meet Sai. I swear to you, what the hell? I pulled another wrong character, and I still hit the full pity for that damn Nahida. The last time I pulled, it was that 3-star riding Shogun, and now it seems every time I summon a deity, I just end up with a wrong pull. Damn it. Lu Bu Liang slammed his fist on the keyboard, only to feel a jolt of electricity course through his fingers. Oh, my head hurts. What on earth is happening? Is this still my homeland? As Lu Bu Liang sat up, the surroundings made his eyes widen in astonishment. They were not unfamiliar, rather, they felt strikingly familiar. Starfall Lake, statue of the Seven, Zul, Imdet, and I've crossed over to Genshin Impact, no less. Oh my, this is utterly exhilarating. Wait a minute. Lu Bu Liang quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. This is the continent of Teyvat, a place teeming with monsters. If I want to survive here, I must. Come forth, Anemo element. Lu Bu Liang boldly approached the Anemo statue. No worries, I still have a trick up my sleeve. Hey, system. I'm here. Wow, it's real. Lu Bu Liang felt a surge of excitement. Ahem, what functions do you possess? Based on my extensive experience from countless system novels in my past life. That's right, I am the protagonist. Ether, Lumen, they will kneel before me. The laws of heaven, they shall bow before me as well. A blue screen unfolded before Lu Bu Liang, prominently displaying the 4 words, Elbu System. Lebu System, not entirely unplayable. Instead of elemental power, I can utilize martial prowess? Shouldn't I be granted a starter pack containing Bus martial skills or the legendary halberd? Ding, new player task issued. The system appeared rather unresponsive. A task? Where's my starter pack? You are throwing tasks at me directly? This system is useless. I want to cancel the binding. Please adopt the set of foster parents within 1 day, or the host will endure inhumane torment, such as being tickled on the soles of the feet, which the host cannot see, but the readers can. What? Please adopt a set of foster parents within 1 day, or the host will endure inhumane torment. This is not a question. Is this how the Elbu system operates? A mere pawn for 3 surnames. Is it? Inhumane torment, you say? A true man born between heaven and earth cannot remain beneath others for long. To heaven, to earth, to my parents. A foster father? Those words do not exist in my dictionary. The system remained silent. Only the cold countdown on the blue screen continued. Seriously? You're not joking, are you? Lu Bu Liang, have ironclad resolve. If it comes to it, I will die after all. I've already died once. Let me tell you, system, I fear nothing. Upon adopting foster parents, the host may randomly receive a skill from them. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ahem, the matter of foster parents is not paramount. I simply believe that someone is optimistic and proactive, as I should not passively await death. Lu Bu Liang calmed slightly, now needing to ascertain the timeline. In Mondstadt, the starter village, as long as the story involving the Anemo Archon, Storm Terror, isn't being corrupted. Roar. Above, a massive 6-winged azure dragon soared through the skies. Wonderful, catastrophic start. Lu Bu Liang sat down once more. Heading to Mondstadt now would surely lead to death. It was better to wait here for the traveler to progress the storyline and carry me along. Would it be Lumen or Ether? Lu Bu Liang glanced at the system's countdown. Still 23 hours left, no need to panic. Wait, where's the traveler? Lu Bu Liang began to feel anxious, yet remained reclined on the grassy expanse beneath the statue of the 7, watching the timer tick down to 12 hours. Surely, it wasn't time for the story to unfold yet. Should I wait a little longer? It can't possibly be that cruel, can it? Traveler, you can't sleep here. Suddenly, a vibrant, energetic girl appeared, akin to a blazing flame. Adorned with a strikingly bright red bunyard headpiece and clad in a finely crafted crimson knight's outfit, her attire accentuated her graceful figure while exuding a spirited aura. In an instant, this lively girl sprang into action, leaping gracefully as if she were a swift swallow, effortlessly traversing the wide expanse of Starfall Lake. In midair, she traced a beautiful arc reminiscent of a shooting star. Upon landing, the girl stood confidently, a smile gracing her face as she approached Lu Bu Liang with light, buoyant steps. With her right fist placed over her heart, she solemnly offered Lu Bu Liang a perfectly executed knightly salute. Sunlight bathed her, making her radiate a dazzling glow. I am Amber, a scout of Mondstadt. Recently, the number of monsters in the wild has surged. It's quite dangerous for a non-gnosis holder like you to be lying here alone. Now, Lu Bu Liang was thoroughly alarmed with Amber here. It meant the traveler has yet to embark on their journey. 11 hours left. What the hell? Ahem, traveler. Amber, seeing Lu Bu Liang's lack of response, persisted. It's dangerous here. Though I'm unsure of your circumstances for being out here alone, let's return to Mondstadt first and figure things out. Amber, how long does it take to get to Mondstadt? Lu Bu Liang knew that the real Teyvat must be much larger than what was depicted in the game. A day, why? Amber still hadn't realized that Lu Bu Liang had called her by name. Huh. Before it even began, it seemed to have concluded. Lu Bu Liang lay back down, resigned to his fate. Hurry up, system, Grammy a swift end. Huh, wait, how do you know my name? Amber's experience as a scout made her realize that someone who knew her name without having met her was definitely not to be trifled with. Reacting quickly, Amber drew her bow, aiming it at Lu Bu Liang. Tell me, who are you? Me? Huh, just a man awaiting death. Wait a moment, isn't she a potential foster mother? Lu Bu Liang decided to seize the opportunity and shifted from lying down to kneeling. Foster mother. Before he could finish, the system interrupted. Ding! Detecting prolonged immobility and a defeatist attitude from the host, the system will forcibly teleport the host to the near city. A flash of light enveloped him, and Lu Bu Liang vanished without a trace. Amber stood frozen in astonishment at this remarkable spectacle. Above, Lu Bu Liang shouted loudly, bowing his head in reverence. Ow, that hurts. This doesn't feel like grass. Lu Bu Liang's head struck solidly against the cobblestone road of Mondstadt. That young man must be from Liyue. Indeed, this is Liyue's way of celebrating the new year. I've seen it before. But isn't it a bit early for the lantern, right? Lu Bu Liang stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, ignoring the whispers of the residents around him, staggering towards the Cat's Tail Tavern from his past life memories. TSK, just a drunkard. Disperse. Damn it, that dog of a system didn't even give me a heads up before teleporting. As for why Lu Bu Liang was heading to the Cat's Tail Tavern, it was naturally to test his luck in seeking someone, or rather, a deity. Of course, the refresh point could also be at Angel's share, but calculating the timing, that particular deity should have just awakened. Since they had just awoken, they would likely be broke, and without money, they couldn't buy drinks. Their way of earning would naturally be through singing. The potential venues for this were either the Cat's Tail Tavern or the Anemo Archon's Plaza. Thus, O foster father above, please accept my humble bow. Foster father, binding successful. Foster father, Wendy. Race, Anemo spirit. Identity, Anemo Archon of Mondstadt. Strength, Archon. Ding, new player task complete, issuing starter pack. Ding, please select Wendy's skill. Indeed, at this moment, Barbados, the Anemo Archon, known by the name Wendy among mortals, stood atop the Cat's Tail Tavern, singing to earn his drinks. Chapter 2, The Drunkard Foster Father. O traveler from afar, why do you call me your foster father? Even for the well-traveled Wendy, the freest of the Archons, this scene brought a hint of perplexity. Oh, my esteemed foster father, it is undoubtedly because your poetry and gentle breeze have enchanted me. To be your adopted son is a fortune of 3 lifetimes. It is the free wind that has brought me here in pursuit of you. Lu Bu Liang skillfully combined his knowledge of literature and acting from his past life, fully aware that according to Barbatos' character, he would utter that pivotal line. The agile Wendy stood gracefully atop the rooftop, his gaze lifted as if pondering something far beyond. After a brief pause, a subtle change flickered across his previously calm visage. He playfully winked one eye and let his pink tongue peek out from the corner of his mouth, a series of actions that appeared both whimsical and endearing. Here it comes. I see. A fan of mine. However, am currently at work. Let's chat later, and do remember to find me at Angel's share. Success. However, Lu Bu Liang maintained a respectful demeanor, executing a knightly salute. I shall heed the divine will. He then turned to leave. System, claim the starter pack. Ding, you have received 1 million mora, a spatial pocket of 10 cubic meters and purification power traveler's edition. This all there is? And what on earth is this purifying power? It even thoughtfully labels itself as the traveler's counterpart. Is it suggesting I should usurp the traveler's role? Purify the Anemo dragon, you say? You expect me, an utterly powerless interloper, to purify the Anemo dragon. Beep, extracting skills for you from Wendy. You have drawn Perception of Wind. Perception of Wind. The wind is formless where there is wind. There are your ears. May you be one with the wind. Perception ability, you say? Not too shabby, at least it allows me to foresee danger. Beep, detecting that your foster father Wendy has taken an interest in your actions. Recognition level deepening. Current recognition level, 2 stars. Extracting Wendy's second skill, Song of the Wind. Song of the Wind. The wind carries the seeds of stories, and time causes them to sprout. You can somewhat harness the power of the wind to convey messages. Seriously? Another auxiliary skill? I crossed over. I want to battle. Roar. A distant dragon's roar echoed ominously. Lu Bu Liang shrank his neck, conceding that perhaps it was best to leave the fighting to the traveler. When he turned back, Vinny had already vanished from the rooftop. Indeed, the plot had begun. The real dragon calamity is surely more terrifying than in the game. Now that I find myself here, I must do something. Apologies, Barbados, I shall borrow your name. In Mondstadt, at the Cathedral of the West Wind, Lord Barbados, Barbara prayed devoutly, as did the surrounding nuns, with one notable exception. I truly wonder what good prayer does. Barbara Barbados won't respond to you. Upon closer inspection, this nun seemed utterly out of place aside from her attire. It is Lord Barbados. Rosaria, as a nun, you ought to possess the awareness of a nun and offer our most sincere faith to Lord Barbados. At that moment, a gust of wind flung open the cathedral doors. Go close the door. Rosaria seized the opportunity to sneak off, claiming to shut the door from the outside. Oh dear, Miss Rosaria, Barbara sighed helplessly. Hey, can you hear me? Barbara's eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting. Who? What's wrong, Barbara? The other nuns found her reaction quite peculiar. Nothing, nothing, Barbara feigned calmness, for that voice had startled her. Excellent, it seems we can communicate. My devoted follower, Barbara, this is a divine oracle specifically for you. In that moment, Barbara realized that the recent whispering wind was indeed Lord Barbados responding to her. Her heart raced, as if it were about to leap from her throat, yet she exerted every ounce of willpower to suppress the surging excitement within. Gradually, Barbara's breathing steadied, and her expression reverted to her usual, profoundly devout demeanor. She lowered her head slightly, placing her hands together over her heart, and spoke in the most sincere, respectful tone. I heed your divine oracle, Lord Barbados. I am willing to dedicate all that I am to you. Please guide me on my path. At that moment, Barbara resembled a flower blooming in the gentle breeze, beautiful and solemn. My old friend, the East Wind Guardian, Dvalin, is plagued by the abyss and has lost his senses, preparing to assault Mondstadt. My strength is not yet fully restored, and I cannot entirely safeguard Mondstadt, so it is imperative to evacuate the citizens promptly. The wind within the cathedral ceased. Yet Barbara could no longer remain calm. She dashed out of the cathedral. Miss Barbara, where are you going? The prayer isn't over yet. Sister Victoria reached out a hand, but did not stop Barbara. The surrounding nuns were equally bewildered. Barbara never left mid-prayer. No matter how critical the matter, she always prioritized her prayers. I understand now. Miss Barbara must have been led astray by Rosaria. Achoo! Rosaria, in the midst of drinking, sneezed. What's the matter, Miss Rosaria? If you're catching a cold, you ought to be cautious, perhaps drink less alcohol. The dashing cavalry captain, Kiowa, always donned an eye patch and had a healthy, sun-kissed complexion. Teased her with a smirk. Not at all. Rosaria remained unfazed, downing the contents of her cup. Another drink, please. Beep, detecting that Vinny has recognized your actions. Current recognition level, 3 stars. Extracting Vinny's third skill. Indeed, the happenings within Mondstadt could not escape the ears of the wind. You have drawn Blessing of the Wind. Blessing of the Wind. May the Anemo Archon protect you. The wind is light. You can bestow the blessing of wind upon any creature, granting them the ability to fly and enhancing their agility. Lu Bu Liang rubbed his forehead, pondering whether he had played too many support roles in his past life. Indeed, what MiHoYo said about gods being support was not untrue. Unconvinced, I seek ways to amplify the deity's damage while the Anemo Archon offers no damage at all. The Geo Archon, Zhongli, might be worth a shot, and the Electro Archon can also serve as a DPS, but requires at least 2 constellations. Hence, I drew again. As for the Dendro and Hydro Archons, they cannot serve as DPS without at least 6 constellations. Nevertheless, this skill, wishing for the Anemo Archon to inspire you, is rather useful. Beep, it is the Song of the Wind. I am aware. It is worth noting that Barbados, this fellow, has not shown himself for over 500 years, even standing before his own people. He would go unrecognized, and he even needed the traveler to steal his own lyre. Now it is time to observe Barbara's actions. She is likely to seek out Jean. Chapter 3. The Onslaught of the Anemo Dragon Captain. Miss Barbara requests an audience. Stating there is a matter of great importance. The golden-haired woman donned in knightly attire lifted her head from the mountain of documents. This was Jean, the acting captain of Mondstadt. Barbara? A hint of surprise tinged Jean's weary voice as she rubbed her face and gestured for her to enter. Yes, Captain, Barbara panted, having hurriedly traversed from the Cathedral of the Winds to the Knight's headquarters. Calm down, Barbara. Have some water, Jean said, her gaze filled with concern and a flicker of curiosity about what could cause Barbara such distress. Taking the water Jean offered, Barbara took a sip to steady her breath. I have received a divine revelation from Lord Barbados. Instantly, Jean's expression turned grave. The Anemo Archon's revelation? What is it? It is true. The Anemo dragon has returned. Without delay, Jean sprang into action, instructing the knights to evacuate the townsfolk and notify all knights on duty to clear the streets under the pretext of an impending storm, urging residents to remain indoors. Hurry. Yes. The knight saluted and turned to rally his comrades. Ah, our Captain Jean is truly efficient, remarked a mature and alluring sorceress in purple, who had mysteriously appeared by the bookshelf in Jean's office, perusing a worn tome. Long time no see, Barbara. Hello, Lisa. Barbara replied with a radiant smile. Jean, Lisa said, rubbing her temples. She felt a twinge of headache. The pressure from the fatui had yet to be resolved. And now the Anemo dragon had returned. Fortunately, with the protection of the Anemo Archon over Mondstadt, I can prepare in advance. Otherwise, this would surely lead to chaos in the city. The Anemo dragon, originally known as Dvalin, was once the guardian of Mondstadt's eastern winds, having fought alongside the Anemo Archon Barbados. Unfortunately, after mistakenly consuming the blood of the dragon Durin, he fell into slumber. And now it appeared he had succumbed to the temptations of the Abyss Order and gone mad. Lisa closed the yellowed book, titled Winds Among the Forest, a collection of tales. The Anemo dragon was once a dear friend of Lord Barbados, Barbara exclaimed, momentarily stunned before falling into contemplation. Regardless, Barbara, I thank you for bringing forth this revelation, Jean said, placing her fist over her heart and bowing her head in respect. No. It is Lord Barbados who watches over Mondstadt. I merely conveyed his message. Barbara quickly shook her head. How adorable, Barbara, being so formal with a sister, Lisa teased. Lisa. Miss Lisa. Both Barbara and Jean called out simultaneously, their gazes locking before they both turned away in unison. Lisa observed the harmonious bond between the two sisters and smiled knowingly. Quickly now. The residents in the west have yet to be fully evacuated. Captain Kia, we rely on you. Protecting Mondstadt is an undeniable duty of every citizen. There is no question of inconvenience, he replied. Kaya was enjoying a drink with Rosaria when he suddenly received a task to evacuate the residents, yet he swiftly transitioned into a state of readiness. In a narrow alley, a red-haired man observed Kaya as he rushed by, murmuring, a hurricane? It cannot be that simple. He then glanced upwards. Dusk had arrived, and the shadows of the night were encroaching. Traveler, allow me to formally introduce you to Mondstadt, the city of wind and dandelions, a bastion of freedom. Amber enthusiastically described the vibrancy and charm of Mondstadt. A blonde girl looked quizzically at the empty streets behind Amber. Amber, it seems there is not a soul in Mondstadt? Chimed in a white-haired sprite floating beside the blonde girl, articulating the shared concern of the two. Amber turned around, and the scene before her starkly contrasted with her memories of a bustling Mondstadt. How strange. Where could everyone have gone? After scratching her head in confusion, she awkwardly apologized to the traveler and the sprite. Traveler, Paimon, I've just returned from my reconnaissance mission and have no idea what has transpired in the city. Mondstadt is not usually this deserted. There must be an urgent situation. Let us inquire with the gate knights over there. Swan, what has happened in Mondstadt? It's Amber. The acting Grandmaster has suddenly imposed a lockdown on the city, stating that a hurricane will be approaching in the coming days, urging the citizens to remain indoors. I see. Traveler, I had intended to gift you the Anemo wings and teach you how to fly, but given the impending hurricane, flying may not be safe. Let us postpone that for another day. That's fine. Traveler, you must hold on to me tightly when the winds pick up. Otherwise, I might get blown away, and you would be left without a guide. I would be troubled if my emergency food were to be swept away as well. I have told you countless times, I am not emergency food, Paimon exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly. What is happening? A six-winged azure dragon swept through the air, stirring up fierce winds within Mondstadt. It's that dragon. The Anemo dragon? Paimon clung tightly to the traveler's clothing to avoid being swept away, while the traveler drew his weapon. However, before he could steady himself, a gust of wind lifted him into the sky. Well, traveler, I can't fly yet. Lumen also cried out, her powers lost due to an unknown deity, and she had not received the Anemo wings due to the alteration of events. Lumen squeezed her eyes shut, whispering, Brother, I may never see you again. May the winds bless you. Traveler, open your eyes. Lumen heard an unfamiliar voice and soon realized she no longer felt weightless. Slowly, she opened her eyes to discover herself floating in midair. Paimon was still buried against Lumen's chest, shouting, We're going to die. Can't you fly? However, at such a lofty height, Paimon had yet to comprehend the situation. Ying gently lifted Paimon from her chest and placed her upon her back, propelled by an enigmatic force that allowed them to soar into the sky. Huh? This is truly happening. It was I who summoned the ancient winds. But what of your wind wings? How did you manage to ascend? Ying was bewildered, believing the voice she heard belonged to an ally, yet from its words, she discerned that it too was perplexed. Although I am unsure why, it seems I am no longer needed. Traveler, please protect Mondstadt and repel the dragon. Unexpectedly, the unfolding events triggered a butterfly effect. Since I had forewarned about the Anemo dragon's assault, Ying had failed to acquire the wind wings. Fortunately, the blessing of the wind remained, for otherwise, the tale would have concluded before it even began, rendering me a timeless villain. Nonetheless, Ying is simply adorable. Lu Bu Liang concealed himself beneath the eaves of the angel's gift, observing the aerial battle, experiencing the game from a first-person perspective. Witnessing the dragon fight from a third-person viewpoint offered an entirely different sensation. It was you, wasn't it? A voice resonated from behind Lu Bu Liang. It appeared that the wind's perception could not affect its master. Lu Bu Liang turned, responding with utmost respect. Yes, father. That traveler was indeed a pivotal figure in safeguarding Mondstadt. I could not allow her to falter. Wendy gazed intently at Lu Bu Liang, seemingly seeking to unravel the intentions of this individual who referred to him as father. Lu Bu Liang met Wendy's gaze, sincerity evident in his eyes. Wendy could not discern any ulterior motives within Lu Bu Liang. He appeared genuinely devoted to the protection of Mondstadt. And perhaps having an adopted son was not such a grievous matter. Moreover, he seemed to possess knowledge of my identity. Ahem, well then, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Lu Bu Liang rejoiced inwardly, pleased to have garnered this favor. However, he soon felt a pang of anxiety. Wendy wore an exasperated expression, clearly troubled. You have usurped a task that rightfully belonged to me. Thus, I must impose a penalty upon you. You shall treat me to a drink. Ah? Absolutely, dear father. I shall procure as many drinks as you desire. You merely seek an excuse to have me buy you drinks. Who doesn't know your notorious penchant for idleness? Have I truly taken your work? You would much prefer to avoid labor. Yet, with 1,000,000 more in the beginner's gift pack. Treating him to a drink posed no issue, and could even enhance my favorability. A splendid deal indeed. Chapter 4. The gentle breeze has arrived this, beyond these two. Serve a cup of everything else. Wendy was utterly unreserved with Lu Bu Liang. Your pleasure is all that matters, wind god. Lu Bu Liang felt a pang in his heart. Half of the 1,000,000 mora he possessed had vanished before he could even warm it in his hands. Nevertheless, he paid with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It has been an eternity since I last indulged in wine. I wonder if the taste of freedom in dandelion wine has altered. Finding a seat, Lu Bu Liang ordered a glass of water, for he was no adept at drinking. Even a half glass would cause him to blush, let alone the potent dandelion wine from Mondstadt. Aren't you drinking? This is a rare vintage, Wendy exclaimed, his face alight with ecstasy as he downed a glass of dandelion wine, swaying as if savoring its rich aroma. No. I tend to fall over at the mere touch of alcohol. Since you regard me as your adoptive father, how can you refuse to drink? Wendy insisted, lifting a glass to Lu Bu Liang's lips. Startled, Lu Bu Liang rose instinctively but was met with Wendy's slightly disappointed expression. What the heck? Just one glass. Resolute, Lu Bu Liang mimicked Wendy, downing the drink in one go, as if believing that swiftness would outpace the effects of the alcohol. Yet, it was evident he had overestimated his capacity. Within mere minutes, his face flushed a vivid red as he collapsed onto the table. Truly inebriated? Wendy mused, pouring himself another glass and nudging Lu Bu Liang, who remained unresponsive. Indeed, an ordinary human, yet he seems to possess abilities akin to my own. How curious fate is. I sense this adopted son is quite a find, especially with more wine to savor. Oh well, who cares about the details? Wendy too slumped onto the table. Though his drunkenness was an act, no amount of wine could ever intoxicate the Anemo Archon. Yet, if he wished to be inebriated, and the wind desired to indulge, then the air would carry the essence of wine. Thank you, traveler from afar. Your contribution has played a vital role in the successful navigation of this dragon disaster. The timely evacuation of residents, combined with your assistance, has minimized the losses in Mondstadt to mere property damage, with no casualties reported. It was but a trifling effort. Paimon exclaimed, nearly exhibiting her admiration on her face. You did nothing at all, Ying remarked, exasperated. What do you mean? I was right behind you, cheering you on. Thus, the Knights of Favonius extended their second reluctant request to accept the title of Honorary Knight of the West Wind in the gratitude of the acting Grandmaster. Honorary Knight of the West Wind. Ugh, my head aches. Lu Bu Liang grasped his head, shaking it gently while summoning a breeze to cool his thoughts and regain clarity. Are you awake, Wendy? Lu Bu Liang suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he was beneath the colossal tree at Windrise. There sat Wendy, elegantly poised, his hands caressing the strings of his lyre, producing melodies so ethereal they seemed to transcend the earthly realm. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden veil upon him, as if nature itself adorned him in resplendence. A gentle breeze wafted through, teasing the tips of his light green hair and the edges of his garments, enhancing the sense of grace and ethereality. The sound of the lute seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing the surrounding birds to perch upon the branches, tilting their heads to listen. Even the small creatures passing by unconsciously slowed their pace, entranced by the melody. Shall I no longer call you my adoptive father? Adoptive father. With a hearty laugh, Venti gracefully leapt into the air and landed with poise, elegantly sweeping his sleeves and raising his arms high, proclaiming, "O little one from afar, rejoice and revel. Know that from this day forth, your adoptive father shall be none other than the illustrious and free-spirited Anemo Archon, Barbados." Sunlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him in a golden radiance, rendering him even more divine and captivating. Hooray! Lu Bu Liang feigned excitement. All right, no need for pretense. You must have already discerned my true identity. How amusing you are, truly the most intriguing human I have encountered in centuries. Like that traveler. You possess a remarkable power capable of ushering a new breeze across Teyvat. Then he produced a blue crystal, waving it enticingly before Lu Bu Liang. How about I assign you a task? He had discovered upon awakening in the tavern that the tainted crystal he bore had been purified, leading him to surmise that Lu Bu Liang possessed the ability to cleanse the abyss's corruption. Not interested, Lu Bu Liang replied resolutely, refusing the offer. What? Why so? Did you not just acknowledge me as your adoptive father? As for purifying the storm terror, you may consult that traveler. Surely you can see that I am merely a mortal, devoid of any combat capability. Lu Bu Liang was well aware of Veni's intentions. You possess the power to purify the tears of crystals, yet you lack the ability for battle? Then he pondered, then shrugged his shoulders. Well, I cannot force you into something beyond your means. Lu Bu Liang smirked, relieved that Vinny was not like those unscrupulous employers from his past life, burdening employees with impossible tasks. Thank you for your understanding. However, could you refrain from speaking only half of your thoughts? My dear Anemo Archon, surely you can fetch me a lute. Then he placed a hand on Lu Bu Liang's shoulder. Can I refuse? This fellow is already aware of my capabilities. Perhaps he wishes for me to deceive that group of nuns. No problem. I shall ensure the task is executed flawlessly, delivering the instrument to you in its entirety. Lu Bu Liang feigned ignorance, cleverly shifting the concept. When he corrected him, saying it was not that instrument, but the sky harp, which resides beneath the Cathedral of the Winds. Understood. I assure you the task will be completed. Joking aside, subordinates must not be overly astute. Otherwise, they may face the subtle oppression from their superiors. Lu Bu Liang comprehended this unwritten rule, even if Wendy was not such a deity. Indeed, this is not the blue planet. I shall not play the fool here. Even as a foster son, I must carry myself with dignity. I must not allow the constraints of my past life to bind me. Ding. Detection shows that your adoptive father Wendy's trust in you has deepened. Current approval rating, 4 stars. You are about to receive Wendy's 4th skill. Mondstadt is indeed vast. I have not taken the time to explore it thoroughly before. Lu Bu Liang meandered through the city, while Wendy was now to assume the role of a riddle master, likely to meet with Ying. If the chaotic dragon cannot be immediately vanquished, it may be prudent to entrust Mondstadt's defenses to the Fatui. The dragon catastrophe plaguing Mondstadt can be managed, provided we can confront that beast. Beast? Jean furrowed her brow. Oh dear, it's the Fatui pressuring us, isn't it? Indeed. The Grand Commander Falger's expedition has left Mondstadt vulnerable, weakening its diplomacy, to the extent that even its own nobility, the Lawrence family, dares to take a bite. That is no mere beast. It is a favored being of the Anemo Archon, the wind dragon that once safeguarded Mondstadt, Decarabian. Lu Bu Liang stepped outside. Who are you? Jean paused, recognizing that this must be a Liyue individual. This is a diplomatic setting. What is a commoner doing here? The Fatui diplomat Anastasia spoke with an air of superiority. Oh, a commoner? It seems you are wholly ignorant. Ignorant of what? Chapter 5 indeed. Before you stands the very foster son of Barbados himself. Jean regarded this sudden stranger with surprise and anger. She was astonished that he dared to confront the Fatui. and incensed that a Liyue would interfere in Mondstadt's diplomacy. Yet, she did not halt Lu Bu Liang's actions. Wishing to see what audacity this Liyue individual possessed to face the Fachui diplomat. If it were not for the esteemed Grand Commander Fulgur leading a vast number of knights on a campaign, would you northern barbarians dare to brazenly bark here? Jean's expression stiffened. She was aware of that fact, but conveying it to a foreign diplomat is entirely another matter. Does this person truly lack an understanding of diplomacy? It appears that Mondstadt has truly run out of capable individuals, requiring a Liyue even for diplomacy. Yet, this Liyue seems to be insulting foreign diplomats. Does Mondstadt not fear international repercussions? Anastasia's tone was laden with threat. Be silent. Unprincipled old rogue. Mondstadt did not station your troops here for you to flaunt your might. Your duty is not to guard the east, but to confront the true beast, the dragon, Usa. And what about you? Conspiring with the old aristocracy of Mondstadt in a bid to acquire the city's defense plans. Does this imply an intention to seize Mondstadt itself? Lu Bu Liang had thoroughly comprehended this plot in his previous life. The true reason for the Fachui's military deployment to Mondstadt was ostensibly to confront the dragon, Ursa. Yet they sought to leverage this force to exert pressure on the city. Even Jean was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly know of Ursa's existence? This was one of Mondstadt's most guarded secrets. And the collusion with the old nobility? This was information even she was unaware of. How had this Liyue individual come by such knowledge? Furthermore, his words bore no inconsistencies. It appeared that an investigation into this matter was warranted. Anastasia was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon crossed her arms in a display of haughty arrogance. Collusion? Without the defense plans of Mondstadt, how could we possibly defend against Ursa? I believe it is Mondstadt that lacks the sincerity to seek assistance from the Fachui. If the Fachui genuinely wish to aid Mondstadt, then how do we explain the 8th Seat's lady's intent to seize the Anemo Archon's Gnosis? Madam Diplomat? A deadly strike. To snatch the Gnosis of the Lord of Winds. Jean felt a chill run down her spine. Regardless of the veracity of this Liyue individual's information, if the Fachui dared to act upon it, Jean's previously gentle visage was suddenly shrouded in a frost-like demeanor. Her brow furrowed tightly, her gaze emanating a piercing coldness. Let them see if Mondstadt, bereft of Captain Fulgur, is an easy target. You, what are you babbling about? Anastasia exclaimed, her face contorted in shock, the delicacy of her features twisted by sheer panic. She widened her eyes, peering through her mask at the Liyue individual as if attempting to penetrate their soul for the secrets hidden within. Anastasia's once rosy lips now appeared as pale as parchment. Internally, she cursed. Damn it, how did this Liyue person come by such information? Could it be that there is a traitor among us? But how is that even possible? The number of those privy to this matter is exceedingly few. Aside from the esteemed lady, it certainly does not exceed the fingers of one hand. As her thoughts spiraled into chaos, Anastasia felt a throbbing in her head, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. She struggled to regain her composure, but her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Yet, her innate diplomatic skills allowed her to steady herself. Slandering the Fachui could provoke an international dispute. Jean, is this the sentiment of Mondstadt? If the safety of the Anemo Archon is at stake, then banishing all of you Fachui from Mondstadt would not be excessive. Jean gestured to her companions, commanding them to gather the knights and surround the Goethe Hotel, ensuring not a single fly escapes. The 2 knights assigned to protect Jean exchanged glances, yet chose to obey her command. Do you dare? It seems you truly do not comprehend whose territory this is. This is Mondstadt, the city of winds, blessed by Barbados. A place where snow and ice cannot intrude. Very well, very well. I hope you do not regret my decision to faithfully document this diplomatic encounter. Anastasia departed without a backward glance. The folly of the masses is indeed troublesome. It is evident that a weak nation lacks diplomacy, and those who fall behind must endure the consequences. Though the fools may exhibit a stubborn demeanor in diplomacy akin to that of a certain powerful nation, they possess genuine strength. Their soldiers, armed to the teeth with advanced technology, alongside the knowledge of Canria and executives comparable to deities, render the other 6 nations rather insufficient in the absence of divine intervention, whether in team battles or direct confrontations. Alas, it was only when the silhouette of Anastasia vanished from view that Jean sighed. Captain Farja, when shall you return? What is it? Is the acting captain lacking confidence in your absence? Although grateful for the resolution of this diplomatic crisis, Jean lamented the absence of external support from Mondstadt against the 2 dragons. She had yet to notice the peculiar address of Lu Bu Liang. After all, in rapid reading, There is little distinction between acting captain and captain. Jean paused momentarily, scrutinizing Lu Bu Liang as she inquired about the former nobility and the matter of Barbados's divine heart. Please do not gaze at me so intensely. It makes me quite bashful. Yet, Lu Bu Liang could scarcely feel shy, as Jean pressed the wind blade against his throat. Let us converse civilly, Captain. Lu Bu Liang knelt in earnest, desiring not to resemble a caricature of Louis XVI. As Jean sheathed her sword, she invited. Come with me to the Knight's Order for a cup of tea. Certainly. I will divulge anything you wish to know. Jean said nothing further and turned towards the direction of the Knight's Order, with Lu Bu Liang obediently trailing behind. Isn't this quite fortuitous? He mused with a slight smirk. He must acquire the Lyre of the Skies via the Knight's Order. After all, why should a deity need to issue a divine decree to reclaim their belongings from a follower? Though the situation was somewhat convoluted, he resolved to be forthright. Are you suggesting that the ice god intends to gather the divine hearts of the seven to accomplish a grand undertaking? I am truly astonished by this revelation. And Barbados has already signed a contract? Indeed, Barbados must have profound reasons for his actions. Wait, how do you know about Lord Barbados? Indeed, standing before you is none other than Barbados himself. Impossible. How could Lord Barbados possibly have an adopted son? Jean retorted, silencing him. Even a drunken Mondstadt citizen claiming to be Barbados would be more credible than a Liyue individual making the same assertion. Yet it is absurd. Lord Barbados has adopted a Liyue person. Nevertheless, one must concede the likelihood. Otherwise, such information could not transcend the divine realm. And knowing of the ice god's scheme must surely have come from Barbados himself. Indeed, it must be so. However, someone, merely aware of the plot, need not worry that Jean would believe such news. The astute are adept at imaginative speculation. She has likely already convinced herself that I am the adopted son of Barbados, defining my source of information as emanating from him. Well, how could the esteemed envoy of Lord Barbados's son express such a notion? Jean appears outwardly calm, yet her heart is tumultuous. You may call me Lu Bu Liang, or if you prefer, Lu Shao. I can bear it. So, Lu Bu Liang. What else did Lord Barbados convey? He instructed me to retrieve an item. What is it? The Sky Harp. Chapter 6, Retrieving the Harp, the Sky Harp? After a moment's contemplation, Jean realized it was indeed needed by Barbados. Very well. I shall provide you with a letter of authorization to present directly to Sister Gutherline at the church. Jean dipped her quill into the ink and inscribed her words on a sheet of paper, finally sealing it before handing it to Lu Bu Liang. A pleasure to collaborate. Lu Bu Liang smiled and extended his hand. Aware of Liyue's customs, Jean reciprocated the gesture. In truth, she understood that this was hardly a partnership. The beneficiaries were all from Mondstadt. Wow, is this the hand of a lady? So tender, so soft. Lu Bu Liang, having been single for over 20 years, found this sensation exceedingly delightful. Truly, she is the beloved of the game, although he preferred not to see Jean during the gacha draws. It did not diminish his appreciation of her beauty post-transportation. Ahem, esteemed envoy, might you release my hand? Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought. Lu Bu Liang reluctantly released Jean's hand and turned to depart. May the Anemo Archon protect you. He will certainly safeguard me, Lu Bu Liang replied unconventionally, leaving Jean momentarily bewildered until the sound of the closing door brought her back to reality. Feeling the lingering warmth in her hand, Jean's cheeks flushed slightly. Jean? Lisa knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response, entered. I did not. What is it that you did not do? Lisa seemed to sense the air of gossip and swiftly approached Jean. What brings you here, Lisa? Jean promptly shifted the conversation. Am I not allowed to come? I am the librarian. There is no place within the Knights that I cannot access. Lisa, however, abandoned the gossip, recognizing that pressing matters awaited. I have results regarding the inquiry you requested. It concerns the Lawrence family, correct? Jean had only intended for Lisa to conduct a cursory search. In truth, the only nobles conspiring with the Fatui were those perpetually dreaming of reinstating the aristocracy, namely, the Lawrences. Indeed, moreover, this evidence was personally unearthed by Eula. Eula has truly endured much. Jean felt a pang of guilt towards Eula, who, as a member of the Knights, often faced the disdain of Mondstadt citizens. While Jean could not publicly defend her subordinate, instead attempting to assign her tasks outside the city. So, Lisa, have you once again indulged in idleness? How can this be deemed as laziness? I am diligently fulfilling your task, Lisa pouted with a look of feigned innocence. Very well, once the dragon calamity in Mondstadt subsides, I shall grant you a 2-day respite. Oh, such generosity. My dear Jean. Lisa glanced at Jean's slightly pallid visage and sighed. You ought to take a proper rest. Otherwise, you may end up overwhelming yourself. Jean remained silent, knowing she could not afford to relent. Slowly, she approached the window, standing there in quiet contemplation, resembling a breathtaking masterpiece. The gentle breeze caressed her golden locks, causing strands to dance in the air, shimmering with an enchanting luster. At that moment, Jean softly closed her eyes, silently uttering, "O God of winds, please guide us." Her voice was tender yet resolute, as if it could pierce through the tranquil air and reach the ears of the wind god. What did you say? How could a Liyue be aware of our entire scheme? This is inconceivable. In the spacious and opulent room of the Goat Hotel, a furious exclamation rang out. A poised and noble lady stood at the center of the lavish carpet, adorned with an exquisite black tiara and draped in a heavy cloak, intricately embroidered with golden threads, signifying her extraordinary status. Clad in a flowing dark red gown, the fabric billowed like clouds, its luxurious texture clinging to her graceful silhouette, swaying gently with her movements. Reminiscent of a blooming red lotus, striking yet shrouded in an air of mystery. However, her enchanting visage twisted in extreme shock and fury. Her once luscious lips pressed into a straight line, her eyes glinting with a piercing coldness. With a sharp crack, she unhesitatingly hurled the glass cup she held against the hard floor. Instantly, shards of glass scattered in every direction, some even striking the distant wall with a crisp sound. The room was enveloped in an oppressive tension following this sudden outburst. Indeed, my lady, Anastasia knelt respectfully before the eighth-seat executive of the Fools, her body trembling slightly. Excellent, splendid. The lady bellowed in a fit of rage, a blazing inferno suddenly erupting from her palm, the flames roaring like a ferocious beast. Morix, you so-called god of contracts, how dare you brazenly tear apart the pact established with our illustrious empress? This is an utter desecration of divine dignity and trust. Her voice brimmed with fury and disappointment, as if she sought to ignite the entire world. Achoo! Far away in Liyue, an elderly gentleman let out a muted sneeze. His steady voice resonating, "It seems a certain young friend is thinking of me. I must say, Zhongli, are you still sitting here sipping tea? Hasten to attract patrons for our esteemed establishment. Are you aware of the substantial bills you have accumulated for the Hall of Rebirth this month?" A girl with chestnut-brown twin tails and modest assets fixates intently on the elderly gentleman sipping his tea, her plum blossom eyes unwavering. The proprietor chuckles, asserting that business will inevitably come. To his surprise, obtaining the skyward harp proved far simpler than anticipated. A mere endorsement granted him immediate possession. Indeed, choosing to commence with the Knights of Favonius was a sagacious decision. Lu Bu Liang reminisced about a humorous moment while playing Genshin Impact, where a character devoted to the Anemo Archon failed to recognize their deity, culminating in a comical theft of the harp by a blonde character, only to be intercepted by the thundering sorceress. "Ah, it appears you have secured the harp," he mused. "Wendy," this is before Wendy could respond, Lu Bu Liang extended his hand, shaking hands with Ying. "Pleased to meet you. I am Lu Bu Liang, a resident of Liyue, Libra, 24 years of age." Hello?" Ying replied, slightly bewildered. "Well, you are quite enthusiastic," Paimon exclaimed, covering her mouth. "Greetings, Paimon." Lu Bu Liang seized the opportunity to embrace Paimon, ruffling her white hair. "Well, so this is what it feels like to hold Paimon. So petite, akin to a little goose. Just to clarify, I am not a fan of Lolas." "Hey, what are you doing?" Paimon protested, attempting to wriggle free but finding herself too weak. "Wendy this, haha, my adopted son is indeed exuberant." Wendy chuckled at the harmonious scene. "Adopted son? Even a bard can have an adopted son?" Ying was taken aback. All right, Lu Bu Liang, release Paimon. We must attend to our serious business now." "Of course, esteemed father." Lu Bu Liang casually tossed Paimon aside. "Ah, you've ruined my hairstyle. I'll have the traveler teach you a lesson." Lu Bu Liang handed Wendy the skyward harp and, with a flourish, produced a plate of sweet madam, presenting it to Paimon. "Here. Indulge in this as a token of my apology." "Sweet madam." Paimon's mouth watered as she soared over to accept the dish, tearing off a chicken leg to devour. "Fine. I Paimon am not one to hold grudges. I shall forgive you." "Well played." Wendy noticed the subtle spatial disturbance accompanying Lu Bu Liang's presentation of the sweet madam, pondering whether it might be connected to that individual. He then entrusted a few drops of crimson tears to Ying for purification before letting them fall onto the skyward harp. Without further ado, let us awaken Valen. Chapter 7. Healing the Anemo Dragon upon the Starfall Cliff. The finest bard in the realm is poised to pluck the strings of his instrument. Wendy glanced at Ying and Lu Bu Liang, alongside the harp summoned by Lu Bu Liang. In case of unforeseen circumstances, having a healer would provide a measure of security. As for Dialek, due to the altered narrative, he would not be present here. This place was solely imbued with the essence of Anemo. Wendy gently plucked the strings of her lute, allowing the melody to be carried away by the wind. At this juncture, there was little left to discuss. Tulin arrived as anticipated. Am I mistaken? Your gaze seems to reminisce about this melody. Ah, the Song of the Wind God. A vortex of wind materialized before Wendy, thwarting the Abyss Mage's stealthy assault. Indeed, this was a skill acquired by Lu Bu Liang when Wendy's recognition reached 4 stars, marking Wendy's elemental burst, which possessed at least a modicum of offensive capability. Humph. Do not be deceived by the Abyss Mage's failure. Poor dragon, do be silent. To entice his followers in the presence of the Wind God is to disregard his existence. Lu Bu Liang interrupted the Abyss Mage's manipulation directly. Though the lute harbored suspicions, hearing Lu Bu Liang declare it left her utterly astonished. You are the Wind God? Ying also grasped the revelation. Wendy cautiously stowed her sky lute. The performer is, in fact, the Wind God? Paimon, momentarily delayed, chimed in. Now, Lu Bu Liang, showcase your prowess. Wait, I am merely responsible for playing the lute. I have just awakened from slumber. My powers have yet to be restored. The illustrious bard made a disparaging glance at Wendy. Are you truly prepared to stand idly by? Barbados, I implore you to intervene and save Mondstadt. The lute was skeptical of Wendy's excuses. Do not hesitate. Poor dragon, there is no turning back for you now. The Abyss Mage, sensing Wendy's reluctance to engage, secretly reveled in continuing to manipulate Tulin. Barbados. Tulin roared. Silence. Young Tulin, when an adult speaks, a child should refrain from interrupting. Lu Bu Liang fixed Tulin with a piercing gaze. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tulin obediently closed his mouth. Lu Bu Liang had been channeling purifying energy, and Tulin was beginning to regain some semblance of clarity. Do not be deceived, poor dragon. By my grandmother, I did not refer to you as a dragon. Go forth. Ying, I have bestowed upon you the Wind God's blessing. Suddenly called by name, Ying hesitated, pointing at herself. Why me? The Abyss Mage is linked to your brother. Prying open his lips may yield information about him. Leave it to me. Ying unsheathed her sword and soared upward. Hey, how can you fly? The Abyss Mage teleported to evade Ying's strike. Yet, Ying relentlessly pursued, once more thrusting her sword toward the spot where the Abyss Mage had appeared. The Abyss Mage's teleportation ability was still on cooldown, leaving it only with its shield to defend. Before them, Ying's petite form erupted with astonishing power. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, as if invigorated, tightly grasping the sword in her hand. She unleashed a torrent of fierce assaults upon the ice shield before her. Akin to a tempest. With a fierce howl of the wind, it fiercely struck against the ice shield. As time progressed, Ying's assault grew increasingly ferocious. The edgeless sword clashing relentlessly with the ice shield, sending a flurry of ice shards into the air. Although this was merely a manifestation of physical damage. Under Ying's frenzied onslaught, the seemingly indestructible ice shield began to show fine cracks, which gradually spread. These fissures multiplied and deepened as the ice shield teetered on the brink of shattering. I must say, Ether is indeed formidable, capable of inflicting physical damage that shatters the ice shield. Whenever the skies are involved, one must resort to elixirs, correct? Just then, a rift opened behind the Abyss Mage, and a hand emerged. Seizing the Abyss Mage and dragging him into the darkness, Ether swung his sword at the void, intent on pursuing, only to be repelled by a surge of energy that erupted from the rift. The Water Abyss Apostle emerged, questioning whether he had disrupted Prince's plans. And if so, what of it? Ether, unyielding and fearless, stood his ground. The Water Abyss Apostle regarded him with a knowing glance before vanishing into the rift. Ether was left bewildered. According to the narrative, a confrontation was expected, was it not? Thank you. Without you, my gene might have endured damage. Ah, dear guardian, this is merely my obligation. A glance exchanged, urging one to comprehend. You invested both the divine artifact and the heart of God into this performance, indeed a generous sacrifice. Ether, are you unharmed? I am fine. Paimon, I drove that fellow away. How is it that you can fly as well? This must be the gift bestowed upon me by the ill-fated El. Then be sure to express gratitude to El. Not at all. This is what you were meant to do, is it not, Wendy? Then he gazed at Tartaglia, who was ensnared in toxic blood crystals, filled with sorrow. Hush, Ether shushed Paimon. Have I brought trouble to Mondstadt? Tartaglia, Wendy exclaimed joyfully. Are you awake? Before them stood Tartaglia, a colossal dragon adorned with emerald scales, gracefully descending upon the hillside. The gust of wind created by its landing caused the surrounding flora to sway. Tartaglia's eyes, ablaze like flames, were fixed upon Wendy, devoid of hostility or menace, instead radiating clarity and gentleness. Could you play another tune? Tartaglia's voice was deep and resonant, as if echoing from a time long past, imbued with a subtle yearning. Upon hearing Tartaglia's request, Wendy's face blossomed with a radiant smile, and without hesitation, he nodded, responding, "Of course, certainly." With that, he reached out to gently caress Tartaglia's immense head, his touch tender as if handling a priceless treasure, though reluctant to disturb the ambience. "Let it remain undisturbed." Then he interrupted LS incantation, strumming the sky harp. "The tale I wish to share begins in antiquity, a time when the deities walked the earth. And the sky dragon descended from above, filled with curiosity for all that existed." A single blue tear fell from Tartaglia's eye. "Tartaglia, are you weeping?" "I am not." "Barbados, it seems you have regained your vigor." Benny smiled. "I have found my answer." Tulin uttered these words, taking flight towards the distant horizon. So this was the tale that unfolded? Chi-Chin gazed in the direction Tulin had departed, silently affirming that Mondstadt had not forgotten you. "What were you about to say?" Wendy, after bidding farewell to Tulin, turned to inquire of Lu Bu Liang. Lu Bu Liang tilted his head aside, gesturing for Wendy to observe behind Chi-Chin. A cavalry squad, led by Kia, stood agape, including Lisa among them. "Lord Barbados? It truly is Lord Barbados." "Oh, ancestors. I have seen Lord Barbados. I have always believed in your existence." Wendy was taken aback, swiftly changing his demeanor and glaring at Lu Bu Liang. "Why didn't you inform me? I did remind you, but you insisted I remain silent." The crowd had already gathered when Tulin descended, likely unable to quell their concern for Captain Chi-Chin. "Ahem, my dear citizens. There is no need to fret any longer about the matter of the Anemo dragon. Our Eastern Guardian has returned to Mondstadt. Hooray! Long live Lord Barbados." I knew Lord Barbados would not turn a blind eye to the Anemo dragon. Indeed, Lord Barbados is a benevolent deity. Of course, I must also express my gratitude to this foreign traveler, Ying, and my adopted son, Lu Bu Liang. Without their assistance, I could not have resolved the dragon calamity so swiftly. Lord Barbados' adopted son? Is that the Liyue person over there? No, I cannot believe it. By Lord Barbados, I would willingly serve you. Before the words could fully escape, Wendy slipped away. He could only hope that they had not recognized him in his guise as Wendy. Otherwise, how would he manage to enjoy the wine in the future? Ding. Detection of Wendy's deepening trust towards you. Current approval rating, 5 stars. Current binding of adopted father has reached full star recognition. You may summon your adopted father at any time. Chapter 8. Summoning the adopted father. Ward. Summon. Huh? Lu Bu Liang. What summon? Oh, nothing, I accidentally shouted. Ying regarded Lu Bu Liang with skepticism, and seeing he had no intention of elaborating, she decided to let it be. However, Paimon relentlessly pursued the inquiry. You've grown bold, little Paimon. Lu Bu Liang seized this splendid opportunity, playfully squeezing Paimon. Ah, traveler, save me. Ying then turned to Kia, who had come from the mountains. Why are you here? Why can't we be here? Our captain is present. Kia raised an eyebrow at Chi-Chin. Didn't I say I would come alone? Everyone has been worried sick about you, dear Chi-Chin. Lisa emerged with a warm smile, softly mediating the situation. If we hadn't come, wouldn't we have missed the splendid opportunity to witness the grandeur of the Anemo Archon? She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sparkling with a hint of playfulness and mischief. What do you say? Is that not true? The adorable little one dares to sneak away with my dear Jane. Coming here alone to rendezvous with the Anemo Archon. What are your true intentions, I wonder? As Lisa spoke, she gently tapped Lumen's nose with her finger. Although her tone appeared to be one of reproach, there was no trace of blame in her eyes. Rather, they sparkled with an ineffable affection and playful teasing. Lumen's petite frame shuddered, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. She widened her beautiful eyes, shaking her head fervently while exclaiming, I did not. I haven't tea. Stop saying such things. Alas, it is regrettable that the distance is too great. I could not see what Barbados looks like. Captain Kia, isn't your vision the best here? It has been said that the distance is indeed too far. All right, enough of this chatter. Since the matter has been resolved, I can now leave for a drink. Kia, upon your return, arrange a celebration banquet at the Angel's Gift venue tonight. Understood. Oh dear, it seems Kia truly caught a glimpse of the Anemo Archon. Lisa pondered how to coax Kia into speaking, but then recalled that the Anemo Archon mentioned having an adopted son. She shifted her gaze toward the mischievous Lu Bu. At that moment, Lu Bu had released Paimon, offering her a chicken leg, which made Paimon cheerfully forgive him. How delightful. Lisa glanced at Lumen and then at Lu Bu, concluding that Mondstadt was indeed a wise choice. Jean, now you can fulfill your earlier promise, can't you? Oh. I will grant you a leave of absence upon our return. Jean was still contemplating how to approach the Anemo Archon's adopted son. Now that it had been acknowledged by the Archon himself, the nature of the situation was entirely different. Summoning, does it mean in the literal sense? A single arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops converging. Indeed, the summoning has a cooldown of 1 month. 1 month. So I have a monthly opportunity for survival? Thankfully. It is tied to Barbados. Had it been someone else, I would have felt uncertain. Wait, what if Barbados does not fulfill his duties? It seems it is time to consider binding with Morix. He is undoubtedly the safest man in Teyvat, and the sense of security that comes from a shield cannot be overstated. Moreover, this old man genuinely protects his kin. Just look at Xiao. He merely reported his whereabouts and returned from the gates of the underworld. And this is Teyvat. Morix is a true god of war. Even after enduring the trials of the heavens, he remains a formidable force. Unlike a certain slacker, Barbados still possesses some strength, though he has become rather fond of theatrics. Ding. Detection of the host. Completion of the first chapter of the main storyline. The second chapter of the main storyline is about to commence. What? There are main storyline tasks? System, why did you not mention this? You didn't ask either. Damn it. Followed by elegant Liyue exclamations. The rewards for the first chapter main storyline are about to be announced. System, you are the best. You are my deity. Quickly, grant me some delectable treats. Lu Bu Liang rubbed his hands together. Ding. The first chapter main quest reward has been issued. 10 million mora, and the personal space has expanded to 50 cubic meters. Dialogue. Any words you utter will enhance the other party's belief in them. Divine alcohol tolerance. You will possess the drinking capacity akin to the Anemo god. No longer troubled by the prospect of drunkenness, a necessary ability for social gatherings and banquets. Is that all? Just these pitiful items for the main quest reward? If you could just give me a vision, I would be more than satisfied. Ding. Detecting the host's strong desire, the system will upgrade. Upgrade complete. Additional rewards issued. Now that's more like it. Tranquil circulation. While the tree desires stillness, the wind does not cease. You can quell the winds and enter a parrying state, during which you will not suffer damage and can retaliate, dealing a Nemo elemental damage. Well, I suppose that's a decent skill. The immunity to damage is conceptually significant, though the inability to launch an attack is a drawback. Ding. Detecting the host's noble will, the system will alter subsequent bindings, restricting future binding targets to those of celestial caliber and above. In simpler terms, what strength do you possess that warrants me calling you my adoptive father? Aligning with the right individuals and treading the correct path, I am the chosen one. Remember that. When have I ever exhibited a noble will? Are you not making things difficult for an honest person like me? Regardless of malevolent spirits, take a look at my background before speaking. I can pay homage to the deceased as if they were my adoptive parents. What could possibly prevent me from traversing Teyvat? Note, relatives resurrected can be summoned directly by the host. Resurrection? Goodness. I admit I may have spoken a bit too loudly just now. Let the resurrection commence. My esteemed adoptive father. What truth? What great dendro tree? Blah blah blah. A true man does not limit himself to adoptive parents. My distant relatives count as kin. And the more relatives, the more avenues to pursue. Very well, so this is how we play. I have a bold idea. Lu Bu Liang, let us return to Mondstadt. Jean is expecting us. Paimon flitted excitedly to Lu Bu Liang's side and waved. Oh, splendid. See, I told you nobody can resist the allure of food. Humph. Do you think everyone is as gluttonous as you? Ying shot a disapproving glance at Paimon, her gaze seeming to pierce through Paimon's very soul, causing Paimon to feel a chill run down her spine. Paimon recoiled slightly, a hint of embarrassment and guilt crossing her face. Ying gently shook her head and continued. Not everyone is like you, unable to move at the sight of food. After all, I am the adopted child of the Anemo god Barbados. I cannot be like you, only knowing how to feast and drink. Ying shifted her focus to Lu Bu Liang. Could you introduce me to the Anemo god? I have questions I wish to ask him. Certainly, Lu Bu Liang replied, knowing well what Ying wished to inquire, yet he had grown wise. Taking the Anemo god as position came at a price. Ying, haven't we already met Wendy? What do you understand? Meeting someone in person is vastly different from being introduced by another. Paimon scratched her head, expressing her confusion about such social intricacies. In truth, the Anemo god is quite affable, as you all have likely witnessed. Indeed, prior to this, I had always perceived him merely as a bard who relishes in his libations. Paimon even referred to him as a busker. Traveler. Paimon attempted to cover Ying's mouth. But Ying, imitating the mischievous Lu, subdued Paimon instead. Only Paimon suffered in this peculiar world. What did you mean when you mentioned that blue-haired creature is my brother? That is an Abyss Mage, and the Hydro Abyss Herald that emerged behind it is also a subordinate of your brother. He is the Prince of the Abyss. And you must have heard the title of the Abyss Herald. The Abyss, Ying, is a formidable enemy of Teyvat. Wherever they appear, misfortune follows. And their reputation is even more infamous than that of the Fatui. Brother, do not be disheartened, Ying. Your brother is well, not swayed by the Abyss. He possesses his own considerations. Trust him. After all, he is your brother. Alas, I must once again offer words of comfort to the protagonist. Ying fell silent. And after a lengthy pause, she finally smiled. Lu, Paimon, let us return to Mondstadt for a grand feast. Hooray, a feast. I must indulge until I'm full. Have I not ensured you were well fed in the past? Those wild fruits and roasted meats could never satiate my appetite. Oh, have you gained some audacity? Without my hunting and foraging, you would hardly have a meal, yet you complain of hunger, while most of the food I bring back vanishes into your stomach. Ying seized Paimon, playfully squeezing her. Ah, Lu, save me. Are you certain? It merely changes the individual involved. Ladies and gentlemen, once you are prepared, let us return to Mondstadt. Kia and the others have already arranged a banquet at Angel's Share. Let us go, back to Mondstadt. Chapter 9, The Celebration Feast. Come. Drink. Kia raised a glass and toast, first to Master Dialek, then poured another. Dialek silently mixed the drinks. This was a celebration of the knights. And he felt obliged to indulge Kia. On ordinary days, he would have exchanged banter, questioning the quality of his liquor. Oh dear Master Dialek. Do not always wear such a stern face. Dialek clinked the prepared drink on the bar, realizing that no amount of drink could silence Kia's tongue. Senior Dialek. Jean stood a short distance away, quietly observing the scene before her, letting out a soft sigh. A complex emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes, hinting at untold stories. Why does Jean refer to that red-haired man as Senior? It's a long story. Jean clearly hesitated to elaborate. Fear not, Ying, displaying high emotional intelligence. Stuffed a chicken leg into Paimon's mouth. Such a scene would be incomplete without our bard. Wendy burst in, casually seizing a cup of wine and downing it in one gulp. Lord Ba Wendy? You have arrived as well, Jean exclaimed. Her face a portrait of astonishment as she beheld the bard clad in green, with a harp in hand. Wendy chuckled, hee, how could I, the great contributor, miss such a lively celebration of the knights? Right, dear Captain Sheen? He playfully winked at her as he spoke. One could only wonder how Barbara would react if she discovered that the Anemo god was a drunkard. Perhaps it was best to keep that a secret. You certainly have no qualms about performing. Paimon interjected, having just choked down a chicken leg, her mouth spouting words despite the fact that Wendy had merely played a tune. Hu Tao swiftly shoved an apple into Paimon's mouth, allowing herself to relax as she sipped on her juice. Hey, Lu Bu Liang, you've started drinking too? Wendy darted over to the corner where Lu Bu Liang sat alone, sipping his drink. He clearly recalled that Lu Bu Liang was a lightweight. After that one time, I developed a yearning for wine and enhanced my drinking capacity. As the adopted son of Mondstadt's most renowned bard, how could I not hold my liquor? Indeed, I knew you had a talent for drinking. Come, let us toast. After clinking their cups, Wendy and Lu Bu Liang downed their drinks and burst into laughter. Lu Bu Liang had just been testing his limits and discovered that he seemed to have a certain immunity to alcohol, which he could control. He would only become intoxicated if he wished to. In that moment, he proclaimed, I feel inspired to compose a poem. He ascended the table, drawing the attention of everyone present. You can write poetry? Paimon asked, disbelief etched on her face. Oh, after all, I am the son of a bard. It is only fitting that I possess such talent. Wendy placed her hand on the strings of her harp, ready to accompany Lu Bu Liang. This poem is a toast to Mondstadt, to Lord Barbados. Bravo. Applause erupted, for even if the poem were lacking, the tribute to Mondstadt and Lord Barbados ignited their spirits. With the winds rising and clouds soaring, Lu Bu Liang gestured grandly. Wendy strummed her harp, evoking a resounding sense of grandeur. Let us showcase the valor of Lord Barbados. To return home across the seas, Lu Bu Liang called out. When shall you return, Captain Folger? Who will stand guard over the four corners? Paimon, thanks to her knowledge, managed to grasp the essence of his words, which spoke of the knights defending Mondstadt. Cheers to this poem. Wendy led the applause. I join in a toast. Kia raised his glass as well. Soon, dozens of cups were raised in unison. Lu Bu Liang, what is the title of this poem? The Song of the Winds. Cheers to the Song of the Winds. To our glasses. Captain Kia, feeling overwhelmed, slumped onto the table after declaring he could drink no more. His sun-kissed complexion was now flushed from the effects of alcohol. The other knights had either returned home or succumbed to intoxication, under Lisa's relentless persuasion. Jean chose not to work overtime and returned early to the estate of Gunald, with Lisa accompanying her to indulge in the comforts of the grand manor. Deilich, having found leisure at last, rested his arms, having merely accompanied the knights without engaging in any significant action. Did you follow me? Kia, still somewhat coherent, inquired. You were gone for a brief time, merely a round trip to Starfell Valley, and no one was injured. Deilich did not deny the act of following, but instead presented his rationale with clarity. Kia, now leaning on the table, queried the purpose of this conversation, suggesting to share a drink. Deilich dismissed Kia's invitation and turned his gaze towards Wendy, the bard, who was preparing to leave. You must settle your bill before departing. Oh dear, Wendy said, retracting his hand from the doorknob, adopting an innocent demeanor. Isn't this a celebration for the knights? I am a hero after all. Oh, Deilich countered. The Knights of Favonius have been notably hesitant regarding the Anemo dragon, exhibiting inefficiency. How is it that you and these few managed to resolve the issue so seamlessly? He preferred not to elaborate on diplomatic matters concerning the Fatui. It appeared that Deilich harbored a disdain for the Knights of Favonius. Of course, it was our honor as knights that made it possible. Paimon chimed in, hands on her hips, full of pride. With the honorary knights involved, dealing with a mere Nemo dragon is a trivial task. Paimon, you did nothing at all, Kia retorted. How rude. Lumen, I was clearly praising your capabilities. An honorary knight, indeed. While it's a pity that someone like you joined the knights, your abilities are undeniable. Deilich remarked, redirecting his attention to the seemingly inebriated traveler. Stop pretending. I know you're not drunk. Ah, Lord Deilich, you are quite perceptive, the traveler replied. Realizing that Deilich would not let his ambiguous identity slide, especially after witnessing the way he interrogated Wendy, claiming to be the bard's adopted son. Lacking a vision yet possessing some control over the wind, he had participated in the endeavor against the Anemo dragon. Ah, you've quickly grasped my essence, have you? A promising pupil, Wendy nodded. And what of Jean's attitude towards you? What are your intentions regarding Mondstadt? Deilich, typically not one for extensive dialogue, remained expressionless, fixating on the traveler. Lord Lu, knowing too much can be perilous. The people behind me are beyond your imagination. Surely, it can't be the Anemo Archon? Deilich scoffed. Having encountered many who attempted to leverage their connections against him, a tactic he found unconvincing. Impressive, Lord Lu, that you could deduce so much. Lu Bu Liang displayed a look of profound astonishment. Deilich remained silent for an extended period. It turned out that the Anemo Archon was still wandering outside. Ah? He believed it? Or did he not? But you were Deilich. Shouldn't you be skeptical about such an absurd matter? Could it be that my deceptive passive skill was triggered? In truth, it was not Deilich who was affected by Lu Bu Liang's passive ability, a mere consideration of Jean's demeanor and the nearby white floating entity, which could not conceal its expressions, confirmed that Lu Bu Liang's words held truth. Lu Bu Liang mused. I anticipated Deilich's reaction, yet I failed to predict my teammates. Today's outcome, alas, was Lu Bu Liang's defeat. Chapter 10, Lady, Barbados, I wish to share some heartfelt words with you, pertaining to the Anemo Archon. Deilich naturally refrained from further comment. Ha ha ha, as expected of my adopted son, your background is indeed the Anemo Archon Barbados. Then he patted Lu Bu Liang's back, exclaiming in admiration for such an enviable lineage. I shall toast to you. Wendy, the seasoned performer, elicited an invisible sweat from Lu Bu Liang. Ying stood quietly beside them, observing the seasoned actor's performance. Once this matter concludes, we shall head to Windrise. I will address your inquiries. However, before that, let us return the Sky Harp. Indeed, Lu Bu Liang acknowledged. Ah, it seems I am about to witness a memorable scene from Genshin, as the lady, oh no, Rosalind, shares her heartfelt words with Barbados. Lu Bu Liang also rose, stating, then let us proceed to the Cathedral of Mondstadt. Barbara, we have come to return the harp. Mr. Lu Bu Liang, please refrain from shouting in the church. May Lord Barbados forgive your rudeness. Barbara had previously handed the Sky Harp to Lu Bu Liang as instructed by the Knights of Favonius. You will forgive me, won't you? Lu Bu Liang elbowed Wendy discreetly. Wendy returned the intact Sky Harp to Barbara. On behalf of Mondstadt, I express our gratitude for your efforts. May the Anemo Archon bless you. Barbara made a gesture of prayer. Ah, splendidly resolved. I shall take my leave. Wendy did not linger. Hey, Bart. Wait for us. Paimon exclaimed boldly. Ying remarked with a hint of sarcasm as she rushed to catch up with Wendy, especially since Wendy had promised to answer her questions. Coming, coming. Lu Bu Liang strolled leisurely behind, for the grand performance was about to commence. Upon opening the door, Lu Bu Liang beheld Paimon, frozen like a popsicle. Ying being pinned to the ground by a debt collector, and the Anemo Archon feigning immobility. Without uttering a word, he sat on the steps. Producing popcorn from an unknown source and donning a pair of 3D glasses, reveling in the spectacle. Ah, in the end, I managed to retrieve the family hamster. The lady approached Wendy, proudly gnawing on a wooden post and nibbling a grain sack, bringing much trouble to Mondstadt. I observe that the lady retains her charm. You are mistaken. It is not a hamster, but a mouse. With a resounding slap, the lady struck Wendy across the face. Now is not the time for your insolent chatter, impudent Bart. Hey, Liyue Liang, will you merely stand by and watch your adoptive father being struck? Wendy appeared quite pitiful. Liyue Liang. In shock, let his popcorn fall to the ground. Well, I don't know him. Do you believe that? Two electro-sorcerers, with malevolent intent, approached, crackling with arcs of electricity. Oh, you relinquished the dominion over Mondstadt, now unable to wield your powers, and instead seek aid from outsiders? How shameful, Wendy, to have a son like you. Is it easy for me, a mere mortal, to watch this spectacle in silence? You must be the Liyue person Anastasia spoke of, daring to threaten us from the frost. Come on, do not hold back, for the glory of Her Majesty the Queen. Wait, the electro-sorcerer unleashed a bolt of lightning upon Liyue Liang, channeling the power of the evil eye. By heavens, they are truly attacking. Is there no chance for surrender? With the perception of the wind and its blessings, Liyue Liang activated his supportive skills just in time to evade the strike. Barbados has actually accepted you as his adoptive son? That is indeed the finest jest I have ever heard. The lady waved her hand, and several ice shards hurtled toward Liyue Liang. Surely, you cannot be serious. While I could tolerate being struck by the electro-sorcerers, is it not a bit excessive for an executive to personally engage with me? Calm winds, guide my path. Liyue Liang harnessed the power of the wind and entered a defensive stance, becoming immune to the lady's icy onslaught, counterattacking to repel the two debt collectors. Golden-haired one. Let us engage them fiercely. Liyue Liang bestowed a blessing of wind upon Ying. Golden-haired? Ying could no longer reign in Liyue Liang's manner of address, drawing her unsheathed sword to strike at the lady's head. How tiresome. The lady once again delivered a slap to Ying's face. Good night, Makabaka. Liyue Liang gazed at Ying, who had fallen asleep instantly, and with a sigh remarked how wonderful youth is, then swallowed hard, mustering an awkward smile. Could you perhaps refrain from slapping? Are you trembling from the bitter cold, or is it fear? The lady resolved to take matters into her own hands. Each step she took blossoming with ice flowers beneath her feet. Rosalind. The lady froze in place. Rosalind Cruz Hikalofat. How do you know that name? No, she no longer exists. The lady gathered ice crystals, preparing to eliminate this vexatious individual. Rustin. The lady was utterly disarmed upon hearing that name, and the icy crystals in the air shattered upon hitting the ground. Then he pondered why Lu Bu Liang was familiar with these two names. Once the vice-captain of the Knights of Favonius in Mondstadt and the founder of the West Wind swordsmanship. The enchanting singer Young Wolf, Rustin had fallen in love with a girl from Mondstadt. They cherished each other, and when the girl departed for Sumeru to study, they vowed to reunite in Mondstadt, pledging their hearts to one another. However, calamity struck when the Dragon of Evil, Durin, attacked Mondstadt. The Anemo Archon was awakened and summoned Tulin to battle. Ultimately, the dragon fell upon the snowy mountains, but Tulin was tainted by venomous blood, while Young Wolf bled profusely. When the girl returned from her studies, the disaster had long subsided, yet her beloved was no longer alive. In the end, her melodious voice was buried alongside her love, her tears flowing dry, leaving behind only boundless resentment. She loathed the impotence of the Anemo Archon and the injustice of the world, ultimately deciding to ignite her very life, transforming into the flame which to exact vengeance upon the world. Lu Bu Liang sang the praises of the wind, recounting this tale from a century past. Silence. 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 The lady's face contorted with rage as she covered her ears. How could you possibly know? How could you possibly know? The Anemo Archon had never. My lady. The two lightning sorcerers were bewildered by the lady's sudden frenzy upon hearing this story. That girl is dead. Only the grace of Her Majesty remains. I, the eighth seat of the fools, hereby declare your death sentence. With a sinister smirk, the lady's eyes widened. and ice elements gathered in her hand as she unleashed a ruthless strike towards Lu Bu Liang. Foster father, summon. In that fleeting moment, an enigmatic and unknown force liberated Vinny from the lady's icy grip, teleporting him before Lu Bu Liang. Yet, the events unfolded with such swiftness that it left one scarcely able to react. The lady's movements were equally swift. Her hand, which had been aimed at Lu Bu Liang, mercilessly plunged into Vinny's chest. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding air grew heavy with tension. Vinny's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock, confusion, and agony as he stared at the lady. Ah, finally, the story has returned. I have done my utmost. I merely came to observe, yet I have become a character in this play? Why must I have my role expanded? Vinty, what on earth are you doing? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Bu Liang discreetly slipped away. The lady, regaining her composure, withdrew her hand to reveal a blue chess piece, the heart of the Anemo Archon. Cursed. I shall slay my lady. The knights are coming. We must depart. The lady cast a fierce glance in the direction where Lu Bu Liang had departed, then turned and vanished from sight. Chapter 11. Always remember the significance of the journey. The wind rustled through the trees as Wendy paused, her fingers ceasing their dance over the strings of the lyre. The breeze carried a fragrance that delighted her senses. Turning around, Wendy beamed. Ah, you have arrived, traveler. What is the heart of God? You have noticed, haven't you? This is not a matter meant for ordinary discourse, but it is permissible to share it with you. Come forth. Who? She exclaimed, laughter escaping her lips. Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from my esteemed father. Lu Bu Liang leaped down from the tree, greeting them with enthusiasm. Hello. Oh dear, someone has put me in quite the predicament. How can one expect a father to shield them from danger? But it was you who dragged me into this mess in the first place. Lu Bu Liang retorted without hesitation. I am merely a youth, powerless against the harbingers. Yet your exhibited strength is not as simple as it appears. It seems to involve the might of that entity. What are they discussing? Paimon pondered, scratching her head at the cryptic exchange. Isn't Lu Bu Liang Wendy's adopted son? Alice shrugged her shoulders, expressing her confusion. She had not witnessed the entire event. Upon awakening, both Wendy and the lady had vanished. Rest assured, father, I have no connection with the sovereign of the abyss. Wendy's previously carefree demeanor shifted to one of gravity, his emerald eyes narrowing as he focused intently on the elusive floating island in the sky. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the world around them fell silent, save for the gentle breeze that tousled his hair and garments. After a moment's tense anticipation, the mysterious island remained still, allowing Wendy's heart to gradually ease its anxious pace. He exhaled deeply, lightly patting his chest as though to soothe the rapid beating of his heart. Fear not, the heavenly principles are in slumber, and the four sovereigns are nowhere to be found. They will not notice what transpires below. Lu Bu Liang appeared unconcerned. Though it was unspoken in the game that Barbados was likely intertwined with the sovereign of time, just as the same could be said for the Electro Archon. You seem to possess an abundance of knowledge, almost too much for a mere mortal. Rest easy. I shall not engage in actions detrimental to Teyvat. You can see that my physique is that of an ordinary human. The source of my power, however, I must keep to myself. After all, one must have certain means of self-protection when venturing into the world, mustn't they? The sovereign of the abyss, Alice murmured. What separates you from your brother is the maintainer of the heavenly principles, one of the four shadow sovereigns, the sovereign of the abyss. Alice lunged forward, grasping Lu Bu Liang's shoulders. Where is she? I already told you. She is in slumber. How could I possibly know? Mi Huyo has not disclosed anything. Paimon flew to Ying's side, apprehensive about any dreadful actions he might undertake. It's fine, Paimon. I merely crouched down, setting. Brother. After you finish traveling through the 7 nations, you will reunite. Really? Of course it's true, replied Lu Bu Liang with a faint smile. Ying's cheeks flushed, upon closer inspection. This fellow was rather handsome and adept at offering comfort. Ahem. Well, I shall tentatively believe you. Hey, shouldn't I be the one answering questions? Why are you stealing my job? Wendy pouted. All right, I may have overshadowed you. Now, if you have any inquiries, feel free to ask this omniscient Anemo god, Barbados. Lu Bu Liang slipped away, taking advantage of the moment. Wait, wayward traveler of the winds. Are you calling me? Indeed. Wendy placed her hand over her heart. Traveler, once you embark on your journey again, remember the significance of the journey itself. The birds of Teyvat, poetry, city-states, queens, fools, and monsters are all part of your adventure. The destination does not signify the end. Before reaching your goal, observe this world with your own eyes. What about the immortal ceremony? That's still 2 months away. Young man, you must be from Liyue. How could you not know this? Well, I have lived in Fontaine my entire life, and I recently returned to my hometown. So I must pay homage to the divine presence of the Geo Archon. Lu Bu Liang fabricated an excuse. I see. Every year, many people seek to behold the Geo Archon's celestial form. Whether you can see it depends on luck. Thank you for informing me of all this. Here is the rent for the year. Please count it. Lu Bu Liang handed a bag of mora to the elderly man before him. Young man, I must say, a talent like yours should consider purchasing a property in a more prestigious area rather than renting this one next to the Wangxing funeral parlor. Well, I seek tranquility. And this area is also close to the Wanman restaurant and Hayu tea house, making meals and storytelling quite convenient. You have a discerning eye, I must say. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even encounter Mr. Yun at the Hayu tea house. Lu Bu Liang chatted with the landlord for about an hour before finally seeing him off. Ah, your grandpa is indeed your grandpa. He can really talk. With the house rented, he now needed to contemplate how to align himself with Liyue's most influential figures. His mora was scant, hardly enough for that gentleman's extravagance. Unlike Wendy, who was easy to persuade, one wrong move could lead to an unexpected demise. Ding. 2 days remain to complete the task. Please be mindful, host. Isn't that what I'm trying to figure out? Hurry up. If I perish, it benefits you not. Lu Bu Liang ruffled his hair in frustration. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Lu Bu Liang opened the door to reveal a girl with twin ponytails. Hu Tao? Alas, how renowned I am. Even the new neighbors are familiar with me. With hands on her hips, I proudly declare, I am Hu Tao, the 77th head of the Wangxing funeral parlor. So, are you here to promote your business? Ah, you guessed it. Nevertheless, Hu Tao's enthusiasm remains undiminished as she announces our new offer. Half price on the second tablet. Very well, I shall take it. Wait, don't be so hasty to decline. Hu Tao paused, slightly taken aback by your response. I shall take it. Oh, a distinguished client. Hu Tao grasped Lu Bu Liang's hand and urged, let us proceed to discuss matters in detail at the Wangxing parlor. We are the finest funeral organization in Liyue. Entrust your final affairs to us, and we guarantee your satisfaction. It is rare to encounter someone so unreserved in their views on death. I have decided to categorize you as a premium client. Xiao Chai, bring forth the application form. Hu Tao pushed open the grand doors of the Wangxing parlor. The officiant, named Xiao Chai, retrieved a form from the cabinet and handed it to Hu Tao. Here, fill these out and settle the payment of mora. Hu Tao beamed with joy. This marks her first client of the day, affirming the effectiveness of her promotions. Lu Bu Liang promptly filled out the form and handed over 100,000 mora. As expected, an elderly gentleman was sipping tea nearby. This is our esteemed Zhongli, a man of profound knowledge. So, it is Zhongli. I have long admired you. Lu Bu Liang extended his hand. Zhongli set down his teacup and rose, embracing Lu Bu Liang warmly. It has been a while, my child. Adoptive father successfully bound. Adoptive father, Zhongli race, elemental Liyue dragon identity, Geo Archon of Liyue strength, Archon Chapter 12, Zhongli's guardianship. Who can explain this situation? Lu Bu Liang slowly retracted his outstretched hand and embraced Zhongli. Though he was uncertain why the binding had occurred so effortlessly, that delightful sense of security was undeniable. Zhongli's broad and sturdy embrace felt reminiscent of a loving and seasoned father, offering boundless warmth and reassurance. His strong arms seemed capable of bearing the weight of the world and its burdens. Being enveloped in his embrace inspired an involuntary relaxation, allowing all worries to fade into oblivion. Simultaneously, a faint aroma of tea wafted from him, subtly lingering at the tip of the nose. This delicate fragrance was not only refreshing but also profoundly comforting. It emanated a unique essence of tranquility and peace that had been cultivated through the passage of time, soothing the inner turmoil and anxieties, immersing one in a serene and harmonious atmosphere. Zhongli, you have left Hu Tao bewildered. She was unaware of any mention of him having a son. This reflects her negligence as a superior towards her subordinate, not even knowing who their relatives are. So, who is Zhongli's wife? How intriguing. However, Lu Bu Liang does not resemble Zhongli at all. Surely, he must be an illegitimate child. Zhongli, unaware of Hu Tao's intricate psychological turmoil within those fleeting seconds, released Lu Bu Liang, proclaiming, "This is my long-lost adopted son, Lu Bu Liang." Oh, so he is an adopted son. No wonder he bears no resemblance to Hu Tao. Hu Tao mused, enlightenment dawning upon her. Ding, it detected Zhongli's approval rating towards you as 4 stars. and will now draw 4 of Zhongli's skills. Lu Bu Liang was even more perplexed. Not only was he recognized as Zhongli's adopted son right off the bat, but his approval rating was also astonishingly high. Old dang, love me once more. Lu Bu Liang speculated that there must be some connection between his original self and Zhongli, considering he had transmigrated. The background of this original self was somewhat ominous, as he himself was the adopted son of the oldest demon god, Mihuyu. Cough cough. New keywords emerge. This is a parallel Tivit world. Ding, you have drawn Memory of Stone. Memory of Stone. Stones are ancient and timeless, each one bearing witness to history. You can read the memories of stones. The rarer the stone, the more numerous and clearer the recorded images. Are you sure you haven't confused this with the skills of the Ruo Tua Dragon King? Lu Bu Liang distinctly remembered this as a skill possessed by the benevolent Ruo Tua after merging with Kun Jun, which meant Zhongli also held this authority. Weight of stone. The weight of stones provides a sense of reassurance. The density of stones is something you need not worry about. You can alter the weight of a target, limited to an increase, and not exceeding 100 times the target's original weight. Well, how should I put it? This skill is a guaranteed kill against airborne targets, and can also catch off guard some enemies of considerable mass. Additionally, it can enhance a teammate's weight to prevent them from being knocked away, essentially granting them a bulwark. All in all, it seems quite commendable. Malleability of stone. Stones take on myriad forms. Through meticulous carving, they can radiate even more splendid brilliance, bestowing life upon stones with your hands. You can create both living and inanimate rock-based creatures. Current creations include rock slimes. A summoning skill. This is excellent. It is known that rock-based creatures abound. Even the formidable Ruo Tua Dragon King belongs to this category. This skill appears to have growth potential. It remains to be seen where its limits lie. If it can eventually conjure a robust creature, then one would indeed traverse Tivit with ease. Deep within the earth, amidst the mountains, and upon the ground. The power of stone is omnipresent, yet few can wield it with grace. You can erect a stone pillar on the field, thus encasing yourself and others within a protective layer of rock-based shield. This is it. Zhongli's divine skill. The safest shield in Tivit. With the shield, one can tread confidently amidst a throng of foes. Come now, strike me. If I lose a drop of blood, consider it my defeat, excluding the bleeding dogs. Why has he not responded? Hu Tao poked Lu Bu Liang. He had previously experienced amnesia, and it was likely the shock of memory restoration that caused his mind to momentarily short-circuit. Zhongli, unperturbed, had witnessed similar situations before. He knew it would soon pass. I never anticipated that after enduring the passage of countless years, we would once again encounter each other, stirring within me a profound sense of nostalgia. I reminisce about the solemn pact we forged in the past, which I believed would dissipate like fleeting smoke with your departure. Yet, at this moment, upon beholding your figure anew, I am struck by the depth and significance that lies within our connection. Ahem, esteemed guest. I have resolved to host a lavish feast at the Woman restaurant to commemorate the reunion of you and your son. As Hu Tao spoke, she dashed out with enthusiasm. The leader chuckled, recognizing in Lu Bu Liang a rare talent. If we were to integrate Zhongli's adopted son into the Wangxing funeral parlor, it would surely usher in a prosperous era. With this thought, Hu Tao quickened her pace, recalling that it had been a while since she last saw Xiangling, and she was eager to playfully startle her. Lu Bu Liang, recovering from his exhilaration, took a deep breath and exclaimed with delight. The eyes of the child Zhongli were filled with affection, while his foster father, Lu Bu Liang, shared a heartfelt gaze with him. Will you take over my duties? Wait. What? Zhongli began. I have safeguarded Liyue harbor for over 3 millennia. Even stone may grow weary, and I have decided to retire. According to the covenant established 3,000 years ago, you shall inherit my responsibilities and shape the governance of Liyue. 3,000 years ago? You must be jesting. Lu Bu Liang protested. I hold no recollection of such an event. Oh, come now. To assume the mantle of the old guardian, I am hardly worthy. Zhongli sighed deeply, responding with measured words. I anticipated you would react thus. This matter is not to be resolved hastily. There is no need for you to rush into embracing the weighty responsibilities and pressures that the identity of Liyue's sovereign entails. You will have ample time to gradually adapt to this new role. He paused momentarily before continuing. As for this matter, I will inform the celestial beings with utmost honesty. I trust that with their abilities and wisdom, they will wholeheartedly assist you in fulfilling your duties as the sovereign, nurturing you into a capable and exemplary guardian. As for me, I have resolved to feign death during this year's rite of ascension and subsequently abdicate my position. Thus, at that time, You will be able to rightfully assume my place and continue the noble task of safeguarding this land of Liyue. I did not agree. I did not agree. Lu Bu Liang, filled with impotent rage, thought to himself, what does the contract I signed in my previous life have to do with me? I must firmly refuse. After this matter concludes, I shall impart to you the celestial art of Tiandong Wan Xiang that I initially promised. Very well, it is my duty to protect Liyue. An obligation I cannot shirk. No one can prevent me from assuming the role of this emperor. Who understands the plight of family? It is not that I lack resolve, but rather that he has offered too much. Chapter 13. If Xiao were to sweat, he would undoubtedly be drenched at this moment. Following the agreement between Lu Bu Liang and Zhongli, they proceeded together to Wanman Hall for dinner. Hurry, hurry. I have already ordered the dishes. We are just waiting for you two. Hu Tao had also invited several officiants from the Yenshin Hall and elders, gathering a large table of guests. Do not stand on ceremony with me. Feel free to indulge. The hall master first invited Zhongli to drink a small sip of tea in place of wine. Come. Let us toast to celebrate Zhongli's reunion with his long-lost adopted son. Hu Tao, being underage, also raised her cup of tea. After a sip, everyone began to enjoy their meal. The flavors of Liyue's cuisine evoked a sense of nostalgia, as Lu Bu Liang skillfully used chopsticks to savor the dishes. After several rounds of dining, Bu Liang, may I call you that? Please do. Titles are merely labels, Lu Bu Liang replied while sipping his tea. Considering your nonchalance towards life and death, would you care to join the Yenshin Hall as a guest official? Lu Bu Liang nearly spat his tea out, but managed to turn aside just in time. Please do not jest, Hall Master. You speak just like your father Zhongli, though you appear quite youthful. Look. Your father serves as a guest official at the Yenshin Hall, and you could too. A beautiful reunion for father and son. Hu Tao's reasoning was truly something. Hall Master. Bu Liang has his own plans. He will not be like me working at the Yenshin Hall, Zhongli interjected, attempting to deflect the conversation. Bu Liang is destined to take over. He is destined for greater heights, not just to serve as a mere official. Hu Tao lowered her head, a hint of disappointment surfacing. Well, I shall not force it. Alas, it is a pity to lose a talented employee. No wonder you are the emperor, dispelling Hu Tao's unrealistic fantasies with mere words. Hu Tao raised her head again, her eyes sparkling. Though you may not join the Yenshin Hall, your heart must reside with it. Lu Bu Liang's heartbeat quickened, sensing that this girl was up to something. What do you mean by that, Hall Master? It is simple. You should promote the Yenshin Hall more actively, and if you encounter potential clients, inform me immediately. How is this any different from working at the Yenshin Hall? There is a difference. There is no salary. Lu Bu Liang cast a pleading glance at Zhongli, who averted his gaze. Apologizing, I am not adept at handling this child either. Just kidding. Hu Tao giggled. Hu Tao chuckled heartily. Lu Bu Liang finally relaxed. He simply could not contend with Hu Tao. At last, the petite chef of Wanmantang, Xiangling, brought a platter of vegetarian dishes to the table. Liyue, a yellow bear-like creature, tiptoed, attempting to pilfer the golden shrimp balls before Lu Bu Liang. Guoba, that is for the guests. Xiangling promptly thwarted Guoba's thievery. Disheartened by his failure, Guoba displayed a woeful expression. Go ahead, Lu Bu Liang said, offering a pair of golden shrimp balls to Guoba. The creature raised its head, first in surprise, then joyfully waved its hand. Yet it did not indulge in the delicacy Lu Bu Liang had presented. Hello there, Guoba, Lu Bu Liang greeted with a smile. Only then did Guoba contentedly accept Lu Bu Liang's offering. Ah, does the former furnace demon, Markushi, also recognize you? Lu Bu Liang recalled the amnesiac Markushi, now Guoba, who greeted the celestial beings and Zhongli during the lantern rite, with only Zhongli remembering him. At that moment, Zhongli sat serenely, his ethereal visage seemingly engraved with the essence of tranquility and timelessness. He tilted his head slightly, gazing into the distance, softly reciting, desiring to buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine. Ah, I wish to witness the expression of old Deng upon his revival. Let's get to it. Lu Bu Liang exclaimed impulsively. Has everyone eaten and drunk well? Safe travels. Hu Tao looked at Lu Bu Liang with a puzzled expression. Oh dear, the soul's memory has recited the lines. Lu Bu Liang thought. I mean, it's getting late. I should return. That line was splendid. I, the poet of the dark alley, commend you. Hu Tao unexpectedly gave a thumbs up. Lu Bu Liang fled the dining table, feeling that Hu Tao's peculiar thought process was indeed unique. She was unconcerned. Yet the gazes of the others felt as if they wished to slay him. Zhongli merely smiled faintly. Upon returning home, Lu Bu Liang lay on his bed and opened the system panel to review his skills. The summoning of Venti was still on cooldown. while the skill com circulation had upgraded from being usable once a day to twice. Lu Bu Liang also created a geoslime. It felt firm and would not attack unless commanded. Well, the main quest's second chapter has yet to officially commence. I should await the traveler's arrival. The reward for completing the side quest is 5 million mora, unlocking the ability to create the juvenile Geodrake, the handheld Guhua machine, and the Morix Peak Era Experience Card. The Morix Peak Era Experience Card. My goodness, such a feast. Though it lasts only a minute, it is the epitome of masculinity. Not 7 seconds, but a full minute. A whole minute. As for this handheld Guhua machine, why does it resemble Zhuge Liang's crossbow so much? The creations of celestial beings must possess some formidable power. As for the, mentioning it brings a headache, it's akin to a hyperactive child, occasionally burrowing underground only to spring forth unexpectedly. While playing Genshin Impact, I would generally circumvent this creature, as it truly is quite bothersome. However, now it seems the tables have turned, and I find myself in the position to perplex others. Nevertheless, the condition to complete the task, attaining a 5-star recognition from Zhongli, should be achievable once I officially assume the role of the Geo-Archon of Liyue. As I ponder, aside from the blade known as Guizhong, Liyue is home to 4 Yaxes. To rescue them, the first step is to locate either their remains or their souls. The remnants of Guizhong's divine essence have been sealed by the venerable Deng in the Gili Plains, while the lingering spirit of the elder Yaxa, Fushin, resides within the perilous depths of the chasm. The other 3 Yaxes could potentially be inquired about through Xiao, who would likely be willing to assist in their rescue. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Bu Liang succumbed to slumber. Await, Mihayu, I shall surely bend every blade to your will. Ah, what a pleasant slumber. Lu Bu Liang stretched languidly and decided to visit the venerable Deng for a meal. Upon opening the door, he was met by the sight of a youth, approximately 1.5 meters tall, with azure hair, leaning against a long spear, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of feigned repose. At that moment, the sound of Lu Bu Liang's door creaking open startled the youth, who instantly opened his eyes, revealing a piercing golden gaze capable of penetrating all mist and darkness. Fixating directly on Lu Bu Liang. Your Excellency, the Divine Son. Lu Bu Liang chuckled. I must have still been in a dream. He closed the door only to reopen it again. Your Excellency, how can you be so punctual? Lu Bu Liang exclaimed. Did the venerable Deng inform the celestial beings of this matter last night? Must efficiency be so astounding? Is there a particular significance in your repeated opening and closing of the door? Lu Bu Liang coughed, forcing a smile. Zhao's gaze intensified. What does this mean, Your Excellency? You did not mention such circumstances. Your Excellency refers to me as fifth uncle. Would that not place you as my peer? If Xiao were capable of sweating, he would surely be drenched. Chapter 14. Greetings to second aunt, third uncle, and fourth aunt. Little Lu pays his respects to you all. I presume it is the divine monarch who has sent you to seek me? Lu Bu Liang feigned ignorance, fully aware of the truth. Xiao nodded, requesting that Lu Bu Liang address him simply as Xiao. Ah, that will not do. Lu Bu Liang replied, his expression turning grave as he gently placed his right hand upon Zhao's broad, sturdy shoulder. His deep, luminous eyes locked onto Xiao's, and he solemnly declared, the reason I address you in this manner is due to my deliberate contemplation. I honor you with the title of fifth uncle, while you may call me divine son. There exists no contradiction or conflict between these titles. Thus, Xiao realized his own folly in misunderstanding the true intent of the divine son. Lu Bu Liang had successfully influenced Zhao's thoughts. Fifth uncle, would you care to surprise the divine monarch? Lu Bu Liang shifted the conversation. A surprise? Xiao tilted his head, pondering before executing a swift kick of his spear, creating a flourish that emanated an aura of menace. Whose head does the divine son wish me to procure? Wait. Lu Bu Liang hastily pulled Xiao into the room, urging him to refrain from calling for violence. We are civilized individuals. We must engage in reasoned discourse. Ahem, I digress. The Yiksha tribe dances with death, traversing the battlefield, bringing back the heads of enemies as the finest tribute to the esteemed emperor. Yet, the intentions of the noble son elude him. As Xiao himself articulates, he finds the intricacies of human emotions bewildering. In his pure and straightforward understanding, to surprise the emperor means to unhesitatingly seize the life of the individual whom the emperor's spear points towards. While such an act may appear excessively cold-hearted to outsiders, for Xiao, it represents the most unadulterated and direct means to express his reverence and obedience to the emperor. Alas, this notion is flawed. The Yiksha need not resort to such methods to astonish the emperor. Perhaps it is best to observe the perplexed expression on Zhao's face and realize that seeing it firsthand would be beneficial for him, allowing him to resolve his inner turmoil and dispel his mental barriers. Mental barriers? As Zhao brandishes his weapon once more, he realizes it is the remnants of a demon causing the disturbance. My lord, please give your command. It has already been stated that this is not about killing. Why is this child so stubborn? Yet, your assistance is indeed required. Zhao dons the mask designated by the noble's son, ready to face any peril. Oh, I am weary. I truly do not understand how Zhongli manages to discipline this child. Are you aware of the burial sites of Grand Marshal Tangsha, General Xin Yuan, General Luojun, and General Huoshu? Finally, we return to the main topic. Although he knows the whereabouts of Fuxing, it is not a place he can visit at this time. Zhao pauses, realizing that aside from the unknown fate of Grand Marshal Tangsha, the Emperor has erected tombs for General Xin Yuan, General Luojun, and General Huoshu. Take me there. Zhao hesitates, cautioning. My lord, as a human, you will be affected by karmic burdens. The Yiksha burial grounds carry significant karmic weight. Do not worry about this. I have ways to cope. Have you not stood beside me for quite some time without any reaction? Only then does Zhao realize, with a swift motion. He uses the wind wheel to teleport 10 meters away from Bu Liang. I have already stated that I can handle the karmic burdens. Were it not for the cooldown of summoning the wind god, I would have scattered these nuisances entirely. With the blessing of the wind, Bu Liang ascends into the sky, urging, take me along. Yes. Zhao's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches Bu Liang surf freely through the air. He is inwardly astonished, for this is a sight he has never witnessed before. Moreover, Zhao keenly sensed the mysterious power emanating from Bu Liang, which seemed to intertwine with a faint essence of the Anemo deity. Despite the whirlpool of doubt and astonishment swirling within him, Zhao hesitated not. Employing the art of aerial freedom, his form soaring like a wisp of smoke, leading Bu Liang toward their destination. The resting places of the great general of the heart monkey, the great general of the spiral shell, and the great general of the fire rat awaited them. However, the countenance of the esteemed Lord DZ dimmed noticeably as he turned his back, unwilling to witness the scene. Indeed, he was a proud young man, mused Bu Liang, a smirk gracing his lips. Soon, they would be reunited. Dear second aunt, third uncle, fourth aunt, little El pays his respects to you all. Bu Liang approached the three graves with a solemn expression, bowing deeply in reverence. His movements were slow and steady, each subtle gesture imbued with profound respect and longing for those who had passed, if one overlooked the accent that colored his words. A flash of light momentarily captivated his attention. Golden Peng. Zhao struggled to rein in his emotions, shutting his eyes. Had his longing reached such an extent that he was now hearing things? Indeed, he had just escorted Lord DZ here and should have taken his leave. Yet, without an order from Lord DZ, he was bound to remain. Hey, Golden Peng, why is Zhao ignoring me? A voice chimed. Undoubtedly belonging to the one who had succumbed to slumber. Once asleep, he could not be roused. It was no mere figment of his imagination. Zhao opened his eyes and swiftly turned his head. However, upon recognizing the figure before him, he stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, utterly unable to move. Before him approached a man clad in resplendent attire, his hair a captivating shade of brown. The gentle glimmer in his slightly narrowed eyes radiated warmth, and a faint smile perpetually adorned his lips. Zhao, why do you refuse to don the splendid garment I meticulously crafted for you? It took considerable time and effort to complete. As he spoke, a subtle undertone of disappointment tinged his voice, yet his smile remained as radiant as the sun. A tinkling laugh, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed nearby. A petite, charming girl with azure hair blinked her large, sparkling eyes and cheerfully remarked, Zhao, dear brother, isn't your element wind? Why does it seem like water is overflowing today? Have you secretly mastered some extraordinary water technique of late? Or has a wise master imparted a unique secret to you? Quickly, tell my sister. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Zhao, a sight that was utterly endearing. The red-haired girl, who was intimately draping her arm over Zhao's shoulder, covered her face with her hand while unable to suppress her melodious laughter. Second sister. The fifth brother is crying, not just overwhelmed by the water element. The red-haired girl laughed uncontrollably, as if she had witnessed something exceedingly amusing. Fennina, Minu, Ingda. Zhao softly murmured these three names, each syllable weighing heavily on his tongue, as if they carried the burden of 1,000 woes. He slowly raised his hand, gingerly caressing his own face, only to feel the wet coolness beneath his fingertips. Startled, Zhao stared at his palm, now glistening with crystalline droplets. He shuddered slightly, an indescribable emotion surging within him. Were these droplets truly tears cascading from his eyes? In disbelief, Xiao blinked, attempting to clarify the bewildering scene before him. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the tears continued to flow, tracing down his cheeks and pooling upon his clothing, leaving dark stains like blossoming flowers. So I can cry, Xiao murmured to himself, his voice laced with confusion and anguish. All this time, he had believed he had buried his emotions, encasing his heart behind a frigid mask. However, at this moment, as those three names resurfaced, all the long-suppressed sorrow and longing surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly breaching the walls he had so diligently constructed around his heart. It seemed that Xiao was not merely a stoic figure, resembling a widow mourning her deceased husband, which was indeed a plight for a child. Observing this reunion, Lu Bu Liang couldn't help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia. He too once had a sister. How wonderful it was. Chapter 15. So, this is what you are? Yasha Lu Bu Liang silently stood by, watching the four Yashas reminisce. Xiao had always been a taciturn individual, as if he had sealed himself within an unreachable realm. Yet today, he astonishingly spoke more than he ever had before, which was quite remarkable. Perhaps the prolonged solitude of enduring the loss of the other four Yasha companions had led him to adopt indifference as a shield against the emotional turmoil within. Nevertheless, from his slightly drooping countenance, Lu Bu Liang could still perceive a subtle, elusive joy beginning to emerge. This emotion blossomed like flowers in the spring, modest yet sufficient to impart warmth and hope. Are you saying that the Emperor is now wearing the garments I crafted with my own hands? Oh, this is simply too incredible to believe. Minu's eyes widened, her face flushed crimson as she pressed her hands against her chest. Exhilarated to the point where it felt as though her heart might leap from her throat, he gasped for breath, his body trembling slightly as he struggled to calm the tumultuous waves of his emotions, yet he could not suppress the overwhelming joy and excitement within. Ah Xiao, look at you. Even now, you are still tormented by that dreadful karma. But fret not, for your brothers and sisters have returned, and we shall share the burden of your pain and stress together. With that, Fennina tiptoed, extending her delicate little claws cautiously towards the top of Zhao's head. However, to her astonishment, her claws became ensnared in Zhao's silken hair. Oh dear, what have I done? She exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. How could I be so careless? Meanwhile, Xiao remained still, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected addition atop his head. A subtle glimmer of amusement flickered in his deep-set eyes. Hey, Luojun, can you not be more mindful? We haven't even begun to fight, yet you can't seem to keep those sharp claws to yourself, Yingda remarked, as he reached out to gently untangle Fennina's claws from Zhao's hair, carefully smoothing out the slightly disheveled strands. After completing this task, Yingda's interest seemed to peak suddenly. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he deftly picked up a comb and skillfully braided Zhao's hair. Once the final strand was neatly arranged, Yingda nodded in satisfaction and took a few steps back to admire his handiwork. A moment later, he burst into laughter. Huh? Now you look so much better. Fennina stifled a giggle, her bright eyes crescent-shaped with mischief, sparkling with a playful glint. If Xiao were a girl, she would be breathtakingly beautiful, a true vision. Yingda, understanding the unspoken plan, nodded in agreement, a wicked grin forming on his face. It turned out that these two whimsical beings had conspired to play a little prank on the usually stoic and unsmiling Xiao. Lu Bu Liang stumbled upon the scene, wiping non-existent beads of sweat from his brow, realizing that Fennina and Yingda had achieved what many could not, a female version of Xiao. Paired with that expressionless face, what a delightful sight. Fennina's earlier entanglement in Zhao's silky hair had been a ruse, entirely intentional. Yingda, seeing the opportunity, had naturally stepped in, feigning kindness while seizing the chance to braid Zhao's hair. With their mission accomplished, Fennina and Yingda exchanged knowing smiles before turning away, secretly shaking hands behind their backs as if to celebrate the successful execution of their perfect scheme. In that moment, both felt a surge of pride, reveling in their cleverness. Xiao stood quietly, his gaze initially resting on Minu, who was still murmuring incantations. Minu repeated, "The Emperor wears the garments I crafted," resembling a child gleefully lost in a world of sweets. Gradually, Zhao's attention shifted to Fennina and Yingda, who were conspiring behind him. Unaware of their actions' lack of subtlety, observing their furtive demeanor, a faint smile crept onto Zhao's lips as if he, too, were touched by this small joy. Now, to the matter at hand, it is the Emperor's recognized son, the prince, who has resurrected you, and to whom we shall pledge our allegiance. At this, the faces of Minu, Fennina, and Ying transformed into expressions of utmost seriousness. Without hesitation, they knelt on one knee, their gazes resolute and fervent. This decree is a gift from the prince, weighing heavily upon us. Even if we must traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, we shall not waver in the slightest. Minu spoke first, his deep and powerful voice resonating as if it could pierce the heavens. Following him, Fennina declared loudly, "Indeed, the prince's grace is as profound as the mountains. We are unable to repay such trust and affection. Henceforth, I, Fennina, shall become the sharpest sword in the prince's hand, cleaving through thorns and sweeping away all obstacles." Finally, Ying raised her head, her gaze fierce and unwavering, solemnly vowing, "I, Ying, hereby swear to uphold this mission, dedicating all my strength to protect the prince. I shall brave fire and water without hesitation." In that moment, the trio exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to 3 unparalleled swords, ready to unsheath and charge forth at a mere command from Lu Bu Liang. Ahem. Let me clarify. You may call me as you please, but you must not refuse to let me address you as second aunt, third uncle, and fourth aunt. Minu, Fennina, and Ying stood together, exchanging puzzled glances. Yet, despite their confusion, they responded in unison, "We shall abide by the prince's decree." Their voices harmonized, resonating through the air. Minu furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting as if pondering the deeper significance behind this sudden command. Fennina bit her lips softly, a hint of unease evident in her eyes, while Ying, though appearing composed, revealed her inner turmoil through tightly clenched fists. Truly, they are Yixas. Their loyalty is beyond question. Ding. The binding of the Yiksha kin has succeeded. Second aunt, Fennina, race, Yaksha third uncle, Minu, race, Yiksha fourth aunt, Ying, race, Yiksha fifth uncle, Shao, race, Yiksha now extracting the abilities of the 4 for you. Well, it appears that even visiting relatives can bestow skills, fostering connections. Come. I shall sacrifice a decade of my life to summon a golden gift. You have drawn the mastery of tailoring. The thread in a mother's hands weaves the garments of her wandering child. How can a child not wield the needle to craft their own attire? The essence of the water element flows. Let the men weep. Weeping is no sin. A man's tears should not be shed lightly, but only when sorrow truly strikes. If you wish to cry, let your tears flow freely. Your tear ducts can masterfully ebb and flow. A compendium of trendy hairstyles. With a pair of scissors and a comb, you become the finest hairstylist in Teyvat, especially adept at crafting airy bangs. Apologies, there are too many points to address. Allow me to gather my thoughts. Lu Bu Liang finds himself at a loss. Ensnared in self-doubt, have I misunderstood the meaning of Yasha? They seem rather vibrant and full of life. The technique of rice planting. Have you heard of a technique that descends from the heavens? Utilizing the wind element, leap high and execute a downward attack, inflicting area damage with wind power. Goodness, the Jing Yao Nua dance. Chapter 16, The Weeping and Wailing Zhongli. A technique for planting rice suddenly manifests in Lu Bu Liang's mind, enabling him to grasp this martial skill. "Oh, this I know well." He rejoices, elated that after such a long time, he has finally been granted a combat technique. Do you understand, my comrades? There is a limit to how much one can support as a healer if the teammates falter. No amount of healing can alter the course of battle. Therefore, I shall take the lead. I shall be the damage dealer. Important note, due to the high requirements for this technique, please utilize a spear of 4 stars or higher. Oh, system, why can't you tolerate my success? If you disapprove, speak plainly. I shall restart immediately. Triggered side quest. Revive the Yasha clan and successfully establish kinship. Reward, the companion Puyuan. I admit I may have spoken too loudly just now. The 5 Yashas still lack Fushang, but that underground palace poses considerable challenges. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Bu Liang decides to postpone this side quest until Lumen arrives for further deliberation. Jinpeng, I forgot to inquire, where has Fushang gone? Minu smacks his forehead. Oh, indeed, where has brother Fushang disappeared to? Fennina looks around anxiously. Only Ying remains silent, noticing that Zhao's expression is amiss. Fushang's whereabouts remain unknown. Has he too been driven mad by that dreadful karma? Minu murmurs to himself, his gaze gradually dimming as if he has lost all brilliance and hope. His once bright eyes now appear hollow and devoid of spirit, resembling 2 long dry wells that can no longer reflect the surrounding world. Witnessing this, the most tender-hearted and kind of Fennina is now in tears, her emotions cascading as if pearls have been severed from their string, rolling endlessly down. Her petite frame trembles with profound sorrow, fragile as a flower swaying in the wind. overwhelmed by the tumultuous emotions within. Fennina can no longer contain her feelings and suddenly throws herself into Yingda, pressing her small head tightly against his warm chest. Like a wounded creature seeking its final refuge and comfort, Yingda bit her delicate pink lips tightly, as if this act could suppress the turbulent sorrow swelling within her heart. Yet, crystalline tears continued to swirl like scattered pearls in her beautiful eyes, threatening to spill over. Nevertheless, she extended her fair and tender hands to gently caress the small head of Fennina, her movements exceedingly gentle, fearful of hurting this pitiable child before her. Stifling her inner anguish, she spoke in the softest tone possible to soothe. Fennina, do not worry too much. You see, Xiao has mentioned that Brother Fuxing is merely temporarily unaccounted for. Perhaps he is alive and well in a place unknown to us. Maybe, before long, he will suddenly appear before us, bringing us a delightful surprise. As she spoke, Yingdo made an effort to muster a faint smile, hoping to instill a sense of reassurance in Fennina. Please don't do this. You're making my heart ache again. How can this still be a tragedy after bending the knife? If one were to observe closely, they would notice the corners of Lu Bu Liang's mouth quivering slightly. Had he not just harnessed the water element to maintain control, he might have succumbed to tears as well. Cough, cough. Minu, Fennina, Yingda, Xiao, the four yakshas stood at attention, awaiting the emperor's command. Fennina quickly stifled her tears, knowing that she could not afford to make a fool of herself in front of the emperor. Yingda, however, could not share Fennina's composure, her tears still brimming in her eyes. Sigh, regarding Fuxing, I will find a way. You need not worry. Fennina and Yingda exchanged glances, revealing smiles. Yes, Your Excellency. They believed that since the emperor could revive them, he could surely also revive Fuxing. Minu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Thank you, Your Excellency. Lu Bu Liang hesitated for a moment, then took out a handkerchief to wipe away the tear stains from Fennina and Yingda's faces, offering a slight smile. Yes, that's better. It's not becoming for girls to cry. This unexpected gesture from Lu Bu Liang caused both Fennina and Yingda, who had never experienced such intimacy from anyone other than the three other Yaksha brothers, to blush deeply. They exchanged glances, each catching a glimpse of the other's fluster and shyness. They are typically ruthless killing machines on the battlefield, showing no mercy to their foes. Yet, at this moment, they find their hearts stirred by Lu Bu Liang's seemingly casual gesture. My lord, we require not such pleasing appearances, as long as we can bravely vanquish our enemies. Fennina stammered, striving to maintain her composure, but the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her inner tension. Yingda bit her lip, suppressing the peculiar feelings within, and concurred, indeed, my lord, as Yasha, we are born for battle, appearances matter not. However, despite her words, her gaze unconsciously lingered on Lu Bu Liang, as if anticipating a different response from him. Before she could finish, Lu Bu Liang gently pressed his finger to her lips, shushing her. A girl ought to possess the demeanor of a girl. Even if you are my second and fourth sisters, I must say this. Fennina and Yingda's faces flushed a deeper shade, nearing the point of steaming. If the two Yashas were to stand too close, a reaction akin to evaporation might ensue. Xiao stared in bewilderment, as he had never seen Fennina and Yingda behave in such a manner. Minu wore a knowing smile, reflecting on how far the second sister and fourth sister still had to go. Was the last remark from my lord an emphasis on their relationship? I recall this tactic is known as the lure of the chase. Second sister, third uncle, fourth sister, let us pay a visit to my aunt. Aunt, the other three Yashas, aside from Xiao, voiced their bewilderment. Xiao, lead the way. To the place of the dust goddess seal. Yes. Oh, right. They understood immediately that the dust god had passed while they were still here. She was the wear upon the emperor. Stone and dust are, in essence, one. Old dang. Are you pleased with this surprise? Auntie, my dear uncle has missed you dearly. Please open your eyes to see your nephew. Lu Bu Liang wept heart-wrenchingly, a stark contrast to his demeanor with the three Yashas. Another flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing an adorable, gray, fluffy creature with its paws tucked away in its sleeves, appearing somewhat dazed as it hesitantly uttered, nephew, please rise. Auntie. Lu Bu Liang attempted to embrace it, but the girl held him back with her forehead. Do you truly think I am dazed? Lu Bu Liang, when did I become your aunt? The return is, after all, from the era of the Archon War. I understand now. My uncle is Morix. Oh dear. My nephew. It has been far too long. I have thought of you constantly. The previously composed Guizhong suddenly transformed, akin to a quick change in a Sichuan opera, her face blossoming into a radiant smile as she opened her arms and tightly embraced Lu Bu Liang. You've grown considerate, even helping your aunt deal with that stubborn stone. Guizhong and Lu Bu Liang whispered to each other, "This is what a nephew ought to do." Lu Bu Liang also wore a mischievous smile. Why did the dust god stammer upon hearing His Majesty the Emperor's name? "Jinping, my dear brother, I know you're not one for words. So let us leave it at that." Minu swiftly covered Zhao's mouth from behind, fully aware of the dust god's hidden affections for the emperor. The garments crafted for the emperor were often aided by the dust god's own hands. Nan and Ying stood in stunned silence for a considerable moment, eventually donning expressions of enlightenment. "Oh, dear nephew, do tell your dear aunt how your esteemed uncle has been lately. Ever since your departure, esteemed uncle has been weeping daily, unable to find peace in sleep or sustenance, consumed by sorrow. Oh, how pitiable." Achoo. Suddenly, Zhongli, engrossed in the performance, sneezed unexpectedly. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many who miss me. Chapter 17, Audacity. Which woman? Immediately, Zhongli's gaze sharpened, realizing that the seal of Guizhong had been broken. He vanished from sight, leaving behind a note stating that he had urgent matters to attend to, with the bill to be sent to the Life Hall. No one noticed Zhongli's disappearance from the stage. Alas, I did not expect the emperor, with his thick brows and bright eyes, to conceal such depths. I should have been more direct at that moment. Guizhong covered her blushing cheeks with her sleeve, pondering whether the stone would only reveal true emotions after her demise. Lu Bu Liang admitted, "I confess I have embellished a bit, but I am firmly rooting for you too. Dear aunt, let your nephew give you a push." What true feelings? Guizhong felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her body, as if under a binding spell, could only slowly turn her head. When her gaze finally landed on him, time seemed to halt. Her lips quivered, attempting to articulate something, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. After a prolonged silence, she managed to force out a few words. Emperor?" The voice was as light as a feather in the wind, as if it could vanish at any moment. Yet, those simple 3 words were laden with boundless longing, surprise, and disbelief. Guizhong? At that moment, Zhongli donned a resplendent divine robe, emanating an aura of mystery that augmented his dignity and solemnity. However, upon seeing the figure before him, even though much of his face was obscured by a large hood, the visible parts conveyed his utter incredulity. "You should have already." Zhongli's voice quivered slightly, as if he himself could scarcely believe the reality of the scene before him. The figure from his memories had long since faded, leaving only deep regret and endless yearning. Yet now, that silhouette he thought he would never see again had so abruptly appeared before him. How could he not be astonished and bewildered? "Emperor." The 4 night demons bowed in unison. "Luo Wan? Xian Yuan? Wushu?" Zhongli then noticed the 3 familiar figures, their presence slightly differing from his memories, akin to a homecoming that left him unable to recognize them at first. "How are you?" Zhongli extended his hand, as if seeking confirmation. Guizhong leaned in, nuzzling against Zhongli's hand with a cheerful smile, asking, "Is it really you?" As Zhongli felt the warmth and texture of her hand, even the 1,000-year-old stone within him began to waver at that moment. The elemental energy flowed towards him, mending the wear and tear inflicted by the laws of nature. The strength returned, albeit not in abundance, yet sufficient. With his eyes closed, he savored this long-missed sensation. Meanwhile, Guizhong pouted, remarking, "This stone, speaking of power, doesn't he even inquire about my well-being?" Though she was delighted to see him, as a deity, she could sense that Zhongli's power had diminished compared to the past. Guizhong's delicate, snow-white hands gently slipped through her sleeves, carefully cradling Zhongli's stern yet handsome face. Her movements were tender, as if afraid to awaken a slumbering dream, imbued with endless affection and warmth. Through the thin fabric, she felt the warmth emanating from Zhongli's face, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. "Morix, open your eyes and look at me. I refuse to believe you are vacant," she urged. Slowly, Zhongli opened his eyes, and in that instant, it was as if 2 radiant beams of divine light burst forth from his deep-set pupils. The brilliance of this divine glow was so dazzling that Guizhong instinctively squinted, a wave of disorientation washing over her. Once she adjusted to the light and focused on Zhongli's gaze again, she found it no longer held the awe-inspiring divine radiance, but instead was filled with boundless gentleness and affection. Zhongli spoke softly, "Guizhong, welcome back, and you all." His gaze swept over Fennina, Minu, and Ying, each look brimming with concern. "It's good to have you back, truly. Wow, a 240,000 lumen light bulb. My titanium alloy eyes are about to be blinded. And what with this vibe of an empty nester?" Guizhong teased, adjusting her garments. Hee hee. It's my big nephew who revived me, allowing me to see you again. Zhongli's eyes held a complex expression as he replied, thank you. Oh, don't mention it. It feels too formal. Reviving my aunt is only natural, I assenti it. Guizhong blushed at the mention of aunt, realizing that calling Zhongli by such a term was quite a different matter when they were alone. Oh, you've accepted being my aunt then? That's wonderful. Guizhong exclaimed with delight, gazing at Zhongli with surprise. Does this mean the emperor acknowledges it? Indeed, and there are also second aunt, third uncle, fourth aunt, and fifth uncle. Lu Bu Liang enthusiastically greeted the four yikshaws. However, the four yikshaws appeared somewhat uneasy, seemingly avoiding something. Minu looked at Xiao Jinping. Why haven't you grown up yet? Ah, how fascinating it is to see the droplets glimmering. You ought to express that in a more civilized manner. Ingda muttered in a hushed tone, overwhelmed by his emotions. The yikshaws have acknowledged you, which brings great comfort to Zhongli. He had feared that the four yikshaws would not recognize this prince. Yet it appears that Lu Bu Liang's revival has won their genuine respect. Liyue Wan, Xin Yuan, with Shu, heed my command. The yikshaws stand ready. Xiao felt a twinge of confusion as to why the emperor had not summoned him. You three shall now take your orders directly from Lu Bu Liang, prioritizing him above my own commands. You must devote yourselves fully to assisting him in becoming a worthy prince, thereby benefiting Liyue. As a token of gratitude for his revival of you. The emperor and the three yikshaws were uncertain about accepting this decree, as it conflicted with their prior covenant. Your pact with me has long been nullified by your demise, allowing you to forge a new agreement with Lu Bu Liang. Yes, I Fa Nan. I Minu. I Ingda. From this day forth, we shall vow to follow the prince unto death. Should any harbor treachery, let them face the punishment of the stone of consumption. Excellent. The pact is sealed. Those who break their word shall suffer the same fate. Jin Peng shall continue to guard Di Huazhou. In addition to serving as a yiksha under the prince, shall receive your orders. With their matters settled, Zhongli turned his gaze towards Lu Bu Liang, inquiring if he intended to elucidate the circumstances of his revival. This pertains to the power of governance over life, a matter that demands serious consideration. I must clarify that I have no connection to the governance of life. Upon hearing this, Zhongli, much like Wendy, gazed solemnly towards the direction of the Sky Island. Fear not, for the heavenly principle is in slumber. Otherwise, Barbados would have been dealt with long ago. You seem to possess considerable knowledge, Zhongli reflected thoughtfully. What you know? I know. What you are unaware of, I also comprehend. Lu Bu Liang twirled his middle finger, striking a pose reminiscent of a semi-divine being. Very well. I shall refrain from probing into your sources of information, trusting that you have your own methods. Zhongli sighed, stating that after 6,000 years, he too was weary. It was time to hand Liyue over to the youth, for governance must ultimately lie in the hands of mortals. Retirement, you say? Such lofty ideals. Lu Bu Liang smirked slightly. At that moment, a cerulean crane descended from the heavens, closely followed by a brown crane and a celestial deer. Your Majesty, the seal of the dust deity. Ah, it is that woman. How audacious. Which woman? The cerulean crane, having landed first, reprimanded Lu Bu Liang. It brings discomfort not to voice this. Lu Bu Liang replied with a subtle smile, naturally referring to my aunt Xianyun. How audacious. Which aunt? Indeed. She should be addressed as sister. Precisely. At last. Someone who understands me. Wait, Guizhong? The cerulean crane instantly turned to the gray-haired girl standing beside her. Sunrise. Chapter 18. The three immortals of Minlan. The azure crane transformed into a bespectacled mature woman, truly embodying the essence of Guizhong. With a playful flick of her tongue, Guizhong grasped the hand of the person before her. My lord, wait a moment. Is that the spiral scroll, the hard ape, and the fire mouse behind you? The brown crane and the celestial deer descended, morphing into two middle-aged men. The four yikshas nodded in acknowledgement to the trio. Liyue, Xinhua, Liyue, this matter is rather intricate. To put it simply, the prince has resurrected them. Zhongli spoke slowly. Humph. Lu Bu Liang crossed his arms defiantly. Is this the prince you speak of? He appears to be nothing more than a mere mortal. Liyue, borrowing the wind from the true monarch, adjusted his glasses, feeling somewhat disheartened. He displayed no celestial power whatsoever. The prince must have his profound intentions, mused Yue, the true monarch of Zuyang, while Liyue, the true monarch of Daishan, fell into contemplation, pondering the lofty foresight of the prince's actions. Do not underestimate Lu Bu Liang. His power and knowledge surpass even my own, he remarked. Father, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from you and the esteemed immortals. Lu Bu Liang bowed deeply. Does even the prince hold him in such high regard? Liyue, borrowing the wind, cast a look of approval, recognizing that to gain the prince's acknowledgement, coupled with the mysterious powers of resurrection possessed by Guizhong and the Yixas, indicated he was no ordinary individual. Humility is commendable. Liyue and Liyue expressed increasing fondness for the young man. I have met Aunt Xianyun, Uncle Hozhong, and Uncle Chuhui here, he stated. The three immortals were momentarily taken aback. He even knows our earthly names. The prince must have informed him. It seems the prince truly intends to select him as the Liyue prince. Do you recall what the prince previously conveyed to us? To entrust Liyue to the prince and the 7 stars? Is he serious? The prince's far-reaching plans are beyond our mere speculation. Moreover, I observe this young man possesses proper etiquette and a humble demeanor. He is indeed a gem worth refining. Liyue, were you not the most vehement in your opposition back then? Ah, do you truly believe that was a jest? Liyue, I noticed you were also somewhat ambivalent at that time. What now? Having met the prince, are you no longer inclined to remain neutral? Humph. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. You are unlike me. I have always firmly believed in the prince's decisions. Come now. If the prince were not aware of your fiery temperament, would he have assigned you the role of a blustering figure urging the suppression of Liyue Harbor? I care not. Once this matter concludes, I shall relay this splendid news to Ping. After all, the passing of Guizhong has struck her the hardest. In that fleeting moment, almost imperceptible, a subtle yet swift exchange of glances transpired among the immortals. Their eyes met, as if a silent message was conveyed between them. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. Subsequently, the celestial lords of the wind, moon, and water, known as Lu Yun, Jianyu, and Liyue respectively, nodded in unison, signifying their agreement with Lu Bu Liang's words. The three immortals spoke in harmonious cadence. Lu Bu Liang, the position you are to assume is of utmost significance, laden with myriad responsibilities and expectations. As the newly appointed emperor, you must embody the boundless and selfless love of the sovereign, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to safeguarding the land of Liyue Harbor and its inhabitants. Only then can you truly be deemed a worthy heir to the imperial legacy. However, fret not. For prior to this, we shall devote ourselves to imparting our lifelong governance strategies, ensuring you swiftly acclimate to and excel in this weighty role. With smiles of approval, the three immortals expressed their faith in the young candidate's potential. The binding of the three celestial beings, dust god Min Lin, was successful. Andy, Stynian identity. Min Lin's three immortals race, Crane immortal strength, celestial being Uncle 1. Hozhong identity. Min Lin's three immortals race, Dear immortal strength, celestial being Uncle 2. Jiehu identity. Min Lin's three immortals race, Crane immortal strength, celestial being skills are about to be drawn for you. Hey, surely they wouldn't bestow upon me a mundane skill? Celestials are not like Yixas. I mean you three, Fa Nan, Minu, Ingda. Pay close attention and learn what constitutes the skills of an immortal. You have drawn celestial technique, transference of blossoms. In this quaint village where nature thrives, one can transfer harm to another. When you sustain damage, you may redirect it to the nearest individual. Celestial technique. Li replaces Peach as the fragrance of the orchid fades. Li bears the brother's lament. When those around you are harmed, you can transfer the damage to yourself. Note, this can only be utilized on allies. Wait. What? You want me to shift damage to others using transference of blossoms, only to revert it back with Li replaces Peach? Is this a matter of offsetting harm? A fool's errand? Fine, dear aunt, uncle, I rescind my previous remarks. At least your skills have some semblance of practicality, but these two combined yield no coherence. Thank heavens it's not a passive skill. In truth, I believe I could permanently seal the Li replaces Peach ability. Mastery of mechanisms, an essential skill for engineering. Is that it? Such a succinct description? How refreshing. Aunt Xianyun is still about her serious business, unlike those two, whose incarnations bear the visage of the ordinary. Hozhong, Jiehu, is this our fault? Shouldn't we be consulting a designer for guidance? Dust porcelain doll, azure skies await the drizzle, crossed out, dust forms flesh. Rocks serve as bones, a perfect amalgamation of stone and earth. You can craft a dust porcelain doll that mirrors your very self. How magnificent that would be. This dust porcelain doll is quite extraordinary, akin to an extension of yourself, capable of perfectly sharing all sensations, emotions, and formidable powers. Imagine strolling down the street. your physical form remaining in place while your consciousness explores every corner of the world through the dust porcelain doll. Whether it be the bustling vibrancy of a marketplace or the tranquil mystery of a forest, everything comes into view. Moreover, the sharing transcends mere information transfer. It is a profound experience of empathy. For instance, if the doll witnesses a breathtaking landscape, the awe and joy will instantaneously resonate within you. Conversely, should it encounter danger, you will immediately sense the tension and fear it experiences. Significantly, although the dust porcelain doll possesses half of your capabilities, that is already remarkably potent. For those who prefer the comforts of home, having such a companion is akin to gaining wings. You can effortlessly send the doll out to run errands or shop, while you recline comfortably on your sofa, savoring leisurely moments. Additionally, in situations where discretion and stealth are paramount, the dust porcelain doll proves to be an exceptional choice. It can quietly gather resources and enhance your strength, waiting for the opportune moment to unveil its potential. In summary, this dust porcelain doll undoubtedly serves as an indispensable asset for those who wish to remain at home, as well as a vital tool for those on the path of cautious development. Therefore, dear host, what are you waiting for? Quickly create your very own dust porcelain doll. It is certain to bestow upon you unexpected delights and rewards. Lu Bu Liang was momentarily bewildered by this sudden barrage of promotional language. What were those exclamations about? Were they an expression of dissatisfaction regarding my earlier critique of the brevity of the introduction? Should I add something like, no 999, no 99? All you need to do is take action to obtain such a convenient dust porcelain doll? Nevertheless, despite the jest, this ability is indeed quite impressive for someone like me, who harbors a profound fear of death. This is essentially an external manifestation of myself. Hail to the dust god. Chapter 19. Regarding Lu Bu Liang, Mondstadt Arc, Xing on Lu Bu Liang, Part 1. Lu Bu Liang? He seems to know more than those deities, carrying an air of fearlessness. Yet when faced with actual peril, he promptly calls for his parents. Xing on Lu Bu Liang, Part 2. I must admit, he is an excellent support. With him at my back, I have no cause for concern and can confidently unleash my power. What? You say I was taken down by a single strike from the lady? Regarding Lu Bu Liang, he is undoubtedly aware of my brother's affairs and often asserts that secrets must not be divulged. Were it not for the impenetrability of his defenses, I would have certainly subdued him and seized control of his destiny. Pamon on Lu Bu Liang. Generally, he is quite an amiable individual. After patting my head, he often treats me to sweet flour honey chicken. Yet, I cannot fathom why he refers to such delectable fare as beggar's chicken. Paimon on Lu Bu Liang's nickname. The moniker Three Surname House Slave was not birthed from my imagination. It is a title he himself claims, though its meaning eludes my understanding. Paimon on Lu Bu Liang's sweet flour honey chicken. It seems he possesses an inexhaustible supply of this delightful dish. I am curious as to the source of his bounty, for then I too could indulge endlessly in sweet flour honey chicken. Wendy on Lu Bu Liang. Lu Bu Liang's poetry possesses a unique flair. I have even taken to singing a few of his verses whilst inebriated. Initially, he could scarcely manage a single cup, yet he has since developed quite the capacity for drink. This transformation is not my doing. Rather, he possesses the innate potential for it, and I merely provided a gentle nudge. Jean on Lu Bu Liang. His Excellency, the envoy of Barbados, is imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. His hands are both large and warm. Amber on Lu Bu Liang. Speaking of which, I initially placed him on my list of suspects. However, upon returning to Mondstadt, he inexplicably attained the status of an honorary knight, and our misunderstandings were resolved. I even gifted him a Count Bunny. Lisa on Lu Bu Liang. That charming little fellow is quite amusing. Every time I tease him, he flushes with embarrassment. He bears no resemblance to Barbados' envoy at all. Kia on Lu Bu Liang. My drinking companion, he can hold his liquor just as well as that bard, his adoptive father. And, glancing around, do not breathe a word of this to Dialek, but he managed to procure some of Dialek's prized vintage right under his nose. And the flavor is simply exquisite. Noel on Lu Bu Liang. I have heard tales of the esteemed Lu Bu Liang. He is a paragon of knighthood, and I aspire to emulate him. Barbara on Lu Bu Liang. He is indeed the envoy of Lord Barbados. Oh my. Previously, I spotted him mingling with that drunken bard, and I admonished him to drink less and to venerate Lord Barbados more. Oh Lord Barbados. Even if Barbara were to spend her remaining days atoning for my transgressions, it would scarcely suffice. Eula on Lu Bu Liang. He remains unfazed by my status and once shared a table with me to drink. His poetry is quite captivating. with verses that flow gracefully like a startled swan or a dancing dragon. He even complimented my performance in the rite of dance. Though I wonder when he had the chance to observe it. You suggest he reported the Lawrence family? Humph. I shall remember this grievance. Dialogue on Lu Bu Liang. I can see that his skills are indeed commendable, akin to that drunken bard. Plea on Lu Bu Liang. Brother Lu Bu Liang is a good person. He shared with me a concoction involving sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal, which enabled me to create numerous bouncing bombs. Bu Liang's elder brother also enjoys grilled fish, and so does Klee. Klee relishes sharing fried fish with Bu Liang. However, each time she fries fish, Bu Liang invariably adorns himself with a peculiar yellow garment. Albedo remarked on Bu Liang, though he has yet to visit the snowy mountains. I have not encountered him myself, yet Klee has mentioned him. His sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal piqued my interest. Could he also be an alchemist? Mona's perspective on Bu Liang. He is among the few who can utter my full name. You suggest he possesses prophetic abilities? Astrology is not mere prophecy. It is the interpretation of fate through celestial phenomena. You claim he has no astrological chart. He merely pinches his middle finger and deduces it. Where is he? I wish to become his disciple. Razor's thoughts on Bu Liang. The scent is peculiar, yet not unpleasant like a wolf. Diana's opinion on Bu Liang. A loathsome drunkard. Yet he bears no scent of alcohol. He even disclosed to me a method to dismantle Mondstadt's wine industry, which proved effective. That concoction called tea milk has captivated many alcoholics, reducing their consumption. Not a drunkard I despise. Fiscal's perspective on Bu Liang. I, the Princess of Judgment, have devoted followers, and I greatly appreciate the poetic talent he has bestowed upon me. What Miss means is that Mr. Bu Liang is her friend, and she adores the poetry he composed for her, even hanging it in her bedroom. I did not utter that last part. Ahem. This princess has not displayed it in her chamber. Do not heed the nonsensical words of the Raven of the Night. Bennett on Bu Liang. El Shabu must be an extraordinarily formidable adventurer. Such a grand adventurer voluntarily joining my expedition team. He mentioned that he used to keep his hands in his pockets, unaware of what a rival was. How cool. He even told me not to envy him. Though I wonder why he insists on calling me like brother and refers to himself as the 6-star fire god. Chapter 20. The Dusty Porcelain Doll in Mondstadt. The Sovereign. The governance of Liyue by the Emperor and his son is beginning to bear fruit. Liyue, in the guise of the wind deity, shares a table with Zhongli. Quite splendid. Zhongli savored a sip of tea. However, Liyue appeared somewhat hesitant. Yet, that is inconsequential. Liyue exhaled deeply, stating that the governance principles he articulated are unheard of by us. It is commendable for the youth to hold their own opinions. You must encourage him. Such matters cannot be rushed. If need be, I can wait another year before relinquishing my position. However, Liyue, we must not view the thoughts of the youth through the lens of the older generation. When he followed me a millennium ago, he was inarticulate. Now, his bold expression of ideas is indeed a positive development. We should not be overly critical of him. Yet, Sovereign, you and the likes of Xue Yue and Li Xue should also convey that education must not be overly rigid. Do not impose the teachings of immortal disciples upon him. That would be unwise. He is human, not an immortal, and must blend into the mortal realm as the son of the Emperor. However, I find the ideology of the Emperor's child remarkably fitting for the present Liyue. Zhongli's hand noticeably trembled as he expressed his desire for further details. It was then that Stanyan produced a volume entitled Constitution of the Liyue People's Republic. Zhongli, intrigued by its crimson cover, began to peruse its contents. Communism? A multi-sect collaboration and political consultation system led by the Liyue Communist Party? A regional autonomy system in Liyue? A grassroots self-governance system? A people's congress system? The more Zhongli read, the more engrossed he became, even forgetting to sip his tea. After a considerable time, he reluctantly set aside the notion of the people being the masters of their own fate, pondering, is this truly the case, my emperor? This constitution of the Liyue People's Republic is commendable. However, several articles may not be entirely suitable for Liyue. Liyue is a realm where deities and mortals coexist. Even after I step down, you shall remain in the public eye. The position of the 7 stars is akin to that of a chairman. Furthermore, there is but one Liyue in Teyvat. Each region may possess its own systems, yet they must fundamentally serve the interests of Liyue as a whole. Thank you, my emperor, for your enlightening words. By the way, the emperor's child's cultivation in celestial arts leaves much to be desired, yet his mastery of mechanisms is profound. That is of no consequence. Being human, it is entirely reasonable for him to struggle with celestial arts. You and Guizhong should devote yourselves to uncovering his talent for mechanics. Indeed, dear nephew, this Luban lock you crafted is quite fascinating, and this Rubik's Cube, your father would surely appreciate it, Guizhong exclaimed. Holding the Luban lock in one hand and a Rubik's Cube in the other, brimming with excitement. Since my Annie enjoys them, I shall present these two as a token of my respect. You might even consider gifting them to the Emperor. How could Lu Bu Liang remain oblivious to the double entendre in Guizhong's words? Then I thank you, dear nephew. Guizhong smiled as he tucked the two trinkets into his sleeve. Chenshin, the time is nigh. The Emperor's child must join us in honing our martial skills. Shao appeared beside them. Ah, wait a moment. I still have tales to share, Guizhong playfully protested. But concerning the Emperor, do not worry about that stone. I shall merely inform him that you are unwell. But Yixuas do not fall ill. Fennina, Minu, and Ying materialized beside Shao, binding him and carrying him out of the cave. Minu turned back at the entrance, smiling as he remarked, Chenshin, you may proceed at your leisure. Come, dear nephew, let us continue. The Lego blocks you mentioned earlier, cough. I'm certain the Emperor would greatly enjoy them, so please, create swiftly. Andy, I am weary and wish to rest. What did you just say? I wish to rest. What? Guizhong raised his voice. Never mind. Lu Bu Liang wore a face of resignation. Such misfortune. He chastised himself inwardly. In Mondstadt, having rushed away previously, there were still some legendary quests left unfinished. Lu Bu Liang, the dusty porcelain doll, stood on the streets of Mondstadt, taking a deep breath. The air was infused with a faint scent of alcohol, as if the entire city were enveloped in an atmosphere of mild inebriation. He spread his arms wide, reveling in this unique ambience, a wild and unrestrained smile adorning his face as he exclaimed, "What a delight! My true self remains trapped in that wretched cave, suffering in torment. Let me, the Great One, indulge in the pleasures of this world." With that, he began to dance exuberantly, as if to release the long-suppressed frustrations and discontent within him. Passers-by cast curious glances in his direction, yet Lu Bu Liang remained unfazed, savoring this moment of freedom and exhilaration. After venting his emotions, Lu Bu Liang strolled towards the Adventurers Guild with his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Catherine, I wish to register as an adventurer, he declared. Did you just click your tongue? No, you misheard. I am an intelligent automaton crafted by Jidong and devoid of such emotions. Did you not just express a desire to register as an adventurer? Indeed. Catherine retrieved a form, inscribing fields for name, gender, and nationality. Lu Bu Liang swiftly completed it and handed it to her. Upon examining the form, Catherine noted, name, El Shabu, gender, Dustall, nationality, homeless. You definitely clicked your tongue just now. No, as an intelligent automaton, I cannot possess such emotions. Are you certain the information you provided is accurate? Absolutely and unequivocally. Understood. Gender, none, nationality, no home. With remarkable speed, Catherine amended the form and consumed it. What about your home? That's not what I filled in. Your adventurer information has been transmitted to the adventurer headquarters. The Adventurers Guild welcomes you, Mr. El Xiaobu. Fine, it matters not. After all, one's identity is self-assigned. I've heard there are adventure teams to join, correct? Indeed, sir. Which adventure team do you wish to join? The Benny Adventure Team. Are you certain? If one is to pursue excitement, one must commit fully. So, you are my new team member, El Xiaobu? Benny, the exuberant leader of the Benny Adventure Team, was overjoyed. His team had gone long without new members, and without fresh recruits, it would face dissolution. A pleasure to meet you. Today, I have encountered the 6-star fire god. Truly, your reputation precedes you, and I feel an instant connection. Lu Bu Liang warmly grasped Benny's hand. I'm not a 6-star fire god. Benny scratched his head. I'm merely a rather unfortunate individual. No, in my eyes, you are indeed the 6-star fire god. A true legend. And you're not just somewhat unfortunate. You are exceedingly so. Heh, you flatter me. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Welcome to the Benny Adventure Team. Bennett paid no heed to the unflattering title bestowed upon him by Lu Bu Liang and offered an awkward smile. Though it was merely the two of them at present. He soon broke into a cheerful grin, convinced that the Bennett Adventure Team would undoubtedly become the finest. The finest, Lu Bu Liang echoed. What a kind yet unfortunate fool. Chapter 21. The Secret Realm Adventure. A golden-hued rock shield materialized around Bennett and Lu Bu Liang. How does it feel? Are you brimming with a sense of security? I mentioned that back in the day, I strolled with my hands in my pockets, oblivious to the notion of adversaries. Lu Bu Liang's lips were almost curled in delight. Well, brother Lu Xiaobu, You are truly remarkable, Bennett exclaimed, his face alight with admiration. These monsters can't even touch us. Indeed, just look at whose shield this is. Ow! Was that you barking just now? What are you talking about, brother Lu Xiaobu? A rift in space tore open before them, unleashing dozens of beastly hunting hounds. Without a backward glance, he strode away, as if resolved to a certain fate. Brother Lu Xiaobu, why are we running? Aren't they incapable of harming us? Run, you say? Those are bloodthirsty hounds. How could you possibly have summoned such beasts? He fled, pursued by the dogs, unable to escape their relentless chase. Damn it! If it weren't for the restrictions of this secret realm. The beastly hounds teleported behind Lu Bu Liang and clawed at him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lu Bu Liang leaped in pain. Brother Lu Xiaobu, are you all right? Bennett pulled out his bandages, preparing to tend to Lu Bu Liang's wounds. Suddenly, Lu Bu Liang slammed to a halt. To hell with it. You think I can't handle you? Well, is brother Lu Xiaobu about to fight back? Bennett watched as Lu Bu Liang donned a mask. Let out your lament. Harnessing the power of the wind element, Lu Bu Liang leapt into the air and thrust his novice spear downward, infusing it with wind energy. Crack. The novice spear predictably splintered. Could you refrain from slapping me in the face? Several beastly hounds surged forward, intent on tearing apart the one who dared to mock them. Let me protect everyone. Bennett unleashed an elemental burst, restoring vitality to Lu Bu Liang and enhancing his attack power, though regrettably, some lacked effective offensive capabilities. The weight of the rocks. The beastly hounds were immediately overwhelmed by the sudden increase in weight, collapsing to the ground. How dare you challenge me? At that moment, several larger beastly hounds emerged from the rift. The claw had been merely a meter away from me. I knew I could hesitate no longer. Had I given them too much face? Fifth uncle, assist me. Three-eyed five manifestations immortal, shall heed my call and come to protect. Lu Bu Liang had previously informed the Yiksha that they would be summoned in the event of an unforeseen circumstance. Upon arriving, Shao immediately entered a state of combat. Using the Puyuan to block the onslaught of the beast realm's hounds before repelling them with a single thrust of his spear. As he beheld the relentless tide of monstrous creatures surging forth, their grotesque faces contorted in malice, Shao furrowed his brow, a flicker of gravity passing through his deep and piercing gaze. Swiftly, he retrieved a mask emanating a mysterious glow from his waist and donned it upon his face. In an instant, a formidable and ancient aura erupted from him, akin to a long-dormant war god awakening. With a low chant of Jing Yao Dan Wu, Shao leapt high into the air, initiating a relentless assault, each descent infused with the ferocity of elemental winds. The once ferocious beasts lunging towards him were sent hurtling away. Shrieking in agony, blood splattering as the scene turned brutally violent. Useless, powerless, terrifying for the little ones, exclaimed Bennett, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, that newcomer is incredibly powerful. I wish I could be as formidable as he is. Indeed, that is my fifth uncle. For someone of his caliber, I have 4 more just like him. Though one is currently unaccounted for. Lord Emperor, all the monsters in this area have been eradicated, Shao declared, kicking the bloodied Puyuan, causing it to dissolve into a flurry of light. Emperor? Bennett's mouth gaped in astonishment. Ahem, that was merely an old nickname of mine, nothing worth mentioning. Lu Bu Liang replied modestly. Oh, I see. But your former nickname, Emperor, must signify great prowess. Bennett remarked, his eyes wide with awe. Of course. It's only to be expected from someone like me. Lord Emperor, were you not studying mechanical arts in the Juyin Karst? How is it that you find yourself in Mondstadt? My dear fifth uncle, you seem unaware of the technique known as the clone technique. My true self remains in Juyin Karst. As Shao carefully attuned to Lu Bu Liang's presence, he noted the discernible difference. The latter bore a faint scent of dust. Let us set aside such matters for now, fifth uncle. We must find a way out of this wretched secret realm, as our entrance has been sealed by a mechanism. At this, Lu Bu Liang cast a sidelong glance at Bennett. Hey, it was intentional. Indeed, it was Bennett who triggered the mechanism, Shao confirmed. Stay close to me. At long last, they emerged, relief flooding over them. What a struggle that was. Lu Bu Liang inhaled the fresh air greedily. However, Shao's expression darkened. He had dispatched too many monsters and was now burdened by the weight of his karmic debt. The relentless traps had drained much of his energy, leaving him unable to contain the accumulating negativity. Fifth uncle. Lu Bu Liang turned to find Shao enveloped in dark energy, his face contorted in agony. What's wrong, fifth uncle? Don't frighten me. Emperor, hurry, we must move. Shao cried, his once handsome features now twisted in excruciating pain. He clasped his head tightly with both hands, as if an invisible force were tearing at his soul, rendering him unable to endure the excruciating torment. Sweat cascaded from his forehead, dampening the disheveled strands of hair that adorned it. His eyes were tightly shut, his lips quivering slightly, emitting low, mournful groans that echoed like desperate cries from the abyss, sending shivers through the heart of any listener. Yet, despite the immense agony his body endured, Xiao strained every ounce of his strength to protect the person before him, the one he referred to as the son of the emperor. With great difficulty, he lifted a hand towards the direction of the sun, as if wishing to use his last vestiges of power to push him away from this perilous place. Brother Lu, what has happened? Has your fifth uncle been injured? It's all my fault. My unfortunate Bennett was too hasty, and seeing Xiao in such a state is beyond his capacity to handle. Zhao's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and the figure before him seemed to morph into a monstrous entity. Ah, have you encountered trouble, my dear adopted son? Lu Bu Liang exclaimed, spotting Wendy like a beacon of hope. Quick, save my fifth uncle. As Wendy began to strum his harp, a gentle breeze carried the soothing melody that dispersed the dark aura surrounding Xiao. Gradually, he regained his senses amidst the enchanting notes. Would you care for a cup of dandelion wine? Wendy inquired, noticing the clarity returning to Zhao's gaze. Just call me Wendy, he interjected hastily. Thank you, Mr. Wendy. The music is delightful, Xiao responded before vanishing from sight. Oh dear, Bennett still seems a bit dazed, Lu Bu Liang observed, and then fainted. Having gone an entire day in the realm without food while remaining tense, once he relaxed, his body could no longer withstand it. What are you doing here? Oh dear. Not even a word of gratitude for my arrival. How disheartening. 2 cups of dandelion wine. Wherever the wind blows, a bard is sure to follow. The moment I sensed your presence, I rushed over. It has been several days, and I have missed you dearly. 3 cups. Well, to be honest, I was merely wandering nearby and felt something amiss, so I came over. For cups. Lu Bu Liang maintained a stoic expression. Do you not trust me? What about basic mutual trust? 5 cups. If you don't tell the truth, you shan't receive a single one. I accompanied the traveler and a novice adventurer. I was just looking for a suitable branch to carve a wooden sword. Wendy surrendered to the situation. You think you can outsmart me? I am also a novice adventurer. Take me along. 6 cups. You take Bennett back to heal, and I shall escort the newcomer. Deal. Chapter 22, The Ice Queen's Oracle. Do not bother searching for a stick to carve a wooden sword. I shall fashion you a stone sword directly. As Lu Bu Liang spoke, he utilized his skill of rock manipulation to create a stone sword, for it is known that a stone sword possesses a slightly higher attack power than a wooden one. Wendy displayed a puzzled expression, but upon reflection, she conceded that a stone sword would indeed inflict more pain. Fine, whatever. Do you only want a stone sword? I can also craft stone pickaxes, stone axes, stone shovels, and stone hoes. Lu Bu Liang, like a magician, showcased each of these items to Wendy. The old man's authority? Wendy finally discerned you wouldn't have taken that old man as your adoptive father, would you? Heh. In an instant, Wendy's defenses crumbled as she bit her finger. Damn it, given the old man's nature, he has likely already promised him the position of the next Geo-Archon. I was here first. No. I must deceive him into coming over. Otherwise, how can I peacefully enjoy my drink while guarding Mondstadt? Wendy maintained a cheerful facade, while internally devising countless tricks to manipulate him, simultaneously concocting a few tales about a certain elderly gentleman. Achoo. TSK. Even the Geo-Archon can catch a cold? The lady looked disdainfully at the contract in Morix's hand, contemplating whether to draft a new one. After a moment's thought, she decided against it, despite her audacity. She did not dare provoke the most ancient of gods. The contract is binding. Those who break their word shall suffer the punishment of the earth. Zhongli paid no heed to the lady, instead continuing to fulfill the contract. After the lady obtained the Anemo Archon's heart, she returned to Winter to inform the Ice Archon of Morix's breach of contract. My lady, the god of contracts does not break agreements. That Liyue individual's interference is orchestrated by someone else. The Harlequin calmly observed the somewhat flustered Lady Rosalind. Mind your demeanor. How is that possible? Such petty individuals could not possibly know of Mondstadt's affairs from centuries past. There must be a god who informed him. Barbados would never do such a thing. Though I despise him, I know him well. Only an equally ancient Geo-Archon would be privy to such matters. Very well. I shall have my servant investigate this Liyue individual named Lu Bu Liang. We shall await the findings. Lu Bu Liang? A cold female voice emanated from behind the icy curtain of the palace. Your Majesty, the Harlequin, and the lady bowed respectfully. No need to investigate, Rosalind. You shall continue your mission in Liyue. Pierre, you remain behind to draft a divine decree for me. The lady and the harlequin simultaneously acquiesced, with the lady straightening up and exiting the palace. Your Majesty actually knows that mortal? Who is he, really? Rosalind shook her head in confusion. Unbeknownst to her, the decree that the queen would issue next would profoundly shake her worldview. Your Majesty, may I inquire what sort of divine decree it is? The harlequin was ready with paper and pen, awaiting the proclamation from this enigmatic queen. The highest order, second only to the cataclysm plan. Even the harlequin was momentarily stunned. What did the queen just say? Second only to the cataclysm plan. However, the harlequin's astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly composed himself, adjusting his demeanor and attitude. He slightly narrowed his eyes, allowing the tumult within to gradually subside. Gripping his pen tightly, it transformed into a bridge connecting him with the entire world, embodying boundless possibilities in the unknown. The jester's fingers gently caressed the pen shaft, attuning to the subtle vibrations it conveyed. His gaze was focused and resolute, fixated on the blank page before him, poised to receive an oracle capable of altering the course of history. All fools, including the executives, must not harm Lu Bu Liang, nor act in ways detrimental to his interests. To see him is to see the emperor himself. The emperor shall bestow upon him the power to command the fools and grant him the codename, house slave, possessing the authority of an executive without being one. No one is permitted to reveal matters pertaining to the emperor to him. The jester paused for a fleeting moment before swiftly inscribing his words upon the paper. After completing his writing, he reviewed it once, bowed to the enchanting figure upon the throne, and withdrew. Columbia, do you harbor any confusion? Within that grand and magnificent palace, a girl quietly emerged from behind a beautifully carved column. Her form was ethereal, as if she had traversed from another realm. This maiden possessed cascading black hair akin to a waterfall, with several striking strands of ginger red that shimmered like sparks in the night, radiating a unique brilliance. She adorned her face with a pure white netted veil that gently concealed her eyes, yet even with her eyes closed, one could not glimpse their depths. As she approached slowly, a captivating smile graced her lips, exuding warmth while hinting at an enigmatic allure. More striking were the 6 petite wings that sprouted from the back of her head. These wings fluttered delicately, each tremor reminiscent of a soft breeze caressing flower petals, bestowing upon her an endless charm and vivacity. They glimmered faintly, as though woven from fragments of stars, rendering the maiden exceptionally unique within the solemn palace. Your Majesty, I harbor no confusion. The girl addressed as Columbia paused at the foot of the steps, resembling a blooming lily, fresh and extraordinary. She gently shook her cloak, and as she parted her white lips, a melodious voice flowed forth, as sweet as a nightingale emerging from the valley, ethereal like the whispers of spirits, seemingly capable of penetrating the soul. You heard that just now, did you not? Columbia responded with silence. I grant you the utmost freedom, not to eavesdrop here. The cold voice seemed to carry a hint of dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, he is a benefactor of the fairy tribe, and he is my brother. Upon uttering this, Columbia began to hum a tune, a beautiful and ancient melody that seemed to carry boundless gratitude and admiration, resonating through the air. The queen upon the throne fell silent, seemingly entranced by the enchanting song. The sword in the stone symbolizes courage and strength. He who draws it shall be crowned king. However, I do not wish to become a king. I merely aspire to be an adventurer. Jack hesitated as he gazed at the sword embedded in the stone before him. Alas, young man, therein lies your error. Without dreams, how are you different from a drifting fish? Therefore, child, dare to dream. Pursue your aspirations. Draw forth this sword from the stone. It shall be your first step toward becoming a great adventurer. Lu Bu Liang sent Wendy to take Bennett back to heal, while he stayed to guide the novice adventurer, Jack. You are absolutely right. I must have dreams. Jack summoned his courage, stepped forward, and grasped the sword, pulling with all his might. Ying, is what Lu Bu Liang said true? Can pulling out the sword crown me as king? What do you think? Ying rolled her eyes. Did I really pull it out? Jack exclaimed in disbelief, raising the sword high. Jack, with this sword, vanquish the malevolent and become a great adventurer like Stanley. Yes. Jack was ignited with enthusiasm. Well, I think this fellow is even more persuasive than a street performer. Paimon finally grasped the essence of Lu Bu Liang's words. Remove the think from that. Have you not heard that the student surpasses the master? Chapter 23. The Wind God Changes Hands? I know you do not wish to revisit the original plot, and the author is not one to pad the word count with redundancy. So I will share a few poignant lines. The one thing I cannot forget is that he perished in the abyssal sea. The wind cannot carry away his soul. Yet, an adventurer cannot meet such an end. Stanley lay in despair upon the table. Hans Yatsabald? Hans suddenly lifted his head. How do you know my name? Lu Bu Liang smirked, manipulating the breeze to obscure their surroundings. The wind, the sound of wind sought in the abyssal sea. Hans's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the youth before him. I have always believed in your existence. May I entrust the soul of my old friend to you? Lu Bu Liang extended one hand, while gesturing towards Wendy with the other. You think too much. I possess no ability to gather souls. Such matters are best left to the professionals, the gods. If you find yourself in a land devoid of wind, the wind god shall serenade you with the hymn of the heavens. Thank you, Lord Barbados. I am not Barbados. I am his child, Barbados. You see, I am not adorned in white silk, for I have shed it. Lu Bu Liang instantly sensed Wendy's resentment. Beneath the hand of the wind god statue, Lu Bu Liang and Wendy sat side by side, with Ying and Paimon behind them. Wendy recounted a lengthy tale through poetry, the story of a youth and the wind spirit rebelling against the demon of the tempest, Decalapian, ultimately achieving freedom. From that moment forth, no one ascended the throne. And what happened next? What became of that friend you mentioned? Wendy's face bore a trace of sorrow. Yet the two individuals behind him remained oblivious to Paimon. Would you like to know the tale that follows? Of course. Do not keep me in suspense. Do tell. Ahem, allow me, the son of the Anemo Archon, to recount the ensuing story. Wendy paused momentarily but did not deter Lu from speaking, instead gazing into the distance. The youth and the wind sprite traversed the lands of the 7 nations like the free wind, bringing forth beautiful verses and tales. They mingled with the echoes of rock, the whispers of thunder, the rustling of grass, the rippling of water, and the songs of ice. The wind sowed the seeds of stories, and time allowed them to flourish. Lumen and Paimon spoke in unison. The boy and the wind shared countless wondrous moments, leaving behind their legends in Teyvat. Thus, art was born. What a splendid tale. Lumen, we too shall etch our own epic in Teyvat. Paimon exclaimed, embracing Lumen, who returned the gesture. Indeed, we shall create our own legacy. Paimon, I'm hungry. Could you fetch me 2 apples? Well, I am trying to evoke emotions here. Paimon replied, though with a hint of affection she added, I can't help you. Lumen chuckled softly, saying nothing. After Paimon flew off, Lumen finally spoke. That story was true, was it? Oh dear, did you catch on so quickly? Lu feigned surprise. Actually, I quite adore that tale. Wendy rose to his feet, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Lu. He then turned to Lumen and remarked, sometimes, I feel you are exceedingly perceptive. However, among friends, perhaps understanding one another is what truly matters. Would you like to hear that song? Lumen nodded in agreement, eager to listen. Lu produced a bag of sunflower seeds. Are you showing me a lack of respect? Not at all. This is essential for storytelling. I was singing. ISNT at the same. Noting Wendy's impending wrath, Lu dutifully returned the seeds to his pocket. Fly away. Sir, hi, like the birds, take me to see this world and ascend to the heavens above. Delicious wine. Another cup. Wendy raised his goblet. The drinks I offered have been settled. You must pay for the next round, Lu stated with a stoic expression. What? How can this be? Can't you treat me to just one more cup? Just one, please. Wendy implored, blinking his large, captivating eyes. Your charms won't work here. We must keep our dealings fair. Woe is me. Love is lost. Wendy shifted his gaze to Dialek. Might I owe you for 1 cup? Absolutely not. Dialek replied with unwavering firmness. Wendy, feeling despondent, lowered his head and returned to the table in defeat. Wendy, why so suddenly formal? Lu whispered to Wendy through the wind, is your soul with you? Who? Wendy was perplexed by the seemingly absurd question posed by Lu Bu Liang. Yet he responded with an air of nonchalance. Who else could it be? Stanley? Surely not. Do you actually doubt your adoptive father's capabilities? Do you really believe I merely deceive others? Do you think I'm only good for drinking and idling away my time? Oh, how deeply it saddens me. Who cares about that adventurer I hardly recognize? I am speaking of the young man who defies the tyrant of the lonely tower. Wendy fell silent. And after a considerable pause, he spoke. Why bring this up again? Let the past drift away with the wind. I am serious. Really serious? Truly serious. Are you layering questions upon me? Wendy again fell silent, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, as if staring into the starry sky beyond. After a long while, he mused that his soul would indeed remain in the wind, just as the tales you tell are sung by the breeze. Since we are at this juncture, I shall speak plainly. His name is, do you not already know? Wendy smiled faintly. So, You couldn't even be bothered to think of a name, could you? Isn't Stanley much the same? Why does it suddenly become laziness when it comes to me? Wendy expressed his sense of grievance. Let us set that aside. Do you wish to resurrect him? The leader of the Knights truly is weary. She must even be sought for trivial matters like finding a cat. Paimon stamped her foot in frustration. Indeed. Oh, is that Wendy ahead? Let us go greet him and inquire if he has seen a black cat. Lumen and Paimon hurriedly ran towards the green figure in the distance. Hello, Wendy. Paimon waved in greeting. Wendy turned around, saying, Hello there. Is there something you need? Wait. Wendy, why does your greeting sound different today? Shouldn't it be we meet again? And where has that touch of green in your braid gone? Lumen also sensed something was amiss with Wendy and immediately drew her sword, exclaiming, You are not Wendy. Who are you? I am indeed Wendy. Oh, perhaps I differ from the Wendy you remember. Should I change my name to avoid confusion? The young man pondered for a moment and then clapped his hands in realization. I have it. You may call me Wendy. Oh dear, traveler, how have you encountered Wendy? Another boy, strikingly similar to the one before, approached from behind. Though this one sported a braid with a streak of green, symbolizing the wind. What is happening? Are there two Wendies? Paimon scratched her head in confusion. Since you have borne that name for over a millennium, you should continue using it. I shall adopt the name Wendy. Is it possible that Wendy has a brother? Could it be that the wind god has two forms? Paimon was persuaded by her own reasoning. Yes, that must be it. At this moment, Lumen sheathed her sword and turned to the Wendy with the green braid, asking, Wendy, what is the meaning of this? Do you recall the tale I shared and the one narrated by Lu Bu Liang yesterday? Ah, you are indeed the young hero who defied the tempestuous dragon. Paimon suddenly comprehended. Yet how could someone from millennia ago still be alive? Seeing Paimon's loose tongue, Ying hastily covered her mouth, apologizing. She didn't mean it that way. It's quite all right. This is, after all, astonishing. I truly am the youthful hero who opposed the dragon of the Tempest 2,600 years ago. The boy, now known as Wendy, waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, I didn't contribute much at the time. Otherwise, would you like to take this wind deity for yourself? Chapter 24, Smash for Ludo. Apologies. I checked Vinny's legendary quest and discovered he is the dragon of the Tempest. I shall amend it immediately. Vinny shot a glance at Wendy, retorting, Do refrain. I am human, not a deity. Now, look at Nahida fire god. He is human too, is he not? Can they be compared? You have been the wind god for millennia. I have only just been revived and am not well acquainted with the present. Do not forget. You promised to take me across the 7 nations. Very well, very well. Since the dragon disaster has reached a conclusion, I shall leave the remaining dragon, Asa, to the knights. When the rite of summoning in Liyue commences, I will take you there. That sounds much better. Ying, did you notice how Wendy seemed to conceal his unreliable demeanor upon encountering Wendy? Indeed. Unreliable? What do you mean by that? Wendy seized upon the keywords exchanged between the two. Paimon, do refrain. Spare me some dignity. Wendy hastily interrupted Paimon. Huh? The bard is concerned about dignity? Such words. I am the wind god. Naturally, I must uphold my dignity. But you often roll on the ground for a mere cup of wine. Paimon expressed her bewilderment. Well? So our esteemed wind god would indeed roll on the ground for a cup of wine. Wendy feigned understanding. Ahem, that was merely performance, a performance. Do you comprehend? Life is arduous. The wind god performs for a living. Ying interjected dryly at an opportune moment. Wendy lowered his head, conceding. All right, you have won. Then he gently patted Wendy's hat. Very well. Our dear Wendy is the most reliable. He has vanquished the dragon of the Tempest and safeguarded Mondstadt for 2 millennia. Truly remarkable. Is that so? Do you genuinely believe that? Wendy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Wendy is incredibly formidable, my great hero. Just as he once brought poetry and song from beyond the high walls. This time, he shall not merely show me the world, but will soar through the azure skies with me. Wow, Wendy, Wendy was simply too gentle. It brought tears to my eyes. Paimon wiped away 2 tears. If Wendy had been the Anemo Archon from the beginning, do you think Mondstadt would be different now? Perhaps it wouldn't be so free, and even something as trivial as finding a cat would require the captain's involvement. Wendy, your skills. Lu Bu Liang gazed at the system screen before him, lost in thought. Mastery of instruments. A competent bard must certainly be adept at various instruments, excelling in blowing, plucking, strumming, and singing. One cannot say it is entirely useless, yet it seems to yield little practical benefit. Nonetheless, one should not harbor excessive expectations for an ordinary person's skills. Mastering all instruments is already quite remarkable for an average individual. Lu Bu Liang sighed deeply. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the hidden task, the Sorrow of the Wind. Reward distribution in progress. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Lu Bu Liang's sorrow transformed into joy. Let me see what splendid treasures await. Sky Harp, replica a harp imbued with the power of the Anemo Archon. While it may not match the original, its essence is not far behind. When this mysterious and ancient sky harp is gently played, a wondrous force seems to flow from its strings. This force resembles a gentle breeze, subtly caressing the depths of the soul, dispersing chaotic thoughts and musings. Simultaneously, it acts like an incredibly sharp sword, capable of severing malevolent energies. Each note sparkles like a radiant star, illuminating the path through darkness, guiding souls towards inner tranquility and clarity. Note: when combined with purifying powers, unexpected effects may occur. Splendid. Splendid. At last, a 5-star weapon has emerged. Let us keep the momentum going, system. I'm counting on you. The pact of wind and time. The wind carries the seeds of stories, while time nurtures their growth. The Anemo Archon once made an agreement with the time sovereign, Istil, and the sundial upon that deserted island stands as proof. Old man, I knew you were extraordinary. Lu Bu Liang had long suspected that the Anemo Archon Barbados and the time sovereign Istil shared an enigmatic connection. The phrase, the wind carries the seeds of stories, while time nurtures their growth, concealed profound implications, including the sundial on that deserted island, all hinting at the relationship between the Anemo Archon and the time sovereign. By linking with the breeze, one can momentarily pause time, allowing only oneself to act. The current duration for which time can be paused is 2 seconds. Note: each time a godparent is pledged, the pause duration increases by 1 second. What? Smash Valuto. Nyo Boi. Lu Bu Liang leapt 3 feet high, startling the world around him. Why did you suddenly jump up? You scared me. Guizhong, who had been intently solving a 5-layered Rubik's Cube, dropped it to the ground with a gasp. I was so close. Practice makes perfect. You dare criticize me for playing with a 3-layered cube? Guizhong blushed. I was merely researching various solving methods. Cough. This mechanism is indeed marvelous. If applied within the celestial realm, Lu Bu Liang nearly misaligned the component in his hand upon hearing this. And Stanyan, don't you find it troublesome to return home? Initially, this bird's celestial domain had taken him quite a while to navigate, twisting and turning. I can fly. Xianyun tilted her head. Uffed. You can fly, how impressive. Damn it. Once I get my rocket backpack ready, who needs that foolish wind wing? Although I can fly too, I aim to enable every inhabitant of Tivit to soar. I want all the children who dream of becoming astronauts to realize their aspirations. The sky of Tivit seems to be a facade, but never mind. My fate is dictated by me, not by the heavens. The sole flaw in this mastery of mechanism is the dependency on materials, as long as one has the resources. Anything can be crafted. The issue lies in the scarcity of materials. You want me to work on mechanisms? At least provide me with some ores. Just would alone 1T allow me to create anything substantial. However, in the art of celestial mechanics, ore is rarely utilized. It's either a lack of understanding of chemistry or simply that what combined with celestial arts is predominantly used, mostly supported by celestial techniques. Lord DZ Shao appeared in the cave. Well, the Anemo Archon's intervention has not led to any unforeseen circumstances, has it? Thank you for your concern, Lord DZ. My karmic burdens are no longer severe, Shao replied with utmost respect. But it's of no consequence. That fellow, the light guy, seems to possess a rather peculiar fate. Oh, I see. Just unfortunate. When he returns, I shall certainly dismantle him to understand his thoughts. Teaming up with Bennett is akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet. The paint was entirely transmitted back, causing Lu Bu Liang to grimace and roll on the ground, making Xianyun and Guizhong believe he had contracted some strange illness, prompting them to summon Baizhu. Upon examining him, Baizhu declared that there was nothing wrong. It was merely a mental link to something that had been injured externally, transmitting the pain back. In the future, avoid random links, lest you experience the agony of death once more. Baizhu, with the threads of longevity entwined around his neck, began to reminisce about his master. Cough. Longevity, the immortals are present. Refrain from recounting those old tales. Baizhu awkwardly interrupted. Tales? Perfect. Lu Bu Liang, I shall regale you with stories of my 2 disciples from their youth. I adore storytelling. The true monarch seemed to trigger some keyword. Do you recall how plump Ganyu was as a child? To what extent? When she accompanied me up the mountain, a slight misstep would send her tumbling down the slope. Thankfully, Wang Xiaomei is not here. Chapter 25. Bu Liang and the like guy surrounded by bleeding dogs once more. Damn. Where did all these bleeding dogs and Mondstadt come from? Did you disturb a dog's den, like guy? Bu Liang, with a calm demeanor, mitigated the damage and defeated one of the beast realm hounds. Yet there remained a multitude. I don't know, Bennett exclaimed, sprinting with all his might. Brother Shibu, where is your fifth uncle? He is not here. Bu Liang narrowly evaded an attack from a Jingyao dancer, albeit at the cost of a novice spear. However, I still possess 3 more such fierce demons. Second sister, assist me. In an instant, Fennina appeared behind the two, a spiraling general. Fennina, heed my call, come forth to protect. With a thunderous roar, Fennina swiftly donned the mysterious and ancient mask of the dancer. In that moment, she seemed to merge with the surrounding world, exuding an immense aura. Water elements surged around Fennina as if ignited, boiling violently. They spiraled around her, forming a colossal blue vortex. In an instant, Fennina's slender fingers transformed into sharp claws glistening with a chilling light. Following this metamorphosis, she darted into the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. Her speed so extraordinary that it left only a blurred afterimage in her wake. As she approached the monstrous foes, she unhesitatingly brandished her claws. Each swipe sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, infused with boundless power that effortlessly tore through the monsters' tough exteriors, embedding deep within their forms. The monsters roared in agony, yet they could not withstand Fennina's ferocious assault. Blood sprayed, and chunks of flesh flew in every direction. Fennina dashed through the enemy lines, leaving a trail of carnage and chaos in her wake. Her figure resembled that of a specter, rendering the monsters utterly defenseless. Wow, Brother Xiaobu, your relatives are incredibly fierce. Indeed, do you not see who I am? But, Brother Xiaobu, why do you possess only a few survival skills? Bu Liang suddenly leaned forward, his footing faltering, nearly toppling over. He quickly steadied himself against the wall, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he cleared his throat and stammered. Well, you see, cough, cough. Everyone knows that only by surviving can one hope to deal significant damage. Moreover, as a support role, I must first ensure my own safety and survivability. Otherwise, how can I provide robust support to the main DPS in our team? Only by standing firm can I allow the main DPS to unleash their full potential without concern, thereby greatly increasing our chances of victory. After delivering this explanation, Bu Liang appeared quite satisfied with himself, lifting his chin slightly and displaying a confident smile. Oh, I see. Brother Shibu, your insight is remarkable, Bennett exclaimed sincerely. Done. Fennina easily wiped the blood from her face and cheerfully flashed a peace sign at Bu Liang. Very good. Bu Liang approached and affectionately ruffled Fennina's hair. Now, let us head back. Huh? Upon hearing this, Fennina felt a surge of indignation. Yet, the expression she wore was not one of anger or malice, but rather a look of poignant vulnerability. Her large, glistening eyes shimmered with a hint of redness, as if she had recently wept. With glistening tears still lingering in the corners, her lips quivered gently, seemingly yearning to articulate the grievances and discontent brewing within her heart. How could you treat me this way, my lord? Do you truly intend to cast me aside once I have served my purpose? The tremor in her voice evoked a profound sense of compassion. She softly bit her lower lip, her hands instinctively entwined, as if this gesture could momentarily ease the tension and sorrow that enveloped her. Alas, is this truly my beloved Nua? What is this peculiar sensation of tea-like energy? Unbeknownst to me, following their resurrection, both Fennina and Ying were granted the utmost freedom by Zhongli. Aside from assisting Xiao in dispelling malevolent spirits, they became enamored with light novels during their leisure time. Coupled with Fennina's abundant water element, the propensity to weep whenever she wished has led to the present predicament. Brother Shibu, though I hesitate to meddle in your familial affairs, I must utter one thing. Treat your family with greater kindness, lest waiting becomes a source of regret. Bu Liang, the epitome of a straightforward man, embraced Fennina tightly, tilting her at a 45-degree angle, teasingly brushing her delicate little nose. You've been rather mischievous lately. Haven to you? At that moment, any trace of anger had vanished from Fennina's visage, her face visibly flushed. Stop it, they're calling me nephew outside, Bu Liang said, placing a finger over Fennina's cherry-red lips. Observing her speechless expression, he nodded in satisfaction. Ah, so you wish to challenge me? Though I have been single for 20 years, my repertoire of cheesy pickup lines is more than sufficient to captivate a young lady like you. While I may not be as adept in driving as those renowned champions, dear Fennina, can you handle me? Bennett chuckled blissfully, murmuring softly as if in a reverie. In his eyes, familial bonds ought to be intimate and harmonious, regardless of the conflicts or dilemmas encountered. He believed that as long as everyone could engage with sincerity and embrace one another, all discontent would dissipate in an instant. This simple yet direct expression of emotion filled him with immeasurable warmth. This time, I shall also visit my old father and the others. This child, rescued from the abyss of ashes, was nurtured by a group of seasoned adventurers in Mondstadt. Though these venerable adventurers had aged, their hearts brimmed with boundless kindness and love. Upon returning to Mondstadt, they collectively assumed the responsibility of raising this child, enveloping him in care and affection, allowing this once near-death being to flourish and thrive. Under the meticulous care of these old adventurers, the child experienced an unprecedented warmth and affection. He cherished this hard-earned familial bond, with every subtle gesture resonating deeply within his tender heart. Over time, this profound emotional connection became indelibly etched into the very essence of his soul, intertwining with his character. And this child is none other than Bennett, later recognized by many. It was precisely because he was bathed in such a rich river of love from a young age that he grew to be a compassionate, optimistic individual, always willing to lend a hand to others. Regardless of the obstacles and challenges he faced, Bennett steadfastly believed that love is the ultimate source of strength to conquer all. Lu Bu Liang set aside his temporarily distracted Fennina and remarked, "Let us proceed to submit this commission." "Oh, very well. Surely. She should be able to find her way back. After all, she is a yaksha." Just a short distance away, Lu Bu Liang was suddenly seized by the tenacious Van Ong. "Nephew, how does one reach Liyue? I wouldn't know. The last time I went to Liyue, I took a ride there. What a joke. You expect someone who relies on navigation to guide?" The atmosphere grew awkward. "Hey, Lu Bu Liang." Paimon waved from afar, soaring towards them. "Ah, is this not the finest guide in all of Teyvat?" "Hee, I'm not as remarkable as you claim," Paimon replied, bashfully scratching her head. "The rite of dissension is approaching. Aren't you all preparing to head to Liyue?" Then he had already reminded us. "We shall depart once this commission is complete." Ying emerged from the thicket. "Paimon, you're just leaving me behind?" Oh, this beautiful lady is Ying," Van Ong exclaimed, almost as if teleporting to stand before her. "Might I inquire your name?" "Fair maiden?" "Hiss, has Ying awakened her transformative attributes?" Chapter 26, Tada. Klee makes her entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, Van Ong swiftly extended her fair and delicate hand, her face radiating a warm and brilliant smile akin to the gentle sun of spring. She clasped Ying's hand firmly and joyfully proclaimed, "Hello, I am Van Ong. It brings me immense joy to meet you here." As she spoke, she gently shook their joined hands, as if wishing to convey her inner delight. Ying stared, somewhat dazed at the enthusiastic Van Ong, clearly unprepared for such a warm welcome. After several seconds, Ying awoke from her reverie, a polite and slightly bashful smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Ying. As you can see, I am currently traveling alone across this land of Teyvat." "Hey, what about me?" Paimon stomped her foot in frustration. "Emergency food, be quiet." "Oh, you must be the traveler Lord D would speak of. I have long wished to make your acquaintance." "Lord D?" Ying tilted her head. "I am unaware of such a person." "Ahem, let us not dwell on that. Ying, quickly finish this commission so we can head to Liyue for the rite of dissension. This disguise must not be revealed. I have been cautioned repeatedly to maintain it, lest the shock of its revelation be lost." "Oh, right. But this commission to find the key," Ying faltered, struggling for the right words. "Birth? Oh, I suppose that works too. I shall assist you in your search. Is that appropriate? The commission fee shall be split evenly." "Never mind, I will search alone." Ying resolutely declined. "I was merely jesting. I am not in need of that meager commission." "Allow me to assist as well," Bennett interjected, raising his hand nearby. "No, Bennett, you should return and submit this commission. You need not give me the commission fee. Instead, procure a few gifts to extend my regards to your fathers." Lu Bu Liang hurriedly dissuaded Bennett's enthusiasm, fearing that his misfortune might affect their quest for the key. Relying on the memories of the rocks, Lu Bu Liang could easily inquire of the stones for directions and would soon locate it. However, it would be entirely reasonable for the key to be snatched away by a monster while accompanied by Bennett, wouldn't it? And how fortuitous that a bloody dog would emerge just as they were retrieving the key, wouldn't you agree? "Is it unfair for you, brother Lu Xiaobu? I can use my own commission to buy wine for your fathers." "Ah, Bennett, what do you take me for? You heard me just now speaking with the traveler. I am not lacking in mora. Take it, consider it my treat to you, my brother." Bennett was almost moved to tears. "You are truly kind. We are all brothers in this adventure group. Let us not stand on ceremony. Hurry back, lest your fathers grow anxious. Indeed. Bennett nodded and sprinted towards Mondstadt. Lu Bu Liang, have you joined Bennett's adventure group? Paimon exclaimed in disbelief. After all, Ying had previously teamed up with Bennett, only to find herself trapped in a domain. His ill-fated nature was no exaggeration. What? Is there a problem? Not at all. Merely wondering if you believe I would be affected by his misfortune? Ha ha. How absurd. You think I could be swayed by his trivial bad luck? What a grand jest. Who am I? The adopted son of Barbados, the Anemo god. In Mondstadt. Who would dare to disregard me? I could stride through here unabated, impervious to all, whether they are haughty nobles or self-important knights. All must bow their heads in respectful greeting upon encountering me. For I stand back by the great Anemo god, Barbados. A mere touch of misfortune can hardly touch me. But what about you? What of me? Lu Bu Liang then looked down to see his six-pack abs. What is the matter with that? Where are my clothes? The floating fabric remnants revealed the answer. They had been torn apart by the beast realm hounds. Wow. Ying instinctively reached out to touch them. But a sudden chill coursed through her. What was this ominous aura? Her keen intuition prompted her to retract her hand and look towards the source of the malevolence. There. Fennina was staring at Ying with her large, watery eyes, offering a friendly smile. How peculiar. Did I sense it incorrectly? As she turned back, Lu Bu Liang had already donned a new outfit, a brown ensemble akin to Zhongli's. What? You wonder how he changed so swiftly? Naturally, he smashed the wall of Voluto. Haven't you heard of superheroes changing outfits in just 2 seconds? Ying merely assumed this was part of Lu Bu Liang's abilities. However, Paimon was a different story. Exclaiming in astonishment, Lu Bu Liang, how did your clothes suddenly appear? Lu Bu Liang, with his naturally husky voice, deliberately lowered it, infusing it with a tremor and an eerie tone, slowly imitating a ghostly voice. Of course, it was a ghost who changed my attire. He elongated each word, as if a spirit were hauntingly narrating from the shadows. Paimon quickly hid behind Ying. Ying and Lu Bu Liang exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Paimon, why are you so timid? Nonsense. I am very brave. It's just that I didn't T-react in time. Paimon declared, hands on her hips. Right. You simply didn't T-react in time, Ying echoed, adopting a disdainful expression. Indeed, Paimon is the bravest. After their laughter subsided, Lu Bu Liang returned to the task at hand. After retrieving a memory from a crystal mine, he swiftly guided Ying to find the key and return it to its rightful owner. Onward. TSK, Catherine handed a bag of more to Ying. All right. Off to Liyue. Hey, don't steal my lines. Paimon stomped her foot. Miss, you should accompany them back. Sure. I'll be in your care, traveler coughs. All right, Miss Fennina. I promise to bring you to Liyue safe and sound. Huh. Lu Bu Liang, aren't you coming with us? Paimon discerned the implication in Lu Bu Liang's words. No. I just remembered I have unfinished business in Mondstadt, so I want to be joining you in Liyue. But don't worry. I will definitely be at the CNDNE. Well, okay then. See you in Liyue. Paimon waved goodbye. See you in Liyue, Lu Bu Liang smiled mysteriously. He watched as the three departed. All right, next, let us check on the escaping son, Little Klee. How can we arrive in Teyvat without seeing the little goose? By the edge of the fruit wine lake, a petite and adorable figure darted towards them like a burning flame, a little girl clad in a vividly fiery red outfit. Her sparkling, expressive eyes glimmered with excitement, while her rosy lips curved into a sweet, innocent smile. A petite, intricately designed brown backpack rested on her back, bouncing rhythmically as she joyfully dashed about. She spread her arms wide, akin to a carefree little bird soaring through the sky, reveling in this moment of unrestrained freedom. The melodious sound of her laughter echoed like a series of cheerful notes, resonating in the air alongside her light-footed steps. That sound brimmed with vitality and joy, irresistibly inviting others to share in her delight. Clang. Enter Klee. Chapter 27. Dio. Klee, the little one, managed to catch a fish bomb. Lu Bu Liang seized Klee by the scruff of her neck from behind. Well, I understand now. Klee will report to the confinement room. Klee's petite elfin ears drooped. Hee, Klee, shall we go fish bombing together with brother? Lu Bu Liang gently set Klee down, feeling a sense of foreboding if he delayed any longer. Huh? Is that honorary knight, brother? The adorable little Klee twirled gracefully like a delicate butterfly, then swiftly spun around. A look of endearing vulnerability instantly graced her rosy cheeks. Her big, watery eyes blinked earnestly, sparkling with a pleading light. She clasped her tiny hands together, her small frame swaying as she fervently chanted, "Please don't tell acting grandmaster about Klee's fish bombing. I beg you." If the Grandmaster finds out, Klee will surely be scolded. Boo-hoo. Previously, during their time in the Knight's Order, Lu Bu Liang had acquainted himself with this formidable force of Mondstadt and had shared with her the exclusive formula of sulfur, nitrate, and charcoal, which had delighted her enough to reward him with several bombs. Aside from the unfortunate explosions, 2 bombs remained stored in her personal space. As for the results of those unintended detonations, it seemed a certain hilltop in Mondstadt had been shortened by a few meters, leading to a tea invitation from the knights and ultimately a fine. Yet, this did not hinder my relations with the arms dealer and the head of Mondstadt's arms trade. Of course, I want to tell the Grandmaster. Aren't I here to accompany you for fish bombing? That is wonderful. Honorary Knight Brother is the best, Klee exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, her hands clapping joyfully, producing a delightful, crisp sound. The brilliance in her starry eyes radiated admiration and elation, as if the honorary knight standing before her had become her irreplaceable idol. I'm so sorry, dear fish of Fruit Wine Lake, but for the sake of the girl's smile, you must endure. Steady as a rock. He-ho, bomb. Splash, boom. The sky seemed to rain fish, the grass teeming with them, some charred, exuding the enticing aroma of grilled fish, while others wriggled energetically. Wow, so many fish. Klee wore an innocent smile, exclaiming, Honorary Knight, look quickly. Very well, Klee, but your voice may be a bit too loud. The winds of perception informed Lu Bu Liang that Klee's nemesis was charging towards Mondstadt, leaving a trail of sparks in her wake. What did you say, Honorary Knight? Klee. Ah, it's Captain Jean. Honorary Knight, let us flee. But where had Lu Bu Liang gone? Where is the Honorary Knight? Klee's tiny face was bewildered. Klee, you ought to understand the consequences of your actions. Jean had already positioned herself behind Klee. I realized my mistake, but where is the Honorary Knight? What Honorary Knight? He was just here, and now he has vanished. Jean rubbed her temples. Klee, the Honorary Knight should be in Liyue now. Next time. Could you perhaps choose a better excuse for your mischief? Phew, that was close. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly. Lu Bu Liang reappeared in Mondstadt. Yet, was it a bit unfair to Klee? Never mind. If she doesn't see me, it's not my concern. He strode towards the Cat's Tail Tavern with a nonchalant gait. Boss, a special drink from Diana, please. Diana, in the midst of mixing drinks, slammed a prepared cocktail onto the table. Why must another drunkard appear? Ugh, this is so annoying. Why do such creatures exist in the world? Hee. Diana's flustered expression is quite adorable, he mused. No. I am not a Lolita enthusiast. Besides, Lolita is the precious fruit of subculture. It symbolizes cuteness and charm. It embodies the essence of youth and girls. It is a treasure bestowed upon humanity from the realm of the second dimension. It represents justice from another dimension. Lolitas inspire immense courage and motivation in humanity. Thus, being a Lolita enthusiast is not a malady. In this world devoid of phones and the internet, what is wrong with enjoying Lolas and older sisters? If one cannot manage their gaze in another world, what is the point of calling it another world? What is the purpose of traversing dimensions? I am merely engaging in what every adventurer would do. Moreover, this is an authentic cat girl, Diana. I'm so tired. You make me want to shout Jojo. I long to hear her utter that phrase. What? You say it's not this Tio? It matters not, as long as the sound is right. After all, Lolas are invincible. Diana? Diana shook her drink with an irritated pout. Do you wish to obliterate the Mondstadt brewing industry? Ah, Diana gasped, her once lively eyes widening in disbelief, as if her eyeballs might pop out. Her face was etched with astonishment and incredulity. Nevertheless, her stubbornness prevailed as she pouted defiantly, retorting, Humph. Do you really think anyone would believe a drunken fool like you could destroy the Mondstadt brewing industry? Alas, this statement is rather misguided. Do you not realize that those well-versed in the art of wine are most aware of the vulnerabilities of the inebriated? Diana's mind halted in contemplation. Consider this. It is indeed the seasoned veterans of an industry who possess the deepest understanding of its nuances. As the most formidable drinker in Mondstadt, it is only natural for one to be acutely aware of the weaknesses of this band of drunkards. This notion bears some merit. Before Diana could respond, several inebriates erupted in indignation upon hearing those words. Huh? The finest drinker in Mondstadt? Who do you think you are? One exclaimed. Young man, while one may indulge in a variety of culinary delights and speak freely, one must never treat alcohol with disdain. So, you believe yourself quite courageous, do you? A drunken fellow placed a hand upon Lu Bu Liang's shoulder. Of course, I am exceedingly brave. I excel at drinking. Come, if you cannot outlast us, you shan't leave this tavern. Diana, pour the drinks. Ah, they were merely concocting excuses to indulge. Diana, hands on hips, flushed with anger, resembled an irate kitten, fierce yet undeniably adorable. However, despite her simmering frustration, curiosity gnawed at her. After all, here stood a person audacious enough to claim he could dismantle the entire Mondstadt wine industry, which was utterly astonishing. Thus, while she mumbled her grievances, her hands instinctively quickened their pace in mixing drinks. With practiced precision, she grasped various bottles and glasses, blending a vibrant array of liquids in measured proportions, then gently shaking them until a kaleidoscopic cocktail, fragrant and enticing, materialized before the onlookers. Clink. I shall take the first sip. The rest of you may partake as you wish. Chapter 28. Superblade. With the final inebriate collapsing onto the table, the drinking contest concluded with Lu Bu Liang's triumph. The Anemo Archon's capacity for drink requires no further elaboration. Humph. I never anticipated you to possess such prowess, and to drink so copiously without succumbing to inebriation. Diana shook her hands, stiffened from the mixing, and conceded, I acknowledge your skill. Now, do enlighten me, how do you intend to dismantle the Mondstadt wine industry? Lu Bu Liang gradually rose, approaching the bar, and locked eyes with Diana, declaring, acquiring my secret formula won't be a simple feat. What do you propose then? Diana replied, scrutinizing Lu Bu Liang with caution. Though he had not succumbed to the drink, who could ascertain whether he was truly sober? Naturally, Lu Bu Liang extended a hand. A playful gesture. Ah, what are you thinking? Stand at attention if your thoughts stray. He gently ruffled Diana's hair, exclaiming, perfectly delightful, Diana. Whoever touches knows. Diana curled up slightly, tightly closed her eyes, her face radiating an expression of unparalleled satisfaction, while soft, cheerful purring sounds occasionally escaped her throat. Suddenly, she jolted awake, realizing with a start, wait, I'm not a cat. Lu Bu Liang quickly withdrew his hand, which was nearly within Diana's reach, and chuckled brightly. Does it feel good? Ah, I'm so infuriated, Diana exclaimed, ready to pounce. Lu Bu Liang made a gesture for pause, elegantly flicking his cloak as he seated himself before her, resting his hand on the bar top. Since the reward has been paid, the contract is established. I shall provide you with what you deserve. At that moment, the little cat was captivated by Lu Bu Liang's words and inadvertently accepted a piece of paper. Tea? Milk? Sugar? Diana gazed at the 4 words on the paper, her expression one of disbelief. This drink is called milk tea, a specialty from Inazuma. He was not mistaken. Even his elder brother had a penchant for milk tea. This is merely the basic ingredient. Additional flavors can be added. I trust that with your skills, Miss Diana, you could create a plethora of varieties. Can this truly bring down the Mondstadt beverage industry? Diana remained skeptical. Inazuma was isolated, and news couldn't penetrate. In essence, Mondstadt suffered from a lack of beverage variety, compounded by the thriving tavern industry, which naturally attracted more drinkers. The emergence of a novel drink could disrupt the existing market. Humans possess a natural curiosity and a desire to experience new things, and milk tea, with its delightful taste, could entice drinkers away from alcohol. Bingo! While I cannot guarantee the complete obliteration of Mondstadt's beverage industry, it will indeed take time to promote this. However, I am confident that the number of drinkers will surely diminish. Diana pondered the feasibility of this approach. Clap, clap, clap. Your insights are truly unique, said Marguerite, the owner of the Cat's Tail Tavern, as she approached. However, since you have provided this recipe, your intentions must be more profound than they appear. Quite simple, really. I have already received my reward, Lu Bu Liang replied with a cheeky smile, his hand resting lightly atop Diana's head. I've already said I'm not a cat. Yet. Diana did not move away, her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Hee. I hardly ever get to pet Diana's head. How about this? We split the profits from selling milk tea 50-50? I understand the difficulties you face in bringing this recipe out from Inazuma. Then it seems there is no choice but to comply. What can be done? In this day and age, it seems there are still those eager to part with their money. Pleasant cooperation, Marguerite said with a smile, extending her hand. Pleasant cooperation. In a splendid mood, Lu Bu Liang exited the Cat's Tail Tavern, ready to await his earnings. Suddenly, he noticed a figure in the distance. A girl clad in a blue robe stood there, observing. Her flowing blue robe danced gently in the wind, as if seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. Upon closer inspection, intricate and mysterious astrological patterns adorned the fabric, reflecting her unique identity as an astrologer. At this moment, the young maiden slightly tilted her head back, her large, bright eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, roamed the surroundings in search of something significant or someone important. A sense of curiosity and anticipation graced her delicate features, prompting one to wonder what could possibly captivate her attention so intensely. Mona? How fortuitous. Let us see if the great astrologer can divine my fate, Lu Bu Liang thought as he approached the girl in blue. Where on earth was the heir of the elderly woman's friend? All he knew was that she was a promising young female knight of the West, astrologist Mona Megistus. Mona scrutinized the figure before her, certain she had never encountered anyone who knew her full name. Surely, this individual was not an ordinary person. She demanded, state your name. The great astrologer cannot deduce it herself? Lu Bu Liang jested. Interesting. So you have come to challenge me? Very well, I accept this challenge. With a graceful wave of her hands, a crystal-clear water divination plate materialized before her, shimmering with a blue luminescence. This exquisite artifact was inscribed with arcane and intricate runes and patterns. Mona gazed intently at the water plate, watching as the liquid began to flow gently, gradually forming peculiar shapes and symbols. With incantations on her lips, dust for the body, beneath the gods, she began her divination. However, at that moment, Mona abruptly halted. Disbelief etched across her face. Her eyes widened as she murmured, "It's gone? How could this be? It's impossible." The divination results, which should have continued to unfold, abruptly ceased, as if severed by an invisible force. Very well, you managed to deduce this much, Lu Bu Liang thought, immediately recognizing that the system concealed his fate. The system, a notorious presence in various novels, served as the greatest enigma of the entire narrative, obscuring the heavenly secrets, a mere splash of water. Cough, cough. A minor mishap. Mona awkwardly deactivated the water plate. Not to worry, I can understand. A pleasure to meet you, Lu Bu Liang, she said, as Lu Bu Liang slightly bowed, elegantly extending his right hand with the palm facing upward, then gently bending his fingers in a quintessential Fontaine gesture. His movements flowed as naturally as a stream, as if honed through countless rehearsals. Do you know I hail from Fontaine? Might you also be an astrologer? Mona's competitive spirit ignited. No, I am a diviner from Liyue. I can grasp the threads of fate and foresee the past 5,000 years of Liyue. I know all that transpires in this life, Lu Bu Liang proclaimed, oblivious to the small mustache that had somehow appeared on his face as he pinched his middle finger. Sunnerblade. Mona had no intention of resorting to insults. Yet the individual before her bore no resemblance to an astrologer. They seemed merely intent on amusement at her expense. If one sought a particular person, they might be found in the Knightly Order's confinement chamber. Yet, upon a sudden glance back, that person had vanished amidst the flickering lights. Chapter 29. The prejudices in the human heart are like a great mountain. Although Mona suspected that the individual she had encountered merely sought to entertain themselves at her expense, her water divination indeed pointed towards the direction of the Knightly Order. Could it be that he was truly correct? A tumult of emotion stirred within her. She shook her head, her braids dancing in the breeze, and adjusted her hat. Well, regardless of truth or falsehood, a visit would reveal all. Greetings, Ms. Astrologist Mona Megistus. What brings you to the Knightly Order? Jean inquired, her demeanor considerably brighter than in recent days, a smile gracing her lips. It seems I am indeed quite renowned. Mona mused, having had two individuals address her by her full name already that day. Ms. Mona? Jean observed Mona's momentary silence. Oh, my apologies. Mona, still fundamentally a Mondstadt native, performed a customary Mondstadt greeting. Might I request a glimpse of your order's confinement chamber? The confinement chamber? Jean's face was a canvas of confusion. The celebrity of the Steam Bird Daily has traveled all the way from Fontaine to behold the confinement chamber? Since when did it become a tourist attraction? How was I unaware of this? I do not comprehend your meaning. If it is a tour of Mondstadt you desire, you misunderstand. I wish to meet the individuals within the confinement chamber. Realizing her previous statement was somewhat irrational, Mona clarified. Klee? You wish to see Klee? Indeed. The heir of my masteress friend. The inheritor of great knowledge. Coughing, Jean nearly choked on her own saliva. Ms. Mona, are you certain you are speaking of Klee? My astrology does not err, but just to be safe, might I inquire if she is the daughter of Lady Alice? That is indeed correct. Then it is settled. Quickly, allow me to meet her. I wish to challenge her. A challenge? Jean pinched her forehead, believing she had heard enough absurdity for one day. To my knowledge, Klee does not practice astrology. She is merely a little girl fond of playing with bombs. I recently confined her for using bombs to fish at Fruitwine Lake. You may find yourself disappointed. Mona bit her lip, cursing under her breath. The Charlotte and S words had indeed proven true. What? Oh, it is nothing. Still, I wish to see her. My master entrusted an item to Lady Alice, which is now in her daughter's possession. Understood. I shall fetch Clee at once. Jean exited the office. To calculate and predict, to fathom 5,000 years of Liyue. This life fulfilled, there is not in this world of which I am unaware. Mona chanted softly as she unfurled the water divination board, her brow furrowing in concentration. Alas, she still could not decipher its contents. Her fate was shrouded by a higher realm, one accessible only to the elderly woman. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that there would be an opportunity to inquire later, once the current matters were resolved. Little did Mona know, her visit to Mondstadt would be her last. For she had gazed upon forbidden knowledge. Come, drink. Then he exclaimed, raising his cup and downing its contents in one swift motion. Lu Bu Liang hesitated, displaying a troubled expression. What troubles you, my adopted son? Drink up. Having indulged a bit too much already, Lu Bu Liang was indeed capable of holding his liquor. Yet his human stomach could not accommodate such excess. May I join your table? A melodious voice rang out. The trio turned to see a woman approaching with a warm smile. She was clad in a crisp, form-fitting knight's attire that did little to conceal her alluring figure. Most striking were her short, vibrant blue locks that shimmered with captivating brilliance. At her snow-white chest, a resplendent cryo-vision gleamed like a radiant star embedded in the night sky. With graceful steps, she approached the table, each movement exuding an innate elegance, as though she were gliding through a grand palace rather than upon the mundane ground. However, the surrounding patrons regarded this exquisite lady with disdain. Ah, another from the Lawrence family. How unfortunate. Do they still wish to join us? If it were up to me, those from the Lawrence family should vacate this tavern. What airs are they putting on? Ah, it's Eula. Please, take a seat. Then he welcomed her enthusiastically. Humph, not even clearing the table of empty bottles? I shall remember this slight, Eula remarked, gently placing the bottles on the ground before ordering 4 drinks from the bartender, setting one before each of the 3 as a token of her invitation to share the table. Lu Bu Liang chuckled wryly. I can't manage another sip. Humph. Refusing my hospitality? You'll pay for this slight, Eula retorted, pulling the drink in front of Lu Bu Liang toward herself and taking a small sip. Inviting someone for a drink? Huh. In Liyue terms, that's akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. Nothing but ill intent. Look, that fellow is threatening someone again. Eula remained silent, quietly sipping her drink, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. How absurd. She appeared so brazen. One could hardly fathom how the knights would accept someone from the Lawrence family. Who knows what despicable deed she might be involved in. Just recently, the collaboration between the Lawrence family and the Fatui had come to light. The once tranquil Eula furrowed her brow upon hearing this. At that moment, a man named Lu, his expression darkening, smirked slightly and scoffed. This tavern is certainly no latrine. Who dares to emerge from some dark corner, spouting such nonsense and filth? Truly ignorant. As he spoke, he cast disdainful glances around, as if searching for the impudent individual to confront. What did you say? The burly man who had spoken earlier stood up. Whoever stands up is the one with peculiar tastes. Repeat that. It was astonishing that someone would dare to have such peculiar inclinations. Very well, as you wish. After all, I am a benevolent soul. This tavern is certainly no latrine. The burly man seized a bottle and advanced towards Lu. Eula also rose to her feet, wielding a gleaming greatsword, standing firmly in place. Her gaze was as cold and merciless as ice, fixed intently on the man. She slowly uttered 4 words. What do you want? This succinct and forceful statement, accompanied by an aura of chill, instilled fear in those present. Yet the burly man appeared unafraid, mocking. Are the people of the Lawrence family once again bullying the innocent? Come, everyone, witness this. The Lawrence family intends to assault a defenseless citizen. I knew there wasn't a decent dog among the Lawrence family. They all bite. He spat. Pah. She is unworthy of donning that knight's attire. People of the Lawrence family, get out of Mondstadt. Out of Mondstadt. Out of Mondstadt. The clamor of condemnation grew increasingly loud. Eula felt a surge of frustration. She was acutely aware of her impulsiveness. In that fleeting moment, anger and impulsivity washed over her like a tidal wave, rendering her nearly uncontrollable. However, as reason gradually returned, she retracted her greatsword. In her beautiful, profound eyes, glimmers of tears began to shimmer, seemingly revealing the emotions deep within her heart, akin to remorse for her impulsive actions. Subsequently, Eula appeared to be overwhelmed by an invisible weight, sinking heavily into her seat. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had yet to fully recover from the intense emotional turmoil. Then, She reached for the goblet on the table, tilting her head back to gulp down a large swig of strong liquor. The fiery liquid coursed down her throat, igniting a warmth within her. Yet it did nothing to quell the tempest within her heart. On the contrary, the sting of the alcohol only deepened her melancholia. Still drinking with such shamelessness? Do you even deserve it? A hand intercepted an egg hurled towards Eula from the air. Initially indifferent, yet the audacity of certain individuals was intolerable at this moment. Lu Bu Liang's anger was on the verge of overflowing. Chapter 30. The Sinner. What? You wish to defend this sinner? TSK, how foolish. Lu Bu Liang shook his head. Suddenly, Eula sprang to her feet with a swift and powerful motion, resembling an enraged lion. Her beautiful, profound eyes widened as they fixed intently on Lu Bu Liang, her right hand reaching out decisively to grasp his arm. However, at that instant, Eula seemed to realize something. Her top body gradually relaxed, and her grip on Lu Bu Liang slackened. Simultaneously, her tone underwent a noticeable transformation, no longer laced with fury and sharpness, but gradually softening. Please, do not provoke them further. After all, today marks our first encounter, and it is unnecessary to make an enemy of all Mondstadt on my behalf. Moreover, my family has long borne a heavy burden of history, forever deemed the sinners of Mondstadt. At this point, Eula lowered her head slightly, a trace of subtle sorrow and helplessness flickering in her eyes. What does your family's burden have to do with you as an individual? Why should you alone bear the sins of your lineage? Do you realize that while you toil outside, your family's collusion with the Fatui could ruin the good reputation you've painstakingly built over the years? Lu Bu Liang, filled with righteous indignation, felt his previously calm visage flush crimson with anger, veins bulging on his forehead as if they might burst at any moment. Eula, listen closely. You are Eula Lawrence, not the sinner Lawrence. Eula's eyes widened, as if struck by an invisible force. Her once vibrant and determined gaze dulled, leaving her seemingly devoid of strength, standing motionless. I am Eula Lawrence, she murmured, her voice barely audible yet laden with profound grievance and anguish. Not the sinner Lawrence. This phrase escaped her trembling lips, imbued with a hint of despair and defiance. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, and time appeared to come to a standstill. Eula's mind echoed with the accusations and insults directed at her family. The words that tightly bound her to the so-called sinner surged like a tide, suffocating her. Yet, despite the myriad wounds within, Eula stubbornly straightened her posture, refusing to allow tears to spill from her eyes. She bit her lower lip, striving to suppress the tumult of her emotions, attempting to fortify herself against the injustices and prejudices imposed upon her by the world. It's still Lawrence after all. A dog cannot change its nature. Feeling the murderous gaze of Lu Bu Liang, the man finally sealed his lips. If Mondstadt is filled with such narrow-minded individuals, it would indeed disappoint Lord Barbados. Wendy's eyes widened as she sensed that events were taking a turn for the worse. Oh no, this fellow wouldn't he expose my true identity, would he? No matter. The winds are fierce. You, the outsider, what gives you the right to invoke Lord Barbados's name in front of the sinner? The loudest among them, having kicked aside his lackey, shouted, You talk too much. In any case, this sinner has betrayed the wind. Leave it to me. Lu Bu Liang keenly detected the subtle fluctuations in Eula's emotions. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at her with a gentle yet resolute expression, as if he could peer into the depths of her unease and worries. Then, he spoke softly, his voice as soothing as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, imbued with a reassuring strength. Do not worry. I shall take care of everything. Though these simple words seemed unremarkable, the warmth and promise embedded within flowed gently into Eula's heart, gradually loosening the tension that had gripped her. Betraying the wind? Let the most qualified person here determine whether she has betrayed the wind. Lu Bu Liang stepped back, revealing Wendy behind him. What? Why am I involved? Wait. What about Wendy? Wendy was taken aback, bewildered as to how she had become a part of this spectacle. Isn't that the drunken bard? What right does he have to judge a sinner? Take a closer look. Lu Bu Liang crossed his arms, exuding confidence. Eula quietly poked Lu Bu Liang and said, Hey, I know this drunken bard too. Just because you're an honorary knight doesn't give you the right to speak so recklessly. I mean, you're just here for comic relief, aren't you? Everyone knows this bard. Exactly. I even drank with him just yesterday. Why does he seem so familiar? Wendy usually obscured her appearance with her powers. Otherwise, her striking resemblance to Mondstadt's original hero would have caused quite a stir. TSK. Lu Bu Liang shook his head, a look of disdain crossing his face as if he were utterly disappointed by the unfolding events. He squinted, a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips, and continued, "You people of Mondstadt, who proclaim to guard the freedom of the wind, yet can't even recognize your own hero. What a profound irony. Truly pathetic." At this point, Lu Bu Liang deliberately paused, seemingly allowing those around him a moment to react. However, the crowd merely exchanged perplexed glances, their faces reflecting confusion and bewilderment. Clearly, they were entirely ignorant of the hero mentioned by Lu Bu Liang. Observing this scene, Lu Bu Liang felt a sense of secret satisfaction, believing he had successfully captured everyone's attention. He cleared his throat, raised his voice, and continued, "Look, is this what they call the spirit of Mondstadt? To forget one's own hero. How can one even speak of faith or guardianship under such circumstances?" With that, he crossed his arms, adopting an air of superiority as he coldly observed the reactions of those around him. "Ah, I remember now." A sudden voice erupted from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. "I have seen this person in the gallery of heroic portraits at the Knights of Favonius. He is the legendary hero of Mondstadt. Renowned alongside the Liefang Knight, Vanessa, the leader who defied the tempestuous god, the Anemo Archon, Barbados." At least someone recognized the truth. It wasn't a complete loss. Chapter 31. May the wind god's chosen one deceive you. Hey, do you know what you're saying? How could someone from 2,000 years ago possibly be alive now? That hero has long since perished. Exactly. Then he gently shook his head, a faint, self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. How could a person as ordinary as I ever be that great hero who saved the world? You all are overestimating me. Since there is nothing for me to attend to here, I shall not trouble you any further, he said, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged his shoulders and raised his hand, seemingly casually yet skillfully parting the throng before him, preparing to turn away. Just as he was about to take a step, a hand landed on his shoulder. "You cannot leave. You must stay." Lu Bu Liang had no intention of letting him go. Since Wendy had slipped away, he could not allow this Wendy to escape. This was indisputable. A human from thousands of years ago could not possibly survive to the present day. However, the great and benevolent Barbados, with his unparalleled divine power, had successfully rescued his soul from the vast, dark, and despairing realm of death, granting him a new light of life. Lord Barbados is the kindest deity in existence. His compassionate heart could not bear to see such a brave and fearless hero as soul wander in solitude. Thus, Lord Barbados unleashed his astonishing divine might, resurrecting the hero who had once bled to defend the land he deeply cherished against tyrannical rulers. Now, this hero, endowed with a second life by Lord Barbados, once again stood upon this familiar and deeply cherished land, ready to continue writing his legendary tale. Wendy, who had been eavesdropping, was profoundly moved, though he could not comprehend fully. Is this the charm of Liyue's language? No, wait. Don't casually bestow me with strange powers. Ah, indeed, if it were Lord Barbados, he would certainly have the capability to revive that hero. My sister does exist. Do not speak nonsense. Ah, may the Anemo Archon bless you. I am but the loyal hound of Lord Barbados. It seems I have unwittingly stumbled into a peculiar gathering. However, what this legendary figure witnessed upon his resurrection filled him with both sorrow and fury. A group of men were subjecting a woman to cold violence merely because she belonged to the Lawrence family. At this point, some began to blush, while others took advantage of the crowd to slip away. The people of Mondstadt, known for their spirit of freedom and inclusivity, how can you only focus on the Lawrences? Why can you not shift your gaze, even slightly, to the one who has silently guarded us and devoted herself to our safety? Eula? She is the valiant Spindrift Knight of Mondstadt. Like countless others who bear the weight of their protective duties, she stands steadfast at her post day and night, never faltering in her commitment. Yet, you treat this diligent knight with such cold indifference. Do you not feel a twinge of shame? When danger looms, who steps forward to confront it head-on? Who sacrifices their life to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this city? It is Eula and the brave knights who share her valor. Yet now, because she is a Lawrence, you choose to ignore all that she has given. This is truly disheartening. Eula's cheeks began to flush as she thought, I have merely done what I ought to do. How could they praise me in front of so many? I shall remember this slight. Though her final words were whispered, they went unheard by the others. He spoke with a semblance of reason. We indeed should not treat our knights in such a manner. Previously, when I encountered monsters in the wild, it was Eula's team that rescued me, and I dared to treat my savior in this way. I am truly despicable. My uncle from the Knights of Favonius mentioned that it was Eula who captured the culprits colluding with the Fatui, and it was said they were her own relatives. Seeing the crowd beginning to waver, the opportunistic Bu Liang pushed Wendy forward. Do you not seek judgment? Come, speak up. Do we still need this hero to be judged? Enough. Wendy hissed quietly, baring her teeth and warning to Bu Liang. We do not require it. We of Mondstadt cannot allow our hero to be wronged. Indeed. Eula is a hero of Mondstadt. We must separate her from the Lawrences. Eula, who had long endured the scorn of many, had never witnessed such a grand display. At this moment, she resembled a startled fawn, standing frozen in place, her mouth opening and closing without forming a single coherent word. Her lovely face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, while her enchanting eyes were filled with confusion and disarray. At this moment, she wished fervently to find a crack in the earth to burrow into, escaping the excruciating embarrassment of her predicament. Yet, deep within her heart, a profound sense of gratitude stirred, as she sensed a subtle transformation in the way others perceived her. The once indifferent, disdainful, and even contemptuous gazes had gradually been supplanted by kindness, understanding, and respect. This unexpected metamorphosis began to thaw the icy barrier that had long encased her heart. As for her obstinate family, let them be damned. From the moment she joined the opposing Knight Order, her path had been irrevocably severed from theirs. Was her father's expulsion of her from the family not a desire for her to sever ties with them? At that moment, Wendy quietly slipped away. Although he had used her as a shield, he had indeed resolved yet another dilemma in Mondstadt. At the very least, that girl would no longer be subjected to prejudice. Wendy's disguise had been revealed. Fortunately, she had managed to escape swiftly. And now, let us invite our initial bard, the Wind of Freedom, Wendy, to share a few words. Applause erupted from the crowd. What does this have to do with me? She exclaimed. Is it not the duty of a hero to rescue an innocent maiden from peril? Eula, like you once did, yearns for the poetry and songs beyond the high walls. Yet, the barrier obstructing her is the towering wall of prejudice. Surely, you must resonate with this. Wendy rubbed his forehead, realizing why that fellow claimed to be at a loss with her as a foster son. Chapter 32. Hu Tao, the formidable boss of the underworld, commands reverence. Wendy sighed, then closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he placed his fingers upon the harp strings. He began to hum softly, his voice a melodious and ethereal sound that penetrated the air, reaching the depths of people's souls. Each note seemed imbued with life, leaping and dancing, weaving together an exquisite symphony. The wind rises, the knight raises his sword, for freedom, for resistance, writing the epic of heroes. Mondstadt shall not forget. Waves cleanse the family disgrace. The waves long to merge with the sea. Yet, with colors so diverse, how can one know that the waves originally come from the sea? The waves rise with the wind. Wendy gracefully plucked the harp strings. As the final beautiful note faded, his slender, pale fingers slowly withdrew from the harp. Yet, the celestial melody lingered in the air, enveloping the tavern like a delicate veil, softly caressing every corner. The attendees remained entranced by the enchanting song, their gazes dreamy, their thoughts drifting far away with the music. Seizing this opportunity, Wendy quietly departed. Who knew what mischief Lu Bu Liang might concoct next? Where is the hero? As the crowd regained their senses, the figure of Wendy had vanished. Was that the poetry of the initial winds? How enchanting. If the poem of freedom were to participate in this bardic competition, the champion would undoubtedly be him. Alas, what a pity. I failed to obtain the signature of the esteemed hero. Ahem. The attention of the crowd was once again drawn to Bu Liang. What are your thoughts on the hero's poetry? The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately bowing their heads in unison. Eula, we apologize. In the end, Eula reconciled with those present. And the events that transpired in the tavern quickly spread, reaching the ears of the people of Mondstadt, who ceased their discrimination against Eula. A joyous occasion indeed. Daring to speculate on the conclusion, I shall remember this grudge. Without a backward glance, Eula departed the tavern. Bu Liang scratched his head. Shouldn't a happy ending be just like this? However, being well aware of Eula's pride, Bu Liang understood that this was her way of expressing gratitude. It was her protective facade. Wendy, why did you run off so quickly? I am the Anemo god, of course, I can run fast. Is that your excuse for leaving me behind? Oh dear, I cannot reveal my identity. I must ask you to bear with it, so my identity can be exposed. Is that it? How am I to navigate Mondstadt with this? Wendy exclaimed, her face a mask of indignation, her hands firmly planted on her hips. Resembling a child who had suffered a great injustice, staring intently at her counterpart, as if to say, if you do not provide me with satisfactory compensation today, do not expect my forgiveness. All right, All right, how about this? The rite of dissension is about to begin. Shall I take you to meet that old gentleman? Now that sounds more reasonable. He is a living legend, and if I could meet him in person, my poetry collection would surely grow. Indeed. The earlier piece can count as one. Then it's settled. Wendy, fearing that Wendy might change her mind, summoned a gust of wind and took flight. To her surprise, the young girl turned out to be an adeptus, whisked away from the Wangshu Inn by another short-statured adeptus. Adeptus? Indeed, Liyue is home to many adepti. They are just not often seen. Speaking of which, we encountered 2 adepti in quick succession. What good fortune. Sigh, I hope to see her again. Ying, what did you say? Nothing. After undergoing the security checks of the Millilith, Bai Piao and Huang Mao finally set foot on the soil of Liyue. This is Liyue Harbor. It seems everyone is bustling about due to the rite of dissension, Paimon observed, looking around. On the bustling streets of Liyue, Bai Piao and Huang Mao paused, surrounded by a throng of passers-by, all transient souls. Abyss gazed around. Is this Liyue, the homeland of Lu Bu Liang? Paimon. Why does Lu Bu Liang, a native of Liyue, revere the Animo god as his adoptive father? If you ask me, who should I inquire? The people of Liyue hold their deities in the highest esteem. It is considered utterly disrespectful to address the Geo-Archon by his given name, and one would be relegated to the status of a rude foreigner and must refer to him as Lord of the Rock. If it were me, I would undoubtedly adopt the Lord of the Rock as my adoptive father, for then I would be bestowed with an endless supply of Mora. Oh, by the way, you may not know this, but the Mora we use is named after this deity, which is why the Geo-Archon is also known as the god of precious metals. At this moment, Huang Mao had developed a sense of reverence for the deities of this land. So, it is rare for someone like Lu Bu Liang to travel to another nation and adopt their gods as an adoptive father? One might say that is indeed the case. Absolutely. The majority of the people in Liyue are devoted followers of the Archon. What does devoted mean? It signifies a profound admiration. Abyss. Why are you speaking to a curtain? He was just explaining moments ago. Sunrise. What the heck? Lu Bu Liang suddenly pulled aside the curtain. I knew there was someone peculiar speaking nearby. It turns out to be you. Lu Bu Liang? Aren't you in Mondstadt? I mentioned we would meet at the rite of descending. It seems that was indeed the case. But how could you arrive so swiftly? Paimon, that is quite an exaggeration. Huh? What do you mean by that? How can one say a man is fast? Abyss was taken aback by the sudden Risker remark. Her beautiful, lively eyes widened in disbelief and astonishment. Is this something one can utter in public? While she had loosened up due to her brother's riddle-like demeanor, she was not that open-minded. Paimon stomped her foot again. Wait, what was that proverb you just mentioned? How disgusting. Oh, Liyue's culture is vast and profound. You wouldn't understand. Little Paimon, how infuriating. You think you can bully me because I'm less educated. Do not presume that possessing knowledge grants you the right to act as you please. Sorry, but having knowledge truly does allow one a certain liberty, although it was not intended as mockery. His expression was so mischievous that she felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Abyss's lips twitched uncontrollably. Guest. Hu Tao emerged from nowhere, patting Lu Bu Liang on the shoulder. Boss, how many times must I say it? I am not part of the Yuheng Hall. I am not your guest. I do not care. You promised to help me attract customers. When did I ever agree to that? You did. Enough. Abyss interjected between the two. Lu Bu Liang, are you not an adventurer like me? When did you take on a part-time role as a guest? Before El Bouillon could respond, Hu Tao eagerly seized Ying's hand, her eyes sparkling. Are you an adventurer? Ying felt a tad flustered by the sudden grip from such an adorable girl. Yes, what's the matter? Hu Tao continued. As an adventurer, you must frequently encounter perilous situations. To ensure to purchase our services, may I inquire about your profession? El Bouillon interjected. Oh. Hu Tao is a prominent figure in the funeral business, he added. The funeral business. Assassinations? Ying instinctively withdrew her hand, her legs trembling as she hastily bowed, exclaiming, Please, great sir, spare me. I assure you, I won't utter a word. This emergency food is a humble offering. Ying, why did you suddenly push me to the ground? I have a bump on my head now. Paimon exclaimed, cradling her head, tears brimming in her eyes from the forceful bow. Indeed. Ying remained standing. Chapter 33, The Emperor's Demise. Heat the oil. After a prolonged and tense explanation, Ying realized, oh, so Hu Tao is involved in the funeral business. It's all your fault for using such easily misunderstood phrases. Hu Tao playfully punched El Bouillon in the chest. Is it my fault then? El Bouillon shrugged. Let's not dwell on that, Hu Tao said, her sparkling plum blossom eyes fixed on Ying. After all this chatter, would you consider becoming a member, dear? No. Why not? I still want to know why a funeral service would offer memberships. Is there a reward for dying again? No. It's a detour at the boundary between life and death. Ying turned to Paimon. Paimon, let's go. Hey. Are you really not considering it? Thank you. But no. Ying quickened her pace, vanishing into the throng in the blink of an eye. She turned and walked up the mountain. Understanding all too well, she simply could not afford it. Thud. Lu Bu Liang, with a newly formed bump on his head, exerted great effort to dismiss the ancestral spirits of the afterlife. I am feeling quite disheartened. However, the iconic scene is about to unfold. It's just that. How does one ascend to the throne? It appears no one has informed me. Nevertheless, let us indulge in the spectacle. I have yet to behold a dragon. At the Jade Capital platform, let us venture a little further, for the view from here is obscured. Paimon fluttered ahead with a flourish. Ying squeezed through the crowd with determination. Before the incense burners stood Ningguang, the elegant lady with white hair, adorned with an ornate hairpin, accompanied by her 2 secretaries. Sunlight streamed through the gaps between her fingers, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Ningguang scrutinized the position of the sun, as if silently calculating the passage of time within her mind. After a brief moment, she gracefully lowered her arms, positioning her hands delicately before her abdomen. Her demeanor turning serious. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, her voice rang clear and resounding. The auspicious hour has arrived. These 4 words echoed through the air like thunder, drawing the attention of the surrounding crowd, who held their breath in anticipation of the momentous event about to unfold. Before them, 4 radiant gemstones of rock elemental origin shimmered like brilliant stars, propelled by Ningguang's exquisite control, racing towards the ancient and enigmatic incense burner like arrows released from a bow. They traced magnificent arcs through the air, pulsating with a heart-stirring energy. Swirling around the incense burner in a captivating dance, these gemstones appeared almost alive, spinning at an astonishing pace. Each rotation stirred a fierce wind, causing the surrounding air to become restless. As they continued to accelerate, their once distinct forms gradually blurred into a whirl of light, with only 4 streaks of brilliance darting like lightning around the incense burner. After several rapid revolutions, the 4 gemstones simultaneously erupted with a tremendous force, reminiscent of 4 roaring dragons, plunging into the 4 corners of the incense burner. In an instant, the entire burner was enveloped in a rich, earthy yellow glow, as though it had merged with the very essence of the earth. At that moment, the incense burner unleashed a spectacular golden beam of light, soaring skyward, piercing through the clouds with a brightness that could eclipse the sun and moon. It stood like a colossal pillar, connecting the heavens and the earth, exuding an aura of infinite majesty and sanctity. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed. The once clear skies darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds swept through the landscape, causing trees to sway and leaves to scatter. Wow, this spectacle is worth every penny, exclaimed Lu Bu Liang from the crowd, donning half-red, half-blue glasses and munching on chips, clearly exhilarated. In an instant, the sky was rent asunder by a brilliant crimson lightning bolt, shaking the very foundations of reality. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous boom heralded the descent of a colossal, deep brown-scaled Qilin dragon, crashing down from the heavens like a meteor. Its incredibly hard scale shimmered with a mystical glow, each one a meticulously crafted work of art. A colossal figure arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a billowing cloud of dust. As the haze gradually dissipated, the formidable and majestic aura emanating from this Qilin dragon became starkly apparent, instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, during my initial foray into Genshin Impact, I had believed the radiant light had brought the Geo Archon down. At that moment, Ningguang's exquisite visage was etched with gravity as she strode forward with steady and swift steps, meticulously surveying the astonishing scene before her. The once imposing Qilin dragon, radiating power, now lay still, devoid of any semblance of life. A weight settled in Ningguang's heart, accompanied by an ominous premonition. She inhaled deeply, then suddenly waved her hand and proclaimed loudly, "The Emperor has been harmed. Seal off the area. Heat the oil." The panicked crowd turned to gaze at Lu Bu Liang with perplexed expressions. It dawned on him that his frequent antics had become a reflex. Are you all continuing? In an instant, countless members of the Qianyan army surged forth, encircling Lu Bu Liang. "Lord Ningguang, this individual just shouted for oil to be heated. Arrest him for questioning." "Yes. Was that really Lu Bu Liang? What is happening?" Lumen's eyes widened as she witnessed Lu Bu Liang being handcuffed and escorted away by the Qianyan soldiers. What on earth is going on? She said, "The Emperor has been harmed. Does that mean the Geogod is truly dead?" Paimon, clearly unaware of Lu Bu Liang's capture, remained in shock. "I don't know. Lu Bu Liang was just apprehended. Who told him to shout about heating oil? Lu Bu Liang was captured?" Paimon was twice as astonished. "What did I just miss? They aren't even sparing the locals of Liyue. Should we flee? After all, we were rather close to the scene. Lu Bu Liang once told me that a clear conscience has no fear of scrutiny. Why should we run? We haven't done anything wrong." Lumen shot a glance at Paimon. Paimon scratched her head in agreement. Right. Thus, due to the unforeseen turn of events, the 11th Harbinger found himself without an opportunity to make an entrance. At that moment, he crouched by the edge of a thicket, joyfully drawing circles in the dirt, exclaiming, "I just dreamt that Nahida's birthday is today. What nonsense are you babbling? Hurry up. Don't shove me. I am the son of Liyue." "Son of Liyue? Why not claim to be the emperor? Just move." Suddenly, a young girl came sprinting from a distance. Her long blue hair cascaded down to her waist, flowing in the wind like a shimmering waterfall, reminiscent of the ocean's brilliance. The ends were artfully gathered into a ponytail, accentuating her lively spirit. Upon closer inspection, two small, intricately patterned Qilin horns, black and red, symmetrically adorned either side of her head, imparting an air of mystery and uniqueness. They are gently curved, resembling exquisite works of art, exuding a faint aura of auspiciousness. The young girl dons a flowing white robe, the collar standing tall and forming a mandarin style, from which hangs a delicate golden bell. As she runs, the bell emits a crisp and melodious chime, akin to a celestial melody, harmonizing with her light footsteps to create a captivating scene. Chapter 34. Sister Ganyu. The Qinyan army, escorting her, immediately came to a halt. "Miss Ganyu." The newcomer was none other than the secretary of Yuehai Pavilion, Ganyu. She paused to catch her breath. "Where are you taking the Emperor's son?" "To prison." "Wait a moment, Miss Ganyu. Did you just say who he is?" "The Emperor's son, the one personally appointed by the sovereign, the heir of the sovereign." Several members of the Qinyan army were taken aback. He truly was the Emperor's son. Humph. A cold snort sounded, and the previously composed face of Lu Bu Liang twisted momentarily, a sneer of disdain forming at the corner of his mouth. However, the Qinyan army did not heed this so-called Emperor's son on Lord Ningguang's side. "I'll go explain. The sovereign has been attacked, and the immortals fear for the Emperor's son's safety. I must escort him to Jueyun Karst for protection until the situation is clarified, after which we can consider the Emperor's son's ascension." "All right. I didn't expect it would be Sister Ganyu coming to fetch me." Ganyu, walking ahead, shivered slightly, her face flushing. "Do not call me sister. Just refer to me as Ganyu." "Okay, sister." "No problem, sister." Ganyu was left speechless. After walking a while longer, she suddenly realized, "Wait, how do you recognize me when we have never met?" How to explain this? We met in a game? Wait, I got it. Liyue borrowed Feng Jinju and told me stories of you from your childhood." Jinju and Ganyu fell silent once more. Beep. Sister binding successful. Sister, Ganyu race, half-immortal beast. Qilin bloodline identity. Secretary of Yuehai Pavilion extracting Ganyu's skills for you. You have drawn Immortal Qilin stand. Wow, that sounds like an impressive skill. Immortal Qilin stand. You can stand and sleep anywhere, anytime. Meanwhile, after finally completing the investigation, Paimon appeared utterly drained, having served as the voice of the divine, answering most of the questions. "I'm starving, Ying. Let's find a restaurant." Ying glanced up at the setting sun. Indeed, it had been quite a while since they had lunch. "Please wait, both of you." Ningguang approached gracefully. "You must be the travelers who resolved the dragon crisis in Mondstadt, along with Miss Paimon?" Hee. Miss Paimon feels a bit shy. "And who might you be?" Although I recognize her as the one from the ritual of invitation, it is still courteous to inquire her name. "Liyue's 7 stars, Tiant 1 star, Ningguang." "What brings Miss Ningguang to us?" Ningguang glanced around, noticing that many people had come to participate in the ritual of invitation but had yet to leave. Given the crowd and the multitude of eyes, "Let us converse in the Jade Chamber." Thus, Ying and Paimon followed Ningguang to the Jade Chamber. "Sir, there is no opportunity for an entrance." Ningguang continued, "I would like to request your assistance in investigating the truth behind the assassination of the Emperor." Ningguang's exquisite visage was shrouded in mist as she gently parted her lips, elegantly inhaling from a delicately crafted pipe, before slowly exhaling a cloud of white smoke. "I merely came to meet the Geo-Archon. I do not wish to be embroiled in such matters." 500,000 mora. "It would be my honor to serve you." Ying, your mood changes far too swiftly. You earn only 20 to 30,000 more a day through commissions, yet you consume 2 to 3 times that in one sitting. How can I support you if I do not profit? Ah, Ying, you are truly kind to me. Paimon, after a brief moment of awkwardness, drew closer. Well then, I shall await good news from both of you. After Ying and Paimon departed, a blue figure emerged from behind the screen. Why seek out those two? This is not typical of your character. Not typical? What if I told you they share a close relationship with that wind deity Barbados and Mondstadt? You are quite well informed. Your reach is rather extensive. What do you take me for? Ningguang smiled gently, retrieving a letter from her drawer. Take a look. I have not placed any spies. Such actions, if discovered, could jeopardize the relations between our nations. A letter from the Grandmaster of the Knights? Well, I suppose some matters are better left unknown. Not reading it? That is rather uncharacteristic of you, Ningguang retorted. However, it is unfortunate the letter does not reveal the identity of that wind deity's son. If it were disclosed, it would be suspicious. That traveler possesses the ability to stir up a tempest. If we enlist her assistance, we might swiftly connect with the celestial beings. Such matters can only be resolved through collaboration with the immortals. After all, the Emperor is the progenitor of all deities, and they will not remain indifferent. At this point, Ningguang inhaled deeply from her pipe once more, the smoke curling upward and obscuring her contemplative expression. Ying, although we have accepted the commission from Tianquan Star, this situation is grand in scale. Where should we even begin our investigation? Not far ahead. A figure gradually came into focus. It was a tall, handsome young man striding toward them with a light-hearted gait. His fiery orange hair dazzles like flames, gently swaying in the breeze as if it embodies boundless vitality and passion. At his waist, he adorns a shimmering azure vision of the hydro element, resembling a resplendent sapphire elegantly set against his simple yet sophisticated attire. As he approaches, one can discern the glint of intellect shining in his bright eyes, while a subtle smile graces his lips, exuding warmth and friendliness. Upon reaching closer, he halts, his gaze surveying the two individuals before him, and then he speaks. You are here to investigate the assassination of the Emperor, are you not? His voice resonates with a magnetic charm, akin to the soothing sound of flowing water. At last, our fifth harbinger makes his entrance. You may call me Fifth Harbinger. Ah, what a dreadful personality, mistaking us for servants upon our first encounter, Paimon huffs, hands firmly placed on her hips. Haha, that was not my intention. A name is merely a designation. Surely you have encountered the lady in Mondstadt? The lady? You are an executive of the Fatui? Paimon exclaims, her round eyes widening in disbelief, as if they might pop out of her head, astonished by the revelation. Meanwhile, Lumen swiftly adjusts her stance, leaning slightly forward, her hands gripping her weapon tightly, assuming a vigilant posture ready for battle. Her gaze is resolute and sharp, revealing an unwavering courage as if prepared to face any impending threat. Ah, do not be alarmed. I am not here to engage in combat. I merely wish to assist you in your investigation. The Fatui are offering help? Lumen's skepticism is evident on her face. The lady must have left you with a poor impression indeed. I too harbor no fondness for her. Lumen, do not trust him. The Fatui are villains. Paimon remains fixated on the lady and her icy actions. Please, do not be agitated. I am not a villain. Well, perhaps I am, but I am not here to cause you trouble. Might I kindly request that you refrain from immediately considering taking me down? Ultimately, Lumen chooses to trust the Fifth Harbinger, certainly not because of his handsome appearance. Some readers may suggest I am merely fluffing the word count, but we missed the opportunity for Dator to make his heroic entrance twice. So what harm is there in elaborating a bit? This is certainly not an attempt by the author to inflate the word count. Chapter 35. Fifth Harbinger, and lady, are you suggesting we take this talisman to seek out the Adepti? Paimon gazes skeptically at the talisman in Lumen's hand. Precisely. When the Adepti see this, they will naturally grant you an audience, Dator asserts confidently. Speaking of which, we have encountered 2 Adepti already, haven't we? Indeed. They seemed quite approachable and did not request any talismans from us. Ah, is it truly so easy to encounter the Celestial with dandelion pupils? Perhaps my fate is particularly favorable, Ether inquired uncertainly. Dandelion shrugged in silence, though envy flickered within him, undeniably. Very well, Ether. Let us embark towards the realm of Jiuyun to seek the Celestial. Ether nodded, contemplating the 2 individuals at Washuin, deciding they could be pursued later. Miss Paimon would surely be amiable, yet the shorter Celestial exuded an aura of unapproachability. May fortune favor their endeavors. Once Ether and Paimon departed, Dandelion retracted his smile. Those 2 Celestials, surely they have only frequented Washuin, where there is but one, correct? He snapped his fingers, and a debt collector materialized behind him. Visit Wangshuin and assess any developments. The collector acknowledged and vanished into the shadows. Alas, what could the Empress be pondering to decree such an oracle? I have yet to encounter this individual, Lu Bu Liang, in Liyue. How am I to protect him? Dandelion raked his fingers through his hair, his plans in disarray. The traveler ought not to be pursued, yet here I am, hiding in the underbrush for so long. Ah, what troubles our esteemed young master? A mocking voice echoed sharply behind him, laced with derision. Rosalind's presence materialized like a specter due to her antics in Mondstadt, complicating his approach to the traveler significantly. Please refrain from adding to my burdens. Dandelion immediately recognized the voice, scarcely turning his head, merely furrowing his brow and curling his lips downward, releasing a disdainful snort. His discontent simmered beneath the surface, akin to a long-dormant volcano finally finding release. The air around him thickened with palpable tension. Yet I have successfully acquired the heart of God, and the Empress commended me, while you remain stagnant in progress, Rosalind remarked, delicately admiring her meticulously manicured nails. Utterly engrossed in her own vanity, indifferent to Dandelion's grievances, Dandelion clenched his fists, wrestling with his frustration before loosening his grip. Were it not for the gravity of his mission, he would have relished the opportunity to confront her, though he knew he would not prevail. Humph. If your sole purpose for being here is to mock me, then do as you please. However, should you genuinely wish to impart any valuable intelligence, particularly concerning that individual named Lu Bu Liang, I kindly urge you to relay all pertinent information to your associates. As Dada Liyue uttered these words, he deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of colleague, seemingly to underscore his significant regard for the term and a latent dissatisfaction within him. It is indeed regrettable. My subordinate clearly observed him departing from Mondstadt for Liyue. At that moment, you were responsible for Rosalind, who languidly settled into the plush, comfortable sofa of the northern bank. Elegantly crossing her legs, she slightly tilted her head back, casting a flirtatious glance toward the individual across from her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Hey. When he arrived in Liyue, Her Majesty the Queen had yet to issue the divine decree. How could I pay attention to an ordinary individual whose likeness I had never even seen? Now, even with a portrait, I still have no news of him. Dada Liyue found himself at a loss for words. My lord, I have news regarding that individual. A debt collector appeared, bowing his head between Dada Liyue and Rosalind. Rosalind scoffed dismissively, turning her head aside. The messenger trembled with cold sweat, pondering whether he had somehow offended this esteemed personage. Ah, splendid. Dada Liyue's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Not only because the task had made progress, but also as it provided him with a reason to counter Rosalind. Indeed, my dear colleague Rosalind is here. Do share everything you know. Yes. The debt collector, fearing a delay in his response, began to narrate fervently. As Dada Liyue listened, he found the tale increasingly absurd. How could one be seized simply after uttering that the pot was hot and the oil was ready, only to be taken away by the secretary of the Moonsea Pavilion, ultimately vanishing into the abyss? Not only Dada Liyue but even Rosalind, who had been lounging on the sofa, uncrossed her legs, pondering whether Dada Liyue was deliberately trying to confuse her. Yet, upon reflection, his behavior in Mondstadt had indeed been peculiar. Suddenly, Rosalind felt the validity of the news solidifying. Thus, Dada Liyue and Rosalind exchanged glances. So, she inquired, gazing back at him. He is an immortal. Dada Liyue arrived at this conclusion with reason. That traveler had claimed to have encountered two immortals, one being the demon exorcist of Wangshuin, and the other was likely this Lu Bu Liang. Rosalind regarded Dada Liyue with a peculiar expression, yet upon further consideration, it seemed plausible. The memories of Lu Bu Liang's bizarre abilities during their confrontation surfaced, coupled with his knowledge of her past. Perhaps he truly was an immortal who had lived for millennia. Moreover, given his close association with that insufferable drunkard, the Anemo Archon, it was conceivable that only an immortal from Liyue would elicit such treatment from the wind god. Indeed, it must be so, otherwise, how could one explain his awareness of Rustin's affairs? I maintain that Morix would never breach a contract. Dada Liyue, however, did not dwell on such matters. If he were indeed an immortal, he must possess great power. Resolute, he decided that he must seize the opportunity to engage in combat with him. Protect? Me? Protecting an immortal? What a ludicrous notion. Though Dada Liyue is belligerent, he possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities. In that moment, the two harbingers exchanged glances, their eyes meeting as if they could decipher each other's thoughts. A shared smile blossomed between them. I concede that you have concealed your identity quite adeptly, yet this time, I find myself in the stratosphere. Chapter 36, The Conclusion of the Unscripted Encounter. I never anticipated returning to the realm of Jiuyin so swiftly, Lu Bu Liang muttered. Having recently been sent down the mountain by the immortals to partake in the celestial invitation ceremony, only to be escorted back by Ganyu. Where's Andy? Lu Bu Liang observed that only Xianyan was fiddling with the mechanisms within the cave. Without turning her head, Xianyan replied, she has gone to Liyue harbor to visit Pinger. Is she truly visiting Grandma Ping? Or is there an ulterior motive at play? By the way, Lu Bu Liang has acknowledged that esteemed figure, the Songqin Lang City Zhenjuan, also known as Grandma Ping, thereby acquiring a skill to modify his personal spatial realm. This means Lu Bu Liang can now alter the space granted by the system, allowing it to accommodate living beings, and he can even reside within it, though the space remains rather limited at present. Sighing deeply, Lu Bu Liang gazed at the picturesque scenery of Jiuyin and mused, living in the mountains is indeed delightful. Meanwhile, Ying had already connected with the Jinjuan of Shuiyue Zhuang, the celestial deer. Upon encountering the Baiwu Jinji talisman and hearing Ying's account, the seasoned actor Min Lin began to perform marvelously. With the Jinjuan's eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, the emperor was attacked. Subsequently, the Jinjuan offered his insights and urged Ying to inform the other immortals. Liyue borrowing Wen Jinjuan and Liyue Daishan Jinjuan often frequent this area, but you may not necessarily cross paths with them. Let fate take its course. Additionally, there are 4 guardian Yixas who have gone to Washuan. You may be able to trace their whereabouts. Thus, the resourceful Ying and Paimon, after a bumpy journey, arrived at Hualao Mountain, where they unexpectedly rescued a treasure-hunting group trapped in amber and encountered the immortal bird, Liyue Daishan Jinjuan. The Jinjuan made a grand entrance, reprimanding the duo, and upon seeing the Baiwu Jinji talisman, decided to grant them an opportunity to speak. Once again, the same astonished exclamation echoed. The emperor was attacked. Following an exquisite performance, he instructed them to seek out Liyue borrowing Wen Jinjuan. Why don't the immortals reside on a single mountain? Paimon stomped her foot. We've traversed 3 mountains today. I am utterly exhausted. Did you not fly? Ying shot her a disdainful glance. Flying also consumes energy. Paimon waved her phantom limbs. If only Lu Bu Liang were here, he could carry us aloft. Do not entertain such thoughts. He is likely still languishing in prison. Ying resolved to lead Paimon to a mountain pavilion for a respite. They are approaching, and Xianyun. Will you not prepare for their arrival? The wind carried the information of Ying and Paimon to Lu Bu Liang, who stood atop the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. Why are you standing so high? Xianyun, now transformed into a crane, gazed up at Lu Bu Liang. Just observe my exquisite performance, he replied. While Shuiyue and Liyue might be acting, you may simply be revealing your true nature. What did you say? Due to the elevated position of Lu Bu Liang, the wind-borrowing true lord was unable to hear clearly. Here lies the cloud of residence, here sits the return to end, and here borrows the lord of the emperors. Paimon circled the stone table, reciting the inscriptions on 3 sides. Could Lord of the Emperors refer to the Geo Archon? The meaning of return to end eluded her. Eh? Who's calling me? A gray-haired fluffball descended from the heavens, closely followed by a youthful maiden. This maiden possessed cascading azure hair, flowing like a waterfall, soft and lustrous, seemingly swaying gently with the breeze. She wore a dark greenish-black qipao, the exquisite tailoring perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. The qipao was adorned with intricate patterns, delicate threads weaving through the fabric like a vivid painting. The maiden's visage was enchanting, her fair skin reminiscent of mutton-fat jade, with a subtle blush on her cheeks akin to peach blossoms in spring. Her eyes sparkled like stars, deep and captivating, while her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings. When she smiled, 2 faint dimples appeared, enhancing her sweet and charming aura. How did she bring a Ping back with her? The wind-borrowing true lord, hidden in the shadows and rehearsing lines, felt a surge of anxiety. The sweetness deviated from the script. The Lord of the Emperors hadn't provided the script to the dust god either. Paimon's gaze remained fixated on the 2 sudden beauties. I am the return to end. And this is a Ping. With a cheerful smile, the return to end greeted, are you here to play with the cloud of residence as well? Return to end? A Ping? Are you both immortals? But the immortal deer and immortal bird never mentioned these 2 immortals to us. Paimon's brain short-circuited, releasing wisps of steam. Immortal bird? Immortal deer? Ah, you must be referring to Shuiyue and Liyue. They certainly did not lie. I am not an immortal, but a Ping is. Ah, you are not an immortal? Then why are you holding the hand of an immortal? Paimon was even more baffled. Because the return to end is a demon god. interjected the song, Dust Wave City True Lord. Demon God. Paimon and Ying exclaimed in unison. Should I venture outside? It seems they are engaged in delightful conversation. Perhaps I should join them for a moment. The charming deity is struggling to restrain her desire to partake in the dialogue. Yet, are there not only 7 divine beings? Curiously, Ying scrutinizes the petite figure of Guizhong before her, pondering silently. After a careful observation, she gently shakes her head, dismissing the notion that Guizhong could be the deity who forcibly separated her from her brother. The delightful presence before her radiates a sweetness akin to blossoms blooming in spring. Those bright, star-like eyes shimmer with innocence and kindness, evoking an involuntary affection within her. How could such an adorable being possibly be a malevolent deity? Ying finds herself whispering softly, her lips curving into a blissful smile, as if completely enchanted by Guizhong's allure. There are indeed many demon gods, such as Lord Guiyun, who has subdued one, the demon god of vortex, Osale. Guizhong's excitement grows, her eyes sparkling, hands instinctively clenching into fists at her chest. Her face aglow with admiration and reverence, embodying the essence of an adoring fan. Her voice trembles with excitement as she exclaims, "The 7 you mentioned are merely the 7 rulers of the mortal realm, especially our Liyue's Geo-Archon, who stands out among them." Taking a deep breath, Guizhong continues. The Geo-Archon is extraordinary. He is the legendary figure who subdued the demon god Osale. The intensity of that earth-shattering battle is beyond imagination. At the most critical juncture, the Geo-Archon demonstrated unparalleled divine power. With a mere wave of his hand, countless colossal stone spears rained down from the heavens, striking Osale with cataclysmic force. Ultimately, these stone spears not only subdued Osale completely but remained in place, evolving over time into what we now behold as the Qiyun Pavilion. Isn't that incredibly awe-inspiring? Ying feels as though her beloved has been taken away by a long-deceased deity, yet she decides to share the weighty news with this adoring demon god. Alas, the Archon has already perished. What? Guizhong stands in shock. What did you say? Just then, the gentle wind deity, Liyue, can no longer contain herself, realizing that if she doesn't intervene, the moment will slip away. Chapter 37. The Suppression of the Liyue Deity. Liyue silently critiques Guizhong's newfound verbosity in her mind, then deftly shifts the conversation with her own conversational skills. Meanwhile, the Song Dust Wave deity stands quietly to the side, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. Her starry eyes gently curve, sparkling with joy, reminiscent of a radiant crescent moon in the night sky. She lightly parts her lips, emitting a melodious laughter akin to the sweet chime of silver bells, a sound as vibrant as spring blossoms and as refreshing as a cool summer breeze. However, beneath her seemingly carefree demeanor lay an unmistakable sense of detachment, as if the events unfolding before her were entirely unrelated to her. Yet, upon closer scrutiny, one could discern a subtle sweetness and satisfaction quietly ascending to her brow and the corners of her eyes. It appeared that the surrounding cacophony and the interactions between the two were transforming, almost imperceptibly, into a warm force, continuously nourishing her heart, elevating her inner happiness incrementally. How did they begin conversing on their own? Did the Rock King not send a message? Are these immortals not in a hurry? After 2.5 hours of conversation, the Windborn Traveler finally recalled the matter at hand. Ah Ping, please take Guizhong to find the other 2 old fellows. All right. The esteemed Song Chen Liangshi coaxed and enticed as they led Guizhong away. The Windborn Traveler, still exuding satisfaction, cleared her throat. I am the Windborn Traveler. Mortal, what business do you have with me? With the sudden pop of a bubble, Ying sprang to her feet, as if propelled by springs beneath her. How rude. To fall asleep while I recount delightful tales. Alas, since I am in good spirits today, I shall not hold it against you. Mortal, state your purpose swiftly. After forcibly reactivating the still-laying Paimon, she drowsily narrated the events occurring in Liyue Harbor to the Windborn Traveler. The Emperor was attacked. The traveler's tone was rife with astonishment, and if one disregarded the satisfaction evident on her crane-like face from their recent conversation, one must admit her acting was quite commendable. How could this be? Who would dare commit such a heinous crime? This is absurd, unbelievable. I must verify this. No. I shall first quell the unrest in Liyue Harbor and await the arrival of the celestial beings. Surely, it cannot be that dire. Paimon, startled by the traveler's alarm, hastily invoked the talisman of absolution and urged her to consider the contract. Indeed, since I have been sought out under this contract, I cannot disregard it. Moreover, with Liyue Harbor leaderless, we immortals must remain vigilant in guarding the Emperor. Emperor? Ying inexplicably thought of the moniker that Fennina had used for Lu Bu Liang. Could it be mere coincidence? You are not yet aware of the Emperor, are you? He is the mortal who signed a contract with the Emperor a millennium ago and has now returned to Liyue harbor to fulfill that ancient pact, becoming Liyue's emperor. A mortal from a millennium ago. How has he lived so long? Paimon, have you forgotten about Wendy? Ying reminded her. Oh, right. Wendy is also from several millennia ago. So where is this emperor now? Upon hearing the words carried by the wind-born traveler sealed her lips. I do not know. Were you just about to say something? Alas, the Divine One is momentarily disinclined to meet you. When destiny calls, you shall reunite. Ying expressed her frustration. Does he truly know us? For once. Paimon displayed an inkling of wisdom. Very well, you must depart swiftly and refrain from further disturbing this immortal. The Divine One of the cloud and wind took flight. Paimon and Ying exchanged a glance, and without lingering, they chose to seek the remaining immortals at the Wangshu Inn. Bu Liang, it seems these two individuals are your acquaintances. Why do you not venture forth to meet them? Xianyun adjusted her glasses, standing beside Bu Liang at the mountain summit. A slight smile graced Bu Liang's lips, revealing an enigmatic expression as he murmured softly, one must retain a touch of mystery, otherwise, when the ultimate moment arrives. How could my carefully planned surprise leave them astounded and disheartened? His eyes sparkled, as if envisioning the astonished expressions of the two, and a swell of anticipation and excitement surged within him. As long as you are content, that is what matters. Ha. When Guizhong returned, I feared she might reveal everything. Alas, the Divine One instructed us to keep the dust deity uninvolved in this matter. Oh, that old stone can play the game of feigned restraint. I underestimated him. Perhaps the Divine One merely wishes to shield Guizhong from harm. As long as she dwells in this world, she will inevitably be embroiled in various affairs. Even the sturdiest rock cannot offer her protection unless... A ripple of curiosity stirred in Xianyun's previously tranquil eyes, akin to a stone cast into a still pond. Her slightly elevated tone betrayed a profound intrigue lurking deep within. At that moment, Xianyun was magnetically drawn to the conversation, eagerly anticipating the astonishing words or conditions that might follow. Earth envelopes stone. Xianyun's face instantly flushed. But that is in the heavens. What does fate matter? There are numerous couples of deities and demons in this world. Even the suppressed Osale has a wife. And you are well aware of Guizhong's feelings for Zhongli. Xianyun wished to counter, yet all her words coalesced into a sigh. Indeed, we have limited ourselves. However, had the Divine One and the dust deity forged a bond, you would not be the Divine One of Liyue. It matters not. The Emperor takes turns. This year, it is my family's turn. The gods have never led Liyue. Anyone with talent may ascend to divinity in Liyue. As for Wangshu Inn, in comparison to Jian Karst, it appears devoid of celestial essence. Can that immortal young man truly reside here? Let us search. I believe the likelihood of finding him on the terrace is quite high. Well, he certainly cannot be in the kitchen cooking. Such superb culinary skills. A hearty laugh resonated from the kitchen below, striking Paimon like a slap. See, there truly is an immortal cooking in the kitchen. Ying jested as the two of them slowly entered the kitchen, where they immediately spotted a graceful red-haired maiden busily attending to the stove. Her long hair, as vibrant as flames, was casually tied back in a ponytail that cascaded down her back, gently swaying with her movements. Most striking of all was the exquisite brown apron she wore, adorned with intricate embroidery along the edges, which contrasted beautifully with her fair skin. At that moment, the red-haired girl was wholly focused on the bubbling dish in the pot, deftly maneuvering a large spoon, causing the ingredients to dance joyfully and release a tantalizing aroma. How delightful! Paimon exclaimed, drooling at the enticing scent. Chapter 38. We are the 4 great Yiksha's actors. Isn't it fragrant? Inda proudly lifted her chin. May I ask, are you seekers of the divine? Paimon asked, her finger playfully in her mouth. Haha, how can one directly inquire if another is a celestial being? Inda replied, placing the pot down and instructing Yanxiao to serve the dish. Yanxiao cheerfully plated the food and ascended the stairs. Are you in search of a deity? Inda removed her apron and approached the nearby sink to wash her hands. Well, sort of. Paimon scratched her head. We need the assistance of a divine being. Paimon is unreliable. It falls upon me to take charge. Inda leaned against the aged and somewhat tarnished edge of the stove, a subtle smile playing on her lips, revealing an intriguing curiosity. Hee, this is quite interesting. I can perceive a faint aura of the immemorial banishing talisman emanating from you. So, to share with me why you have gone to such lengths to seek out a deity. Inda's gaze pierced through Ying like 2 sharp bolts of lightning. as if attempting to uncover the deepest secrets of her heart. It's not a significant matter, really. It's just that the Geo Archon has been attacked. Oh, I thought it was something of great importance. The Geo Archon has perished, you say? Not perished, but attacked, Ying emphasized. Isn't that essentially the same? Well, okay. Wow. Do celestial beings possess such a calm demeanor? The Geo Archon's demise doesn't seem to faze you at all, Paimon remarked in awe. Yingda placed her hands on her slender waist, proudly raising her exquisitely beautiful face, her chin slightly elevated, radiating confidence and pride. Her lips parted slightly, her voice crystal clear and melodious. Naturally, our Yiksha clan has long been accustomed to the company of slaughter. Bloodshed and death are merely part of our daily lives. It is precisely for this reason that self-cultivation has become an essential path for us. After countless years of tempering and accumulation, we Yiksha people have learned how to maintain inner tranquility and serenity amidst the harshest of environments. It is no exaggeration to say that even among the myriad of celestial beings, when it comes to a commendable mindset, none can surpass my Yiksha clan. Wait, what did you just say? The Geo Archon has perished. In that fleeting moment, Yingda's once vibrant visage suddenly turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Her lips quivered as a cacophony of terrified sounds escaped her. Bang, 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 bang. Is this a mortal's reflex archetat elongated? Paimon whispered. Indeed. It seems to be somewhat so. Yingda, why haven't you come up for dinner? A voice filled with anger echoed from above. Bang, 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 bang. Yingda shouted as she rushed upstairs. Without hesitation, Ying accompanied Yingda to the rooftop, where they beheld a brown-haired gentleman, a dark-haired youth, and the previously encountered Fennina, gathered around a table laden with sumptuous dishes. Yingda was animatedly gesticulating, uttering a string of unintelligible words. Yingda, have you committed a transgression? Minu squinted, her expression one of peculiar intrigue. Unlike Xiao, who merely glanced and returned his focus on the almond tofu before him. The emperor has been attacked. Xiao must head to Liyue harbor immediately, Fennina declared as he rose from the table with a thud. Yingda nodded vigorously. How did you come to this conclusion? Minu queried, pinching her brow. The Rock King Emperor has encountered such misfortune. Xiao stood silently, his demeanor as tranquil as an unfathomable lake. His long, powerful arms crossed over his chest, slightly tilting his head. I cannot fathom, regardless of how the ages may change. I have never envisioned Liyue without the Emperor. Xiao turned his head, pondering the role the 7 stars governing the mortal realm play in this affair. Zhao's acting is commendable. How did I not perceive this talent in my younger brother before? He truly embodies his role. After exchanging glances, the Yikshas, Minu sighed deeply to conceal her tears, while Fennina's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and Yingda continued her animated babbling. The Yikshas hold deep affection for the Emperor. Indeed, Ying felt compelled to join in the lament. I shall seek out the 3 true monarchs, Shuiyu, Liyue, and Luyun. It is high time for them to make a decision. Ah, just you alone? Paimon inquired, glancing at the other 3 Yikshas engaged in their dramatic display. Fennina, Minu, and Yingda, loyal to the Emperor, have been commanded to observe the unfolding events. Should you have further inquiries, seek them for clarification. With that, Xiao leaped from the rooftop. Paimon turned to the 3 Yikshas. May I inquire as to your esteemed titles? Haha, no need for such formality. I am General Heart Monkey, Minu. She replied, casually flicking her garment as if showcasing her exquisite attire. I am General Spiral Shell, Fennina. Tears glistened on Fennina's delicate visage, resembling radiant stars fallen to the mortal realm. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with tears, as clear as autumn waters, her trembling lips pressed lightly together, seemingly striving to suppress her inner sorrow, yet her pitiable demeanor only served to evoke greater sympathy. ABA, she is General Fire Rat. Yingda translation, alas. There's no need for exaggeration, Yingda, said the translator. Yingda seems determined to pursue her acting career to the very end. My tongue is all tied up. You mentioned the son of the Emperor. Are you referring to the esteemed Lord of the Empire? He is but a mortal, yet his strength rivals that of the immortals, perhaps even transcending some powers of the divine monarch. What? Above the Rock King monarch? Paimon gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Even Ying appeared incredulous. For in Liyue harbor, everyone lauded the monarch, and the wonders of the Lonely Cloud Pavilion showcased the profound might of the Rock King monarch. Yet now, this Yiksha claimed that the powers of this son of the Emperor surpassed even that of the Rock God. How terrifying. Ying could not help but think of the mysterious deity that separated her from her brother. Could it be this very son of the Emperor? She broke into a cold sweat, realizing her current strength was insufficient to contend against the god. The son of the emperor is the most talented human I have ever encountered. The constitution he composed for the Liyue Republic has garnered praise even from the immortals and the monarch. Fennina wiped away her tears, managing a faint smile. Not only is he powerful, but also gifted. I can't possibly compete. I must report this. They're cheating. At this moment, Ying felt utterly devoid of any thoughts about confrontation. Abba, Abba, Abba. Yingda gestured animatedly, her eyes sparkling. Fennina resumed her role as translator, relaying Yingda's words. Forget it. It's not important. Yes. Yingda excitedly pointed at Fennina. He is undeniably handsome. How can that not be important? If you have the ability, say it yourself. Fennina shot Yingda a glance. Yingda's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent. So what is his name? The name lingered on the tip of Minu's tongue, but remained unspoken. The son of the emperor instructed us to refer to him as the three-surname servant. That hardly sounds like a fitting title. The son of the emperor is simply that, our nephew. Fennina crossed her arms, pouting as if fearing that the golden-haired figure before her might snatch away the son of the emperor's name. Golden-haired individuals are the most perilous. Abba, why aren't you translating? Fennina flashed Yingda a gesture of international camaraderie. Do not speak recklessly just because your tongue is tied, you rascal. Yingda lunged at Fennina. The two embroiled in a playful scuffle. There is no place for you in this household anymore. I am leaving. Ying, I truly appreciate it, but why is it so difficult to ask for a name? Chapter 39, The Coming Storm. What is happening? Why has a fight suddenly broken out? Paimon is perplexed. Just a moment ago, they were conversing amicably, and now, well, you know, Yikshas are born for battle. So fighting is our way of strengthening our bonds. Minu feels somewhat awkward. These two are brawling without regard for their surroundings. Isn't this just an embarrassment for everyone watching? Oh, I see. Paimon chuckles. This is what they say in Liyue. No fight, no acquaintance, right? Weren't they already familiar with each other? This should be called, fighting can bring us closer together. Come, let us engage in some friendly sparring. Ying places her hands on her hips, correcting Paimon's misinterpretation. Then why don't you join in the fight? Paimon instantly regrets her words, as Minu, being a male Yiksha, would never engage in combat with a female Yiksha. Haha, because I am one of the few cultured Yikshas. Minu unexpectedly produces a pair of glasses and puts them on, exuding a scholarly air. Is that so? Suddenly, Minu's attire is torn by the residual energy from the battle between the two female Yikshas. His previously radiant smile freezes in an instant, as if struck by a spell, transforming into a chilling expression. That smile seems to be erased by an unseen force, replaced by a forbidding darkness. Simultaneously, the glasses perched on his nose fall to the ground with a soft crack, leaving a fine fracture. Now, without the glasses to mask his gaze, his eyes reveal the hidden ferocity and murderous intent within. Those eyes pierce like two sharp daggers, aimed directly at the two who remain oblivious to the crossed lines. Still rolling on the ground in combat. You too. Minu bellows, donning his mask and invoking his powers. In an instant, a multitude of massive, unyielding rocks surge around him, as if animated by life itself, swiftly entwining and coalescing to envelop Minu entirely. In the blink of an eye, he appears clad in an impenetrable rock armor. Concurrently, his once normal hands undergo a remarkable transformation. His fingers elongate and thicken, while razor-sharp claws emerge at the tips, glimmering coldly as if sculpted from the finest stone, exuding an aura of terror. After completing his transformation, Minu lunges unhesitatingly towards Fennina and Yingda. Hey, Minu, why are you unleashing your elemental burst? I just finished making that outfit. The Emperor hasn't even seen it before you two ruined it. What does that have to do with me? I didn't break it. I didn't use my claws. Stop it, you two, cease fighting. Paimon flitted anxiously, unable to intervene in the fray of the three Yikshas. Observing the chaotic scuffle, Ying fell silent, pulling Paimon aside. She opened the map and pinpointed the teleportation waypoint at Liyue Harbor, vanishing in an instant. Upon her reappearance in Liyue Harbor, Ying quietly marked the Wangshu Inn on her map as a high-risk area. Hey, partner, how's it going? Have you found the Adeptus? Boomed the cheerful young man, Tartaglia. Words failed Ying as she buried her face in her hands. Tartaglia pondered deeply, listing the names of the Adepti: the Lord of Moonchase, the Lord of Waters and Mountains, the Lord of Cloud and Wind, the Great Sage of Demons, the General of Spirals, the General of the Heart Monkey, and the General of Fire Rats. Are there truly this many Adepti in Liyue? This contradicts the intelligence we possess. Indeed, some of these names have not surfaced in the information held by the Fatui. Ying replied, as a token of reciprocity, I too have intelligence to share with you. After promising to assist Ying in locating the key figure, Tartaglia took his leave. Ying, whom should we trust, the Fatui or the Liyue? We have already accepted a deposit for the commission from Mingguang. Paimon, this is where your perspective is limited. Ying extended a hand, forming a fist, and then opening it wide, embracing a broader vision. We can be like a double-headed serpent. Ha ha ha. Oh wait. The righteous traveler shouldn't laugh so wickedly. Do you mean that Paimon points to the Northland Bank with one hand and to the Yujing Terrace with the other, then brings them together? Hiki, let us go report back to Ningguang. Ying, you're so mischievous. I love it. The money from both sides can buy us so much delicious food. Is this the attitude of the Adepti? Ningguang inhaled deeply, staring blankly at the ceiling. As reported to Feiyu and Date, the sudden emergence of the Yiksha and the mysterious emperor, could this be a trial set by the sovereign for Liyue? The sovereign has long considered a contingency plan. I understand now. Thank you for the intelligence you've provided, as it allows Liyue to prepare more thoroughly. Please continue your investigations. As for the intelligence, I will compensate you with more. Hiki, Ningguang, you are so generous. Ying exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Farewell, dear guests. Yelan, what are your thoughts on this emperor? Me? Not much, Yelan shrugged. Is there any difference whether this so-called emperor is my superior? However, I would prefer you lead Liyue rather than some unfamiliar figure taking charge. Is that so? Alas, once this matter concludes, I will need to ask you to venture to the chasm. Keqing mentioned that it is rather unsettled there. I knew you'd summon me. As long as the overtime pay is sufficient, it's fine by me. Haha, once the situation at the chasm is thoroughly investigated, I shall grant you a well-deserved break. Ningguang smiled faintly. Nightingale curved her lips, employing her spatial technique to quietly depart. Ningguang rose and pushed open the grand door, stepping onto the platform outside the Yujue Pavilion. Gazing down at Liyue Harbor, where dark clouds loomed ominously. In the Liyue Pavilion, Ying and Paimon followed Tartaglia into a private chamber. As the screen faded from view, they beheld a familiar figure, Lu Bu Liang. Oh, long time no see. Lu Bu Liang greeted with a cheerful wave. Weren't you captured? Haha, of course. It was my esteemed guardian here who bailed me out. Lu Bu Liang winked at Zhongli. Haha, as your guardian in Liyue, it is only natural, Zhongli replied. Lu Bu Liang? Didn't he claim his name was Lu Xiaobu? Is this truly the individual Her Majesty instructed us to pay close attention to? What a trick. Tartaglia's expression grew somewhat awkward. Come, no need to stand on ceremony, please sit. Higi, then I shall not be polite. Paimon exclaimed, rubbing her little hands together. Her round face brimming with anticipation, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of the delicacies in Liyue Pavilion. Allow me to introduce. This friend is a person of the underworld. Coughing choked on the tea she had just sipped. Can we refrain from playing this joke? But Psyduck's brain just received a critical hit. Chapter 40. Boss, I want it all. I possess a method to allow you to behold the celestial body of the Geo Archon. Lu Bu Liang spoke first. Zhongli cast a glance at Lu Bu Liang, leisurely savoring his tea. Tartaglia's eyes widened. This was not what they had planned. Wasn't it supposed to be Zhongli who had the means to contact the Geo Archon's celestial form? Lu Bu Liang, you have a way? But weren't you just captured for desecrating the Geo Archon? Could we not bring up such matters? Lu Bu Liang covered his face. That does not signify I lack the necessary channels. Her Majesty's focus on this individual was indeed warranted. He possessed remarkable capabilities. Tartaglia was once again astonished. What role did Zhongli play then? Why had he spent so many Mora to summon him? Had he been deceived? Never mind. After all, it wasn't his Mora being spent. Consider it an investment for Pantaleon's benefit. Pantaleon. Great. My money is apparently worthless. Far away in the frigid region, the affluent Pantaleon felt an inexplicable pain in his chest. Ultimately, there was only one way to witness the celestial body of the Geo Archon, and that was through the sending-off ceremony. So, this means we must arrange for the Geo Archon's funeral? Paimon quickly grasped the implication. Precisely, and my esteemed guardian is a guest at the Wangxing funeral parlor. He is well versed in all matters pertaining to the sending-off ceremony. Oh, so this is Zhongli's role. At least the money wasn't wasted. How come you have another guardian now? Aligning oneself with the right people and taking the correct path. Finding a guardian is indeed a profound art. Zhongli is the most knowledgeable person in all of Liyue. Who else should I seek? The rogue is merely jesting. I possess but a modest understanding of a few avenues. Oh, there is no need for you to be humble, my adoptive father. Bu Liang offers a wry smile. I understand. It pertains to the levels of entry, proficiency, mastery, and excellence, as well as a basic understanding. Never trust someone who claims only a superficial understanding. So, what is your role here? Me? Eating? That makes us quite alike. Paimon chuckled. You are aware of your purpose, O esteemed guide. Ying rolled her eyes. No. I am an emergency. No. I am a guide. I can provide introductions. How infuriating. Paimon kicked at her phantom limbs. I was jesting. I suppose I fulfill a similar role. Primarily, the veteran wishes to observe my improvisational skills. Otherwise, I would hardly bother to come. While witnessing Zhongli at his own funeral is quite the spectacle. We must face Ojal thereafter. Am I a level 1 support battling a level 15 tank? What nonsense. Have you finished eating? Once you have, let us procure some Nightborn stones. Feeling quite satisfied, Paimon patted her belly, then let us depart. The four exited the Liyue pavilion, leaving behind the Psyduck still familiarizing itself with chopsticks. Keep a close watch on them, especially that Lu Bu Liang. Yes, shopkeeper, we require Nightborn stones. At least of the candlelight grade. Candlelight grade Nightborn stones? Ah, so you are not tourists. My apologies, I shall fetch them immediately. Behold, 3 pieces. They do indeed appear more exquisite than those typically mined. Lu Bu Liang, what is your assessment? My lord, there is surely something amiss. I cannot discern. Such matters are best left to my esteemed guardian for judgment. I inadvertently continued the dialogue. Wait, why did I say again? No matter. This classic line should be delivered by Zhongli for it to possess true flavor. Oh, do you wish for me to decide? Very well. If I were to speak. The answer is rather straightforward. Zhongli closed his eyes. What is the answer? Paimon tilted her head. Shopkeeper, I shall take them all. Zhongli opened his eyes with authority. Ah, that feels good. Thus, the 2 disgruntled yet enthusiastic adventurers made a special trip to the Didapa Valley to borrow a large pot from the Hilichurls. All is past. All is past. Since this is forbidding farewell to the Geo Archon, let us acquire this box of Nightborn stones at half price. With a moment of conscience from the stones, the 4 secured a box at a discounted rate. Then Zhongli, upon checking his pocket, discovered he had forgotten his mora. And it was Ying who settled the bill with the funds provided by Dvalin. Zhongli declared he would take everything but contributed not a single mora. Remember to bring money next time, Ying said with half-closed eyes. I shall do my utmost to remember. I am grateful for both of you this time. How amusing. Bringing money is an impossibility. I shall never be able to do so in this lifetime. Achu, Zhongli, have you caught a cold? No. It could be that an old friend is thinking of me. Is that so? Is the connection truly that sensitive? The divine intuition so keen? Lu Bu Liang felt a chill of surprise. When it comes to honoring the god of grass as a foster mother, one must not harbor any disparaging thoughts. Let us first deliver the night mooring stone to Yujing Terrace, and then we shall prepare the fragrant ointment. Bu Liang hastily shifted the topic. There is no need for such urgency. No. Foster father. This matter must be executed flawlessly. Bu Liang roared hysterically, his voice reverberating as if to pierce the heavens and shatter all existence. This issue cannot be delayed any longer. It must be resolved swiftly. Only in this manner might I alleviate the tumultuous tide of anguish that incessantly torments my soul. Slowly lifting his gaze, he stared into the distance at the towering peaks that seemed to pierce the clouds, his eyes reflecting an indescribable depth of affection and longing. That place was once the abode of the Rock King Emperor. Though the Emperor has departed, the sentiment of yearning has only intensified, blazing like an inferno that threatens to consume me entirely. Each recollection of the Rock King Emperor sends tremors through my heart, a quaking that emanates from the very depths of my being, a testament to my boundless reverence and remembrance of that majestic being. This emotion is deeply entrenched within me. No matter how time flows or how the years change, it remains unscathed. The pain, it is unbearable. The loss of my beloved leaves me in desolation. Zhongli observed with a furrowed brow, noting the profound longing his young companion harbored for the Rock King Emperor. It seems that his inability to honor his foster father stems from the Emperor's passing. Paimon, embodying the spirit of mischief, chimed in. Of course. One must perform the full act. I had an inkling. After all, how could a Liyue native, who has already taken the Wind God as a foster father, possibly overlook the Rock God? Bu Liang, you have taken Barbados, the Wind God, as your foster father, haven't you? Zhongli scrutinized Bu Liang with a piercing gaze. The latter broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had overlooked this detail. Doesn't that signify your equal standing with the wind god in my heart? Zhongli fell silent, turning his attention toward Yujing Terrace. My apologies, everyone. I must excuse myself for a moment. Bu Liang, please take the traveler and the others to purchase flowers. With an ethereal grace, Zhongli departed swiftly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Bu Liang sensed the wind carrying tidings. Wendy has arrived in Liyue with a certain purpose? At this pivotal moment? Chapter 41. Wendy, are you slacking off again? Why has Zhongli left? Is there an urgent matter? Well, sort of. The sin of wine in the breeze. I hope Zhongli's detox tea truly works. Come on, let us not dwell on Zhongli. We still need to prepare the ointment. Indeed, but how shall we prepare it? Should we buy directly, or craft it ourselves? First, we shall buy flowers. Then find someone to customize it. The spring fragrance kiln in Liyue is quite commendable. There is also a Ying cart at the kiln. I wonder if I can withstand it. The trio approached the proprietor of Wanyu shop to procure the exquisite Nizhong flowers. So many varieties of flowers. Which one shall we choose? I cannot recognize them. Bu Liang? Alas, what are the 3 types we need for the plot? Hey, Lu Bu Liang, which flowers are we to purchase? Paimon shouted loudly into Lu Bu Liang's ear. Lu Bu Liang took a couple of steps back, covering his ears. I can hear you. Are you trying to deafen me? It's only because you haven't responded to me. Paimon turned her head away. Oh dear. You certainly deserve a reprimand. Lu Bu Liang reached out towards Paimon. Hey, are we buying or not? Boli was growing impatient. If you're not buying, don't disturb my business. Enough of this commotion. Lu Bu Liang, which flowers do we truly need? In the interest of the greater good, Ying stepped forward. Well, the answer is rather simple. Could it be that Ying harbored a nefarious thought? Boss, I want them all. I knew it. Ying exclaimed sharply. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will burrow, right? It's not your money. Lu Bu Liang shotting a look, indicating she should understand the implication. Ying, out. Boli's face immediately lit up with a smile. Well, esteemed guest, considering your generous purchase, I shall grant you a 20% discount. Very well, pack it up. Lu Bu Liang. Although it's not our money, you might as well save a bit. Paimon lamented, wishing that such sums could be spent on delectable food instead. Firstly, saying that is quite imposing. Haven't you heard how handsome a man looks when he swipes his card? Regardless of whether it's his own money. Secondly, I forgot which flowers I wanted, so I bought everything for convenience. Lu Bu Liang defended himself with conviction. I believe the latter is the primary reason, Ying thought. Already accustomed to Lu Bu Liang's behavior, which had been tinged with Zhongli's essence. Spending money is a profound art. Go ahead and learn it, child. Lu Bu Liang patted Paimon's head. How infuriating. If I had that much money, I would certainly go to one in hall and declare, Boss, I'll take one of everything on the menu. Can you finish it all? Ying covered her face, bemused at how serious this had become. Oh, little Paimon, you've reminded me. I shall give it a try next time. Huh? You definitely want to finish it. Let me help you eat, hee. Paimon's mouth watered profusely. If I can't finish it, I can take it to go. Lu Bu Liang shattered Paimon's dream. How stingy. Paimon pouted. Shall I leave you a sweet flour-roasted chicken? Sure. Paimon, is that all it takes to appease you? A sweet flour-roasted chicken? Ying was at a loss for words. The thrill of getting something for nothing is always the sweetest, regardless of the quantity. I wholeheartedly agree. Lu Bu Liang has now transformed into the epitome of a wealthy villain, having shifted from being a freeloader to the one being indulged. Ying pondered, do I count as being freeloaded by Paimon every day? It seems so. It must be so. Esteemed guest, the flowers you requested are packed and ready. Ying placed the flowers into her backpack, ready to go. 2 freeloaders, let us head to Chuanxiang Kiln and Yujing Terrace. Oh dear, the ceremonial offerings have already concluded. Wendy hung her head in disappointment. Isn't it true that you insisted on working to earn some money before coming here for souvenirs? Yet, the wages from that day turned into wine, didn't they? Ultimately, it was the esteemed acting leader, Qin, who allocated a research fund to me. Wendy crossed her arms, feeling somewhat helpless, for that was simply her nature. Oh dear, can I really be blamed? She exclaimed. At that time, I genuinely intended to earn a bit of pocket money through work, and then purchase some lovely, meaningful trinkets here. Who would have guessed that after finishing my shift, the intoxicating aroma wafting from a tavern would enchant me, compelling my feet to carry me inside as if under a spell? And what was the outcome? Alas, those wines were simply too tantalizing. I could not resist. You really ought to mend that habit of being ensnared by the scent of wine, Wendy teased with a laugh. Suddenly, Wendy wore a mysterious smile. Didn't you mention wanting to meet the old gentleman? I brought along 2 bottles of the Anemo Archon S exquisite brew as a greeting gift for you. Ah, you remember. Of course, I can introduce you right now. Oh, where? Far away in the heavens, yet close at hand. Wendy lifted her eyelids, gesturing for Ying to look behind. Just as Ying turned, Zhongli spoke up, Barbados. It has been a long time. How have you been? Oh, splendidly well. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wendy. The bard I spoke of during the gathering of the 7, my dear friend from a millennium ago, who fought against the demon of the Tempest. Ah, what a pleasure. To meet the legendary bard, it seems I am quite fortunate today, Zhongli said, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from Wendy, akin to that of the resurrected 3 Yakshas. Another who has been revived by the unruly one? Legendary? Not quite. I am not that formidable, Wendy said, shyly shuffling her feet. Hiki, how could Wendy not be formidable? He's the greatest in my heart, Wendy exclaimed, akin to a jubilant bird, suddenly darting toward Ying and enveloping her in a warm embrace. Their bodies melded together, as if they had long been one. In that fleeting moment, their remarkably similar faces beheld one another, with exquisite features, lively eyes, and slightly upturned lips, all mirroring each other. They simultaneously revealed radiant smiles, their expressions blooming like flowers in the spring, vibrant and captivating, and sparkling like stars in the night sky. From a distance, they appeared to be a pair of celestial twins, indistinguishable from one another. My old friend, it seems your weariness has lessened considerably, Zhongli observed, noting the change in Wendy. While he still found her somewhat unreliable, the strength of the wind's power had indeed grown significantly. The elder, you see, watched the gaze of Zhongli. Zhongli nodded. After all, they had resurrected, and my weariness had lessened significantly. All of this was orchestrated by Lu Bu Liang. Has he sought you as a foster father? Wendy couldn't help but find this somewhat amusing. Surely, this ancient deity would not acquiesce. Well, by rational consensus, he and I forged a pact 3 millennia ago. 3 millennia? Even Wendy found this somewhat astonishing. If that is the case, then does he refer to me as brother? Wendy suddenly realized something quite extraordinary. Indeed, you are his junior. Wendy's mind momentarily faltered. So, upon your awakening, do you have business in Liyue? At last, Zhongli steered the conversation toward the matter at hand. Not particularly. I merely brought Wendy to explore Teyvat. Wendy pouted. Ah, so you are once again neglecting your duties? Chapter 42. It is said that during his expedition, the Geo Archon proclaimed, do you have any money? What a statement. I am merely accompanying my friend to amend past regrets. How could that be deemed neglect? I am fulfilling the responsibilities of a deity, mind you. Wendy displayed an expression of grievance. Have you resolved the matter with the dragon of Mondstadt? Zhongli crossed his arms. That refers to the dragon, Ursa, which has been a scourge since the establishment of Mondstadt. I recall that a Fatui harbinger dealt with that dragon. Its carcass was presented as a reward to that harbinger. Curiously, he did not demand more nor sought to take advantage of Mondstadt. He simply insisted on claiming the dragon's body and departed. How do you know this? Previously, Jean summoned me to quell the disturbances, after all. I am one of the original heroes and possess some degree of influence. However, that harbinger known as the Doctor seemed wholly indifferent to such matters. Rather, he regarded me with an odd gaze, akin to that of a hunter observing its prey. Wendy recalled the scene and involuntarily shivered. Alas, during the Farlight expedition, Mondstadt could barely assert itself diplomatically. Due to Wendy's presence, the conversation among the 3 became somewhat nebulous, allowing them to discuss significant matters without reservation. Yet, Wendy was displeased with this atmosphere, so he boldly interjected, Elder, considering we have traveled such a great distance to Liyue, shouldn't you offer us a drink? After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli conceded, indeed, my oversight. Were it not for Wendy's presence, he would hardly entertain the idea of inviting this itinerant bard for a drink. 3 bowls are but a mere threshold, Tian Tai said, waving his folding fan. Speaking of which, during the expedition of the Geo Archon, he remarked, do you have any money? Surely, Elder, the god of Mora cannot be devoid of Mora? Do not be so stingy. When you visit Mondstadt, I shall treat you to a drink as well. Currently, I traverse Liyue harbor in human form and have yet to adapt to carrying Mora. Zhongli lifted a cup of tea, blowing gently upon its surface before taking a sip. You may call me Zhongli, walking in the guise of a human. Is that not akin to my own existence? Then you may refer to me as Wendy. He chuckled lightly. It seems I am also one in need of Mora. With that, he placed a pouch of Mora upon the table. Very well, Wendy responded, embracing the local customs as he too raised a cup of tea to his lips. How is it? It's decent, though I must confess I prefer the rich aroma of wine. I see, esteemed one, you appear to be a frequent visitor here. What thoughts arise when you hear tales of yourself? Vinny inquired, admiring the intricate patterns upon his teacup. Eagerly, he listened, having just heard a story of the Geo-Archon, which painted him as a living anthology of tales. Truly, he was the most ancient of the gods. Vinty was curious to learn how this deity perceived his own narratives. As for my own tales, most circulating among the public are but adaptations, polished and refined. Yet, as an eyewitness, I find novelty in these stories. And in reflecting upon my own experiences, I cannot help but marvel at the creativity and imagination of humanity. How intriguing that you hold such a view of humankind. Then he mused, a wave of indescribable emotions washing over him, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. His once bright, star-like eyes widened in astonishment, fixed intently upon the legendary ancient deity before him. Receiving acknowledgement from such a supreme being was a profound honor and source of pride for Vinty, a bard whose mission was to immortalize and recite epic tales. This feeling ignited within him like a brilliant firework, illuminating the hidden desires and dreams nestled deep within his soul. Zhongli set down his teacup. The potential of humanity is boundless. Hence, I have chosen to initiate this trial, to conclude this 3,000-year guardianship. By feigning death, I shall relinquish my position and entrust Liyue harbor entirely to its people. Then he spluttered, sprang forth in disbelief. What? He gazed at Zhongli, whose previously serene demeanor now bore a hint of displeasure, his brow furrowed and his deep, piercing eyes flashing with a barely perceptible ire. Gradually, he raised his right hand, producing a snow-white handkerchief to wipe the tea from his face. Surely, the divine need not be reminded of my words. How can you dare accuse me of idleness? Look at yourself. What manner of behavior is this? You have chosen to retire outright. Then his eyes widened in incredulity as he regarded Zhongli, his heart swirling with a mixture of emotions. It was as though a vessel brimming with diverse sentiments had been overturned. He was engulfed in perplexity. How could one of the 7 governing deities so readily abandon their divine responsibilities and depart with such ease? Had he truly grown indifferent to it all? Simultaneously, an intense indignation surged within, deeming such behavior utterly irresponsible and a blatant evasion of reality. Yet, amidst this anger, a tinge of helplessness inevitably emerged, for each individual possesses their own choices and decisions, impervious to the influence of others. However, as time progressed, Wendy found within the depths of his heart a gradual sense of liberation. Perhaps, for this ancient deity, such a choice represented a form of emancipation. And he himself need not be overly entangled in such matters, but rather should concentrate on his own path and aspirations. Each of the 7 gods embodies distinct personalities and philosophies. As the most liberated of the wind gods, his governance is characterized by empowering the people. And the rock god's current approach is rather similar. Why then, should there be such astonishment? Ultimately, Wendy acquiesced to Zhongli's methods, exhaling a sigh. You shall continue to guard Liyue in the shadows, will you not? Zhongli gazed quietly into the distance, his profound and steady eyes seemingly piercing through the barriers of time and space, resting upon the vast expanse of Liyue. In response to Wendy's inquiry, he remained silent. Yet in this moment, his silence spoke volumes. One could perceive a slight furrowing of his brows, the inherent majesty of his countenance revealing an ineffable depth of emotion. This sentiment radiated from him like an invisible force, saturating the surrounding air with a weighty gravity. Others may struggle to fully comprehend Zhongli's thoughts, but Wendy felt an empathetic resonance, for he too cherished his homeland and people as a deity. Thus, merely observing Zhongli's expression at this moment allowed Wendy to sense the profound and enduring love he harbored for Liyue. This affection transcended superficial words. Deeply rooted in the core of his being, forged through the passage of time. Lover of the Archons, the phrase rings true. To Liyue, Wendy raised his cup in a toast. Zhongli smiled as he rose. The clinking of teacups resonated as the two lovers savored the pleasantly warm tea, exchanging knowing smiles. Chapter 43. The Geo-Archon and the Princess. On that day, I cannot recall how much tea the two deities consumed. What lingers in my memory is my forced labor due to insufficient funds. Wendy later reminisced. What an amusing experience it was. I gained profound insights. And upon returning to Mondstadt, I composed a poem titled Wind and Rock, a city built upon the harbor, a city nestled by the lake of wine, is a testament to the divine's grand achievements. Their people shall never forget. The wind carries dandelions, sweeping away the remnants of towering spires, conveying beautiful tales. Extinguishing the scent of wine, thus, they drink to their fill. Stones descend to their resting place, gazing from the depths of the ravine, observing the imprints of the world. Days and nights accumulate, merely to add a fresh stroke. Humanity rushes to and fro, but a fleeting sojourn. The gods maintain order, ensuring the peace of their dwellings. Yet it is but a moment, thus concludes the melody. I can no longer endure. Please relay my battle-worn state to my guardians. Lu Bu Liang exited Chuanxiang Pavilion. His face flushed. The power of the baby carriage was indeed terrifying, its speed overwhelming Lu Bu Liang, leaving him somewhat dizzy. Wow, Lu Bu Liang, what's wrong? Don't scare us. Paimon exclaimed, her expression filled with concern. Paimon, leave him be. It's merely the result of hearing a few words from a lovely lady. Ying remarked, her composure unwavering, perhaps due to her lack of understanding. Ugh, Lu Bu Liang retched. Ying, it seems Lu Bu Liang is genuinely at his limit. Lu Bu Liang rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the peculiar scents of the fragrant bombs. Are you truly all right, Lu Bu Liang? Paimon was ready to drag Ying to the apothecary for a physician. I'm fine, just struggling with the scent. The previous Lu Bu Liang had a strong aversion to the overpowering perfumes of some women or those sprays for hair. Perhaps an allergy or a spiritual sensitivity that is carried over here. Let us visit the statue of the seven and see which fragrance the Geo-Archon favors. Missing recommended these 3 bombs to us. The first bomb, she described as sweet and dreamlike, a favorite among young girls. The second bomb, she claimed, exuded an air of grandeur, beloved by wealthy heiresses. The third bomb, with a gentle yet lingering fragrance, like a misty haze, is most favored by mature women. As the third bomb was presented, the statue of the seven emitted a purple glow. Oh, just now that was. The Geo-Archon has acknowledged it. Lu Bu Liang chuckled softly. Old dang, I always knew your mischievous nature beneath those thick brows and bright eyes. You may have a lovely and obedient little one at home. Yet our dear Guizhong suffers in unrequited love, while someone is still pining for a mature elder sister. Paimon, however, had not considered that angle. Could the Rock King be a mature elder sister? Paimon, you have hit the nail on the head, Lu Bu Liang affirmed. Do you know the Rock King as princess? The Rock King as princess? Ying's interest was piqued. Pray, do elaborate. Legend has it that the Rock King possesses countless, ever-changing incarnations, among which one particularly remarkable figure stands out, the Rock King as princess. Lu Bu Liang sat upright, adopting a serious demeanor as he began his fanciful tale. The Rock King as princess is truly a paragon of beauty, captivating enough to bring nations to their knees. Her long, raven-black hair cascades like a waterfall, dancing in the wind as it gently brushes her fair, tender cheeks. Her golden eyes, reminiscent of deep lakes, shimmer with enchanting brilliance, exuding an allure of mature beauty and intellectual charm that ensnares any beholder at first glance. Clad in a pristine, snow-white qipao, the exquisite tailoring accentuates her graceful figure, emphasizing her delicate curves in all the right places. Such a figure, with poise and elegance. The Rock King as princess is indeed a rare gem in this world. Sounds as if you've seen her yourself, Paimon interjected, disrupting the moment. How could you know if you haven't met her? What do you mean by that? Paimon's knowledge was evidently lacking, as her understanding did not encompass classical Chinese. The Rock King as princess, Ying giggled, envisioning the princess's appearance. Wipe that drool away. Lu Bu Liang remarked disdainfully at Ying. The creativity of this girl is rather frightening. Paimon shook her head, clearing her mind of the incomprehensible classical language. What's next on our agenda? Let us visit Yujing Terrace to seek Granny Ping. For we need to borrow the cleansing bell from the true monarch of Songchen. Granny Ping? Lu Bu Liang mused. You don't mean to say you recognize her, do you? Paimon sought an answer from Lu Bu Liang. He has acknowledged the Anemo god as a foster father. Is that truly so strange? Ying sighed. Oh right. And the rest that Yuksha as well. Paimon recalled. The man before them seemed indifferent to whom he acknowledged. Lu Bu Liang, your connections are quite impressive. Oh really? Well, it's not too shabby. After all, I aspire to be the adopted son of the 7 gods. Then let us go seek your granny for the cleansing bell. That seems the proper course. Nevertheless, you may as well continue to call her Granny Ping. That's what Yao Yao and the others call her. Who is Yao Yao? Oh, I forgot you haven't met her yet. She is a charming little girl, innocent enough to tug at one's heartstrings, and she is also Granny Ping's disciple. In the bustling realm of the mortal world, the esteemed true monarch of the Song of Dust and Waves is regarded as the celestial being closest to humanity. After succumbing to death, the true monarch, lamenting the loss of kindred spirits, sealed away his zither and transformed into a genial elder. Often found savoring tea and admiring flowers at the Jade Capital Terrace, affectionately known as Granny Ping. Granny Ping has taken in 3 disciples, one of whom you may recognize as the little chef, Xiangling from Wanmin Hall. It turns out that Xiangling is indeed a disciple of the celestial being, which explains her exceptional culinary skills. Paimon, with drool at the corners of her mouth, exclaimed, "The heavenly delicacies." Suddenly, Lumen recalled their recent encounter with the girl who claimed to be Guizhong. "Ah, Wendy, you must have met her as well. The circumstances are quite similar," said Lu Bu Liang, hands on her hips, brimming with pride. "So you can even resurrect gods? Now you see my prowess," she declared. "Is that why you are so eager to seek out adoptive fathers and distant relatives?" Cough, cough. What do you mean by eager? Am I the kind of person who indiscriminately seeks adoptive fathers and relatives without decorum? Paimon and Lumen exchanged glances, their expressions betraying doubt. Isn't that the case? Uft. Lu Bu Liang clutched her chest, feigning distress. "Is that how you perceive me? Do you truly believe I lack decorum in your eyes?" "We never said you lacked decorum. We merely remarked that your approach to seeking adoptive fathers and relatives is rather casual." "Huh. As if I ever lost my sense of decorum." Lu Bu Liang gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. "We've stated no such thing." Paimon, feeling slightly defensive, wondered why Lu Bu Liang was so adamant about her own decorum. "Would you like to know the reason behind my actions?" Lu Bu Liang's demeanor suddenly turned serious, her tone grave. "Absolutely," Paimon exclaimed without hesitation. Lumen remained silent, but her twitching ears indicated her curiosity. Chapter 44, The Coconut Milk Incident. "I shall not disclose it." Lu Bu Liang made a playful grimace. "Humph." Lumen scoffed, unimpressed. But Paimon was visibly annoyed. "How could you do this to me?" she fumed, stomping her feet in midair. "I've decided to bestow upon you an unflattering nickname, the 3-surname house slave." Paimon was momentarily dumbfounded, taken aback by her own creativity. Yet it felt oddly fitting for Lu Bu Liang. "Henceforth, you shall be known as the 3-surname house slave. There was someone once very dear to me whom I failed to cherish. Now that I possess the means, I wish to remedy some of their regrets." Lu Bu Liang placed a hand over her heart, a gesture of apology. Even Lumen was affected, her expression turning somber. "Wendy is the regret of Wendy, and Guizhong is the regret of the Emperor. Having once been drenched in rain, I wish to provide shelter for others." "Oh, I'm sorry, Lu Bu Liang. I misjudged you," Lumen admitted, her thoughts drifting to Kong. Perhaps, for her, Kong represented her own regret. "Haha, how did our conversation become so heavy?" Lu Bu Liang chuckled heartily, suggesting they borrow the cleansing bell. He swiftly moved ahead, while Paimon fluttered to Ying's side. "Let's go inside." Lu Bu Liang appeared troubled, as if burdened by a past he wished to forget. Ying's keen intuition suggested that this past likely involved his family. Perhaps a tragic event had occurred, causing him to lose a loved one, or perhaps irreconcilable conflicts among relatives had inflicted deep wounds upon him. Regardless of the specifics, it was evident that this painful experience instilled in Lu Bu Liang an extraordinary yearning for familial bonds. This desire shone like a beacon in the darkness, guiding him in his relentless pursuit of warmth and solace. Even a mere semblance of familial affection would be cherished dearly. Under Lu Bu Liang's guidance, Ying located the true monarch of Genshin City and subsequently took on the role of a cleaner, tidying the true monarch's dust song vessel to obtain the cleansing bell. "When you have a moment, please convey a message for me. Guizhong has returned. Don't linger on the mountain all the time. Come visit Liyue Harbor more often. Drop by for tea. Although I have little wealth, I do possess a teapot." The true monarch of Genshin City smiled. "Understood. We will remember that." "Thank you, true monarch." "Haha, it has been a while since I heard that title," said Zhongli, who joined the trio at Yujing Terrace after conversing with Wendy. "Zhongli, you are also an immortal?" Paimon boldly inquired. "An immortal?" "Indeed, there are many uncertainties, but if you prefer not to share, we shall not press further. By the way, the true monarch of Genshin City asked us to relay a message to you." Paimon mimicked the true monarch's tone, delivering the message verbatim to Zhongli. "Haha, Paimon, you mimic quite well. Her teapot is indeed splendid, perfect for brewing tea. When the time is right, I shall certainly visit her with some fine tea." Later, while purchasing a kite, Tartaglia unexpectedly stepped forward to cover the remaining cost. Paimon successfully uttered a disrespectful remark about the Emperor, questioning how someone like him had not perished from hunger. Lu Bu Liang stifled his laughter, nearly injuring himself in the process. Noticing Lu Bu Liang's struggle, Tartaglia inquired, "Mr. Lu Bu Liang, may I ask what you find amusing?" "I recalled something joyful," he replied. "What joyful thing?" "My wife." "No, just something happy," Lu Bu Liang corrected himself, realizing that such statements were ill-advised in Teyvat, as he was merely 18 years old, and speaking so could lead to imprisonment. Tartaglia shrugged. Opting not to pursue the matter further, the four then accepted a commission from Qiqi. Please, go to Tianhing Mountain and use the Guizhong machine to help me hunt coconut sheep. Guizhong machine? Is it the mechanism crafted by the demon known as Guizhong? According to Lu Yun's words, Guizhong is particularly adept at machinery. Indeed, Guizhong was once a demon of the Gili collective, and the Guizhong mechanism posed a threat to even the lives of the demons. Zhongli truly seems to possess knowledge of everything. Yet, that may not be entirely accurate. For instance, regarding this coconut sheep, I have not heard of it before. The coconut sheep is a legendary beast of semi-divine status. Qiqi provided a clue. Is that all? Qiqi reiterated. Well then, it is my turn to take action. Lu Bu Liang? Are you familiar with the coconut sheep? Certainly. But the coconut sheep is not located on Mount Tianhing. Where is it then? Just follow me. Is that direction towards the Moonsi Pavilion? Zhongli paused. You all may proceed. I still have preparations to attend to. Shall we split up? Indeed, that would enhance our efficiency. Paimon did not dwell on it too much. In truth, Zhongli had not given Ganyu a script, as their meeting might lead to unnecessary complications. Ding ding ding. The coconut sheep has arrived. Huh? Ganyu looked utterly bewildered. Miss Ganyu. Is that the coconut sheep? Those horns do resemble sheep horns somewhat. Ying pondered this possibility with utmost seriousness. Those are not sheep horns. Ganyu's face flushed slightly. I am indeed a semi-divine beast, but I am a hybrid of a Qilin and human. You deceived us. Lu Bu Liang shrugged nonchalantly. Thus, there is no such creature as the coconut sheep. Qiqi simply enjoys drinking coconut milk and mistakenly believes it is produced by the coconut sheep. Why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. Oh, I retract my sympathy for you. You revel in the misfortunes of others, you scoundrel. I have never encountered such a person. Oh, but now you have. Haven't you? Lu Bu Liang smirked mischievously. The system has played tricks on me. How could I be the only one subjected to such? For details, please refer to Chapter 8. I have once been caught in the rain, and of course, I wish to become a dark cloud, allowing others to endure the same downpour, and if possible, to tear the umbrella apart. After purchasing coconut milk for Qiqi, the master of the unbending pavilion, Baizhu, has returned as well. Upon seeing Lu Bu Liang, a flicker of confusion passed through his serpentine eyes, yet he still squinted and smiled. Expressing gratitude for the coconut milk brought to Qiqi, I never expected that during my brief absence, Qiqi would have caused trouble for the guests. I shall cover the cost of the coconut milk. Is it true that Baizhu and the wealthy Panelone are not brothers? Lu Bu Liang scrutinized Baizhu, who he had not encountered during his agonizing experiences with pain. Do you have the everlasting incense? Yes, it costs 3 million mora, of superior quality. Is it a steal? Lu Bu Liang quipped, channeling Kaveh. I suggest you rob the Golden House, Ying offered her own sarcastic remark. Paimon glanced at Zhongli. No need to look at your adoptive father. He cannot afford it. By general reasoning, that is indeed the case. Meanwhile, a band of treasure thieves who had been wreaking havoc on the ruin guards encountered the wandering ruin guards and were swiftly dealt with. Humph, do not destroy the fruits of others' labor for your own selfish desires. The ruin guards exclaimed angrily. The treasure thieves repeatedly bowed, pleading for mercy. Chapter 45, The Unsealing of the Vortex Demon God. Or arrived to save the day. Ha 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 ha. You have received a heartless mockery from the 11th of the Fatui, the young master. Coconut sheep, coconut sheep. How amusing it is that you were toyed with by such a thing. Or laughed uncontrollably. Do not revel in misfortune. Paimon admonished, hands on her hips. It feels like we are constantly the butt of the joke, and covered her face. Ah. Tears of laughter are about to flow. Well then, to express my gratitude for your amusement, I shall resolve all issues. Or negotiated the coconut milk supply chain with Baizhu, who offered a generous reduction of 10,000 mora. Or, -2, 990, 000 mora. What is the difference between 3 million and 2,990,000? Well, 2,990,000 sounds insignificant at first, but by general reasoning, it is indeed 1,000 less than 3 million, Zhongli concluded solemnly. Of course, it was a rather trivial conclusion. Heeding your words feels like heeding a single phrase. Lu Bu Liang felt embarrassed. Ah, I see now, I see. Ning Wang. And the 7 stars, what do you wish to conceal within the Golden House besides the ascension of the immortal ancestor? Or finally revealed his true nature. A smirk gracing his lips. My apologies, traveler, but I did warn you, did I not? Remember the ancient saying of Liyue. Walls have ears. Oh, have you heard another saying? Villains who talk to themselves often suffer from grave afflictions. Dardalia's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he leaped aside, wielding 2 blades of water elemental energy. Yet, the spot he had just occupied was utterly vacant. The voice that had just echoed in his ear was unmistakable. Dardalia would never entertain the notion that he had misheard. Everyone was within the room. Who could it possibly be? No need to be anxious, our interests do not conflict. I am here to impart some intelligence. Dardalia sheathed his water blades, sensing a trace of divine power in that voice. The entity was undoubtedly of a godly caliber. Catherine assumed a combat stance. Is there an enemy, Master? Dardalia shook his head. It's nothing, Catherine. Just now, a mysterious presence imparted some information to me. A mysterious presence? Indeed, of godly level. The god of darkness. Catherine gasped, covering her mouth. Plans have changed. The divine heart is not within the ascendant's transmutation. Is that what the presence revealed to you? Dardalia nodded, acknowledging the gravity of such knowledge. And the price? Catherine inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Surely, information of such magnitude comes at a cost. The cost? Perhaps not fully unsealing Vortex Demon God Azur? Dardalia's lips twitched. Isn't that our trump card? Indeed, they are even aware of our internal matters. However, there is no need to go to the Golden House. Let us prepare to unseal Vortex Demon God directly. As darkness fell, ominous clouds loomed overhead, signaling impending rain. Paimon rummaged through Lumen's backpack, retrieving a small umbrella. The atmosphere feels off. Lumen sensed an oppressive premonition of an impending grand battle. Lu Bu Liang? Huh, where's Lu Bu Liang? Wasn't he just here? Lumen, Paimon, quickly follow me to the Jade Chamber. Something significant is afoot. Ganyu rushed in haste. What is happening? Explain on the way, Ganyu exclaimed, pulling Lumen along. Hey, wait for me. Paimon quickened her pace to catch up. Ningguang stood solemnly, her countenance as grave as lead, silently poised above the Jade Chamber. Her gaze pierced through layers of cloud and mist, fixating on the turbulent undercurrents of the sea and the colossal vortex that seemed poised to breach the heavens. The vortex resembled a ferocious beast, its gaping maw voraciously devouring everything in its vicinity. The seawater was drawn into its depths, forming a disquieting black column that soared into the sky. Behind this terrifying spectacle lurked an uncontrollable malevolent force. The Vortex Demon God has truly awakened. Ningguang murmured, her voice betraying an unmistakable shock and concern. She was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of this demon god, once fully awakened. It would undoubtedly bring catastrophic ruin to the entirety of Liyue. The Guizhong mechanism had yet to be replicated. Why must this occur at such a critical moment? Ningguang furrowed her brows in deep concentration. Ningguang, the traveler has arrived. Indeed, Ningguang replied coolly, inquiring about the status of Keqing and her Qianyan army. Lady Keqing has led the Qianyan army to the seaside, and the Guizhong mechanism has been successfully installed. Let us hope Liyue can weather this impending crisis. Ningguang. We are here. Ether and Paimon rushed up to the Yujing terrace, led by Ganyu, with Ether already brandishing his sword. The demon god beneath the sea has awakened. Traveler, I implore you for assistance. Ningguang extended her hand earnestly. Need you even ask? I will certainly lend my aid. Ether grasped Ningguang's hand firmly. So, what is our strength? 5,000 Qianyan soldiers, a Guizhong mechanism, and the Yujing terrace. How are we to combat this? Humans against a demon god? Is this for real? Ether chastised himself for not first considering their own strength before deciding to assist. And us, the celestial lords, Xiaoyu, Li Shui, and Lu Yun, descended from the heavens. Splendid. It is the immortals. Let us skip the pleasantries. The vortex demon god has been revived, though its power is not as formidable as before. Thus, with the current presence of the 7 stars, the Qianyan army, and a few immortals might, can we vanquish the demon god in the sea? Paimon posed the question. Not quite. Lu Yun, who had just spoken, responded awkwardly. What then? Paimon panicked. The lords did not account for us. For figures materialized atop the Yujing terrace. Oh, it is Xiao, along with Fennina, Minu, and Yingda. Haha, it has been far too long since we fought side by side. Minu gazed at the serpent's head in the sea, his eyes filled with a fervor for battle. For the sake of convenience, let us assume it is a serpent's head. The author is uncertain of what to classify it as. Fennina had manifested his claws and was warming up. A fitting adversary indeed. How well should we roast Ozer? Yingda's flames blazed fiercely. Xiao gripped his weapon tightly as if he might strike at any moment. With the aid of the Yixas, our odds of victory are indeed substantial. However, our objective is not to slay Ozer, but to seal him. The remnants of a demon god after death are the most troublesome, and Ozer ranks among the top-tier demon gods, possessing a tenacious vitality. Even the former emperor chose to seal rather than execute him. Can we seal him? It's hard to say. Liyue revealed an awkward expression. With the emperor absent and the Yigshas not skilled in sealing, it would indeed be challenging for the three of them to seal this top demon god. Chapter 46. East Wind Elemental Missile. I believe I heard someone mention sealing. Guizhong lightly tapped the wings of Liyue, borrowing wind. Jinjuan. Guizhong, what brings you here? How could such a battle proceed without me? I have come with Pinger to join the fray. Guizhong declared, hands on her hips, ready to take charge of the sealing. However, Liyue, understanding your concern for Guizhong's safety, reminded, yet, Guizhong's sealing techniques surpass both yours and mine. Jinjuan Sheiyue Zhudong interjected gently. Very well, Guizhong, prioritize your own safety. Liyue, borrowing wind. Jinjuan recognized Guizhong's prowess, recalling Lu Bu Liang's words that excessive protection could endanger her. If she wished to fight, so be it. To think that the dust god of Giliji still lives, Ningguang mused. By the way, where has Morix gone? With a single strike of his rock spear. Wouldn't Osail have been subdued? Guizhong inquired of the celestial beings. Guizhong, the emperor. Liyue, borrowing wind. Jinjuan stammered. He has gone quite far. Jinjuan Liyue Daishan took over the conversation. Liyue, borrowing wind. Jinjuan widened her eyes in disbelief. Do you think that excuse will suffice for Guizhong? Jinjuan Liyue Daishan exchanged glances with Liyue, borrowing wind. Jinjuan, their expressions conveying silent communication. Then what should I say? That the emperor faked his death to retire? The 7 stars are still here. Oh, I see. Until his return, I shall guard Liyue Harbor. Guizhong's eyes sparkled with determination. She believes it. The dust god, unaware of the emperor's demise, seemed to be left in the dark. The celestial beings appeared reluctant to divulge the truth. Ningguang recalled the rumors. The dust god and the Geo Archon were said to be celestial partners. Ah, that makes sense. They feared the impact of such news on the dust god. The immortals had their burdens as well. However, how long could such a revelation remain concealed? Never mind. That was not her concern. She would wait until this crisis passed before making plans. With this thought, Ningguang felt a surge of confidence, with the dust god's assistance. Victory was assured. Guizhong, not particularly skilled in combat, pondered how to weaken Osail before leaving the ceiling to her. Could it be that the dust god was not adept in battle? Yet the emperor was a martial deity. How had they come together? Coughing slightly, she realized her mind had wandered. Who said I'm not skilled in combat? How absurd. Guizhong retorted, a smirk gracing her lips. My mastery of intricate mechanisms is unparalleled, capable of catastrophic devastation and instilling fear in all. With a slight upward curve of her lips, Guizhong exuded confidence before snapping her fingers. In an instant, the sound of ancient machinery whirring filled the air, akin to a long-dormant beast awakening, sending shivers down one's spine. Following this, colossal and imposing steel constructs emerged from above the Chuanyu pavilion like mushrooms after rain. These mechanical giants, adorned in hues of yellow and green, bore lengthy pipes. Their dark openings aimed squarely at Osail. Behold the allure of mechanized artistry. This is the terrifying aura emanating from the gaping cannon, felt by Ningguang and the immortals alike. Behold the Dongfeng elemental missile. At the summit of Tianheng Mountain, Lu Bu Liang marveled at its creation. Sometimes, even I find myself intrigued by how you conceive these inventions, remarked Zhongli, standing with his hands behind his back. Haha, of course, it is my boundless imagination that brings these ideas to life, Lu Bu Liang said, playfully running his fingers through his hair. Indeed, the concept of this contraption was entrusted to Guizhong by Lu Bu Liang. He merely conveyed the general shape and purpose, while Guizhong, with her remarkable mechanical prowess, crafted the missile by hand. Guizhong's mechanical skills could rival those of a certain deity capable of fashioning aircraft carriers. Will this truly serve as a test? Zhongli wondered anxiously about Ozer, hoping it wouldn't lead to destruction. Liyue, the wind deity, swallowed hard. She had utterly failed in the realm of mechanical weaponry. What a terrifying creation. No, this is ultimately a weapon, and I am undoubtedly superior in fine mechanisms. The proud bird thought to herself. Had this existed back then, how could Guizhong have perished? Guizhong, are you certain you were responsible for sealing Ozer? Questioned Shuiyu, the true monarch of Zhiyang, uncertainly. Indeed. Reduce him to ashes, and we can seal the remnants of the demon. Guizhong smiled with an innocent demeanor, daring to invade Liyue in the absence of the emperor. Ozer, you are in grave trouble. The immortals, along with Ying and Ningguang present, shuddered. Is this truly the Guizhong we know? Has she been replaced by some ferocious demon? I wonder where my beloved Guizhong has gone? Jinping pondered. What am I here for? Do they truly need me? Not anymore. Is Qinshin really that formidable? If you ask me, who should I ask? Gazing at the towering figure of the demon, the people of Liyue Harbor once again recalled the terror imposed by the demon. The serpent. Mother, I am afraid. Do not fear, child. The emperor will protect Liyue Harbor. But the emperor has just been attacked. Liyue has no emperor. Help. I do not wish to die. The dim sky, the towering waves, and the menacing demon instilled profound fear among the people of Liyue Harbor. Roar. Ozer, having fully materialized, let out a furious roar. He, the demon of the vortex, demanded that Liyue pay the price for sealing him. Repay your debts. Fire. Suddenly, the massive cannon flared with blinding light, accompanied by a howling gust of wind, as a colossal missile composed of pure wind elements was launched at astonishing speed. This wind elemental missile surged forth like a roaring dragon, clawing its way toward Ozer's head. Wherever it passes, the air is torn asunder, creating visible ripples of turbulent waves, as if the very fabric of space trembles in its wake. Bang! A shell strikes and explodes, unleashing a tempest of elemental fury. In an instant, one of Ozer's heads is obliterated by the elemental missile. Ozer is momentarily bewildered. What just transpired? How could such a vast head be destroyed? Almost immediately, another elemental missile hurtles toward him. This time, Ozer reacts, lowering his serpentine head just in time to evade the incoming projectile. The massive serpent's head slowly rises, revealing a hint of human-like mockery in its once cold eyes. It seems to disdainfully declare, "Is this all there is? What does it matter if the shells possess formidable power? They are merely bluster. You cannot even strike me, yet you dare to dream of defeating me?" Bang! Another thunderous explosion resounds. The mocking serpent's head is obliterated. What constitutes a missile? Only a precision-guided shell with tracking capabilities can truly be called a missile. Ozer muses, am I truly a deity? How can the artillery of Liyue harm me? Have I stumbled into the wrong set? Is this not Liyue? Was TIA being from the three bodies a millennium ago? How have I regressed to a primitive state after just a few seasons? The Geo Archon would have needed considerable effort to obliterate even one of my heads back in the day. Isn't Morix the strongest in Liyue? Has he abandoned the sealing techniques? Is he no longer afraid of my divine remnants? Mother, I long to return home. Liyue is utterly terrifying. Chapter 47, The War of the Deities. Could the power be excessive? Even from a distance, Wendy, as the Anemo god, can sense the terrifying might of the elemental missile soaring from the clouds above Liyue Harbor, rivaling the strength of his wind blades in their prime. Surely, one missile is enough to leave one bewildered, for the head is simply gone. It is true what has been said, yet how did you find yourself here? Zhongli casts a glance at the suddenly appearing Wendy. Such a significant event surely warrants my witness as the Anemo god. That one is also a deity of war. Is he not? This moment serves as a glimpse into the resurgence of the War of the Deities, Wendy muses, disregarding Zhongli's disdain. How magnificent is the saga of the War of the Deities. Gods and mortals uniting against malevolent forces. My inspiration surges. Indeed, coming to Liyue has proven to be an astute choice. Wendy's eyes sparkle with excitement, having heard countless tales of the War of the Deities while laboring to repay debts. Now witnessing it firsthand, how could he not be exhilarated? Beside him stand two figures, the very witnesses of the War of the Deities and the ultimate victors. War. A grand performance art. Old man, are you testing the Liyue officials with this? Wendy was, of course, referring to the Archon Ojal, sealed for a millennium. His powers had diminished significantly, yet his vitality remained at the pinnacle of Archon strength. As a test subject, this was quite fitting. Zhongli felt a sense of relief, finding satisfaction in Liyue's performance on this matter. Had the missile not played its role, the outcome might have been more favorable. Although that would likely have resulted in casualties, a scenario Zhongli was keen to avoid. The thought of families being torn apart due to trials he instituted would weigh heavily on him. Sighing, he reflected, only in Liyue would there be so many sealed archons. Wendy, with a hint of wonder and contemplation sparkling in his emerald eyes, allowed his thoughts to flow. After a brief pause, a playful smile graced his lips as he added, had it not been for your formidable power keeping most of the archons firmly bound to this land, our Mondstadt would have found it exceedingly challenging to achieve swift unity. Therefore, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. With that, Wendy gently raised his wine glass in a distant toast towards Liyue Harbor, then tilted his head back to drink. As though the wine itself embodied his respect and gratitude towards the Geo Archon, Zhongli, however, did not take Wendy's gesture as a sign of appreciation, even though a subtle smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Liyue was home to a multitude of archons. In Mondstadt, the known archons during the storyline were limited to Barbados, the Anemo Archon, Andreas, the Wolf King of the North, and the Solitary Valen. While there were certainly more, they were far fewer than those in Liyue. Lu Bu Liang, a traveler well aware of this fact, could name several: Morix, Ojal, Hades, Guizhong, Makush, the god of cooking, Hulia, the Salt Archon, and numerous others like Qi and Tao Du, among a plethora of others. It could be said that Morix was exceedingly powerful. With the Archon War's main battleground situated in Liyue, Bu Liang, you should also engage in some practical combat, Zhongli said with calm detachment. Me? Lu Bu Liang glanced at the colossal figure of the Archon, comparing it to his own diminutive stature. Father, if you wish for me to send a white-haired person to meet a black-haired one, just say so. Though he was aware Zhongli, too, had black hair. You may not excel in the arts of celestial techniques, but you should still be more than capable of dealing with Ojal's minions. Zhongli discerned Lu Bu Liang's hesitation. Fine. Those sea beasts are merely elite foes. I can manage them. Ah, ha ha. Guizhong, with a swift kick, shall grant you a grand exit. Let us express our gratitude for the benevolence of our dust god. Do not underestimate me. Ojal retorted, unleashing lasers and missiles in a fierce duel. Exorcist Sage. You shall disrupt Ojal to create an opportunity for the dust god to strike, commanded the swift and decisive borrowing wind true monarch. Understood. The four Yikshas promptly donned their masks and charged towards Ojal from all directions. Jingyu dance. Palm swirl calamity. In the midst of chaos, the formidable Ozer, struck by the combined might of four spectral beings, found himself unable to intercept the wind element missile in time, resulting in his utter annihilation. Cursed insects. Drawing upon the ocean's water elements, Ozer began to mend his form and summoned his minions to assault Liyue Harbor. Liyue Harbor is entrusted to our guardianship. The three Adepti leapt from the Chuanyu Pavilion, engaging in fierce combat with Ozer's followers. Ningguang was equally occupied, her hands swiftly and skillfully weaving intricate incantations. As the movements of her fingers danced with elegance, mysterious beams of light erupted from her grasp, converging at an astonishing speed towards the colossal magical array above the Chuanyu Pavilion. In an instant, the entire array was activated, radiating a blinding brilliance, resembling a resplendent sun suspended in the sky. Subsequently, the array trembled violently, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged outward. Countless golden-hued rock projectiles cascaded from above like a torrential downpour. Though small in size, these projectiles harbored terrifying power as they sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling towards the enemy like shooting stars. Shall we assist the Adepti? Can you swim? No. Paimon awkwardly scratched her head. Well, we cannot remain idle. I shall bestow upon you a blessing that will allow you to traverse the water's surface. The Adeptus of Song and Dust smiled faintly, conjuring a small stool and Guzhing to begin her melodic performance. A surge of azure energy emanated from the Guzhing, connecting with Lumen. Lumen nodded to the Adeptus, leaping from the Chuanyu Pavilion as well. A fallen star. A meteor plummeted from the heavens, crushing a sea beast beneath its weight. Let the winds carry you away. Lumen summoned a whirlwind, gathering several small sea creatures together. The Adeptus of Cloud borrowing wind transformed into a graceful wind crane, descending to strike and annihilate the clustered sea beasts. Traveler, you possess considerable strength, the Adeptus remarked before swiftly turning to vanquish other sea beasts. Lumen's lips twitched. She had been mocked for claiming the kills she could achieve independently. Onward. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the line of the Qianyan army stood resolutely, resembling an indomitable steel fortress. Their spears glimmered coldly, symbolizing their unwavering courage and resolve. Not far behind, the bustling and vibrant Liyue Harbor lay, their cherished home they yearned to protect. The monstrous beasts, colossal and grotesque, exuded a chilling aura as they roared towards the Qianyan's defenses, each step causing the earth to tremble. Yet, in the face of such terrifying foes, the Qianyan soldiers displayed no signs of retreat. Instead, flames of righteous fury burned in their eyes as they bravely charged forth. The warriors coordinated seamlessly, their spirits intertwined. The soldiers in the front row valiantly thrust their long spears towards the monstrous beasts, striving to thwart their advance. Those in the rear relentlessly unleashed a barrage of arrows, delivering remote strikes against the creatures. In that moment, the battlefield became a whirlwind of gunfire, a downpour of arrows, the clamor of battle cries, the roars of the beasts, and the resounding clang of metal reverberated through the heavens. Despite the formidable strength of the monsters, the Qianyan army fiercely resisted with unwavering resolve and exceptional combat prowess. They firmly believed that as long as they held their ground, they could safeguard Liyue harbor and the citizens within. This conviction propelled them forward, even at the cost of their lives. Chapter 48. What? You are the Emperor's child. Hail the Emperor's child. The sword light, like my own, cleave through the chaos. A flash of lightning from a sword brought down a colossal sea beast. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a young maiden clad in purple, adorned with black stockings and sporting a pair of adorable cat ears, who wielded her sword with the swiftness of lightning. This maiden was none other than the renowned Ying star, Keqing of the Liyue Qixing. Her form was agile, resembling a violet whirlwind. Her exquisite visage radiated a captivating brilliance under the sunlight, and her bright eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky. At that moment, with her sword in hand, she emanated an aura of formidable intensity. Keqing sheathed her sword and assisted a fallen Qianyan soldier. Are you all right? The soldier, bloodied yet resolute, replied, Lady Keqing, I can still fight. Despite his grievous injuries, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Stand down, you have done your utmost. Keqing discerned that the soldier's ribs had been shattered by the sea beast, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Yet, the soldier still yearned to struggle. This is an order. Jai was taken aback, clearly surprised that the Ying star knew his name, but he steadfastly responded, yes. The nature of a soldier is to obey. Hold the coastline. We cannot allow the sea beasts to enter the city. As Keqing navigated the battlefield, reaping the lives of the sea beasts, she systematically organized the Qianyan army for defensive counterattacks. Thus far, under Keqing's command, there had been no casualties among the Qianyan soldiers. Suddenly, Keqing turned sharply to see a small sea beast swat away a soldier's spear, aiming directly for his heart. Damn it! There's no time to defend. Yet, with unwavering resolve, the Ying star's jade shield intercepted the fatal blow. Behold, a celestial being. The immortal has arrived. With the arrival of Lu Bu Liang, not only were many Qianyan soldiers saved, but morale surged as well. Lu Bu Liang swung his arm dramatically and proclaimed, the jade shield will ensure your safety. Grip your spears tightly and do not falter. These vile sea beasts dare to invade our beautiful homeland. Let their blood spill today. The territory of our nation is sacred. Every inch must be defended. The dignity of our country is inviolable. Even if we shed our last drop of blood, we must not allow these beasts to advance another step. Charge! As his voice fell, a fierce gust of wind suddenly erupted, akin to a battle hymn resounding through the heavens and the earth. This sound, as thunderous as a tempest, swiftly permeated the entire battlefield, clearly reaching the ears of every soldier of the Qianyan army. Their previously taut hearts were instantly ignited, and within their eyes blazed a fervent fury and indomitable courage. Lu Bu Liang produced a horn and skillfully blew the familiar charge, the clarion call echoing. For the territory of our nation, every inch must be fought for. For the dignity of our nation, it is inviolable. Attack! Thousands of soldiers of the Qianyan army roared in unison at the sound of the charge. With the protection of the Yuzhong shield, the Qianyan soldiers abandoned all defense, their long spears aimed solely at the lives of the sea beasts. Only Keqing understood that these were not mere celestial beings, but the Emperor's sons, as previously mentioned by Ningguang. She could sense the aura of the Emperor emanating from the Yuzhong shield. A genuine Emperor's son. Keqing, too, bore a layer of Yuzhong shield, and at this moment, she disregarded any notions of the so-called inexplicable emperor that Ningguang had referred to. She had already acknowledged this emperor's son as her ally in battle. For the territory of our nation, every inch must be fought for. For the dignity of our nation, it is inviolable. Keqing's voice merged with the furious roars of the Qianyan army. Even she could not hear her own words. The sea beasts were dwindling. It seemed Osail was nearing his limit. Ying swung her woofing sword, slaying the last of the sea beasts on her side, and returned to the Qianyu pavilion under the guidance of the Lord of the Winds, Liyue. Osail's recovery was outpaced by his injuries. He was now left with but two heads. Guizhong prepared to unleash a final strike. Auntie, be careful under the cannon. Lu Bu Liang called out as he joined the Qianyan army after assisting them. Ying and Ningguang exchanged bewildered glances. Auntie, when did Lu Bu Liang acquire another divine it? Is there no justice left in the world? Justice? None. I am asleep. He must be the emperor's son that Ganyu spoke of, the nephew of the god of dust. What is the connection between the god of dust and the emperor? Ningguang's gossiping spirit ignited once more. Why did you arrive so late? I've been fighting for ages. Osail's hide is truly tough. Guasian jested. Is your auntie not impressive? Taking on a top-tier divine beast in single combat. Indeed, indeed. Auntie's mechanical prowess is unparalleled. Lu Bu Liang lavished praise without reservation. Of course, Guasian's nose was held high. But what do you mean by be careful under the cannon? Are we not to kill him? Osail must not perish. He serves to suppress the sea beasts. He only needs to be sealed, said Zhongli. Lu Bu Liang whispered to Guasian. Seal him well. I adore sealing things. Fighting and killing are not my style. I shall proceed to seal him now. Guasian swiftly adjusted his sleeves and, with a talisman in hand, soared towards the nearly defeated Osier. The three celestial beings of Minlin followed suit, ready to assist in the sealing. Observing that she had no part in the matter, Ying approached El Biang and earnestly inquired about his true identity in Liyue. Before El Biang could respond, Ningguang had already revealed he is the son of Liyue, the designated heir of the emperor during his lifetime. The celestial beings are already aware of this, and I trust you have noticed their attitude towards him. We shall soon hold the coronation ceremony for the son. With that, Ningguang performed a courteous bow. Ningguang of the Tianhuan Star pays my respects to the son. There's no need for such formality. You are indeed the son of Liyue? Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder you're so wealthy. Is your focus solely on wealth? Ying observed, unfazed by Paimon's shock, for she had previously heard Fa Nan refer to El Biang as the son, although she had not given it much thought at the time. Furthermore, the fact that El Biang could be bailed out for disrespecting the emperor was enough to attest to his extraordinary status. While they conversed, Guizhong and the three celestial beings had already combined their powers to reseal Osier back in the Guyu Pavilion. Osier exclaimed, Ah, it feels wonderful to be home. The outside world is terrifying. Did I just see a ghost? Do gods also encounter ghosts? That enormous Hacanthos transformed into a spirit and sealed me. Was this all due to the resentment from those gods who beseech me? Guizhong deftly reinforced the already loosened seal, relocating it to the Guyu Pavilion, ensuring Osier remained sealed within. A couple should remain together, he mused. Baki remarked, that Hacanthos' spirit isn't so bad. No need to think about revenge. I can enjoy a peaceful life with my husband in our little villa. Chapter 49, The Sacrifice of Madame for the Winner. It is worthy of a half-day's pause for remembrance. On this day, El Biang asked, Are you certain Zhongli is at the northern bank? Of course. Do not underestimate the bond between my adoptive father and me. Does he know about the Archon's assault on Liyue? Naturally. There is nothing about Liyue that he is unaware of. When you meet him, you might even be in for a surprise. El Biang said, feigning mystery. A surprise? I suspect it is more likely a fright, Ying retorted, unconvinced by Lu Bu Liang's notions of surprise. This fellow seemed to relish in their misfortunes. Just the other day at the Chuanyu Pavilion, he had boasted about imprisoning Paimon for her disrespect, leaving the little creature in tears while he laughed heartily. Do you see me merely as a jester, enjoying your misadventures? El Biang seemed to read Ying's thoughts, yet was met with her disdainful glare. The son is quite close with that traveler. Surely, there must be some unspoken secrets. She overheard the two conversing, her cheeks flushing red. Can you two refrain from such wild imaginings? And please, do not follow us. Lu Bu Liang halted and turned to reprimand the two Qianyan soldiers trailing behind him. This is unacceptable. Lord Ningguang has instructed us to ensure your safety, Your Excellency. The two soldiers immediately stood at attention, responding with utmost seriousness. Come now. Had I not arrived at the battlefield that day, Mingy, you would have perished. How could you possibly protect me? Although Lu Bu Liang understood that both Ningguang and the soldiers meant well, he despised the constant sensation of being watched. Wow, Your Excellency actually knows my name, Mingy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. What you say holds merit, yet on Lord Ningguang's end, you could simply state that with this traveler as protection, there will be no cause for concern. The two soldiers exchanged glances and ultimately decided to heed the Excellency's words. Then, Your Excellency, please take care. We shall return to report, they said. Off you go. Off you go. Once the two soldiers had ventured far enough away, Lu Bu Liang finally relaxed. Honestly, I will resign from this troublesome title of Excellency sooner or later. What a farce. This isn't a feudal society. I am not that fellow Yuan Shirkai. Lu Bu Liang, are you truly considering resigning from your position as the Emperor's child? Paimon is utterly astonished. Without you, there will be a dearth of culinary delights. All you ever think about is food. Ying struck Paimon with a hammer. Ouch. Ying, why did you hit me? Resigning is not as simple as it sounds. Currently, Lu Bu Liang is merely boasting, yet he indeed harbors such thoughts. He aspires to traverse the 7 nations to pay respects to his parents. How could he be confined to Liyue by the mere title of Emperor's child? The power of the 7 stars is formidable. Liyue can thrive autonomously without him, and being a mere figurehead is not so bad either. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the northern bank. Even before the doors opened, they could hear Tartaglia's voice from within, were it not for a certain archon who informed me. I would have remained oblivious to your little colleague. Let us not dwell on that, young master. In the end, you disregarded the trade and scheming, causing quite the ruckus. Didn't you? Rosalind dismissed Tartaglia's sardonic remarks with ease. Wait, it seems a familiar face is approaching. Pray tell, why do a medium rare steak and a medium steak not greet each other when they pass on the street? Upon hearing the word steak, Paimon pondered and concluded it is because they are about to be eaten. It is because they are not cooked enough. Lu Bu Liang revealed the answer. Not amusing, is it? Consider the medium rare and the medium. Stop. Ying interrupted Lu Bu Liang's explanation. Is this truly the time for jokes? What are you doing here, lady? Ying did not extend a warm welcome to Rosalind. It is you. It appears I left quite an impression on you in the city of the bards. Considering some could not even withstand a single blow. Rosalind held her head high, as if to pierce the heavens. A slight smirk adorned her lips, indicating that everyone around her was insignificant in her eyes. I can't take it anymore. Lu Bu Liang, grant me blessings. I want this woman to understand why the flowers are so red. Ying's cheeks flushed, recalling the scene in Mondstadt when Rosalind had slapped her to the ground. Only then did Rosalind notice Lu Bu Liang beside Ying, her surprise evident. Were it not for Her Majesty's divine decree, you would have turned to ice by now. I can't harm her, but mocking her is certainly permissible. What are you saying? You, a woman of ample bosom yet devoid of intellect. Prancing about with such arrogance for whom? Wait until you encounter a stronger woman in Inazuma. You won't even know how you perish. Every harbinger participated in the winter night's foolery. Guess which unfortunate soul did not? Lu Bu Liang pointed his fingers like guns at Rosalind. Let me tell you. I have foreseen your future. Her sacrifice is worthy of a half-day of mourning for the eternal winter. Guess whose sacrifice it is? It's you. Lu Bu Liang smeared honey on his lips, directly interrupting Rosalind's incantation. Rosalind was momentarily stunned. Inazuma? Sacrifice? Half a day of mourning? She is indeed about to embark on a mission to Inazuma, where the only woman superior to her is that one. The half-day halt for remembrance must surely be the words of that old coot, the rooster. Fortune-telling? I do not place my faith in prophecies. If my sacrifice can bestow upon the winter a divine heart, then such a sacrifice is indeed worthwhile. Rosalind does not fear death. She is already burned out as the Witch of Fire centuries ago. Her existence now serves merely to repay the Empress's grace and to glimpse the hope of rebellion from the Ice Queen. Natural law is also an object of her vengeance. The divine heart was intercepted by the Scaramouche, leaving you with nothing to gain. Observing Rosalind's exquisitely expressive face, Lu Bu Liang relished the moment, reclining slightly and gazing up at her with a smirk. Yes, just like that. I have longed to see that expression on your face, that look of envy. Alas, it seems 2 massive slimes obstructed my view. Rosalind could no longer tolerate it, and brought her stiletto heel down. All-encompassing. I cannot believe you would play like this. The menacing heel was a mere millimeter away from Lu Bu Liang's vital area. The power of the Geo-Archon? Rosalind chuckled. The son of a Nemo had indeed pledged allegiance to the Geo-Archon. You truly lack any sense of integrity. Rosalind then turned to Zhongli, or Morix, and inquired if he had conspired with that fellow Barbados. What are you saying? Paimon exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Morix? Zhongli snorted, asserting that the matters between the ruling powers were not for the winter's executive to meddle in. Indeed, Zhongli is the Geo-Archon Morix, the Emperor of the Rock in Liyue, my adoptive father. Lu Bu Liang flashed before Paimon's face, asking if she was surprised. Well, let us return to the matter at hand. As per our agreement, I am here to claim your divine heart, Morix. The pact is established, as you requested. I grant you the promised object. Chapter 50. Zhongli's acknowledgement. Paimon felt perplexed by Zhongli's decision to hand over the divine heart to the Fatui. Zhongli clarified that it was part of a contract with the Ice Queen. Paimon persisted in her accusations regarding the fake death. As you know, I have traversed this world for over 6 millennia, having founded Liyue alongside the Immortals, a feat accomplished 3,700 years ago. The cliffs impervious to the whirlpool will, over time, wear down. I have merely convinced myself that the moment of fracturing is yet to come. Zhongli slightly raised his head, as if reminiscing until a certain drizzly day, When I strolled through the port and heard a merchant praising his subordinate, "You have fulfilled your duty. Now, go and rest." In that moment, I lingered among the throngs of people, continually questioning myself. Have I fulfilled my duty? Thus, I orchestrated this faked death, embroiling the Harbinger, the Immortals, and the 7 stars of Liyue in chaos. Certainly, I have also left a parting gift for Liyue, a pact established 3 millennia ago. When the stones grow weary, it shall be Lu Bu Liang who takes my place to continue guarding Liyue. Lu Bu Liang? Is this the reason you have become the son of the emperor? I did not expect Lu Bu Liang to be an immortal. Upon arriving in Liyue, Zhongli assigned me the role of the son of the emperor. To be candid, Liyue would continue to function seamlessly without me. It does not require a son of the emperor at all. Lu Bu Liang has resolved to articulate his thoughts clearly here. The covenant from 3,000 years ago is a distant memory. The Lu Bu Liang who signed that pact has long since passed. In this lifetime, I shall not be bound by any constraints, living solely for the desires of my heart. Let the past lives, grudges, and entanglements be of no concern to me. I yearn to freely steer my own destiny and pursue the path that is uniquely mine. Zhongli stood silently, as if time had come to a standstill. His profound gaze remained fixed upon Lu Bu Liang, as if he were perceiving the shadow of the god of freedom within him. Finally, he exhaled softly, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and regret. "So this is how you truly feel. Perhaps I have indeed not considered all aspects thoroughly. After all, your life's journey ought to be determined by you alone. However, once words are spoken, promises are akin to water spilled. They cannot be easily retracted. Thus, despite this, you remain undeniably the son of Liyue. Yet, to atone for my oversight, I have decided to renew the pact made years ago." At this juncture, Zhongli paused momentarily, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before continuing in a gentle tone. "Bu Liang, from this day forth, you may soar freely, unshackled by the identity of the son of the emperor. Wherever you may be, Liyue shall always stand as your steadfast support, a warm harbor where you can find solace from the storm. Whenever you are in need, Liyue will unhesitatingly extend a helping hand, offering you assistance and encouragement." Ding, recognition of Zhongli's approval has increased. Current approval level, 5 stars. Current bond with adoptive father has reached maximum stars. You may summon your adoptive father at any time. Detection of side quest completion. Rewards are being issued. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. 5 million Mora. Unlock the creation of the young rock lizard, the palm returning machine, and the Morix, peak era, experience card. Detection of main quest chapter 2 completion. Rewards are being issued. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. 88,888,000 Mora. Personal space expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. Forging skill. You may now forge weapons, currently able to forge all 4-star weapons. Divine emotion. You possess a psychological defense as solid as rock, impervious to easy breaches. I can't believe it. Lu Bu Liang hurled a bag of salt to the ground. Divine emotion. Truly a god of straightforwardness. Wait, did I just breach my own defenses? Does the system truly allow the Geo-Archon to be vulnerable? Such is the nature of the system. It is the host's own desire to be exposed. Why does Lu Bu Liang carry salt with him? Where might one procure such packaged salt? Shouldn't one inquire what peculiar mood he is in? At times, Ying is genuinely curious about Paymon's focal points of interest. Is this truly the manner in which Bu Liang expresses his emotions? Zhongli interprets this behavior as a sign of satisfaction with the renewed contract. Valen and Rosalind communicate through glances. Is this the house servant specifically designated by Her Majesty the Queen? I can't help but feel there's something amiss here. Rosalind presses her fingers against her temples. Perhaps we should bring him back to Winter for Her Majesty to examine? He possesses those extraordinary abilities and can even summon the Anemo Archon. Can you truly bring him back? I am not particularly eloquent. Why not invite him to Winter to engage in a friendly spar? Do you think everyone shares your fervor for combat? It would be far better to invite him to the hearth home in Winter to see those delightful children. Shouldn't that be the responsibility of El Chino? What business is it of yours? My relationship with El Chino has become quite profound. I am now heading back to the Winter region to seek the favor of Her Majesty the Queen. She is sure to acquiesce. To put it plainly, Rosalind harbors a fear of meaningless demise. During this journey back to Winter, I shall also relinquish my task in Inazuma. After all, even the Geo-Archon has embraced retirement. What harm is there in my absence? It is not as if Tartaglia has much to say on the matter. It is a pity that during this visit to Liyue, I did not engage in a single duel. I am determined to spar with the infamous Lu Bu Liang. The spirit of Tartaglia's competitive nature has been ignited. I shall temporarily seal away these divine emotions, Although a certain philosophical goat once remarked, emotions? They are the most cruel of all things in this world. Yet, I firmly believe that it is precisely because of emotions that human existence is rendered so vibrant and multifaceted. Moreover, this skill significantly hampers my pursuit of enjoyment. What is life without a touch of exhilaration? Lu Bu Liang bent down to collect the salt scattered on the ground and stored it in his spatial pouch. One must not waste salt, for it may be needed again. At least I will have a weapon at my disposal every time I perform the Jingyao dance. It has been the subpar quality of my firearm that has limited me to a single thrust. It is a well-known truth that the best way for a support character to safeguard their comrades is to eliminate the enemies. Thus, an output build is paramount for a support role. A support that cannot deal damage is hardly a worthy ally. The commander of the Qianyan army, Feng Yin, stood resolutely with a spear, delivering a proclamation from the 7 stars. Let it be known, the soaring dragon and flying Qilin, though they may live for ages, ultimately return to dust. The emperor, in his celestial wisdom, commanded the sun and moon. Yet, there are times of obscurity coinciding with thunderous tribulations. Whispers abound, rife with rumors, claiming the emperor has been assassinated. This is far from the truth. The emperor has faced divine trials and has returned to the heavens. However, the emperor, endowed with foresight, has left the imperial son in Liyue to fight alongside the Qianyan army, repelling sea beasts, sealing malevolent deities, and rescuing Liyue from peril. He possesses the qualities of a sagacious ruler. The imperial son humbly claims his knowledge is limited and wishes to traverse the 7 nations, rather than reside permanently in Liyue. Therefore, all matters shall be handled by the 7 stars. Thus, we announce to Liyue, we implore the citizens to mourn discreetly and spare themselves heartache. Furthermore, do not lend credence to the rumors circulating in the streets and refrain from baseless conjecture. The imperial son? I had never seen him before. It is true. On the day the Qianyan army battled the sea beasts, I was present. The imperial son hovered in the air, wielding a jade shield to protect us. He is indeed remarkably powerful. With the emperor departed and the imperial son seldom residing in Liyue, alas. Do not lose heart, for the immortal still remains with Liyue. One must always look ahead. Chapter 51 Zhongli? Indeed, a true societal recluse. Oh my, this elder, attending his own funeral, how extravagant. What funeral? It is clearly a ceremony for sending off immortals. Paimon corrected Lu Bu Liang's wording. Well, by general rationality, the ceremony for sending off immortals is, in fact, an immortal's funeral. This elder spoke thusly, attending his own farewell. Why does Zhongli appear so unburdened? Having shed the weight of 3,700 years. Would he not feel a sense of lightness? Is your next destination in Azuma? They are currently in a state of seclusion. The Raiden Shogun dreams of a glorious empire, while the travelers from beyond the stars prepare to breach her gates with cannon fire. This subtly alludes to Japan's Black Ships incident, suggesting that one should not only focus on the Qing dynasty during the era of isolation. What are you babbling about? Though our next destination is indeed in Azuma, cannon fire? Do you mean the kind wielded by the god of dust? Lu Bu Liang, you have a good relationship with the god of dust. Could you perhaps assist me in acquiring one? Ying also desires such a magnificent east wind. Within the range of cannon fire lies the truth. Even if your aunt were to gift you one, where would you possibly store it? That's a valid point. Ying awkwardly scratched the back of her head. So, will you accompany us to Inazuma? Me? The Raiden Shogun over there seems a bit unhinged, fixated on eternity, even going so far as to entomb people within her statue. The risks appear rather daunting. Perhaps it's best to avoid that. I wouldn't want you to grow weary of my face, visible everywhere you go, as long as you don't seek amusement at my expense. My visage remains delightful to behold. Ying genuinely thought Lu Bu Liang rather handsome, if only he weren't so talkative. Shall I go to Fontaine and procure a camera to send you a picture? Let us agree on that. Since the 3 of you are departing Liyue, how about I host a meal for you at the New Moon Pavilion? Zhongli spoke slowly. Don't boast, Zhongli. 3 bowls are just a trifle. I might believe that, but the New Moon Pavilion even charges for tea service. Can you truly afford it? Speaking of which, Mora is indeed insufficient. At times like this, an external wallet should make an appearance. An external wallet? The tactician Tartaglia, Zhongli treats, and the tactician pays. It is a reasonable arrangement. So, I provide the favor while the tactician pays? I had no idea such a method existed. Zhongli contemplated the feasibility of this approach. No, Zhongli. Do not adopt Lu Bu Liang's unscrupulous nature. At worst, I simply want to eat. Oh my, little Paimon, It seems you've grown in capability during our brief separation. Lu Bu Liang sees the unsuspecting Paimon, enthusiastically ruffling her hair. Ah, you three surnamed servant. You've messed up my hairstyle again. So why is Morix lacking Mora? Ying. You might not be aware. Barbados has not shed his threads, Morix lacks Mora, and Baal is without Baal. Lu Bu Liang, retract that statement. Baal's demise is undoubtedly a profound tragedy for Balzef. This heavy blow has left her heart in anguish, consumed by sorrow, ultimately leading her to seclude herself within her pure land, seeking refuge from the clamor and painful memories of the outside world. In the distant recollection of the harrowing Qinria War, even a formidable figure like Zhongli found himself feeling somewhat overwhelmed in the face of such a brutal battlefield and the relentless onslaught of enemies. Struggling to maintain control over the chaotic situation, despite his tireless efforts to salvage what remained, he could only helplessly witness Baal succumbing to the Abyss's minions, falling into a pool of blood. When Balzebul hastily arrived, all he beheld was the cold body of his sister. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The world was consumed by her heart-wrenching cries. She clutched Baal's lifeless form tightly, tears cascading like a torrent, her wails reverberating across the desolate battlefield, stirring the hearts of the divine. Meanwhile, Zhongli stood by, silently observing this tragic scene, his heart heavy with boundless sorrow and guilt. It was in that very instant that he acutely felt the weight of Balzebul's anguish. The haunting image of that dreadful tableau was indelibly etched in his mind, and to this day it evokes a profound sense of melancholy that lingers in his soul. Apologizing sincerely, Lu Bu Liang acknowledged his misstep, promising to visit Inazuma after concluding his affairs in Fontaine, hoping to see if Baal could be resurrected. Perhaps, he mused, with your extraordinary abilities, you might indeed be capable of restoring Baal. Zhongli recalled the moment of Guizhong's passing, feeling equally powerless. To claim there was no pain would be disingenuous. Even a deity possesses a heart of flesh. Turning to Lumen, interrupted by Bu Liang, he declared, allow me to address your previous inquiry. As the Geo-Archon, Morix, I possess the ease to create Mora. However, having chosen the guise of a mere mortal, I must adhere to the customs of humanity. During our journey together, though the heart of a god remains in my grasp, I am acutely aware of my impending abdication from the Seven. How could I not rehearse for the new life that awaits? Ah, now I comprehend. It seems that Bu Liang spends money without regard for cost, simply because he is unaccustomed to assessing prices. Yet, Zhongli found himself struggling with his newfound mortal limitations, transforming into a societal burden, reliant on others for sustenance. Oh, how amusing. A societal waste. Father, can you endure this? Perhaps Paimon could partake in a celestial feast. What? No. May I retract that statement? He exclaimed. It was merely a matter of spending a little of the Fatui's funds. Indeed, just a little of the Fatui's funds, Bu Liang concurred. It seems I must fulfill my promise and teach you the ways of the celestial movements. In an instant, Zhongli whisked Bu Liang away, disappearing from sight. Will Bu Liang be all right? Lumen pondered. He brought this upon himself, daring to ridicule the Geo-Archon. Paimon, remember the lesson learned from Bu Liang. Understood, but what of Zhongli's invitation? Still fixated on food? Are we? Under Zhongli's meticulous guidance, Bu Liang eventually mastered the art of condensing the celestial elements through Geo. I've learned it. Haha. Zhongli gazed at the palm-sized celestial star in Lu Bu Liang's hand, enveloped in silence. Could it truly fail to crush even a hilichurl? Was it too ambitious to expect without a vision? Yet he could wield geo-elemental magic. Zhongli found himself perplexed. If he could conjure creations from the geo-element, why could he not summon a celestial star? He genuinely understood the sentiments expressed by Lu Yun regarding Lu Bu Liang's subpar cultivation in the arts of immortality. This was not merely subpar. It was devoid of aspiration. There was not a trace of talent to be found. Nevertheless, he had fulfilled his obligations under their contract, having been as benevolent as one could be. Now that you have mastered your skills, you may descend the mountain. The gratitude owed by Lu Bu Liang to his adoptive father was indeed difficult to repay. Lu Bu Liang bowed deeply. And if one were to overlook the jade shield that adorned him, one would perceive his sincerity. Zhongli rubbed his temples, thinking, this child, I cannot expect him to speak of gratitude. In the future, should you find yourself in trouble, simply refrain from mentioning my name. Understood, adoptive father. No problem at all. Lu Bu Liang exclaimed. Then I shall descend the mountain at once. He hurriedly scampered down, only to stumble, rolling down the slope in a comical fashion. Zhongli, observing Lu Bu Liang's retreating figure, suddenly felt a jolt. As if he had glimpsed something momentous, a blink later, he beheld Lu Bu Liang tumbling down. He couldn't shake the feeling that allowing him to descend was a grave mistake. Chapter 52. On El Bu Liang Liyue arc. Regarding El Bu Liang. Hu Tao mused. He truly knows how to conceal himself. From the very beginning, he kept secrets from me and Paimon, claiming it was all to surprise us. When in reality, he merely wished to see the shock on my face. Yet, I did not give him the satisfaction. Paimon reflected on El Bu Liang as the son of the emperor. It pains me to think that El Bu Liang, who forged a pact with Zhongli 3,000 years ago, still refuses to accept his role as Liyue's emperor. Isn't it delightful to dine out for free? If I were the emperor, I would feast daily at the Yingxing Pavilion and the Liyue Pavilion. Hu Tao pondered El Bu Liang's past. He is reluctant to speak of it, and I sense he harbors some sorrowful tales. If he chooses to share, I am more than willing to console him. However, my sympathy is not a reason for him to seek entertainment at my expense. Zhongli contemplated El Bu Liang. He possesses the potential to lead Liyue as its emperor. Yet I shall not constrain him due to our previous contract. Aside from his lack of talent in the arts of immortality, his capabilities are unimpeachable. Liyue, the Wind Sovereign, remarked on El Bu Liang. His mechanisms are quite fascinating. What? No, it cannot be. His mechanical skills cannot surpass mine. My inventions eclipse his by far. What does that look mean? I am not exaggerating. Unless there are other matters at hand, I shall continue my research on the fourth order cube. Gui Zheng mused about El Bu Liang. My nephew is astute and possesses great foresight, especially with his sweet tongue. I adore his saying, rocks shall ultimately return to dust, as it resonates deeply with me. Oh dear, how embarrassingly candid of me. I must inquire further about the methods he mentioned for courting straight men. Fennina commented on El Bu Liang. The esteemed son of the emperor is quite handsome. He was the first to compliment my beauty. In light novels, it is often said that when a man compliments a woman's beauty, it signifies his affection for her. However, he consistently refers to me as second mother, and Minu claims this is to establish a clear boundary, which I fail to comprehend. Minu on Lu Bu Liang. I am immensely grateful to Lord Deities for granting me the opportunity of rebirth, allowing me to reunite with my siblings and continue crafting exquisite garments. Speaking of clothing, Lord Deities possesses many intriguing ideas, such as lace and Gothic styles, which seem ill-suited for the Liyue aesthetic. Ingda on Lu Bu Liang. I am not as infatuated as Fennina. My relationship with Lord Deities resembles that of a close male friend. I must remind you, do not mention my opinion about Fennina being love-struck to her. Hey, stop right there. Shaoan Lu Bu Liang. Lord Deities asserts that a family should be harmonious. Fennina, Minu, and Ingda are indeed my family. Subsequently, Lord Deities mentioned he would strive to rescue Fuxian. This is a profound debt of gratitude. I am uncertain how to repay Lord Deities, especially since he forbids me from slaying anyone. Shaoan Lu Bu Liang's usual activities: pretentiousness, seeking amusement, playing with phrases. Does Lord Deities harbor some deeper intention behind these actions? Ganyu on Lu Bu Liang. It appears that Lord Deities genuinely regards me as a sister. May I inquire, would a brother mistakenly call his sister by the wrong name? Certainly not. So what does Wang Xiaomei signify? It does not resemble a nickname and bears no relation to me. Shinha on Lu Bu Liang. My master claims he is quite chatty. Did he share stories from my childhood with you? Should I pin him to the ground? No, that would be inappropriate. Hu Tao on Lu Bu Liang. Lu Bu Liang, a guest from the Yuheng, possesses a plethora of clever ideas. If only he could utilize them to attract patrons to the Wangsheng funeral parlor, perhaps through poetry? He claims he cannot comprehend the humorous verses of this parlor's head. Lacking discernment. Even Zhongli, a guest, praises my poetry profusely. By Shuan Lu Bu Liang, his perspective on life and death diverges from mine, perhaps aligning more with Hu Tao's views, yet he does not oppose my methods. Do you suggest he possesses the art of resurrection? When next he visits the unmarked lodge to see Chi-Chi, I shall certainly inquire further. Chi-Chi on Lu Bu Liang. Chi-Chi cannot recall, flipping through notes. Oh, it comes to mind. Lu Bu Liang brings Chi-Chi coconut milk, which is refreshingly cool and delightful. Yelan on Lu Bu Liang. Ningguang frequently speaks of this Lord Deities. Personally, I do not find him particularly remarkable. Just jesting. Anyone who occupies Ningguang's thoughts must possess some uniqueness. Upon first glance, I can tell he is the type to skive off work. Is that the reason he is reluctant to remain in Liyue as the Deities? Yao on Lu Bu Liang. My esteemed senior, he has unraveled my master's emotional knots, for which I am profoundly thankful. He remarked that I resemble a little adult, which is heartwarming and somewhat pitiable. Is this true? Kaching on Lu Bu Liang. The Deities is highly capable, assertive, and robust. He is, after all, a human, a Liyue. If he were to govern Liyue, I believe it would flourish, even in the absence of immortals. What does he call me? Master Ku? What have I taught him? I possess no memory of such an event. Yin Fei on El Bu Liang, that noble son possesses a remarkable awareness of the law. I once engaged him in a discourse regarding the legalities of Liyue, and he uncovered numerous loopholes, each accompanied by illustrative examples. I vehemently opposed his label of outlaw Zhang San, for knowledge of the law should not imply transcendence over it. Rather, it necessitates adherence. I reproached him sternly, to which he sincerely apologized and henceforth addressed me simply as Zhang San. Curiously, he continued to use Zhang San as an example. Does he harbor an obsession with this figure? Who, indeed, is Zhang San? Ning Guang on El Bu Liang. I find great amusement in his moniker for me, wealthy lady. Yet, as a noble son, he ought to possess even greater riches. Our transactions have proven lucrative, each yielding substantial gains, and I admire his acumen in commerce. It would indeed be intriguing to have him as a business rival. Yin Jin on El Bu Liang. He appears to have quite the affinity for opera, though his vocal talent leaves much to be desired. This does not imply that his singing is unpleasant. Even Xin Yin has praised his melodious tones. Xin Yin on El Bu Liang. That young man possesses commendable singing abilities. He is a fervent admirer of rock music from Liyue, and he even suggested that I collaborate with Master Hu. Remarkably, the outcome has been exceptionally pleasing, and we are preparing to perform at the Lantern Festival. Beidou on El Bu Liang. Ha ha ha. The noble son is prone to seasickness. How amusing. Xingxiu on El Bu Liang. 10 paces to slay a man, 1,000 miles leave no trace. When the deed is done, he departs with a flick of his sleeve, concealing his identity and name. His verse perfectly encapsulates the essence of a chivalrous hero. Chongzhen on El Bu Liang. He introduced me to the esteemed master of the Liyue wind, unexpectedly accompanied by my aunt. I can't shake the feeling that he is aware of our connection. Could it be that he possesses some divinatory skills? That would clarify much. Dvalin on El Bu Liang. A figure who captures the attention of Her Majesty the Empress must possess extraordinary prowess, perhaps even bestowed with the authority of an executive officer. I yearn for a friendly duel with him. Shall we engage in a match now, and then summon him afterward? Chapter 53. Theatrical Resonance. Oh dear, my head spins. Even with the jade shield in place, I cannot withstand such a vigorous descent. Ugh, how does Wang Xiaomei manage it? Alas, the mountains echo with theatrical resonance. Who is singing? Their melody warms the solitude. El Bu Liang joins in with a vigorous song, abruptly halting the original theatrical tones. Amidst the layered mountains, shrouded in mist, a delicate figure suddenly materializes. A youthful maiden emerges gracefully, adorned with a rock element vision pinned to her chest and a red knot tied around her waist. She dons a splendid costume, primarily purple, as if a celestial being has descended to the mortal realm. The attire is impeccably tailored, exquisitely accentuating her graceful silhouette, embellished with intricate floral patterns that sway gently with her movements, casting a faint yet enchanting glow. The maiden's visage is exquisite, her skin is fair as snow, and her large eyes resemble deep, clear lakes, sparkling with liveliness and a playful charm. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze, adding an ethereal quality to her presence. Upon seeing El Bu Liang, she inquired, "Was it you singing just now?" "Indeed, it was I. Please." "There is no need for an autograph. I have yet to debut." The young girl chuckled softly, remarking that she was usually the one giving autographs. But today the roles had reversed. "I am but a humble performer, El Xiaobu." He introduced himself, extending a hand. She grasped it in return. "I am Yun Jian, the head of Yunhan Society." "Ah, it is Mr. Yun. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have often heard my father speak of you." A look of curiosity crossed Yun Jian's face. "May I ask who your esteemed father is?" "Zhongli, the guest scholar from Wangsheng Hall." "Ah, so you are the child of Mr. Zhongli. He has never mentioned having a child, nor have I seen him with a wife. Indeed, he does have a wife, though they have long lived apart. It is only now, upon my return from Fontaine, that I have managed to reconcile them." "I see. My apologies. I did not intend to pry into such matters." "Not at all. My father enjoys a close relationship with my aunt. You may inquire with him later." Realizing they were not blood-related, Yun Jian felt a twinge of awkwardness but was genuinely curious about Zhongli's wife, especially since he had been quite generous with donations to Yunhan Society, almost as if he were their most ardent supporter. Quickly shifting the topic, she asked, "What were you singing just now?" The melody felt rather novel, and I had not encountered it before. "Freedom to Soar," El Bu Liang replied with the title. "Freedom to Soar? What a beautiful name. There is indeed a sense of liberation in the song. Xin Yin would surely adore it, Yun Jian murmured. Suddenly recalling something, she asked. I see you possess commendable singing skills. Do you dabble in opera? Of course, he affirmed. Would you care to hear a few lines? She asked, her anticipation palpable. Lu Bu Liang cleared his throat, took a sip of warm water, touched his throat, and inhaled deeply. Observing his familiar gestures, Yun Jian became increasingly earnest, hopeful that his performance might spark inspiration within her. People passed beneath the stage, their former colors unseen. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged through her, akin to countless bolts of lightning striking her ears. This power was so immense that it sent tremors through her very being. Her eyes widened. The once bright glimmer in them now dulled, as if her soul had been stripped away. She stood frozen in place, her mind blank, utterly incapable of formulating any thoughts. Who am I? This question suddenly emerged in her mind, like an unsolvable riddle entwining her tightly. She struggled to recall, but her memories seemed shrouded in a thick fog, making it impossible to discern the truth. Where am I? The second question swiftly followed. The surrounding environment seemed to transform into something unfamiliar and indistinct, leading her to question whether she still resided in reality. Ultimately, the most devastating thought surged to the forefront of her mind. Why must I endure this? The theatrical tones pierced her heart like sharp thorns, inflicting endless suffering and torment. Yet, Lu Bu Liang remained oblivious to Yun Jin's anguish, continuing to sing passionately on stage. A melancholic farewell song that resonated with the heart. She sang with fervor, the curtains rising and falling, while the audience applauded, exclaiming, Mr. Yun, how was the performance? Mr. Yun? I apologize, I must take my leave. May our paths cross again. With that, Yun Jin fled like the wind, leaving Lu Bu Liang in disarray, pondering. Did I chase Yun Jin away? I thought my singing was commendable. Could it be that the cultural differences between our worlds rendered her unable to accept it? Surely, that must be the case. Alas, my knowledge is indeed too advanced for the people of Teyvat. Is this not a form of forbidden knowledge? Listening quietly to the birdsong and the whispers of deer in the mountains, Yun Jin finally realized that her ears were still intact. What in the abyss is that theatrical voice? She roared at the sky. After releasing that cry, her chest heaved violently, as if the turmoil within her had yet to subside. However, just moments later, she took a deep breath, striving to regain her former composure and serenity. Mr. Bu's theatrical performance was indeed hard to commend. Yet, it was undeniable that the content of his song profoundly resonated with her heartstrings. Each lyric acted as a key, gently unlocking a door within the depths of her memory. Vivid recollections of her initial performances on stage flooded her mind, her nervousness and shyness, the enthusiastic applause from the audience, and the arduous nights spent rehearsing tirelessly. At that moment, these memories harmonized beautifully with Mr. Bu's melody, evoking a powerful resonance within her. The curtains rose and fell. Who was the guest? Had Yun Jin just performed the goddess splitting the view? I wonder if the changes in the narrative I caused will affect her encounter with Shinhee. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet that woman or her apprentice. As I pondered the returning east wind, a chill unexpectedly coursed through me, as if something terrifying were watching. Surely, this entity would not explode suddenly, would it? Fear not. Without my energy, the east wind is merely a cannon. Gui Zhong was engrossed in perusing the guide titled 100 Methods to Approach a Straight Man that Fennina had given her, responding without lifting her head. This brought some relief to Xian Yun, though her concern for her disciple crept back in. She wondered whether Shinhee had found employment in Liyue harbor. In a side note, Mr. Zhongli, may I inquire something that may be inappropriate to ask? Yun Jin could not suppress her curiosity. Hiki, feel free to ask, Mr. Yin. Zhongli replied, taking a sip of tea. Why have I never seen you bring your wife along? Yun Jin inquired cautiously. Ahem. Zhongli coughed as the tea caught in his throat. Who told you I have a wife? He introduced himself as El Shubu, your child. Oh. Just take his words as a jest. Zhongli stood and prepared to settle the bill. I must return to attend to some family matters. Chapter 54. Forging the Skyward Harpoon. Hey, 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 I have arrived. The adventurer exclaimed, bursting into the Adventurers Guild. Hey, you 1T let me skip, will you? I'm sorry, but I do not comprehend what you are saying. Artificial intelligence malfunction. I'm afraid I do not understand your words. You clearly lack the intelligence of Catherine from Mondstadt. I apologize, but I do not grasp your meaning. Are you malfunctioning? Just as Catherine's words were about to conclude, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A figure suddenly appeared beside her. It was a girl clad in a long cloak, her hair resembling a unique shade of chestnut. akin to the fallen maple leaves of late autumn. This figure was ethereal and hazy, as though not entirely of this world. More astonishing was the fact that when this mysterious girl spoke, her tone bore no hint of emotional fluctuation, remaining as still as a tranquil pond. Apologies. This Catherine has encountered a malfunction. Someone will come to retrieve her shortly. With that, she vanished. Has she truly broken down? No, that was the puppet Sandone. Lu Bu Liang suddenly recalled the fleeting figure from the Winter Night farce. More charming than in the CG. Shortly thereafter, 2 members of the Fool's Guild arrived, bringing with them an identical Catherine and taking the original away. Ah, now this is more like it, Sandone mused as she observed the situation. It seems there has been an anomaly with number 1 Catherine, affecting the others. A giant puppet behind her lifted her gently and presented her with a cup of tea. This must be the individual Her Majesty has instructed us to pay close attention to, Sandone remarked, examining the documents in her hand. Name, El Xiaobu. Gender, none. Nationality, no home. How could Catherine transmit such data? Sandone neglected the tea offered by the puppet, pondering whether it was the gods or the abyssal creatures that lacked gender. Excluding the possibility of it being an abyssal creature, it must be a god, which indeed warrants serious consideration. Sando commanded the puppet to exit the research facility, leading to a factory filled with dozens of identical Catherines. The other nations' Catherines had mostly encountered issues and needed replacements. Old Zhang, I've brought the ore you requested, said Lu Bu Liang. Oh, just place it over there, replied old Zhang, who had just finished his task. He picked up a chunk of ore, feeling its texture. This is indeed high-quality crystal ore. Shouldn't be a problem. This was sourced by my juvenile rock dragon lizard underground. The rock dragon's vision is exceptional for locating minerals, and its ability to navigate underground makes it arguably the finest miner in Teyvat. And what about the promised reward? Ah, that's easily arranged. You can use the blacksmith's shop. Although old Zhang said this, his skepticism loomed large. Little brother, with those slender arms and legs, can you truly forge iron? Of course I can. Lu Bu Liang picked up a nearby hammer and demonstrated his hammering technique with fervor. Apologies for the interruption. In any case, Lu Bu Liang swung the hammer with vigor, producing a symphony of clinks and clatters as the weapon heads on the anvil gradually took shape. Old Zhang's eyes widened. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. He could scarcely believe what he witnessed. The forging skill displayed before him was utterly astonishing. It is worth noting that old Zhang had been a blacksmith for decades, having encountered various artisans and their crafts. Yet none had ever left him so utterly speechless as today. Each strike of the hammer produced a rush of wind, sparks flying, and the crisp sound of metal meeting stone resonated deeply within him. Before his eyes, the ore yielded to the hammer's blows, transforming as pliably as a soft slime. Devoid of resistance, the once formidable mineral now seemed to surrender completely, losing all semblance of hardness. As Lu Bu Liang continued to wield the hammer, the ore shaped itself with a speed that was nearly dizzying. Could this truly be the legendary celestial forging technique? Old Zhang murmured, filled with reverence. This extraordinary skill had transcended the realm of mortal capabilities. Only those endowed with mysterious powers, perhaps celestial beings, could possibly wield such artistry. Job best done. Lu Bu Liang exhaled a long breath, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet he paid no mind to wipe them away. He grasped the tongs firmly, carefully extracting the freshly completed spearhead, still radiating intense heat from the roaring furnace. The spearhead gleamed brightly in the firelight, resembling a peerless treasure on the verge of revelation. Lu Bu Liang was wholly engrossed, his gaze fixed upon the fire tongs and the spearhead in his hand. With a deliberate and unwavering pace, he approached the water tanks at his side, brimming with cold water. As the spearhead was gradually submerged, a resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of a great dragon unleashing its furious roar. In an instant, countless white vaporous tendrils erupted forth like tumultuous ocean waves, swiftly engulfing the surroundings. The steam swirled and ascended in the air, coalescing into a dense white mist that obscured the view before him. Once the vapor dissipated, he affixed the spear shaft, completing his work. Lu Bu Liang had successfully forged the polearm, the halberd, a weapon unseen in Teyvat. My specialized weapon has been completed. Although it is merely a 4-star, the halberd stands as a singular presence among ancient Chinese cold weapons, distinguished by its unique characteristics. It serves not only as a heavy weapon, wielding immense power and weight for formidable slashing attacks, but also possesses the agility and maneuverability akin to that of lighter arms, such as the spear, allowing for effortless strikes and parries. This exceptional versatility has endeared the halberd to numerous valiant generals throughout history who have mastered its use with remarkable skill. Reflecting on the past, one cannot forget the legendary Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Shu, who wielded a gleaming halberd as he traversed the battlefield, instilling terror in the hearts of his foes. With unmatched strength and an indomitable spirit, he shattered the main forces of the Qin army at the Battle of Jiulu, showcasing a valor that resonated through the ages. Furthermore, during the Three Kingdoms period, the esteemed warrior Bu, renowned as the god of war, was also a master of the halberd. Armed with the Fangtian Huaji, he engaged in a fierce battle against the trio of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei at Hulao Pass, resulting in a clash of extraordinary martial prowess that left onlookers in awe. The halberd can serve as both a two-handed sword and a spear, rendering it utterly perfect. The system may refer to Bu's prowess, yet I am left without the Fangtian Huaji. Humph. Self-reliance is a cherished virtue of the Chinese nation. I shall forge my own. Chapter 55. The divine maiden Shina Bu's hands gripped the halberd's shaft, swinging it twice. Its weight was just right, and its sharpness commendable, indeed. A fine four-star weapon. Celestial being. You must be a celestial being, old Zhang exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Nay, do not jest with me. Oh, immortal. Such mastery of forging can only be achieved by a divine being. After decades of working with iron, I have never encountered such intoxicating craftsmanship. Please, accept me as your disciple. Without hesitation, old Zhang knelt down, recognizing the serendipity of encountering such a celestial connection, a fortune coveted by many in Liyue. I have already stated that I am not an immortal. Is my devotion insufficient? Old Zhang insisted, presenting his treasured forging hammer with both hands. This hammer has accompanied me for decades. It is my most prized possession. Should you not find it unworthy, please accept it. Boss, here is the ore you requested. A woman of ethereal grace, with striking white hair, approached, carrying a basket of minerals. She stood there elegantly, clad in a form-fitting black jumpsuit that accentuated her alluring figure, resembling a mysterious sprite of the night. The exquisite white collar contrasted sharply with the black base, adorned at the neckline with delicate metallic embellishments that glimmered faintly. Her shoulders bore a pair of golden pauldrons, reminiscent of an angel's wings, radiating an aura of authority. The vibrant red tassel at her waist swayed gently with the breeze, resembling a dancing flame, adding an enchanting grace to her ensemble. The black lower garment featured a unique open design, perfectly revealing the fair skin on either side of her thighs, an alluring glimpse that quickened the heartbeat. The edges of the openings were meticulously adorned with a splendid pattern woven from gold and red, delicate lines tracing a beautiful motif. A red knot extended from her shoulders to her waist, cleverly securing the garment, while also serving as the crowning touch to the overall appearance. Simultaneously, her hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, bound by the same red knot. From afar, the woman resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an air of aloof elegance, each step as light as a swan gliding over snow, evoking a sense of reverence that deterred any from approaching too closely, lest they tarnish her transcendent beauty. Is that you, Auntie? The woman turned to Lu Bu Liang. Cough Shenhe. Shenhe's expression remained unchanged. Do we know each other? I know you. You may not recognize me. I am Lu Bu Liang. Your master has surely mentioned me. Oh, he has indeed. Shenhe set down her basket, staring intently at Lu Bu Liang. Lu Bu Liang felt a chill under Shenhe's gaze, though he was aware of her nature. Why didn't I strike Shenhe back then? What are you staring at me for? My master said you are the son of Liyue, and I must show you respect. From your indifferent demeanor, I can't discern any respect at all. Son of Liyue. Old Zhang was astonished, initially believing she was merely a celestial being, only to discover she was the esteemed son of Liyue. The woman must also be a celestial being. I am sweetly having two celestial beings work for me. What a turn of events for me, old Zhang. What if the emperor in the heavens holds it against me? Perhaps I should flee. So I have told you. I am not a celestial being. Yes, old Zhang responded, trembling. I cannot teach you this forging technique, as I am a disciple of the emperor. He entrusted me not to impart his celestial arts to others. You understand, don't you? I do. Family secrets must not be divulged. I'm just joking. I lack the fortune to learn the emperor's skills. Everyone understands the principle of being punished for possessing something precious. Understanding is good. I will continue to come to you for weapon forging. Feel free to use my name as a signboard. All right. Thank you for your generosity, son of Liyue. My goodness. I have struck good fortune. I can have the son of Liyue promote my work. This was beyond my wildest dreams. All right, Shenhe, let us go. Sensing Shenhe had not moved, Lu Bu Liang paused. Shenhe, I still need to work. Shenhe bluntly declined. No, my ancestor, I will pay you. Grant you a holiday. You should accompany Lord Dejizi. Old Zhong, discerning, took out a bag of mora and placed it in Shenhe's hands. I am not your ancestor. Shenhe shook her head and added, moreover, my master has taught me that one should not take money without working for it. Old Zhong found himself in a dilemma. Forget it. Let her work. She is somewhat straightforward, so please be more accommodating. After saying this, Lu Bu Liang turned and left. Old Zhong exclaimed, accommodate? I can barely afford to support her. He then looked at the celestial Shenhe and asked, can you forge iron? No, my master did not teach me. Well, that conversation fell flat. Hey, partner. Tartaglia clapped Lu Bu Liang on the shoulder. Oh, it's a Psyduck. Psyduck? That sounds like a very endearing name for a duck. Did you give me that nickname? Indeed, it suits you perfectly, the finest toy salesman in the land of winter. Tartaglia paused for a moment, then broke into an awkward smile, scratching his head. Where did you hear that? Unbeknownst to them, Lu Bu Liang had quietly donned a pair of black-framed glasses, perched precariously on his prominent nose, lending him an air of mystery despite their incongruity. Furthermore, he had hastily affixed a small tuft of black false mustache with glue. It quivered gently with his speech. At that moment, Lu Bu Liang appeared strikingly different from his usual self, embodying the enigmatic figure of a sage capable of profound insight. He spoke slowly. I possess the ability to predict and calculate. Such trivial matters could never confound me. For instance, your brother Tak, at this very moment, has boarded a ship from the land of winter bound for Liyue, rushing to find his dear brother. Tartaglia's pupils constricted, if what he said were true. Then the Fatui held no secrets before him. No, let's set these matters aside for now. The pressing concern is to wait for Tak at the dock. I cannot allow him to act recklessly. Ha. As expected of a partner, I shall head to the dock to verify the accuracy of your calculations. On the ship, Tak, wearing a felt hat, spotted Tartaglia on the dock at a glance and waved. Tartaglia smiled and waved back loudly, yet his heart was anything but calm. Your brother is truly adorable. You are fortunate to have such a sibling. Lu Bu Liang sincerely lamented. Tak and Dardalia bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, sharing the same hair color and facial features, reminiscent of Dardalia's childhood. Ha, I share your sentiment, though occasionally, it does bring me minor inconveniences. Chapter 56. The finest toy salesman of the land of winter. It appears you are aware of the release of Osale. Seizing the opportunity before Tak's ship arrives, Dardalia prepared to broach some weighty subjects. You must know, or was it I who informed you that the heart of God does not reside in the golden house? That speaking demon is you. Though I am uncertain why you would consider me a demon, it is indeed I. I could not bear to see you toil endlessly without reward. Should I then express my gratitude? As comrades, such words are unnecessary. No. I am aware that Liyue values the principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. Failing to do so could lead to misfortune. Dardalia shook his head. Furthermore, you informed me of Tak's whereabouts, and I was entirely oblivious to his arrival in Liyue. I shudder to think of the dangers he might encounter. He will surely seek out the one-eyed little treasure for frolics. Do not jest with me. Dardalia knew Tak was indeed capable of such antics. Out of both sentiment and propriety, I ought to prepare a gift for you. How could I accept such a thing? Brothers do not engage in such exchanges. Sincerity begets sincerity. Lu Bu Liang feigned reluctance. Sincerity begets sincerity, you say? Very well, then I shall forego the gift. I do not even know what to bring, thus sparing myself a hassle. Lu Bu Liang paused, perplexed. No, I was merely being polite. Did you take me seriously? Should I not insist a bit longer? Ultimately receiving it with embarrassment? Little did Lu Bu Liang know, Dardalia had grown up in the land of winter, imbued with its culture of generosity, eschewing indirectness unless in professional settings, and it was evident that this was not a professional matter. Brother. Tak came running, calling out for his brother. Ha. Is this the surprise you prepared for me, Tak? I thought I would only see you upon returning to the land of winter. How are your sister Zhongli and brother Anton? Are they well? They all miss you dearly. Sister Zhongli prays every evening before dinner for your safety. By the way, how did you know I was on that ship? Of course, it was your brother's companions who informed him. Tak, while your brother is overjoyed to see you. This is far too dangerous. Promise me, you will not engage in such reckless endeavors again. Dardalia's expression turned serious. Tak understands. Brother, please do not be angry with me. Your brother is not angry. He is merely concerned for you. Dardalia's face revealed his worry. He truly feared for the safety of his younger siblings. How did your brother's companions know that Tak would come? Or, shrouded in mystery, whispered into the ear of Tak, revealing that his companion was an adeptus from Liyue who had foreseen Tak's arrival, urging discretion. Tak, with exuberance, promptly covered his mouth and nodded enthusiastically. Is your brother's companion also a toy salesman? Of course, Lu Bu Liang exclaimed, producing a Lego figure shaped like a ruin guard. Look. Wow, it's the one-eyed treasure. Your brother's companion is amazing. He can even perform magic. Dator cast a grateful glance at Lu Bu Liang, feeling increasingly astonished, as he had even prepared the one-eyed treasure figure in advance. Lu Bu Liang playfully patted his chest, proclaiming, as brothers, in spirit. This newly crafted toy was to be presented to Tak as a gift for their meeting. Upon receiving Dator's approval, Tak gleefully accepted the one-eyed treasure figure. Thank you, brother. I love it. At that moment, a Fatui agent hurried over, announcing, Sir, a new batch has arrived at Lingyu. But before he could finish, Lu Bu Liang swiftly knocked him unconscious with a swift motion, stating, a new group of toy salesmen awaits your guidance. He winked at Dator. Dator, ever astute, instantly grasped the underlying message. Wow, is my brother going to instruct the new toy salesman? Of course. After all, your brother is the finest toy salesman in the nation of Snezhnaya. Dator posed dramatically, hands on hips. I knew it. My brother is the best. Tak's eyes sparkled with admiration. Thus, Lu Bu Liang led them through a reenactment of a grand scene, proclaiming, we are the toy salesmen of Snezhnaya, upholding the glorious traditions of our revolutionary forebears. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Dator gently urged Tak to return home. But Tak presented one final wish, a visit to the Toy Research Institute in Liyue. Wait, is the doctor inside at this hour? Why do you ask? Aren't you supposed to be able to foresee such things? The doctor has so many aspects, it would take ages to predict them all. True enough, Lu Bu Liang thought. Recalling the peculiarities of that old madman, Dator, he had no desire to encounter him, which also explained his avoidance of Inazuma and Sumeru, opting instead for Fontaine. Dator, a man of extraordinary abilities, would surely attract the doctor's obsessive curiosity, likely leading to intentions of dissection, much like with that fellow from next door. Is the doctor at the Toy Research Institute? Will he create many new toys for my brother to sell? Dator smiled, ruffling Tak's hair. Yes. The toys my brother sells are all his creations. However, the doctor is currently absent, though he left the one-eyed treasure here. Hooray! The righteous companion, one-eyed treasure. Tak dashed inside eagerly. As you can see, the doctor has abandoned the research institute. Do you harbor disdain for the doctor? Lu Bu Liang's expression subtly shifted. If possible, he would eliminate them all. He then stepped into the hidden research facility nestled within the mountains. Dardalia, scratching his head, pondered the depth of such animosity. Never mind. After all, I have no fondness for that doctor either. Even among the executives, his reputation is the least favorable. The trio explored the research institute and soon discovered the reception room spoken of by Tak, the one-eyed little treasure. With a resigned look, Dardalia proposed, Tak, shall we play hide and seek? Now, Tak hesitated. But Big Brother needs to prepare some surprises for you. Dardalia forced a smile. Surprises? What sort of surprises? Why don't you find out for yourself later? But first, you must obediently close your eyes, turn your back, and count to 60. All right, 60 seems so long. 60. Do you need help? Not at all, my friend. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. With a swift motion, Dardalia unleashed his water blade, facing the already activated Ruin Guardians. Behold, this strike shall be magnificent. A fleeting opening appeared, and in one stroke, all 4 guardians fell. However, more guardians began to emerge from the conveyor belt. 3, 2, 1, are you ready, Big Brother? Give me 10 more seconds, Tak. I haven't hidden yet. Humph. Big Brother is being tricky again. Fine, the last 10 seconds. Chapter 57, The Dreams of Childhood are the most fragile of all. Dardalia's gaze sharpened. Without a hint of hesitation, he intoned, Demon King armament. In an instant, a formidable and arcane power surged forth from within him, enveloping him in a tide of purple-black radiance. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent yet fearsome suit of purple-black armor enveloped Dardalia's athletic frame. Simultaneously, he wielded a blue-purple long blade, shimmering with lightning attributes. This blade, with its elongated and razor-sharp design, flickered ominously with crackling lightning, accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity. Dardalia transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing at astonishing speed toward the nearby Ruin Guardians. As he sped forth, the air was torn asunder, leaving behind dazzling trails of electric light. Lu Bu Liang sighed. This area was rather confined, and it wouldn't do to let Tak witness his brother's plight. Thus, he decided to lend a hand. With a flourish of his hands, he declared, "Smash, Verudo." Time froze, and Dardalia's long blade, aimed at the ruined guardians, remained suspended in that fleeting moment. 2 seconds granted Lu Bu Liang ample time to invoke his incantation. Celestial art. The peach is replaced by the plum. A verdant ribbon entwined Dardalia and Lu Bu Liang together. As time resumed, Dardalia swiftly vanquished the relic guardian, pondering why the burden from this demonic armament felt lighter than before, devoid of that overwhelming fatigue, albeit still experiencing a modicum of weariness. In contrast, Lu Bu Liang bore cracks upon his form, though obscured by his attire. Indeed, even the dust porcelain doll could not evade the harm wrought by the malevolent gaze. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the true body, engaged in slaying monsters with Shao, utilized the celestial technique of transplanting blossoms to transfer the damage onto Shao. Shao merely felt a slight discomfort, dismissing it as the consequence of karmic burdens, and continued his hunt. This place was eerily reminiscent of a dream, a realm belonging to the one-eyed little treasure. Tak darted excitedly between the fallen relic guardians. Lu Bu Liang, guided by the winds, located Dardalia, who was secretly observing Tak. Sure, look how joyous he is. Dardalia, influenced by Tak's exuberance, felt a smile tug at his lips. You might wonder why I strive so fervently. The dreams of childhood are the most fragile of treasures. Even if left unattended, they will inevitably shatter one day. Thus, it is imperative that someone safeguards them, is it not? Promises made ought to be honored, and when one errs, a sincere apology is due. The dreams bestowed upon him must be cherished until the very end. Such is the essence of familial bonds. Lu Bu Liang fell silent for a few moments. Does that evoke any memories for you? That last strike was quite impressive, wasn't he it? Haha, it is truly wonderful to receive acknowledgement from a companion. Dardalia's gaze on Tak vanished. Can we spar? Next time, certainly, Lu Bu Liang smirked, still thinking about sparring? You are indeed a combat enthusiast. Brother, I found you. Tak leaped from behind Dardalia and into his embrace. Dardalia lifted Tak joyfully, spinning him around. Do you like the surprise I gave you? I love it. It's the best. You're the greatest, brother. Dardalia set Tak down. However, these one-eyed little treasures are far too large to bring home for Sister Dunya to see. Tak sighed. But brother, there's still a one-eyed little treasure doll here. And didn't he, your companion, already gift you a one-eyed little treasure building block? You mustn't be greedy. Tak. Tak beamed, clutching the one-eyed little treasure doll. And remember our earlier promise to return to Dunya obediently. Brother will arrange for someone to escort you. Yes, I will keep my word. I made a pinky promise with you. Tak extended his pinky. Dardalia mirrored the gesture, their pinkies entwined. The two brothers shook hands, declaring, Pinky swear, no changing. If it does, you'll be sent to the glaciers, where it's cold, the snowfields are frigid, and the lying tongue shall freeze and rot. Shortly after the departure of the three, a man with blue hair, adorned in a long cloak and wearing a bird-beaked mask, entered. It was indeed amusing. Worthy of a grand experiment. If Lu Bu Liang were still present, he would undoubtedly exclaim the name of this individual, Dr. Dalor. How utterly tedious. I long to travel. Where might I go? The young woman who spoke donned a splendid black top hat, which resembled a work of art embellished with a vibrant yellow rose. Its petals delicately curled, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Beside it, a few pristine white feathers swayed gently in the breeze, imparting a sense of grace and vitality. Beneath the hat hung a dazzling blue diamond pendant, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, shimmering with an air of mystery. The young woman's attire was equally striking. She wore a strapless white mini dress, crafted from soft, smooth fabric that floated like silk. Over this short dress, layers of fitted black garments enveloped her form, accentuating her exquisite curves. A unique gear-shaped ornament at her waist pulsated like a mechanical heart, exuding a stark, industrial aura. Additionally, beneath her high collar, she adorned a beautiful sapphire necklace, the deep blue hue complementing her fair skin, further enhancing her noble elegance. The design of her sleeves was equally ingenious, featuring charming yellow bows at the cuffs that danced with her movements, adding a playful vivacity to her overall appearance. The hem of her dress sported a yellow printed tail, trailing behind her like a lavish tapestry, each step leaving a trail of vibrant color. Notably, a rock-shaped divine eye pendant hung from her left arm, its faint glow seemingly harboring boundless power. Finally, directing attention to her legs. One could observe metallic leg rings glimmering with a cold sheen. On her feet were high-heeled, knee-length boots, with towering heels that not only elongated her figure but also infused her presence with an air of authority and confidence. Adorning the tops of her boots were black bows, echoing those on her sleeves, creating a harmonious unity in her aesthetic. In summary, the young woman's attire masterfully blended Gothic and Rococo styles. The dark, mysterious elements of Gothic fashion intermingled with the opulent, intricate designs of the Rococo period, yielding a visually captivating effect that rendered one utterly enchanted. Here comes Lady Nahida of the Thorn Rose Society. My lady, the Jade Valley is a splendid choice. Indeed, a wonderful suggestion. The tea from the Jade Valley would make exquisite macarons. Noelle, the knights have a shipment that needs escorting to the sunken Jade Valley. I appreciate your assistance. It is no trouble at all. This is an essential training for my knighthood. I assure you I shall complete the task. Before us stands a graceful young lady. Her silver hair cropped short, adorned in a black and white maid-style armor. She steps forward with poise, slightly bending her knee, her right fist pressed against her left breast, while her left hand rests behind her back, performing a respectful knightly salute. As she moves, the exquisite armor sways gently, as if whispering tales of the glories and stories it has witnessed. Beneath the armor, a rose-red gown unfurls like a blooming flower, its hem dancing lightly in the air, reminiscent of butterflies fluttering, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Behind her, a mysterious rock element vision glimmers like a dazzling gem, artfully suspended atop a rose-red bough. This vision not only adds a magical hue to her appearance but also symbolizes the formidable power and unwavering resolve she possesses. On either side of her head, two luscious roses are pinned, their vibrant hues contrasting beautifully against her fair complexion, enhancing her charm. As a gentle breeze caresses the scene, the petals tremble delicately, seemingly showcasing the unique beauty that belongs to this young lady. Chapter 58. 2 Geo-Archons, 1 Geo-Sovereign. The scenery of sunken Jade Valley truly lives up to its reputation. Look, there are performers over there. Miles, Silver, let us go take a look. Nahida strides with an air of confidence. Slow down, milady. Those two in black attire are following like bodyguards. Is this the place? Indeed, Miss Noelle. The escort service has arrived. Thank you for your assistance along the way. No need for thanks. Conductor Jean also asked me to bring back some tea. Do you know where the finest tea can be purchased nearby? The tea from Ying Manor is quite good. Perfect timing. We still have a while before departure. I shall take you there. I appreciate it. Noelle performs a courteous bow. It seems that the ever-busy Lu Bu Liang has also arrived at Ying Manor. As Zhongli sent him to fetch some tea. Senior Lu Bu Liang? Lu Bu Liang turns to see Noelle. What brings you to Ying Manor, Noelle? Upon noticing the tea in Lu Bu Liang's hand, she quickly understands. Oh, you two have come for tea. How wonderful. We are on the same quest. Buying tea hardly qualifies as training. Lu Bu Liang responds, slightly bemused. Though he has never met Noelle, he is quite familiar with her as a maid. After all, she was the first to reach the purple tier as a maid. Even in the wilderness, she proved invaluable, evolving into a maid of high rank, dealing damage that rivals even the Hydro Dragon. Wait, is that Nahida's figure I see behind Noelle at the stall? Behold, the exquisite moss-lichened celestial buds, directly delivered from Ying Villa. Dear guest, are you interested in purchasing some tea? I would like 2 boxes, one for myself and one for Malus and Silver. Very well. Esteemed customer, our shop is currently hosting a celestial gifting promotion. A 10% discount for 3 boxes and a 20% discount for 4. A 20% discount for 4 boxes? How delightful. Let's also procure 2 additional boxes for the members of the Thorn Rose Society. Thus, I shall take 4 boxes. Oh, are you purchasing these as gifts? In that case, why not consider our exquisite gift box set, which offers 10 boxes at half price? As Nahida hesitated over her decision, Malus quickly interjected, reminding her that their travel funds would not suffice for such a purchase. Is that so? How unfortunate. Please pack 10 boxes for me, with 4 designated for this young lady. 1 box for the Yiksha, 1 for the Return to End, 1 for the True Monarch of Song Dustwave City, and 3 boxes for the 3 Immortals of Milan. Sir, we are not acquainted, are we? Nahida was quite certain she had never met Lu Bu Liang. As long as I know you, that suffices, Miss Nahida, proprietor of the Thorn Rose Society. Is he perhaps a friend of my father in Liyue? Even so, that would not do. The Thorn Rose Society has already received ample assistance from my father's various acquaintances and cannot trouble them further. However, Cares is wrongfully accused. The true culprit is someone else. Navia's pupils widened in shock, and upon regaining her composure, she deeply bowed, imploring the gentleman to reveal the truth. After all these years, even if my father's old friends believe in his innocence, none have spoken of another perpetrator. What does this imply? Nahida was no fool. This young man undoubtedly possessed some insider knowledge. Do not call me sir. Refer to me as partner instead. I may yet be younger than you. To revisit the unjust case of cares, one cannot arrive in Fontaine empty-handed. Come with me back to Liyue to retrieve something that can attest to my identity. Very well. I shall accompany you. Miss, that is not advisable. Indeed, miss, in our recollection, Lord Cares had no such acquaintance. The reason Malus and Silver remained silent was due to their contemplation of Lord Care's old friends. No, I believe him, Nahida asserted, shaking her head. Then please allow us to accompany you. Nahida, amused, replied, have you not been following me all along? Noel, you should join us as well. Certainly, senior. Noel readily agreed. Oh, a grassroots organization from Fontaine? Ningguang observed Lu Bu Liang with keen interest. Rest assured, the Thorn Rose Society operates with utmost integrity. Indeed, it is this very cleanliness that has rendered our current finances rather strained. Hey, partner, do not portray us in such a negative light. Throughout the journey, Nahida had grown familiar with Lu Bu Liang, their ages being comparable, and she casually addressed him as partner. Malus and Silver exchanged astonished glances. Previously wary of Lu Bu Liang as a potential threat, they had now discovered he was a noble from Liyue. The two shared a bittersweet smile. Fortunately, no diplomatic incident occurred. In summary, that is the situation. Ningguang clapped her hands, and Baiwen presented a jade seal. Oh, the jade seal has been produced. Lu Bu Liang took the seal, as if he had encountered a rare treasure, sniffing it with delight, a precious item indeed. Ningguang stood up, extending a hand towards Miss Nahida, expressing her hope that after resolving this matter, their association could foster some collaboration with the official Liyue authorities. Nahida, taken aback, initially thought she was merely retrieving an item, and instead found herself establishing a connection with Liyue's officials. However, she was acutely aware that her guild, the Thorn Rose Society, had no significant trade to offer. With the assurance of our esteemed prince, I trust her guild, Ningguang reassured. Given the earnestness of the exchange, Nahida ceased her hesitations and promptly signed the contract. Let us proceed. We have another person to meet. Who? I must inform my parents before leaving. Noel. Let's go. All right, senior. Noel set aside her cleaning tools and hurried over. The Qianyan army members stood agape, astonished at how, in such a short time, the young girl had nearly tidied up the entire Qianyu pavilion. Indeed, Noel had voluntarily taken it upon herself to clean the pavilion. Later, Ningguang even contemplated requesting Noel's assistance from Jean, but Jean declined. However, those were matters for another time. This journey may hold risks, but you are determined to proceed. Very well, father figure, do not worry. Should anything arise, I will call Uncle Wu. Lu Bu Liang grinned. It is reassuring to have Xiao accompanying me, Zhongli remarked, akin to a concerned father anxious about his son traveling abroad. Rest assured, I shall protect the prince, Xiao stated, placing a hand over his heart. Both Zhongli and Lu Bu Liang were momentarily taken aback, for Nahida and Noel were still present. Navia's eyes widened, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. A look of astonishment etched across her face, as if witnessing something extraordinarily shocking. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise and confusion, leaving her frozen in place, utterly still. In contrast, Noel displayed an exuberance that was palpable. Her body trembled involuntarily. Her breathing quickened, with her chest rising and falling in tandem with her heightened emotions. And a subtle blush tinted her once pale cheeks. It was evident that Noel's heart was in turmoil, unable to find tranquility. Thus, the two Geo-Archons completed their historic meeting with the Geo-Archon Emperor. Chapter 59, The Girl Who Played the Water God for 500 Years. Xiao blinked his large, expressive eyes, perplexed as to why both the Emperor and the Prince remained silent. What ill intentions could Xiao possibly harbor? Nahida and Noel's thoughts diverged significantly. I arrived in Liyue not merely as a tourist, yet I found myself not only collaborating with the esteemed officials of Liyue but also encountering the once-departed Geo-Archon, revered alongside Lord Barbados. How exhilarating it is to behold the deity of Liyue. El Bouillon placed his hand on Zhao's shoulder, saying, Dear uncle, do be mindful of your address when others are present. Although Xiao did not comprehend the underlying reasons behind the Archon's instructions, he trusted that there was profound significance in them. Sighing, Zhongli rubbed his temples, lamenting the betrayal by the child he had held in such high regard. Lu Bu Liang, overwhelmed, felt as if the world around him was spinning. Why does even the dusty clay doll retch? He pondered. Is my partner seasick? Nahida, presenting a platter of freshly baked macarons, suggested, have something sweet. It may alleviate your discomfort. Thank you, he replied. Had it not been for the fear of inciting a commotion, Lu Bu Liang would have soared through the skies, bestowing blessings upon Fontaine. What an unexpected turn of events. Even the illustrious Archon of Liyue has come to pay homage to this water deity, the girl mused, her heart swelling with pride at her undeniable allure that had traversed mountains and rivers, reaching the faraway Liyue. A radiant smile graced her lips, akin to blossoms in full bloom during spring. With graceful poise, she delicately lifted a finely crafted teacup, nudging the lid aside before lowering her head slightly to sip the fragrant tea within. The warm, sweet liquid caressed her throat, prompting her to squint in contentment. After setting the cup down, she used a petite silver spoon to carefully extract a small piece of a delectable cake from an exquisite platter nearby. The cake, artfully adorned with fresh fruit and delicate cream, was utterly tantalizing. As she savored each bite, the sweet flavor unfurled across her palate. Water deity, this is diplomacy, not a mere audience. Nahida expressed her genuine concern for the whimsical water deity. It matters not. There is no disputing the allure I possess, the girl declared confidently, rising to adjust her water-blue crown-like hat, vividly embellished with an iris pattern. I'm Fennina de Fontaine, the arbiter of divine justice and the goddess of water, Fucarros. The Archon of Liyue, welcome to the realm of water. Fennina struck an exaggerated pose. Witnessing this charming girl, Lu Bu Liang felt a stirring within him. It was this very endearing maiden who, for the sake of a promise and for all of Fontaine, sacrificed 500 years of her youth to embody the water deity. The echoes of her lingering solitude and the question of how much longer struck a chord deep within him. Now that he had arrived in Fontaine, he understood the necessity of following through with the formalities. The system interface indicated that there were 23 potential godparents available for adoration. The question now arose, should he pay homage to the Water Dragon King, Nahida, or to the true Fucarros? Fennina is evidently inadequate. She is essentially human and lacks even the vision of God. However, one must admit that Lu Bu Liang's gaze fell upon Fennina's attire, which indeed resembles the flamboyant tail of a rooster. Fennina's fashion exudes a vibrant and vivid charm, reminiscent of a splendid painting, radiating a rich essence of French elegance. From the front, she donned an exquisitely tailored men's formal suit, impeccably cut with fluid lines, as if it were custom-made for her. The collarless design is both simple and graceful, yet it does not lack elegance. The cinched waist cleverly accentuates her delicate figure, showcasing the soft curves of femininity, while the broad hem imparts a sense of grandeur. However, upon turning to view her from the back, one is greeted by the sight of a resplendent gown that cascades like a blooming flower, with layers of pleats and ethereal fabric dancing in the wind, creating a dreamlike spectacle. It is noteworthy that the entire ensemble is adorned in a refreshing and delicate aquamarine hue, which aptly highlights Fennina's noble status as the goddess of water. Surely, my purpose for being here is already known to His Excellency Fucarros, is it not? Naturally, Fucarros knows all. Fennina seated herself, crossing her legs, contemplating how the emperor from Liyue managed to uncover evidence regarding the injustice of Care's case from 2 decades past. Considering that nearly all evidence at the time pointed towards Care's, my presence here is undoubtedly supported by decisive evidence. Lu Bu Liang glanced at Nahida before continuing. I shall not conceal from your excellency, as the emperor of Liyue, I also possess the identity of a fortune teller, past and future, whatever I wish to know. He paused, drawing Fennina's attention before declaring, not even the divine can obscure my vision. Fennina was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, very well. Mortal, I acknowledge your audacity. What have you foreseen? Perhaps many overlooked a crucial detail at the scene, the presence of a third individual. A third person? Are you jesting? Meluxon confirmed only 2 sets of traces. What if that individual was dissolved by the primordial sea? What? Primordial seawater? Fennina exclaimed, rising in agitation. Dissolved? Why is your excellency so agitated? Coughs when it concerns the prophecies of Fontaine. I, as the goddess of water, naturally take it to heart. But there is no need for alarm. I have my methods. Nahida, step outside for a moment. Oh. Nahida, still indulging in cake, exited with her dessert in hand. Once the door closed, Lu Bu Liang fixed his gaze upon Fennina, lowering his voice. Is your method to guard the divine seat for 500 years? As a mortal? Fennina's expression faltered slightly, her eyes momentarily clouded with confusion, as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning. However, after a fleeting moment of distraction, she quickly regained her composure, her face once again adorned with that signature elegance and poise. She delicately parted her crimson lips, playfully exclaiming, "What are you saying? This water deity truly does not comprehend at all. Nevertheless, since you have mentioned this so-called primordial amniotic sea water, I shall not remain indifferent. I will immediately dispatch someone to investigate this matter thoroughly." Before her words could fully dissipate, Fennina had already turned and hastily departed, her steps swift as the wind. Lu Bu Liang did not attempt to hinder her. Fennina's psychological defenses were formidable, completely shielding her inner self, and one could not hastily penetrate her heart. Chapter 60. The Supreme Judge Lu Bu Liang slowly exited the reception room. "Partner, the water deity is simply its nothing. She has gone to investigate the leads," he replied. Gazing at the opulent decorations of the Imomang Palace, truly magnificent, that old man doesn't he seem to know how to treat himself. "Let us go. I have an appointment with the Supreme Judge." In the office of Nahida, sunlight streamed through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating an ancient yet solemn desk. Sitting before it was none other than Nahida, the Supreme Judge of Fontaine. Clad in exquisitely crafted armor predominantly of deep blue, the hue seemed to encapsulate boundless wisdom and strength. Complementing this was a flowing blue robe that resembled a wave of the ocean, gently sweeping across the ground. The meticulously embroidered golden patterns on the robe glimmered faintly, akin to the brilliant stars in the night sky. A snow-white patterned cravat was perfectly draped across his broad chest, adding an element of grace and dynamism to his ensemble. The intricate and exquisite design of the cravat resembled a work of art, impeccably epitomizing Nahida's unique taste and noble demeanor. From every detail of Nahida's attire, one could sense the unparalleled authority and esteemed position he held as a judge. Whether it was his upright posture, piercing gaze, or the calm confidence that radiated from his every gesture, it all proclaimed to the world, he is the embodiment of justice, the final bastion safeguarding the dignity of Fontaine's laws. A knock resonated at the door. Nahida responded, "Please, enter." "My Luxon," said Na, along with Lu Bu Liang and Nahida, stepped into Nahida's office. He was perusing a stack of documents and closed them upon their entrance. "Please, have a seat." Nahida's eyes, reminiscent of the deep-sea dragon lizard, remained fixed on Lu Bu Liang. "What is it, esteemed Supreme Judge? Is there something on me?" "Nothing of concern," Nahida replied, having distinctly sensed the aura of dual compatriots emanating from Lu Bu Liang, despite his human appearance. He averted his gaze. "You are here to re-examine the case of injustice of Cares, correct?" "Indeed." "Who is the accused?" "Marcel." Nahida was taken aback by the revelation of Uncle Marcel's true nature. "My partner, Uncle Marcel has always treated me well. You mustn't speak ill of him." Yet, he was indeed the perpetrator behind the case of the missing girl, the owner of Les Sales. "Feel free." Nahida chose the path of righteousness, disregarding familial ties. With the accusation confirmed, a court hearing was set for tomorrow. "Is there anything else?" Violet observed that Lu Bu Liang had no intention of leaving. "Your Honor, Mr. Violet, might I indulge in a humble request?" Violet gazed at Lu Bu Liang, seemingly attempting to decipher some hidden intention in his eyes. After a long pause, he said, "Please, speak. Would you be willing to be my father?" Nahida was taken aback. "Isn't your father the Geo-Archon?" "I apologize, but I do not comprehend your meaning," came the reply. "I mean it in the most literal sense. I wish to recognize you as my adoptive father. You need only acknowledge me as your child." After much contemplation, Lu Bu Liang decided to accept Violet's proposition. Firstly, as the Hydro Dragon King, Violet lacked the peculiar abilities of deities. Secondly, Lu Bu Liang was not well acquainted with Fucarros, and he was uncertain if she would respond, even though he knew she was concealed within the Arbiter's Covenant. Violet pondered, adoptive father equals father. Having served as a judge for 500 years, he had encountered all manner of cases and various attempts at bribery, always maintaining an impartial attitude. Yet, he had never faced a situation quite like this. The term father was foreign to him. As the Hydro Dragon King who descended to Teyvat as a mortal, he had no father. Throughout previous cases, he had seen many fathers, some irresponsible, some strict, and some who sacrificed everything for their children. He found it difficult to grasp the concept of paternal love. The sky began to darken, and rain started to fall outside. It was light, and the people of Fontaine, accustomed to carrying umbrellas, had yet to open them. "Allow me to contemplate this." Violet could only respond evasively. "I await your reply at your convenience, Mr. Violet." As Lu Bu Liang approached the door, he suddenly turned back, producing a package of tea leaves and a barrel of water, placing them on Violet's desk. This is tea from Liyue. Consider it a gift for our meeting. Along with this barrel of spring water. The label on the barrel read Minlan Spring Water, a collaborative investment between Lu Bu Liang and Ningguang. Thank you. After Lu Bu Liang departed, Violet poured himself a cup of water, savoring it. Ah, the water from Liyue has a lingering sweetness. His partner, Nahida, lowered her head, her lips trembling as she whispered those two words. At that moment, her beautiful visage was marred by an indescribable heaviness, as if the weight of the entire world bore down upon her fragile shoulders. One must understand that being suddenly informed that someone who had always shown her kindness and care was, in fact, a nefarious villain was a blow that few could easily withstand. For Nahida, that person was none other than Uncle Marcelo, who had consistently nurtured her throughout her growth. Once, Uncle Marcelo warmed her heart like the gentle sun in winter, and like a soft breeze in summer, he gently dispelled her worries and troubles. He showered Nahida with meticulous care and affection. However, now, all those cherished memories were abruptly overturned, replaced by a shocking and inconceivable truth. Uncle Marcelo was indeed a malevolent individual. This revelation struck Navia's innocent and kind heart like a bolt from the blue, plunging her into profound anguish and confusion. Nahida, there are many with the face of a human but the heart of a beast. Seeing is not always believing. Lu Bu Liang turned to me, Nahida. She raised her gaze to meet his. Do you trust me? Well, after all, you are the Prince of Liyue. I am not referring to that identity, but as Lu Bu Liang, do you believe in me? Nahida hesitated momentarily, then affirmed, I believe. Leave everything to me. I will bring justice to those innocent girls who suffered at the hands of the Les family, to Kales, and to you. Without looking back, Lu Bu Liang departed, seeking decisive evidence from the sea, his memory holding only a vague location, requiring time to search. Nahida remained rooted in place, pondering the notion of justice when the system's voice echoed. Ding. Adoptive father binding successful. Adoptive father. Navalet. Race. Elemental dragon. Identity. Supreme judge of Fontaine. Born as the Water Dragon King. Power. Demigod. Current recognition. 1 star. Extracting skills of Navalet for you. You have drawn. Gathering like waves. You can breathe underwater and possess the speed of the Water Dragon King in water. Ah, just in time. Although it remains an auxiliary skill. Chapter 61. Marcelo, you old scoundrel. Have you been given too much face? The next day, at the Opera de Pikel. Hey, have you heard? This trial is a retrial of the unjust Kales from 2 years ago. Heh, I have insider information. This trial even involves the mysterious disappearance of young girls and the Les sales. Yes. And that boy who filed the appeal is none other than Liyue's recently announced prince. Ah, so explosive? I can hardly wait. Navalet stood high in the judge's position, striking her staff, and a blue ripple spread out, commanding silence. The bustling opera house instantly fell quiet. Regarding the accusations of the unjust Kales case, Mr. Marcelo. Do you accept the charges? Brought in early, Marcelo appeared bewildered. What happened? Why am I being accused? I refuse, esteemed Chief Justice. I am merely a humble merchant. And Cares is indeed my dear kin. My guild was even established with his support. How could I possibly bring harm to him? Such pretense, continued pretense. Mr. L, in a jest, made an international gesture. Marcel, perplexed by its significance, felt an unsettling discomfort. Who are you to accuse me? Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Mr. L kindly refrained from unnecessary gestures in court. Even Violet expressed his discontent with that gesture. At that moment, Marcel caught sight of Nahida standing behind L. Nahida, what brings you here? Have you misunderstood me? In her beautiful, expressive eyes, tears shimmered subtly. Just yesterday, when Elle returned, drenched from the tumultuous sea, presenting undeniable evidence before her, the last vestiges of hope and doubt within her were swept away like leaves in a tempest. Prior to this, although she had heard whispers of her Uncle Marcel's deeds from Elle, she clung to the hope that the kind, gentle elder who had always cared for her would not commit heinous acts. Yet, the harsh reality laid bare before her forced her to confront the heartbreaking truth. Her revered Uncle Marcel was, in fact, a thoroughgoing villain. Nahida remained silent. Yet her silence spoke volumes. Now that all members involved in the trial are present, let the prosecution present its case. To prevent unforeseen complications, Elle opted to employ his rhetorical skills. He recounted the incident involving the third assailant and produced a sample of the primordial amniotic fluid. Upon my examination, it was confirmed that this fluid indeed possesses the property to dissolve the people of Fontaine. Violet corroborated, stating that when El brought this substance yesterday, his acute perception of water indicated its unusual nature. Consequently, a torrential rain fell upon Fontaine yesterday. Is it truly possible for water to dissolve a person? My heavens! Could the prophecy be real? Everyone will dissolve in the water, while only the water god weeps upon the throne. Lady Fennina, is this true? Fennina rose, clearing her throat. My people, do not panic. The great deity Fucarros has found a solution to the prophecy. Soon, you shall witness my divine power. Indeed. Lady Fennina had already discovered a remedy. In the words of Liyue, we have been worrying for naught. Silence. Then Violet struck his cane once more, articulating a compelling argument. Thus, the motives of Mr. Cares and Mr. Jacques became clear. They had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Mr. Marcel, it is now your turn to present a counter-argument against the accusations directed at you. Yet, I have not heard anything that directly implicates me. Allow me to inquire, why does Mr. Cares refrain from defending himself? Surely, stating that someone was dissolved would at least provide him an opportunity to contest the charges during this trial, initially intending to question the whereabouts of the evidence. Fennina cast a glance at the self-assured Lu Bu Liang and swallowed her words. She had pondered over his assertions from the previous day, if his claims were indeed accurate. Then this trial was nothing more than a farce for him. The answer was rather straightforward. He simply did not wish to do so. Lu Bu Liang and Nahida spoke in unison, exchanging glances, as the former stepped back to concede the floor to the latter. Nahida endeavored to narrate her father's motivations with a calm demeanor. At that juncture, the stinging rose was in turmoil, his reputation shattered. Opting to unveil this critical clue might not necessarily lead to the identification of the perpetrator, but it would undoubtedly fail to safeguard me. The boss had explicitly informed me that the young lady had been designated as a target in the missing girl case. Miles also stepped forward. What? Fennina's eyes widened in disbelief. Nahida's emotions could no longer be contained, and she became increasingly agitated, denouncing the so-called justice in this theatrical trial. All right, Nahida, Lu Bu Liang interjected, attempting to soothe her. You seem rather distressed. Apologies. But what does all this have to do with me? Old Bai Ting, you were radiant just now without even speaking. Weren't you? Have I perhaps shown you too much courtesy? Did you not inquire as to my identity? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the favored child of the winds. The contractor wrapped in rock. What? Alas, ignorance is indeed terrifying. Do you grasp the meaning now? I am the son acknowledged by both the wind god and the rock god. At this moment, the opera house fell into a profound silence. All present rendered speechless by shock. Even Violet momentarily rendered dazed. You claim to be who you say? If you possess the ability, summon your father, the so-called wind god and rock god. Marcel continued to struggle. The son of the divine? He scoffed. Just make sure you don't end up weeping. Lu Bu Liang raised a divine light staff above his head. Do you believe in the wind? Then, he posed and answered his own question. I believe. Wind god, come forth. In an instant, melodious piano notes resonated throughout the opera house, and a gentle breeze caressed the faces of all present. Look above. What is that? A bird? An airship? No, it is the wind god Barbados. The Mondstadt residents present instantly recognized the figure in the sky. Wendy, who had been joyfully drinking in the tavern, suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone intended to betray him. The memory of the lady piercing through his heart resurfaced, sending a shiver down his spine. He vanished from the tavern, donned his divine attire, and indeed, that feeling returned, such an irksome sensation. Then, he found himself here. My dear child, what have you summoned me for? Wendy smiled at Lu Bu Liang, contemplating how much he should demand for his appearance fee. After all, with so many onlookers, he couldn't let his pride take a hit. At the very least, it should be 10 cups. Chapter 62. The death of Vash. That old bidding refused to believe he was my father, which infuriated me. I shall not permit anyone to deny my lineage as your child, foster father. Do you think I am justified in this? Lu Bu Liang raised an eyebrow, seeking praise. So you summoned me for this matter? Wendy expressed his disbelief. Companions. The grip of Violet on his staff tightened. He was not the complete dragon and could not judge Wendy's presence here. Wendy noticed Violet, teleporting to stand before him. Your aura is akin to that of Tuolin. You must be of the dragon lineage, am I correct? Violet remained silent, glaring at Wendy, harboring no affection for the seven gods. Yet, Wendy, with an air of familiarity, grasped Violet's hand, suggesting, you must visit Mondstadt sometime, befriend Tuolin. That child is rather lonely. What do you mean? Violet was taken aback. You want me to go to Mondstadt and befriend another dragon? Nonetheless, he felt a flicker of anticipation, having descended to Teyvat for so long. He had yet to meet another dragonkin. I shall indeed do so. Why the silence, old ding? Are you naturally reticent? Humph. What of it? This only proves you are his child. It does not imply that I am the murderer. Marcel remained unconvinced. It seems you won't shed tears until you reach the fruit wine lake. Marcel, oh no, Vache, Venil is still alive. If you confess, I might reveal to you where Venil resides. Does consciousness count as being alive? Lu Bu Liang was not deceiving Vache. Even if he went, he would not find him. But in Fontaine, there is no death penalty. Such a person deserves to perish. Lu Bu Liang was infuriated by the plot. How could such a person exist? To inflict pain on many for the sake of one's beloved? Ah, such a being is inherently evil, scum. Do you think you were fulfilling Vache's obsession? No, you were delivering him to a torturous demise. What? Marcel stood there, dumbfounded. As if his body had been frozen in place. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everything around him blurred, and only those two names thundered in his ears. How long had it been since he last heard those names? Marcel could not even discern the answer himself. The river of memory flows gently. Yet the fragments associated with Venil remained shrouded in a thick fog, rendering them elusive and difficult to grasp. Now, as these two names resurface in his mind, they bring forth an abyss of anguish and regret. The Venil who once loved him dearly and accompanied him through countless cherished moments has cruelly dissolved before his very eyes. Marcel's eyes widened as he endeavored to reconstruct that horrific scene in his mind. Venil's beautiful visage contorted in terror, desperately struggling to escape the relentless onslaught, yet ultimately powerless to change her fate. Her cries still echoed in Marcel's ears, piercing his heart with pain. I confess. Just tell me Venil's whereabouts. Vache, regardless of whether Liyue truly knew anything, clung to this glimmer of hope after decades of experiments yielding no results. Vache accepted all blame, diluting primordial amniotic fluid to create lestes. Trafficking lestes to acquire copious mora to fund research, abducting young girls for dissolution experiments, and the murder of Koresh. Wendy and Navalet reached an agreement, inviting Navalet to Mondstadt under the pretense of showcasing the superior lake water from Fruit Wine Lake. Unbeknownst to them, Marcel had become embroiled in such a multitude of bloodshed. Bah, scum, the dregs of humanity. Why is there no death penalty in Fontaine? Such a person deserves to die. All eyes turned to the one who had just called for capital punishment. At that moment, Fennina's beautiful face twisted in rage, her once bright, starry eyes ablaze with fury. She clenched her jaw tightly, her cheeks slightly puffed from overwhelming anger. Each accusation weighed heavily upon her chest, suffocating her with anxiety and despair. These charges would not only devastate Fontaine but could also trigger a cascade of unforeseen repercussions, especially when considering the involvement of the prophesied primordial amniotic fluid. Fennina's unease intensified to its peak. Lady Fennina speaks the truth. Death penalty. It must be death. Is the character of Fontaine's people truly so pure? Wendy felt as though she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Fear not. Our god of water enjoys making unexpected decisions. Navalet maintained a composed demeanor, as if Fennina's call for death was a trivial matter. God of water? Had Navalet not mentioned it, Wendy might have overlooked this so-called deity. The aura of a curse. Was her bodily structure truly human? Silence. Navalet had already struck the gavel 3 times today, indicating that this trial had spiraled beyond control. Since Vache has confessed, bring him down. Wait, you haven't told me Venil's whereabouts. Drink the primordial amniotic fluid. Without a moment's hesitation, Vache brandished a vial of primordial amniotic fluid, wiped the moisture from his lips, and then, to the scenic spring, Venil awaits. Thank you. Vache expressed his gratitude and dashed away, evading even the guards. The violet, with Wendy beside him, did not attempt to intervene. He has escaped. Seize him. This villain must not evade justice. The onlookers eagerly pursued him, yet only beheld Vache sprawled in the scenic spring. One of the guards approached to retrieve him. However, as the crowd discerned the scene before them, they gasped in horror. Vache had already drawn his last breath. Upon closer inspection, it appeared he had endured unimaginable torment in life. His once vibrant eyes now lay hollow, gazing vacantly upwards, as if longing to convey something yet powerless to do so. More chilling still, he had not closed his eyes in death, remaining wide open, betraying boundless fear and resentment. His visage, contorted by excruciating pain, revealed his mouth agape. As if in his final moments he had emitted a desperate scream. Nahida stood among the spectators, and upon witnessing the demise of the one responsible for her family's ruin, she felt uncertain whether to rejoice, only experiencing a sense of relief. Father, Vache is dead, You need no longer bear the unjust stigma. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the heavens, and everyone instinctively raised their umbrellas, yet none shielded Vash's corpse from the downpour. Miss Milas and Silver stood behind Navia, accompanying their lady in the rain. The droplets on Navia's face blurred the line between raindrops and tears. Lu Bu Liang silently observed everything from the steps of the Opera Pikel. Cares he could not save. 2 years were sufficient for an ordinary corpse to decay, for a soul to dissipate. Do you two feel powerless, Violet? Ding. Detection indicates an increase in Violet's trust towards you. Current approval rating, 2 stars. Extracting Violet's skill. Chapter 63. He is my guest. You have acquired the rich flavor of water. You can sense the emotional memories contained within water by tasting it. The flavor of water is indeed profound and worthy of appreciation. Tasting water, is it? Lu Bu Liang smashed the bones. The flavor of water is rich, is it? He picked them up and smashed them again. Drink more hot water, right? Smash. Lu Bu Liang smashed the white bones thrice. What kind of dragon are you? The water dragon. Your skill is true water. The water content is exceedingly high. What is his issue? Violet inquired, perplexed. Oh, pay him no mind. This is his unique way of venting emotions, Wendy replied with a maternal smile. Venting emotions? Violet pondered. Bafati manner. Father. The person you requested attention from has arrived at Fontaine, declared the small boy in black silk, Linny, respectfully addressing the tall lady before him, adorned with a magician's hat. Arrived in Fontaine? Faster than one might imagine, the enigmatic and captivating Alhakino stands as the 4th servant among the executive officers of the Fatui. Her silhouette resembles a specter in the night, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. Clad in a pristine white coat, as pure as freshly fallen snow, the hue starkly contrasts with her frosty demeanor. Yet, amidst this immaculate whiteness, a striking black leaf flower blooms, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Captivating yet imbued with an air of the uncanny. Upon closer inspection, one notices the dark circles and crimson irises adorning her abdomen, seemingly drawn from the depths of the underworld, sending a chill down one's spine. Nevertheless, this distinctive design only enhances her bewitching charm. Her lower half is encased in form-fitting black trousers that cling to her long, straight legs, showcasing her flawless physique with exquisite precision. The black stilettos she wears emit a crisp sound with each step, echoing the rhythm of a dance with death. She also dons a pair of black gloves, her fingers subtly visible, and her elegant, refined posture leaves onlookers utterly entranced. Moreover, the cuffs of her trousers and sleeves are embellished with dark red floral trim, akin to mandrakes blooming in the shadows, both enchanting and beautiful. Most striking of all is Alhakino's hair, a cascade of white interwoven with dark strands. Within the flowing locks, a hint of deep red glimmers, akin to flickering flames, enveloping her in a shroud of mystique. Her eyes, a peculiar and vivid red cross, seem to peer into the depths of another's soul, unearthing their most profound secrets. Has there been any news from the young master? Not yet, father. Alhakino's gaze suddenly turned icy. What brings you here? The House of Hearth does not welcome uninvited guests. Her tone bore no trace of anger, merely a straightforward inquiry. I am not here to collaborate with you. It happens that my experimental subject has arrived, and I thought to check on my colleague. Linny was taken aback. Having failed to notice the presence behind him, he knew the individual stood right at his back, yet he dared not turn around, for the aura was terrifying. Do you intend to use him for experimentation? Are you not afraid of the Queen's wrath? Isn't an experimental subject of greater value for research in Her Majesty's eyes? He is my guest. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Alhakino's demeanor. Since the servant has spoken thus, I shall grant you this favor. I will not act against you in Fontaine. You should be grateful that this individual here is not the most selfish of them all. Father? Linny sensed the piercing gaze that had felt like a thorn in his back finally withdraw. Only then did his anxiously suspended heart settle slightly, though the tension within him remained difficult to quell. He inhaled deeply, slowly turning around to confirm that the individual had indeed departed before cautiously parting his lips. At that moment, he was already drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead, each drop striking the ground with a distinctly audible sound. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had completely soaked through the thin fabric of his attire, clinging to his skin and leaving him with a sensation of discomfort and stickiness. I harbor no affection for him. Linny, do not associate with him in the future. Once Linny had left, El Chino settled onto a dark-hued single-legged chair, its backrest shimmering with a blood-red glow. Leaning his chin upon one hand, he pondered the potential changes that 3 individuals of divine interest could bring to Fontaine. It indeed sparked a sense of anticipation. Welcome to the Thousand Weave House. Are you here to customize a garment or to collect one? The proprietor, Qianji, was busily arranging clothing. Adorned in a vibrant yellow ensemble, her attire seamlessly blended the stylistic elements of Fontaine and Inazuma, presenting a striking visual appeal. The fabric was meticulously embroidered with exquisite patterns of pansies, in various stages of bloom, each one vividly lifelike. It is well known that pansies symbolize the beauty of free thought, reflecting the true essence of Qianji's inner world while showcasing her unique charm and distinctive artistic vision. Her long, elegant legs were enveloped in black stockings, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade, exuding an alluring sheen. The shoes she donned were particularly distinctive, clearly inspired by traditional Inazuma wooden clogs. They featured a broad, flat surface, neatly arranged teeth, and exquisite laces. However, despite their towering appearance, they eschewed conventional heels in favor of an innovative design devoid of elevation, showcasing the unique allure of Fontaine's fashion culture. Undoubtedly, Qianji, a remarkably talented fashion designer, has firmly established herself at the forefront of style, leading the way with her keen insight into fashion trends and exceptional creativity. We are here to challenge the establishment. A challenge? How intriguing. A clothing purchase accompanied by a challenge? I thought such cultures were left behind after departing Inazuma. Qianji brandished a pair of oversized scissors, inquiring about the method of the challenge. Qianji, my partner is mute. He did not mean it that way, Nahida interjected with a smile. Nahida? When did you acquire a partner from Liyue? Qianji set the scissors aside. Let us discuss that later. I brought him to meet Fontaine's most formidable fashion designer. Not as formidable as you suggest, Qianji modestly replied. And who might these two be? These two? Navi turned around and discovered an unexpected presence. Third uncle, she exclaimed. She claims to be the most formidable fashion designer from Fontaine. Challenge her to a solo duel. Let her witness the prowess of our Liyue designers. The spark in Minu's eyes flickered. Was she truly the finest designer from Fontaine? Chapter 64. Violet, O water dragon, do not weep. After all, it turns out she is here for an exchange, which I wholeheartedly welcome. Qianji was unperturbed by the thought of her skills being learned by another. Observing Minu, she recognized a kindred spirit, someone who shared her fervor for garment creation. Individuals like them, with their own pride and insights, would never resort to pilfering techniques from others. Being surrounded by a bunch of artless bumpkins has nearly extinguished my artistic spark. You clever lad. You think of your third uncle when in need. Minu chuckled as she playfully patted Lu Bu Liang's shoulder. I heard that. Minu, ever astute, instantly grasped the implication behind Lu Bu Liang's words. A true man, born of the heavens and earth, possesses the ability to bend and yield. Thus, he kneels to plead with you. Do not reveal this to Fennina and Ying. And what of fifth uncle? Is he unworthy? Jinping will forgive me, but those two are rather petty. Minu paused for a moment, swiftly covering her mouth. I said nothing just now. Another scandalous remark. It will cost you a handsome sum of 1 million mora for my silence. Minu gritted her teeth. Do not push your luck. Choose your poison, death by the sword or a hefty bribe to avert disaster. After all, I, Lu Bu Liang, am no demon. Lu Bu Liang was well aware that Minu had successfully established her clothing brand, recognized by the emperor himself as Liyue's most esteemed designer. Thus, Ningguang seized the opportunity to collaborate with Minu, leading her to amass considerable mora, sufficient to independently sustain Zhongli's daily expenses. This exemplifies Minu's financial prowess. To not seize this opportunity would indeed be remiss. At that moment, Minu's face, which had previously been as tranquil as still water, was suddenly swept by a tempest, transforming with astonishing rapidity. First, a fiery hue of anger ignited her cheeks, as if her fury threatened to burst forth from her very eyes. Then, a painful struggle manifested upon her forehead, creasing it deeply. Soon, her complexion turned as pale as parchment, her entire being seemingly stripped of all support, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, a hint of regret subtly emerged, akin to ink diffusing in clear water, gradually spreading. However, this intricate tapestry of emotions gradually settled upon her face, coalescing into a bittersweet, yet somewhat resigned smile. Consider this a token for your pocket money. Third uncle, fear not. As long as the payment is secured, no one shall extract any information from my lips. Lu Bu Liang patted his chest in assurance. Minu sighed. He was younger than I, and I held no anger towards him. He was a son of the emperor, and I had no regrets about giving him money. He had saved me, and I could not bring myself to strike him. Minu silently repeated these thoughts, ultimately finding tranquility. He turned to Qianji and said, I apologize for the disturbance. Let us step aside to converse. Ah, Qianji was engrossed in her gossip, tossing aside the melon rind as she led Minu to admire the garments she had crafted. Foster father, I wish to see the judgment of the arbiter. Lu Bu Liang interjected, seeking to draw attention to the presence of Valette. Valette, engrossed in his work, raised his head at Bu Liang's voice. What is there to behold in the judgment of the arbiter? Isn't it merely at the Opera du Oblique? There are no open trials today, he continued. There is a hearing this afternoon. Wait for it. With that, Valette returned to his work. Upon exiting the Moment Palace, Lu Bu Liang noticed the sky darkening. Ominous rain clouds gathering. Had Valette encountered a case that could bring him to tears? During his time at the Moment Palace, Valette had been wronged. He had not witnessed any sorrowful cases, merely the natural rain. I wondered if Higwen was faring well in Melapetersburg. If she were being mistreated, I would certainly summon Liasli to interrogate the perpetrators. She was so fragile, yet so kind. The last time she returned, she brought me film for a camera and expressed her desire to hear my critique of Nada's water performance, asking how long until her next holiday. By afternoon, the trial commenced as scheduled. It was a minor case, and Valette did not spend much time on it. After announcing the verdict, he made his way to the chamber where the arbiter's judgment was kept. What are you doing? Lu Bu Liang was sprawled on the ground, incense burner before him. 3 sticks of incense burning, muttering incantations. Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, Fucarros, reveal your presence. Hush. Lu Bu Liang gestured for Valette to remain silent. Valette quietly observed Lu Bu Liang's performance. Lu Bu Liang commenced his ritual, yet the arbiter remained unresponsive. It seemed Fucarros did not adhere to the Liyue rituals. Perhaps he should summon the cunning fox from Inazuma for assistance. Seeing the arbiter's lack of response, Lu Bu Liang contemplated how to provoke her voice. Fucarros? Isn't Fennina in the Moment Palace? Valette could not help but interject. No, this Fucarros is not that Fucarros. What do you mean? Valette was perplexed. Lu Bu Liang noticed a flicker from the arbiter. Aunt Fucarros, please respond to your nephew. Water dragon, do not weep. Pooh, Aunt Fucarros has been successfully bound. Identity, god of water from Fontaine. Race, pure water elf. Strength, divine being. You are currently extracting Fucarros' skills. You have drawn, divine performance. Divine performance. Your acting has reached an extraordinary level, capable of captivating even the formidable Dragon King. Should I say I had anticipated this? Lu Bu Liang maintained his usual demeanor as he glanced towards the Arbiter of Omens, bowed, and exited, leaving the bewildered Wei Le behind. The laughter just now echoed in Wei Le's mind as he looked at the Arbiter, who exhibited no reaction. Water dragon, do not weep, he muttered, feeling somewhat peculiar for voicing it himself. The Arbiter did not even flicker with light. Was I being overly concerned? Wei Le cast one last glance at the Arbiter before striding out. How entertaining. He actually admitted it himself. The room housing the Arbiter of Omens reverberated with the carefree laughter of a young girl. As the laughter faded, the fortunes of Liyue's diviner, the son of the wind god, and the emperor, among other identities, came to mind. Knowing I was here, he must have foreseen my plans, perhaps with his presence. The odds of success would increase. This nephew is quite valuable. Indeed, the wisdom of Fucarros is unparalleled in the world. This is what one refers to as professionalism. Minu was sincerely impressed. This journey to Fontaine had proven to be highly rewarding, inspiring numerous new ideas for clothing. Mr. Minu's insights were remarkably unique. Perhaps in the future, we could collaborate on fashion? Qiji rarely displayed a smile. Absolutely. I shall be staying at the Wangshu Inn. When you visit Liyue next, the treat is on me. No need for farewells. Minu executed his aerial maneuver and flew towards Liyue. Qiji was not particularly surprised, merely considering Minu a well-cultivated spirit from Liyue. Chapter 65, The Non-Existent Child Father. Father. Lin and I rushed into the Buffatti mansion in a flurry. What is the matter, Lin and I? El Chino emerged from the inner chamber. Ah. Little Lin and I, you are not usually this frantic. Lin and I hesitated, but quickly performed a formal greeting. My lady. Oh dear, Lin and I has grown. No longer the playful child of yore. You and your sister used to be quite attached to me, didn't you? Alas, we are now separated by a lamentable barrier. Lin and I wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that his sister was not present, for otherwise, this woman would surely have disheveled her hairstyle. Father, he has arrived. Alekino's expression shifted slightly. Please let the guest in. Yes. El Chino, do you have a guest? Rosalind was somewhat displeased, as it was rare to see El Chino admit other guests into the hearth house while other executives were present. The hearth house was always bustling with visitors. Yet regarding this particular individual, El Chino elegantly seated herself, her slender fingers delicately intertwined and resting against her lips, as if attempting to conceal an imminent revelation. She narrowed her eyes, a smile playing at the corners, as she regarded Rosalind and softly remarked, "You have personally witnessed his elegance before." "I have seen him. At present, there isn't a single idle executive." Rosalind conjectured which fellow executive had come to visit Auricino, perhaps to oversee the progress of the Hydro Archon's task. "Oh my, is that not Rosalind? It's been a few days. Have you become so disheveled? Not heading to Inazuma anymore? Blimey. Auricino, what is this fellow doing here?" Rosalind, with a face full of indignation, pointed at the unruly Liyue, who had been brought in by Lenny, as if Auricino had betrayed her. "Why can't I be here? It's you who doubted my fortune-telling. Yet here you are, afraid, aren't you? Enough. Can we all just be quiet?" Auricino's voice was overwhelmed by Rosalind's elegant exclamations of winter curses and Mondstadt profanities. Rosalind continued her tirade, while Liyue remained unperturbed, as if he were merely enjoying Rosalind's performance. After a minute of relentless berating, Rosalind finally ceased, not due to a lack of words, but because her throat had grown parched. Liyue's lips curled into a sly and audacious smile as he extended his long tongue, which flickered in the air like a nimble serpent. Simultaneously, his right hand shot up, defiantly raising his middle finger. That finger stood tall, akin to a provocative banner, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. Ultimately, from Liyue's contorted visage emerged two words: rebound. Rosalind paused, ready to launch another tirade. "Enough, Rosalind. Executives are not to be trifled with." Auricino raised his voice slightly. Instantly, Rosalind wilted. She recognized that Auricino was becoming somewhat irked. "I am unaware of the grievances between the two of you, but within the hearth home, I implore you to coexist amicably and not lead the children astray." With this, Auricino cast a glance at Lenny, whose mind was still spinning, having never heard such profanities as he had today from Rosalind. My brain is expanding. Thankfully, my sister isn't here. Otherwise, she would be tainted by this forbidden knowledge. I shall bear the burden as her brother." "Very well." Auricino clapped his hands. "Lord Yu, may I inquire as to your unexpected visit? Miss Auricino is acquainted with me?" Liyue pointed at himself. "Do not underestimate the formidable intelligence network of the Fatui. Surely, you are aware of me as well. It must have been foretold, right? A fortune teller, perhaps? It appears we have no secrets from one another. Please refrain from diverting the topic, Mr. Yu." Calling me Mr. feels rather formal. Perhaps you should address me as young master instead? After all, you are the servant here. Do you find this jest amusing? Look at him, Auricino. That fellow is all talk. All right, I shan't jest further. I am here in search of a non-existent child of the hearth home. Auricino's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. A non-existent child? All the children of the hearth home are duly recorded. Do you believe you can deceive a fortune teller? Do you truly think you can foresee everything? I have encountered all the children at the hearth house. Come, tell me their names. Rosalind was exceedingly confident. She would frequently visit the hearth house for respite. And aside from El Chino, she was the most familiar with it. Cravey, who? Upon hearing the name, Rosalind imagined a delightful child she had never met before. "Oh, come with me." The sound of Auricino's high heels echoed on the tiled floor. Rosalind was taken aback. Indeed, there was such a child? El Chino had concealed this charming little one. "You are playing mind games with me, aren't you?" "Femmini. Father, why are you here?" Femmini emerged from the tent, somewhat flustered. "Femmini, what are you doing?" "I'm playing camping games. Let Cravey come out." El Chino remained remarkably composed. "Cravey, who is that? I do not recognize the name." Femmini's gaze wandered, as if those two syllables were an insurmountable riddle. He furrowed his brow slightly, his lips quivering as he uttered those words, his voice barely audible. After speaking, he quickly lowered his head, avoiding Auricino's gaze. The clarity of his once bright eyes had dimmed. From his unnatural demeanor and hesitant speech, it was evident he was deliberately concealing something significant. "Femmini, you are not adept at lying. You should know that the hearth house forbids any form of betrayal." El Chino remarked with a hint of frost in her tone. "Father, is this a new friend?" A girl's voice emerged from the tent. A small girl with pink hair, clad in a white dress and appearing to be around 6 or 7, dashed out of the tent. A beautiful, blooming bellflower dangled from her neck, swaying as she ran. "Wow, how adorable. Rosalind exclaimed uncontrollably, but suddenly recalling the presence of Lu, she cleared her throat and added, El Chino. Why didn't you inform me that the Hearth House had such a child? El Chino was at a loss for how to explain this to Rosalind. Pepe? Is that you? Pepe? Cravey rushed to El Chino, exclaiming, It really is Pepe. Pepe, how have you grown so much? Chapter 66. Do you believe in the existence of Lord Barbados? Pepe? Is she calling you, El Chino? Rosalind could not suppress her laughter, her gaze shifting toward El Chino. However, Rosalind was soon taken aback. She had never seen any emotion reflected in Alekino's eyes. Yet now, she distinctly perceived the nostalgia and tenderness within Alekino's gaze, along with a hint of reluctance. Cluey. Upon receiving a response from El Chino, yearned to embrace her, yet her form passed straight through El Chino. What could this mean? Rosalind had already sensed that something was amiss with the child. She seemed devoid of substance, more akin to a vessel of memory, albeit a fragmented one. Before becoming the Sorceress of Flame, Rosalind had been a distinguished student at the academy. Although she had never encountered such a phenomenon, she could grasp the general concept. She was but the remnants, consumed by the flames of Peruvali after being slain by her. Lu Bu Liang, the teacher, she murmured. Peruvali? Rosalind's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon El Chino. Her beautiful visage contorted in profound rage. Her previously gentle voice now sharp and piercing. I always believed I understood your past. Yet I never imagined you could be so cruel as to take the life of such an innocent, utterly delightful child. Rosalind's body trembled slightly. Her hands clenched into tight fists, nails digging into her palms, as if only through this means could she slightly temper the surging inferno of her wrath. Her gaze, filled with anguish and disappointment, pierced through El Chino, as if she sought to glimpse the heart long consumed by darkness beneath the latter's indifferent exterior. How could you commit such a heartless act? What wrong has this child done? She had only just arrived in this world. Yet you ruthlessly stripped her of life before she could even savor its beauty. Has your conscience utterly perished? As Rosalind spoke, her agitation intensified, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Would you trust a colleague whom you despise more than a person you hate? El Chino spread his hands, for he possessed too much knowledge. This phrase sounded ominously like a threat to silence her. Then tell me, is what he said true? El Chino nodded slightly. Yes, I personally killed Cluey. Rosalind was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a straightforward admission from El Chino. Yet, it was swiftly followed by an unending fury. El Chino, I thought there was only one despicable scoundrel among the executors, namely Dator. I never expected a wolf in sheep's clothing like you. Pepe Cluey gazed at El Chino. Did you say you killed me? Yes. Thank you. Cluey accepted this revelation with surprising ease, leaving Rosalind utterly unprepared. Just as she was about to transform into the Sorceress of Flame to demand an explanation from El Chino, the fire butterfly emerged, but Rosalind was interrupted by Cluey's words. Thank you. That must mean I have no hope of escaping this dark home, and thus chose to perish at your hands. A pure smile graced Cluey's face, as if Alekino's act of killing her truly represented a form of liberation. I believe Pepe. She would never deceive me. What she said must be true. I beheld the breathtaking aurora of winter through the eyes of Cluey, leaving Rosalind in a state of astonishment, caught in a second wave of shock. Did those words truly escape the lips of Alekino? Surely, I am not dreaming. Rosalind understood that Cluey spoke the truth. Her tone and expression conveyed genuine gratitude towards Alekino. Once her composure was regained, she recognized her misunderstanding regarding Alekino. Yet, what exactly had Alekino just uttered? She was aware of Alekino's kindness, but it seemed utterly improbable for her to utter such sentimental words. Was it not so? Cluey's face illuminated with longing. The aurora of winter was indeed magnificent. With a glimmer of hope, she inquired, could you perhaps share more about it with me? Pepe, I yearn to know the fate of my mother and myself. Alekino spoke calmly, confronting destiny you have continuously resisted. In the beginning, no one believed you, and so you confided your troubles to the moon. On a certain night, you even promised me that we would witness the aurora together in winter. Alekino recounted the journey of Cluey's defiance over the years in a serene tone. You explored every conceivable method, all of which ended in failure. Your sword was neither aimed at Kujavina nor at me. On that gloomy day, you confided in me. For 16 years, I have sought freedom. Yet now, I find that my only true freedom lies in the right to choose death. It was unexpected for me to utter such words. I must have been utterly exhausted at that time. Cluey's expression, however, bore no trace of shock, as if she had anticipated such sentiments all along, albeit with a hint of melancholy. Nevertheless, I could fully empathize with my future self. according to my mother's design. Ultimately, only one among us could survive, and I hoped that individual would be you. Krui became animated once more, her fists clenched at her shoulders. Even if given the chance to choose again, I would make the same decision. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I felt you possessed the ability to achieve what I could not. Is it true? To this day, I remain unable to comprehend the freedom you pursue. Freedom? No one understands freedom better than I. Lu Bu Liang stepped forward, declaring, I am the child of the god of freedom. The god of freedom? Krui inquired, somewhat perplexed. He is the god of wind in Mondstadt, embodying the essence of beautiful freedom. Lu Bu Liang smiled, retrieving the sky harp to play the melodies of Mondstadt. As he gently strummed the strings, enchanting notes flowed forth like a crystalline spring, instantly enveloping the entire space. With the graceful movement of Lu Bu Liang's fingers, that melodious tune gradually transformed into a captivating song of Mondstadt. The melody flowed gracefully, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the vast expanse of the prairie. The rhythm was lively, reminiscent of birds soaring through the azure sky. This ballad seemed to encapsulate the fervent love and pursuit of freedom cherished by the people of Mondstadt, intoxicating all who listened, their thoughts drifting to that vibrant and hopeful land. Klee was entranced, her eyes brimming with a longing for freedom. Even the lady found herself unwittingly swept up in the rhythm, as if transported back to the time of her love for Rustin, centuries ago. Only Albedo noticed that Klee's form had begun to grow translucent, a harbinger of the curse's dissolution. Once the curse faded, Klee would vanish entirely from the world. Do you believe in the existence of Lord Barbados, Klee? Liyue extended his hand toward her. I believe. Klee placed her hand upon his. Albedo's once placid eyes, akin to a tranquil pond, were now agitated as if a stone had been cast into their depths, creating ripples of emotion. For the first time, her beautiful and profound gaze betrayed unmistakable shock. Yes, merely shock, but for Albedo, who was typically composed and seemed to command all, this was an exceedingly rare display. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene, her lips parted as if to speak, yet the astonishment rendered her voiceless. For she had witnessed Klee's hand genuinely grasping Liyue's. Chapter 67. Rosalind's redemption. Klee's situation had far surpassed Albedo's expectations. She had intended to expel her from the home of the fireplace in her father's name, allowing her to find peace. Yet now, with Liyue's simple inquiry, do you believe in the existence of Lord Barbados? Klee had materialized. Even the curse left in the wake of Klee's death had dissipated. Albedo's gaze shifted to the instrument in Liyue's hands, which was enveloped in a pure essence of wind. It was this very element that had dispelled her curse. Albedo could think of no other capable of wielding the wind to shatter her curse. No, more accurately, it was not a mere mortal, but a deity, the Anemo Archon Barbados. Had Barbados truly entrusted such a relic to him? It seemed that in the wind goddess' eyes, his standing was quite significant. Her Majesty the Queen seemed to regard him highly, and it was likely the Geo Archon felt similarly. Albedo then turned her attention to Rosalind, who had also evidently sensed Klee's transformation, her own shock seemingly boundless. Do you believe in the existence of Lord Barbados? Rosalind murmured, after the death of her beloved. Her heart had been filled with hatred for Barbados. Was this a form of belief? If only he could return. In that fleeting moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The mask adorning Rosalind's face and the ornate crown upon her head, as if drawn by an invisible force, slipped from her visage without warning. With a sharp crack, they fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Unveiled from her mask, Rosalind finally revealed her long-hidden visage. On the left side of her cheek, a series of striking fissures crisscrossed, as if marked by the searing flames of a fierce blaze. These scars were deeply embedded in her skin, transforming her once lovely countenance into a terrifying sight. Nevertheless, the ample cloak draped over her shoulders remained steadfast, akin to a gentle cloud safeguarding her. In stark contrast, her gown, once as pure as snow, now bore a peculiar mingling of colors, white intertwined with vibrant red, resembling a vivid yet sorrowful tapestry. This gown was the very attire she had donned during her initial meeting with her beloved, and its reappearance seemed to narrate a poignant tale of love. Furthermore, the flowers adorning one side of Rosalind's hair, once in full bloom, appeared to be under the influence of some mysterious force, gradually folding their petals, adopting a bashful demeanor, much like her concealed heart, which had yet to fully blossom. Well, sister, what happened to your face? Cravey, drawn by the sound of the lady's mask and crown clattering to the ground, rushed over. She tiptoed and gently touched the horrifying scars on Rosalind's face. Rosalind snapped back to reality, her tone shifting from haughty to tender. It hurts. But if Cravey could blow on it, the pain would subside. Rosalind crouched down to allow Cravey to soothe her wound. Hee. I always help Peppy with her bandages by blowing on them, Cravey exclaimed. Her memories have been burned away so much. All I can do is help restore her to this extent. After resurrecting Cravey, Lu Bu Liang approached El Chino, standing beside her as they both observed Cravey. That's enough. El Chino paused for a few seconds before speaking softly. Thank you. You need not thank me. This serves to remedy some of my own regrets. Regrets? I just called Cravey my sister. You don't mind, do you? If she wishes it, I shall not interfere. At that moment, El Chino resembled Cravey's elder sister, honoring her sister's choice. Just moments ago, Lu Bu Liang had acquired a skill from Cravey called phasing, granting immunity to all physical and elemental damage for 7 seconds. This delighted Lu Bu Liang, as he felt a brotherly instinct to protect Cravey, bolstered by the allure of this remarkable ability. As for Rosalind's transformation, Lu Bu Liang found himself perplexed. What had prompted such a sudden change? This form was not present in the narrative, nor did her tone suggest any semblance of Tsundere traits. There is an undeniable sense of a charming elder sister in the current form of Rosalind. Lu Bu Liang, rising once more, gazes at her with a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, inquiring, Can I still attain redemption? Certainly, she replies, the path to salvation lies within. A gust of wind begins to stir. All systems, initiate. And what a Barbados! Am I to disregard my dignity? You summon me, and I appear? With Wendy still lingering in Fontaine, Lu Bu Liang can reach out through the wind to contact him, who is currently indulging in drink. 10 cups of dandelion wine. Provide a coordinate. Moments later, I am Barbados. As long as there is wine, I am at your beck and call. A gentle breeze sweeps through the scene. Dear child, what is it that you seek from me? Is the soul of Rustin with you? Upon hearing this, Wendy suddenly notices Rosalind and comprehends instantly. Of course, the heroic spirits of Mondstadt would not be left homeless. The soul returns. How can this be? Am I not already dead? Accompanied by this incredulous whisper, a figure gradually materializes before Lu Bu Liang. Clad in pure white armor adorned with an exquisite golden wolf cub emblem, the figure exudes an aura of majesty. In his grasp lies a wind blade, its edge gleaming ominously, as if capable of severing all worldly impediments with ease. Most striking, however, is the cascade of long black hair flowing like a waterfall, dancing in the breeze, enhancing his air of mystery and authority. This black-haired knight appears as though he has stepped forth from legend, emanating an aura of reverence as he stands silently, gazing at Lu Bu Liang. Greetings, brother-in-law. Lu Bu Liang thinks triumphantly, recognizing the brilliance of his strategy. It is a masterful plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. By binding Rustin and Rosalind together, he can effortlessly acquire 2 skills. How clever of me. Rosalind, however, forcefully pushes Lu Bu Liang aside. Enough, I am superfluous. His heart sinks, yearning for at least an acknowledgement. Yet, he refrains from dampening the mood further. Rosalind, surely, I am not dreaming? Rustin reaches out a hand to caress Rosalind's face, feeling its icy touch. Indeed, it is Rosalind. Rustin embraces her tightly, and she weeps profusely, pounding on his chest. Why did you leave me all alone? Chapter 68. The resurrection armor and the sudden change of name sword. Rustin gently extends his arms, enveloping the heartbroken maiden in a warm embrace. He senses her slight tremors, fragile as a flower swaying in the wind. This girl has endured 5 centuries of anguish and solitude, the passage of time leaving deep, indelible marks upon her. Leaning down, Rustin tenderly strokes her hair, murmuring, I have returned, my dear. This time, no matter what transpires, I shall never leave you again. The long and dark days have passed. Henceforth, I shall remain by your side, safeguarding you and ensuring that no harm befalls you. Rosalind lifted her head, gazing at Rustin with tear-filled eyes, her expression brimming with profound sorrow and yearning. Her lips quivered slightly, as if she wished to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Instead, she nestled deeper into Rustin's embrace, longing to dissolve entirely within his warmth. What a beautiful resolution, a grand reunion, with everyone joyfully making dumplings together. Cleve sat on Alakino's lap, while Rosalind and Rustin held each other closely. Lu Bu Liang felt a bit awkward standing there, so he turned to Wendy, suggesting, shall we share an embrace? No way. Wendy declined, then began to play the piano, providing a melodic backdrop to this hard-won reunion. I'll first request a short leave from Her Majesty in winter. And then shall we embark on our honeymoon? Of course, my dear. Winter can be quite frigid. May I accompany you? No, you would be cold. I have grown accustomed to it. You are a woman. You cannot withstand the cold like we men can. If you doubt my resilience, let us go together and see who endures the cold better. Whatever you say, my dear. I can't take it anymore. My titanium alloy eyes are being blinded. Lu Bu Liang lamented, feeling overwhelmed as the two had been lost in their affections for far too long. The original owners, El Chino and Cleve, had already departed. Yet these two remained enwrapped in their own world. Are you not weary from playing? Lu Bu Liang looked at Wendy. His implication clear. She ought to intervene to halt their display of affection. Yet Wendy remained unfazed, appreciating the beautiful scene. Had I not rushed to the battlefield in Sumeru, they would have been like this long ago. Let us grant them a little more time. Very well, it is settled. We shall first hold the wedding in Mondstadt, then proceed on our honeymoon. Rosalind gazed at Rustin with deep affection. Whatever you say, Rustin replied, equally captivated by Rosalind. Have you two finished your conversation? Not yet. We'll wait a little longer, they both replied in unison. Oh, so the situation back then was that urgent? Indeed. I, a mere mortal, stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine, swinging my sword at the dragon, which dared not approach too closely. Ah, you were truly remarkable. Have you finished your discussion? Not yet. We'll wait a moment longer. Oh, the dynamics between you executives are indeed intricate. Others are fine, but steer clear of that blue-haired doctor. He is the most detestable. Understood. I shall heed your words. 17 cards. Can you defeat me in an instant? Straight flush. Haha. I'm done. Wendy exclaimed, casting her cards aside. Pay up. Fennina, why are you not playing your cards? Lu Bu Liang has collapsed. You are the landlord. These two have dragged Fennina into a game. Oh, indeed. We have finished our conversation. Lu Bu Liang abruptly stood up. Are we done? Then let us discuss serious matters. Sister, I cannot revive my brother-in-law without reason, can I? Rosalind paused. Naturally, I will no longer harbor resentment towards you. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Likewise. The debt of gratitude for saving my life is one I cannot repay in this lifetime. Moreover, you have allowed me to reunite with Shaylin. Is the current leader of the Knights Falga? His great-great-great-grandfather was my comrade, and I trust he will honor the legacy of an elder such as myself. Henceforth, the Knights may assist you within their capacity. Ding. Sister and brother-in-law successfully bound, extracting skills from Rosalind and Rustin. You have drawn Ice Cocoon, the original West Wind swordsmanship. Ice Cocoon, immune to one fatal strike, after which you will be encased in an ice cocoon, rendering all skills unusable. Upon breaking free, it will deal ice elemental area damage. Cooldown, 1 year. All rise. Golden life token. Undying totem. Resurrection armor. The commander is remarkable. I adore you. Coupled with the effect of blurring, is this not akin to the resurrection armor instantaneously switching to the famed blade? The original West Wind swordsmanship. The West Wind swordsmanship created by the young wolf Rustin, capable of contending with the dragon Duelin. Savor that. Relish it. With diligent practice, whether honing the upper or lower sword, from iron to silver, you may attain the legendary realm of unity between man and sword. Another martial skill following the self-insertion spear technique. But why does it sound so peculiar? Regardless, products of the system are assuredly of high quality. Sister, brother-in-law, forever lasting. Wait. My exclusive weapon is the Fong Tian Huaji. No sword at all. This lad doesn't even acknowledge it. Wendy smiled gently, welcoming you back, little wolf. Ah? Rustin finally noticed Lord Barbados. Wendy? Only just now aware of me? Wendy feigned irritation. It was my oversight. Rustin immediately bowed his head in apology. Haha. I was just teasing you. If you must apologize, then please treat me to a wedding feast. Certainly, certainly. Rosalind has also accepted Wendy. Had it not been for Wendy preserving Rustin's soul, she would never have seen him in this lifetime. And of course, there is Lu Bu Liang. Miss Fennina, I have brought you a cake. Alakino sat on the sofa, pushing a plate of cake in front of Fennina. Pepe, I want some too. Clevy sat on Alakino's lap. Turning back to Kuetim. All right, here you go. With a snap of her fingers, El Chino summoned a dead handler of fire, who immediately appeared, bearing a platter of identical cakes. Clevy joyfully accepted it and sat down to indulge. Suddenly, Fennina felt that El Chino seemed less intimidating today. Miss El Chino, this is my sister. Miss El Chino has a sister? Indeed. Alakino's keen, mushroom-like eyes scrutinized Fennina, causing her to cough in surprise. What a delightful child. To ease the awkwardness, Fennina quickly added, Violet. You think so too, right? Violet lifted her gaze from a pile of documents, glanced at Clevy, and after some contemplation replied, not as cute as Meluxon. Never mind. I shouldn't have asked. At that moment, Clevy's small mouth was stuffed with a generous piece of cake, her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little squirrel. Despite this, she mumbled indistinctly, "Humph, don't underestimate me. I am not just a pretty face. Let me tell you, my swordsmanship is quite impressive, not inferior to Pepe's." After declaring this, she made sure to swallow her food with effort and proudly lifted her chin, her eyes gleaming with confidence and determination. Wait, what? Fennina was taken aback. Could such a young child truly wield a sword? Could she even match El Chino? In a certain sense, Clevy's swordsmanship could indeed hold its own against me. El Chino did not exaggerate. This was only true in the context of their shared age. However, Clevy had lost many memories. And it was improbable that El Chino had remained stagnant over the years, especially as the fourth seed of the Harbingers. She could hardly lose to a mere child. Clevy was not wrong. She was merely indulging her sister. Yet, Fennina did not consider this. She grasped only the key phrases, Clevy's swordsmanship and El Chino's parity. She overlooked the preceding statement entirely. Thus, Fennina's mind short-circuited. If the bloated beast could not win, how could I, as the water deity, albeit in disguise, possibly be outmatched by a child? Are children today this terrifying? Or have I truly wasted 500 years of my life in judgment? A 6-year-old swordmaster. Just like I was in my youth. Fennina's gaze mechanically shifted to the elegant lady beside her, clad in a splendid purple dueling agent's attire. The deep violet fabric shimmered with a mysterious and alluring glow. Her voluptuous figure, enveloped by the garment, appeared even more graceful. Particularly the two prominent slimes that seemed eager to break free, accentuating the pristine white lining beneath. With each breath, one can observe the soft fabric undulating, raising concerns over whether the buttons on her shirt can withstand such formidable force, potentially bursting forth like bullets at any moment. Her purple hat atop her head further accentuates an air of nobility and authority. The slightly upturned brim elegantly frames her exquisite visage. Most striking of all is the pristine white feather adorning the hat, standing upright like a sword piercing the heavens. This feather serves not merely as a beautiful ornament, but also as a symbol of her identity as a shadow hunter. Additionally, she drapes herself in a purple shawl that dances gracefully in the wind, reminiscent of a fairy in flight. Complementing her attire are a pair of white gloves, crafted from a delicate, smooth material that clings to her slender fingers, imbuing her poised demeanor with an ineffable elegance. She is none other than Clorinda, the undefeated dueling champion who upholds the justice of Fontaine with her sword. At the age of 6, my master gifted me a true sword for my birthday, inadvertently leaving a cut on my hand. Clorinda spoke these words with a calm tone, as if recounting a trivial matter, just as Kujavina, the biological mother of Cleve, had done, albeit with the intent of nurturing a king. Yet, Alraquino refrained from voicing the latter part of the thought. Is it true that today as children are so terrifying? Am I truly out of touch with the times? Indeed, it appears that youngsters are mastering combat skills for self-defense. What do you think, Violet? Fennina had evidently forgotten her prior lesson. Violet, lifting her head from the stack of documents, pondered deeply before concluding that Meluxon merely needed to be adorable. Huh? Why do I say again? Fennina exclaimed. I truly will thank you. Was I referring to Meluxon? It seems Mr. Violet has a genuine fondness for Meluxon. A slight smile graced Alraquino's lips. Naturally, Meluxon is a beautiful being of which Fontaine takes great pride, and one must befriend her without causing harm. Now, let us cease the idle chatter, Miss Fennina, and address the matter at hand. Fennina appeared somewhat anxious. The matter at hand? What matter? The prophecy concerning Fontaine. Even Violet, who had been immersed in paperwork, perked up at this. Is this what you deem a serious matter? She laughed. As the deity of justice for Fontaine, I have indeed discovered a solution to the prophecy when the time comes. You need only witness the grandeur of this water deity. Fennina remained vague. Esteemed Miss Fennina, I am now addressing this critically important matter with utmost sincerity and gravity. As an inseparable part of the land of Fontaine, ever since I became aware of that terrifying apocalyptic prophecy, I have been tirelessly traveling and toiling. The sea level rises incessantly, the merciless waters gradually engulfing the land, and the people of Fontaine are dissolving before our very eyes. Each harrowing scene serves as a testament to that dreadful prophecy. Yet, it is with profound disappointment and anxiety that we observe the water deity, who ought to safeguard Fontaine, remain inert, allowing these calamities to unfold without any tangible intervention. This state of affairs renders my heart restless. If you truly find yourself powerless in this predicament, I implore you to bestow upon us the heart of God. I firmly believe that with our collective wisdom and strength, We shall discover a means to avert this disaster and rescue our beloved homeland of Fontaine. As Alecto spoke these words, a deep yearning to resolve this life and death prophecy surged within her, yet she never forgot her solemn duty. Fennina felt a sense of grievance, as an ordinary individual. She too was helpless in the face of the prophecy, forced to place her faith in the reflection within the mirror. Let everything conclude in a grand and absurd judgment. Yet, Fennina's visage bore no trace of discontent. Instead, she maintained a serious demeanor, urging others not to speculate recklessly on the intentions of the divine. I am Fennina de Fontaine, the embodiment of justice and the goddess of water. My insights far surpass those of mere mortals. Lady Valette sensed an unusual gravity in Fennina's demeanor. Well, I hope you truly possess a solution, for I too wish to avert the destruction of my homeland. Prophecy? What prophecy? Clervy inquired, her curiosity piqued at the solemnity with which Pepe spoke of it. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear sister, exclaimed Mr. Lu Bu, bursting through the door. Mr. Lu Bu, please knock before entering next time, Valette admonished as she scrutinized him. Oh, Lu Bu retreated and closed the door behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear sister. He repeated. What? Dissolving? How could this be? Is it possible that Pepe might truly perish? Clervy gasped, her eyes wide with terror as she looked towards Alecto, her body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, as if propelled by an overwhelming force, she lunged towards Alecto. Clervy clung to Alecto tightly, as if fearing that a mere release would render her companion invisible. Tears cascaded from her eyes like a flood, instantly soaking Alecto's garment. I don't want Pepe to die. Clervy sobbed, her pleas becoming incoherent amidst her cries. Her petite frame quivered in Alecto's embrace, evoking deep sympathy in those who beheld the scene. It will be all right, Clervy. The water deity will save Fontaine. Won't she, Fennina? Ah, yes, indeed. Trust in this water deity. Fennina stood with her hands on her hips. Chapter 70. The Smile of Fennina. However, Ilchino was still trying to comfort Clervy, wishing to express more. In the future I have foreseen, everything shall culminate in a grand, absurd trial. Upon uttering these words, Lu Bu Liang cast an unintentional glance at Fennina. Fennina was clearly taken aback. How could he possibly know that phrase? Could it be true, as he claimed, that he could foresee everything? May I confide in him? 5 centuries, an interminable stretch of time, so solitary, even a single soul to share my thoughts would be a solace. I have persevered for far too long. A touch of selfishness, just a smidgen, would suffice. A judgment? Arlecchino ponders the profound significance concealed within the words of the unworthy. What manner of judgment could it be? One that could bring an end to the prophecy of Fontaine. Wait a moment. A chilling realization dawns upon Arlecchino, as an icy shiver courses down his spine. Fennina seems to be present at every trial. Could that be the reason? Arlecchino cast a glance at Fennina, who remains in a stupor. Is this an acceptance? The foresight of the divine indeed surpasses that of mere mortals. I am still far from their reach. No. It appears that I must attend every trial in person from now on, and this matter must be promptly reported to Her Majesty the Queen. So, will Sister Fennina rescue Pepe? The tremor in Clervy's voice betrays her distress. She will, without a shadow of doubt, Fennina declares with unwavering conviction, her beautiful and resolute visage aglow with indomitable light. Simultaneously, she silently encourages herself. Come on, Fennina. You can do this. Just hold on a little longer. For 500 years, you have diligently embodied the role of the water goddess, investing immense effort and devotion. You cannot abandon it now, no matter the challenges that arise. You must grit your teeth and persevere. Believe in yourself. You possess the strength to conquer all. Thank you, Sister Fennina. Clervy responds with the sweetest of smiles. Fennina is momentarily taken aback, a wave of indescribable excitement and joy surging within her. In that fleeting moment, she envisions a glimmer of hope piercing through the darkness, illuminating the long and winding path ahead. All along, she has steadfastly held onto her deep-seated passion and belief, enduring countless pressures and doubts. She understands that the meticulously crafted plan reflected in this mirror bears the fate of many. Once successfully executed, the ancient and oppressive prophecy shall be utterly shattered, like ice melting beneath the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. At that moment, countless souls of Fontaine will be salvaged, liberated from fear, and no longer ensnared in despair. Fennina clenches her fists, silently vowing to persevere against whatever trials may come, until she ultimately realizes her goal, ushering in a life of happiness and tranquility for all Fontaine residents. Your heartfelt gratitude fills me with strength, Fennina gently replies, her response accompanied by a radiant smile that emanates from the depths of her being. That smile, akin to a warm ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, cascades down to the earth, illuminating all in its vicinity. She can scarcely recall the last time she smiled with such sincerity. In the bygone years, every smile she displayed was nearly always a mask of social obligation and performance. She is acutely aware that she bears a significant responsibility to flawlessly embody the image of the omnipotent deity revered by the people of Fontaine. This water deity should be a formidable presence, powerful enough to be exaggeratedly capable of rescuing the entire populace from dire straits. Thus, day after day, year after year, she gradually became accustomed to living behind a mask, deeply burying her true self. So much so that even she did not notice how genuinely natural the smile upon her face appeared, devoid of any artificiality. Having obtained the answer she sought, she decided to take her leave. "Madame Fennina, we shall meet again," Il Chino remarked politely as he departed with Clevie. Fennina, feeling an immediate sense of relief, sank into the sofa, yet her smile remained unblemished. Violet observed this unfold, but, lacking understanding, he humbly inquired of Clorinda, "What is your perspective?" "I sense there is something amiss," Clorinda replied. "Her responsibilities extend beyond merely being a dueling agent. She is tasked with the paramount duty of safeguarding Fennina's personal safety. It is no exaggeration to assert that if anyone understands Fennina better than anyone else in the entire nation of Fontaine, it must be Clorinda. Even Violet, who has silently accompanied Fennina through 5 centuries, cannot be compared to Clorinda in this regard. Indeed, though Violet holds the esteemed title of Water Dragon King, his unique identity and racial differences hinder his complete grasp of the intricate and nuanced emotional landscape of humanity. While Clorinda may have spent less time with Fennina than Violet, her humanity grants her a more acute and profound sensitivity to the spectrum of emotions. Thus, when subtle changes occur within Fennina, Clorinda often perceives them with remarkable immediacy. For instance, she now distinctly senses that Fennina appears somewhat more cheerful and lively than before. A month later, "What? You were leaving?" Fennina asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. "What? Do you not wish for me to go?" Lu Bu Liang teased. "Not at all, with your presence. I can at least prepare for the prophecy." Fennina had come to fully believe in Lu Bu Liang's prophetic abilities. Yet she had refrained from disclosing any details about her reflection in the mirror, and Lu Bu Liang had not broached the subject either, as long as it remained unmentioned. She reassured herself that it was unknown. "I have matters to attend to in Liyue. As the imperial son, I cannot remain in Fontaine indefinitely," he stated. "Someone has yet to even establish a permanent presence in Liyue." "Very well, but if you foresee that trial, you must inform me." Fennina still felt a lack of security within her heart. "Rest assured, the prophecy will not come to pass. As for the trial, I cannot divulge anything." "Why not?" "If I were to inform you that the trial may very well fail, perhaps it is best left unsaid." Fennina possesses a broad perspective. She cannot afford to take such a risk, nor does she dare to. Even a fool would know which option to select in a seemingly guaranteed victory. Yet she chooses to gamble everything. "Let the water god escort you on your journey. This is indeed a tremendous honor." "Haha. I sincerely thank the water god for this." After spending a month in Fontaine, waving a red cloth daily in front of Villette to assert her presence, it has not garnered a single star of recognition from him. Liu Biang wishes to cease this endeavor. It is best to wait for the destined person to arrive. Chapter 71. The profitable immortals Ying overturned the wooden bowl from the hands of the hilichurl, pointing at its mask. "Are you still eating? You are now in our custody." "Yay. Even calling you grandpa is futile." A minute later, today's commission was completed. Ying stretched lazily, surveying the chaotic hilichurl camp behind her. "Ying, I am hungry," Paimon exclaimed, her stomach rumbling. "At the woman hall, hooray. I wish to have boiled black-backed perch. Not afraid of spice anymore?" "Xiangling's boiled black-backed perch only becomes more delightful the spicier it is. I truly admire your courage." "Xiangling, 2 servings of boiled black-backed perch," Paimon called out with familiarity. However, Xiangling was not present today. She had gone to Mondstadt to procure ingredients. Shinha emerged from the kitchen. "Wow, what a beautiful sister," Paimon remarked, her words unusually sweet today. "My sweetness is constant. Thank you very much. What would you two like to order?" Shinha inquired, holding a menu and a notepad. "Did we not specify that we wanted boiled black-backed perch?" "Very well," Shinha replied, turning to leave. "Wait, don't rush off just yet. We have not finished ordering," Paimon exclaimed, reaching out to tug at Shinha's clothing. However, at the moment Paimon's hand brushed against Shinha, a bone-chilling cold suddenly enveloped her, as if an icy current swiftly coursed through her body from her fingertips. Oh, how cold. Paimon could not help but exclaim, instinctively retracting her hand and flying behind Ying. The intensity of the cold was so profound that it caused Paimon to shiver, goosebumps rising unbidden on her arms. Oh, do you require anything else? Shinha looked back at Ying, while Paimon dared not meet her gaze. Shinha's intuition suggested that Ying could assist her with something. I would like a sweet flower nectar chicken. And a beverage as well. Ying feared Paimon might not handle the spiciness. What type of drink would you like? Please recommend something, Ying said, grappling with indecision. What is the matter? I am unsure which is delightful. Shinha shook her head. Ah, aren't you a waitress? Haven't you tasted them? Shinhi tilted her head, paused for a few seconds, and walked into the kitchen, retrieving an assortment of beverages. Ying observed as Shinhi unscrewed the caps of each drink, taking a sip from each bottle. This one is delightful. After sampling all the drinks, Shinhi handed Ying a bottle of osmanthus wine that she had just tasted. I don't drink alcohol. Oh, then how about this? Shinhi switched to a cup of tea. Could we skip the tea? Oh, then perhaps this. Shinhi produced a cup of a white liquid. What is this milk? Paimon could detect a milky fragrance, yet it seemed unlike ordinary cow's milk. Its milk reconstituted from heirloom milk powder. Heirloom milk powder? Shouldn't tea that be deer milk? Paimon expressed her bewilderment. Wisps of white steam emanated from Shinhi's head. Haha, don't tease Shinhi. Heirloom is merely a brand name, and it is indeed cow's milk. Master Mao stepped forward to clarify for Shinhi. Otherwise, Shinhi could ponder endlessly without arriving at an explanation. Such a peculiar name, calling it deer milk when it's clearly cow's milk. The owner of this milk powder must be quite eccentric. A sudden sneeze from Ho Zhang, the transformed manifestation of the honorable lord of the shattered moon, drew attention to Jiehu, the transformed manifestation of the lord of the waters. Are you the one pestering me? You must be suffering from paranoia. Jiehu shot Ho Zhang a disapproving glance. Who would have thought that we, esteemed immortals, would be here milking cows? Although Ho Zhang spoke dismissively, he continued to work, even justifying it as experiencing the life of the working class, claiming that the emperor supported this endeavor wholeheartedly. This brand was created by the emperor's son and named after you. You should be thrilled. Jiehu exposed Ho Zhang's thoughts. I was hoping to call it Feihe milk powder. The emperor likely wished to commemorate the late Yi Shao, hence the name for the milk powder. Ho Zhang lifted his head, seemingly reminiscing about a departed friend. You know, the craftsmanship of this milk powder is quite impressive. I wonder how the emperor conceived it. The emperor is full of ingenious ideas. Excuse me, esteemed gentlemen, but that person has sent the bill. An employee rushed over, dragging a bill across the floor. Ho Zhang and Jiehu exchanged wry smiles. Oh, emperor, while we may be earning well, could you perhaps use a sheep instead of a cow? Master of the Starry Pavilion, I'll take all of these. Excellent. Mr. Zhongli, your taste is exquisite. Purchasing such a collection of antiquities, shall I offer you a discount? The owner of the Starry Pavilion beamed with delight. There is no need for that. If these antiquities are indeed worth their price, then it is only fitting to pay the appropriate amount. After all, engaging in the earnest trade of antiquities is indeed a challenging endeavor. Zhongli resolutely and firmly declined Xingxi's suggestion of offering a discount. He is acutely aware that these precious artifacts often embody profound historical and cultural significance, as well as unique artistic value. Moreover, those merchants who operate with integrity and are dedicated to the preservation and transmission of antiquities have invested considerable effort and care. Therefore, he believes that purchasing at a fair price is the most equitable and respectful approach, aligning with the spirit of contractual reciprocity. Hao Zhang, holding the tablet, exclaimed in anger. Is it really so easy for us to make money? Xingxi was taken aback, tears welling up. You truly understand me, Mr. Zhongli. If I come across any fine antiquities in the future, I shall reserve them for you. Thank you very much, Boss Xing, Zhongli replied with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Ganyu. Just like that. Lu Bu Liang exclaimed, capturing the moment with his camera. This will secure another brand. When the time comes, you can be the boss. Huh, me? But I still need to be the secretary. Ganyu responded to Lu Bu Liang's request to shoot the brand cover. No problem. Just delegate any tasks to your secretary, and you can sit back and await your earnings. Is that even possible? Ganyu was somewhat astonished. The secretary's secretary? Of course. When there's work, the secretary handles it. When there's none, well, just sleep. Lu Bu Liang quickly corrected himself, wary of exposing Ganyu to such forbidden knowledge. Oh, Ganyu said, looking at the camera, can I take a look? Certainly. Lu Bu Liang replied, handing her the recently taken photograph. Upon seeing it, Ganyu's face flushed, and she stepped back several paces. What's wrong? Lu Bu Liang assumed there was an issue with the photo, checking it but finding nothing amiss. Isn't that pose a bit shameful? I didn't feel that way during the shoot. Shameful? Huh? This is art. In the picture, the enchanting Ganyu stood elegantly with a slight turn. Her long right arm gracefully arched behind her back, while her left hand also rested there, gently cradling a bottle of enticing coconut milk. Simultaneously, her fair right hand delicately rested upon the coconut milk bottle, as if cherishing an invaluable treasure. Not at all, sister. Please trust my judgment. Lu Bu Liang gave a thumbs up. Just wipe your nosebleed before you speak. Chapter 72. A father watching his son, drawing out 7 wolves. The sun is out, so I will bask in its warmth. When the moon rises, I shall soak in its glow, Hu Tao exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Ying and Paimon approached, remarking that milk truly tastes delightful. Master Mao also provided us with the contact information for the milk powder seller. Shall we go and purchase some? Ying agreed. Indeed. It's quite convenient to carry that milk powder. With hot water, one can enjoy a warm bottle of milk anytime, anywhere. Well then, it's settled. Paimon's peripheral vision caught sight of Hu Tao. It's Hu Tao. Let us go greet her. Hi, Hu Tao. Paimon waved enthusiastically. Hu Tao, with a radiant smile, exclaimed, Ah, it's Ying and Paimon. How delightful to see you both. Have you encountered something joyful? Humph. Who says one cannot smile without a reason for joy? Hu Tao placed her hands on her slender waist, feigning indignation. The mischievous glint in her bright plum blossom eyes sparkled with defiance and dissatisfaction, as she fixed her gaze intently upon Paimon, as if seeking to convey her innermost thoughts through her eyes. In that moment, Hu Tao resembled an irked little kitten, exuding an undeniable aura that demanded attention. Paimon, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched the back of her head. Haha, I was just teasing you. I've been quite happy these past few days. Hu Tao's expression shifted instantly. So, what is the source of your happiness? Well, if something is making you happy, do share it with us, so we can partake in your joy. You all are aware that Zhongli, our esteemed guest, used to be quite a headache for me. He would incessantly send us those lengthy bills at the Wangshan funeral parlor. My goodness, they arrived in droves like snowflakes, from dawn until dusk. I tirelessly venture forth to secure business, akin to a weary hound, and the meager earnings I acquire scarcely suffice for his expenditures. Yet, of late, something peculiar has transpired. He has not sent us a single bill. Moreover, he has returned with a plethora of curious antiquities, transforming our abode into a splendid spectacle, exuding an air of grandeur. Humph. It seems this fellow has finally come to his senses, recognizing the tribulations I endure daily and showing empathy for my struggles. One might ponder. In such a situation, should I feel elated? However, Hu Tao swiftly pivots the conversation, acknowledging that on one hand, I am indeed quite pleased, for I am no longer suffocated by those exorbitant bills, yet, on the other hand, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Wondering why he has suddenly altered his demeanor, could there be an underlying mystery? Regardless, let us observe and see if he continues to exhibit such understanding. It would indeed be splendid. Hu Tao, do you think it's possible? What possibility? That Zhongli is being kept by someone outside? What? Hu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, and conveyed to Paimon that it meant Zhongli has made a friend who is financially supporting him. Impossible. Hu Tao waved her hand dismissively. That is absolutely out of the question. I know Zhongli's character all too well. He spends his days either listening to opera or leisurely strolling with birds. And indulging in the acquisition of various antiques, like a societal leech. How could someone be supporting him? Hu Tao's tirade might have been excessive, Paimon whispered to Ying. Being supported could be a possibility. Ying was taken aback. Hu Tao glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then lowered her voice to share a secret. There's a silver-haired girl, about my age, who visits Zhongli daily. Whenever he is at the Wangshan funeral parlor, he goes out with her. Do you think she might be before Hu Tao could finish? Paimon hastily interjected. No, absolutely not. So she is not Zhongli's daughter then. I had thought of bringing her to work at the parlor, but I failed to secure his son. Zhongli's son? Ying and Paimon exchanged glances. It must be him, without a doubt. Wait, Hu Tao, what did you just say? Zhongli's daughter? Indeed, such a tiny girl. Shorter than I am, Hu Tao remarked, gesturing to illustrate her height. Ying and Paimon shared another glance. Could it be Ganyu? Absolutely. Hu Tao, Do you think it's possible, Paimon? Do you still wish to astonish me? I assure you, no matter what you say, I shall not be surprised again. Hu Tao clasped her hands across her chest, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she observed Paimon, eagerly anticipating her next words. That is Zhongli's wife. What? Hu Tao gasped, her jaw nearly dropping. My handsome guest has a wife? Why have I never heard him mention this? What Lu Bu Liang said may or may not be true, Ying interjected, covering Paimon's mouth. Unless Zhongli himself confirms it, it remains mere gossip. And gossip should not be spread carelessly. If you don't want to taste the wrath of the geosphere, then keep your mouth shut. Ying threatened Paimon. Paimon nodded vigorously while covering her mouth. But that child is not of age to marry, right? No, I must prevent my guest from committing a crime. I shall go find Yin Fei. Hu Tao exclaimed, dashing away with determination. See the chaos that arises from reckless words? Zhongli observed. Watching the anxious expressions of Hu Tao and Yin Fei, he quietly withdrew the belt from his waist. Please wait a moment. Zhongli stepped outside, only to return moments later, accompanied by Lu Bu Liang, who bore a long red mark on his thigh. Upon entering, Lu Bu Liang bowed his head in contrition. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. My father doesn't even have a girlfriend. Zhongli nodded in approval. He is indeed a man of advanced age without a partner. Zhongli's expression darkened once more. The paternal reprimand was on the verge of being delivered when, at that critical moment, the door of Wangxing funeral parlor swung open. What splendid weather! Zhongli, shall we go out and play? The eyes of the four instantly turned toward the newcomer. I seem to have arrived at an inopportune time? No. Your timing is impeccable. Lu Bu Liang quickly called out to Gui Zhong. Your uncle has been inquiring why you haven't come to see him. Lu Bu Liang fabricated the lie without hesitation. Really? Gui Zhong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, let us go. Faced with Gui Zhong's eager gaze, Zhongli, in a moment of irritation, relented. All right then, dear aunt, I can only assist you up to this point. Your nephew is risking his life to help you. Silence enveloped the scene. A calmness akin to a serene evening at the Cam River. Suddenly, Hu Tao felt a shift in her perspective. Perhaps Lu Bu Liang's words were not mere gossip. It is said that rumors cease with the wise. The esteemed leader could discern instantly that he was not merely human. No. He recognized that what was said was not mere rumor. Thus, the leader must be wise. Yin Fei designated Zhongli as a focal point of concern. Should he exhibit any inappropriate behavior towards that young lady, she would not remain passive. Any malevolence would be met with justice. Chapter 73. Who understands the Geo-Archon better? You or I? Gui Zhong, I have a meeting arranged today. Perhaps we should postpone this, Zhongli remarked, feeling a slight headache. Gui Zhong had been seeking him daily, leaving him no time to leisurely stroll or enjoy the opera. No way. Who could be more important than meeting me? With a playful shake of her hand, Gui Zhong clung to Zhongli. However, a look of discomfort crossed Zhongli's face. He bore a profound debt to Gui Zhong and was reluctant to let her down. Yet for him, the deep-seated, intoxicating soul of opera had long since become intolerable without the accompaniment of theatrical performances. Each day devoid of the melodious, lingering notes and gripping narratives felt like a torment to his very soul. Today, however, was meant to be a joyous occasion, for he had spared no expense to secure a magnificent performance at the Tianju boat well in advance. The thought of immersing himself in enchanting melodies and experiencing the actor's every gesture and expression filled his heart with fervent anticipation. But who could have foreseen that fate would intervene? In the early morning, before the first rays of sunlight had fully graced the earth, Gui Zhong barred his way. Thus unfolded the scene. I have a delightful place in mind. Shall we go together? Zhongli inquired tentatively. Absolutely. Gui Zhong replied without a moment's hesitation, her excitement palpable. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter you here. Zhongli rose to greet them. Are these two also your friends? Wanan inquired, glancing at Ying and Paimon. Indeed, I had the fortune of meeting them recently. They are well-versed and knowledgeable. And I feel an extraordinary rapport with them. Just now, we were discussing the historical figure of the Geo-Archon. Would you care to join us? I can understand your interest in the Geo-Archon, but what of this young lady? Ying pointed at Gui Zhong, who bore an expression of utter disillusionment. While Zhongli may be well-versed in the art of performance, Gui Zhong possesses a genuine understanding of the Geo-Archon. Why would she engage in such discussions here? Especially when she appears so despondent? Haha, it is true that this young lady brought by Mr. Zhongli holds the Geo-Archon in high regard. Yet she seems to underestimate his divine prowess, Han Shue chuckled. At that moment, Gui Zhong felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and irritation, as if 1,000 ants were crawling within her. These individuals were extolling the Geo-Archon as if he were a celestial deity. Although she harbored a deep affection for the Geo-Archon, she simply could not bring herself to speak falsehoods like the others. Indeed, As soon as Han Yue began to sing the praises of the Geo Archon's wisdom and might, Guizhong found herself at a loss for words. Her mouth opening and closing in vain. Particularly striking was the moment when he declared, "Do you truly understand the Geo Archon better than I do?" In that instant, Guizhong buried her head on the table, conceding defeat. She had learned a valuable lesson: never engage in a debate with a true scholar of the Geo Archon. "Well, I shall listen attentively," she sighed. For instance, the first Mora crafted by the Geo Archon was utilized to enhance both a blade and a sword. Possessing the blade grants one the status of the esteemed figure of Liyue, while drawing the sword allows one to be crowned the king of Liyue. It is not merely a matter of bowing to an adoptive father, is it? It cannot be that simple. Setting aside the fact that the Geo Archon has passed, one must consider how the illustrious and venerable Geo Archon could ever casually adopt an ordinary mortal as his son. Such a notion is utterly absurd. In the long-standing legends, there exists an unparalleled bond between the Geo Archon and the god of dust. Only the divine offspring conceived through their union can rightfully be honored with the title of Son of the Emperor. Look at the current Son of the Emperor in Liyue. He not only inherits the far-sightedness of the Geo Archon, but also, through his exceptional wisdom and extraordinary courage, has forged a new path for the development of Liyue. Under his guidance, Liyue has blossomed with unprecedented vitality. Even the astute and capable Lady Ningguang, who holds the reins of Liyue's economy, holds the Son of the Emperor in high regard and has willingly formed a close partnership with him. Together, they have created a wealth phenomenon that is truly remarkable, filling their coffers to overflowing. The Geo Archon, in his true form, has denied this perspective. Listening to this grand discourse, Lumen was captivated by the earlier mention of the divine offspring conceived by the Geo Archon and the god of dust. Her gaze shifted towards Guizhong. Guizhong's lips twitched. Although she indeed shared a profound relationship with the Geo Archon, this stubborn stone utterly disregarded her femininity, harboring no sentiments in that regard. Inviting her to witness a performance? What was he thinking? After the show, he merely conversed with others about himself. Did he not find that awkward? Speaking of the Son of the Emperor, one wonders what Lu Bu Liang is doing now. Paimon fixated on the latter part of the discussion regarding the son of the Emperor's overflowing fortune. Yes, he must treat us. Don't miss out on this opportunity. The restaurant nestled between the Liyue Pavilion and the Xingyue Pavilion has officially opened. At this very moment, Lu Bu Liang stood before a new restaurant, vociferously advertising. From afar, this establishment radiated a rich, ancient charm, embodying a quintessential Liyue style. The architecture featured traditional wooden structures, with flying eaves and bracket sets, and intricately carved beams and painted rafters. Every detail showcased the craftsmanship and cultural heritage of Yue. However, it was not merely a replication of Liyue's aesthetics, but also cleverly incorporated elements from Mondstadt taverns. The red lanterns hanging at the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, as if narrating the warmth and vibrancy of the place to passersby. The exquisite murals adorning the walls depicted both the majestic landscapes of Liyue and the lively scenes of galloping horses on the plains of Mondstadt, each complementing the other and providing a striking visual impact. Upon entering the restaurant, one could observe the tables and chairs arranged with meticulous order, each table adorned with elegant tablecloths, exuding an air of solemnity. Yet, at the same time, the colorful silk ribbons cascading from the ceiling and the playful window decorations impart a sense of freedom and vivacity to this solemn atmosphere. Most striking is the fragrant wooden plaque suspended above the entrance, inscribed with 3 grandiose characters in bold, vigorous strokes. As sunlight bathes the plaque, the characters seem to come alive, radiating a golden glow that stirs a sense of curiosity and anticipation for this establishment. "Nephew, cease your shouting and lend me a hand," called from the kitchen. "Coming. Emperor's certification, quality assurance." The first patron read aloud the restaurant's slogan, word by word. "Indeed, look, it bears an official seal." The second patron pointed to the crimson stamp. "That immortal chef is genuine too. I had the fortune of tasting her dishes at the Wangshu Inn. Truly, they are celestial delicacies." The third patron exclaimed, smacking his lips. "What?" Both the first and second patrons gasped simultaneously. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry inside." The 3 made to dash forward. "Please form a line." The maid, clad in a charming outfit and adorned with a sweet smile, directed them towards the long queue. The trio surveyed the line stretching down the street and lamented, "We might as well wait until the year of the monkey." Chapter 74, Zhongli, eliminate him. Lu Bu Liang, understood. Clement declined Zhongli's invitation for Lumen and Paimon to join the team, stating, "This is an archaeological expedition, not a sightseeing tour." There are too many people. However, my friend possesses an unparalleled talent for treasure hunting, which would greatly benefit our archaeological endeavor. Oh, what talent is that? Zhongli inquired earnestly. I never miss a treasure within my sight. Paimon declared proudly, hands on her hips. Lumen sighed. The group split to search for treasures at the solitary cloud pavilion. What bad luck. There is nothing of value here. Are you merely a researcher obsessed with riches? Wang Yin mocked Clement. What did you say? Have you lost your mind over archaeology? Clement retorted without mercy. Enough. You have been bickering incessantly. Can you not quiet down for a moment? Guizheng, already in a foul mood, could no longer contain her frustration as the two continued to chatter in her ear. What are you even worth? You haven't contributed a thing along the way, merely a decorative piece. Guizheng was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an encounter. It must be noted that during her days in close quarters with the immortals, everyone treated her with utmost respect and care. No one had ever dared to use such crude and harsh language against her, even during the brutal years of the Archon War, amidst the opposing divine beings. They adhered to an unwritten rule, to resolve conflicts through action rather than resorting to insults. For beings endowed with formidable power, verbal attacks often appear feeble. Thus, asserting oneself through sheer strength is deemed the most effective approach. However, today, Guizheng unexpectedly found herself the target of scorn. This unprecedented experience rendered her momentarily speechless, her heart brimming with astonishment and disbelief. A small pearl fell from her grasp. Clement instantly sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent. Oh dear. This fellow has landed himself in serious trouble. Paimon raised her hands in exasperation. The source of this murderous intent was none other than Zhongli, whose golden eyes fixated on Clement with the intensity of an age-old adversary. Hey, what do you intend to do? We are bound by a contract. Are you willing to betray our agreement for this woman? Clement, aware that the malevolence emanated from Zhongli, remained unfazed. After all, Liyue was a land of contracts. And given Zhongli's previous demeanor regarding agreements, Clement was certain he would not breach their pact. Zhongli's clenched fist gradually relaxed, as the god of contracts. He could not transgress this fundamental principle, especially with a witness present. Guizheng, witnessing Zhongli's reluctance to defend her, wept even more fiercely. Damn it. I can't hold back any longer. Zhongli resolutely made his move. Clement, terrified, shut his eyes. Upon realizing he was unharmed, Clement cautiously opened his eyes, only to see Zhongli merely covering his ears, eyes closed. Ha! Coward! Clement mocked, believing Zhongli's gesture was an attempt to ignore the situation. In reality, it was a command. Eliminate him. Understood. Boom. What on earth? Why is there a bomb on the beach? Paimon exclaimed. No, it's not a bomb, Lumen gasped. Her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed ahead. She discerned the true instigator of this cataclysmic explosion was a figure. This individual descended from the heavens, akin to a deity, plummeting from the sky with lightning speed, creating a violent whirlwind and a deafening sonic boom through the intense friction with the air. As the dust settled, a figure, head bowed and wielding a pole arm, emerged. What the hell? Clement involuntarily took a step back. In that fleeting moment, the figure raised his heavy head. With the upward motion, a twisted and grotesque visage gradually came into view. His eyes bulged, seemingly on the verge of bursting from their sockets, radiating a chilling malevolence. His brows knitted tightly, resembling two serpents entwined in a fierce struggle. His nostrils flared, akin to a furious beast gasping in preparation to pounce on its prey. Most unnerving of all was his gaping maw, now stretched to its limit, almost splitting from ear to ear. From that gaping mouth, a steady stream of white, steaming breath emerged, rapidly coalescing into a mist that swirled around him, rendering him a fearsome figure akin to a deity of death from the depths of the infernal realm. Did you make our aunt cry? Lu Bu Liang? Paimon exclaimed, retreating behind Ying, genuinely frightened by Lu Bu Liang's demeanor. As the dust gradually settled, it revealed Lu Bu Liang, summoned by Zhongli. Realizing the malevolence of the newcomer, Clement donned his hood, transforming into a debt collector, and with a swift motion of his blade, charged at Lu Bu Liang. Instead of fleeing, you dare approach me? Lu Bu Liang countered with a horizontal slash of his halberd, repelling Clement. Let us all join in. Ha ha ha. Lu Bu Liang laughed maniacally. Who else is there? Paimon scanned the surroundings, bewildered by Lu Bu Liang's words. Ignore him. Just his usual antics, Ying discerned. Dvalin, hiding behind a large rock, upon hearing this, hesitated no longer. Since I have been discovered and a challenge has been issued, I cannot let this rare opportunity for a duel slip away. Come forth, my companion. Dvalin plunged into the fray. Was that a large black rat that just scurried past? Paimon couldn't quite see. Ying was perplexed. How is he here too? Could it be that Lu Bu Liang had long since detected Dvalin? As for Dvalin's presence, he had merely come to Liyue to collect star conches as gifts for his younger siblings and had spotted Zhongli's group, prompting him to hide and observe. Nest, what brings you here? You clearly notice me but are pretending not to? My companion? Clement was bewildered. In his confusion, Lu Bu Liang's reckless fighting style became apparent. He did not even flinch to evade Clement's strikes, all of which were absorbed by a yellow shield, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Another layer of confusion enveloped the young master. How could he be here? Did he come to rescue me from peril? Oh heavens! He is so kind. But soon, reality struck him hard. 2 against 1 is not my style. My friend, let us engage in a fair one-on-one battle. With that, Dvalin delivered a decisive kick, sending Clement sprawling. Yes, right in the face. Demon King's armament, activate. Not like that, my friend. Are we truly unleashing our ultimate abilities in a friendly spar? Summoning Dvalin is one thing, but deploying ultimate moves during practice? My adoptive father tasked me with this, and I cannot disappoint him. Lu Bu Liang donned his mask and leaped into the air, summoning the gods of warfare. Do not inquire why it is not the dance of the exorcising spirits. Wielding the halberd naturally calls for Lu Bu's ultimate move. Chapter 75, Young Master? Instantly defeated. It appears Dvalin's transformation lacks invulnerability frames, Lu Bu Liang mused. Gazing at Dvalin sprawled on the ground, lost in thought. Hiss! Lu Bu Liang felt a burning sensation on his face, upon touching it. He looked at his fingers stained crimson. Blood? Have I been breached? It was only then that Lu Bu Liang realized his shield had been compromised, though he could not recall when it had happened. Alas! Have I replicated that scene of Valletta? No, this is not mere replication, it is a repetition. This is not a recreation. Dator has not yet ventured to Fontaine. Clement's complexion was as pale as parchment, his body trembling involuntarily, kneeling as if all strength had been sapped from him. At that moment, his eyes widened in sheer terror, gazing upon the imposing figure of Luba, as if confronted by a horrifying monster from the abyss of hell. How could this be? Clement murmured, his voice laden with disbelief and profound dread. The young master was instantaneously obliterated. What manner of power is this? His mind was a tempest of confusion, recalling his earlier provocations and offenses against Zhongli, filled with regret. Oh heavens, what kind of dreadful being have I provoked? Is today truly my day of reckoning? With this thought, Clement trembled even more violently, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Paimon observed, a hint of uncertainty shadowing her features. What troubles you? I truly believe the Yuheng clan engages in some unsavory business. Hu Tao regarded the menacing Luba, perceiving a semblance of truth in Paimon's words. It is your turn, Luba said, directing her gaze towards the prostrate Clement. With a chuckle, Luba could not restrain herself. Half of Clement's face was swollen, and hadn't he just escaped unscathed? It suggested that Dator's kick had been rather forceful. Your Grace, you possess great magnanimity. Please do not hold my minor transgressions against me. Clement fervently bowed. Seeing Luba smile at him, his spirit nearly shattered. You ought not to apologize to me. Rather, direct your contrition towards the one you have wronged. Luba's gaze was fixed on the scene before her, where Zhongli gently embraced Guizhong. At that moment, Guizhong's delicate visage bore traces of glistening tears. Yet the smile gracing her lips could not be suppressed, akin to a flower blooming vibrantly after enduring a tempest. Moreover, her petite nose seemed to quiver slightly, as if greedily inhaling the unique essence emanating from Zhongli. This scent, perhaps, offered her a soothing reassurance, gradually calming her once trembling heart. Not my aunt. Here I am, avenging you, and you take the opportunity to be flirtatious. Well, if those two can find happiness, it is indeed a good deed. Clement hastily shifted his posture to bow towards Guizhong, pleading, Your Grace, do not hold my minor faults against me. Grant me mercy this once. Very well, Guizhong replied with a gentle smile. Were it not for this individual, she would have no reason to nestle in the embrace of the deity, in a sense. The one who scolded her had inadvertently aided her. Begone. Yes, yes. Clement hastily crawled away in a flurry. That foolish crowd seems somewhat familiar. Since I have no further business here, I shall return to my endeavors. Wait a moment. Zhongli beckoned us to accompany him on a journey. What? Oh. He turned to Wanyan. You intend to visit the salt of the earth, correct? Yes, indeed. Wanyan, still shaken from the recent battle, glanced at Zhongli with a hint of fear. Am I not boarding a pirate ship? This individual, wielding an unknown weapon, does not appear to be of good character. We shall travel together. As for protection, I shall entrust it to the two of them. Zhongli indicated to Lu Bu Liang and Ying. Leave it to me. Lu Bu Liang patted his chest confidently. As long as the reward is satisfactory. Ying polished her weapon, the woofing sword. Is it possible for me to abstain from this? Wan murmured softly. No, you must attend. This is the prime opportunity to uncover the truth behind the death of the salt god. I am merely jesting. With two esteemed individuals present, Lu Bu Liang recalled that this was Zhongli's legendary task, the salt blossom. The remains of Liyue are remarkably preserved. Perhaps we could assist in her revival. Zhongli contemplated this notion deeply, for with Lu Bu Liang's presence, there might indeed be a chance for Liyue's rebirth. It is essential to remember that Liyue was a benevolent deity. Alas, during the cruel epics of the God Wars, she was far too frail and insignificant to survive unscathed. However, were she to exist in the present Liyue, the circumstances would undoubtedly differ. This realm has distanced itself from past turmoil and conflict, establishing a harmonious society where people thrive. Zhongli firmly believed that with Liyue's gentle and kind nature, she could live a life of happiness and tranquility here. Wan bit her lip and stamped her foot. I shall go. Why the foul language? Lu Bu Liang teased. Yet Wan ignored him, still haunted by her fears. Then let us proceed. Paimon took the lead. La, la, la. The sorceress Laying joyfully hummed a tune. Skipping along the beach. Oh, a wild little crab. Laying captured it and tossed it into her small bucket. Ah, a wild shell. She picked it up, admiring it under the sunlight before dropping it into the bucket as well. Oh, a wild little fish. Laying gently scooped up a stranded fish from a puddle and released it back into the ocean. Next time, be more cautious. Don't get stranded again. Oh, a wild young gentleman. Young gentleman. Lu Bu Liang scratched his head. I seem to have forgotten something. Hurry up, Lu Bu Liang. Paimon waved from within the salt of the earth cave, where the sealing array had just been undone. With the return of the seal, Zhongli naturally refrained from acting. Here I come. Lu Bu Liang leaped forward, leap of faith. Splash. Not bad. The splash was minimal, Zhongli remarked objectively. Excellent. Gui Zheng held up a wooden sign, expressing gratitude with a heartfelt thank you all. Lu Bu Liang emerged from the water, bowing in appreciation. Are you all playing with her? Paimon remarked, bewildered by Gui Zheng's perplexing behavior. It's just my nephew, indulging him. Wow, what is that? Wan exclaimed in terror, pointing at the lifelike white humanoid statues. Why are there so many statues here? It's so eerie. They are merely humans, Zhongli replied calmly. The remnants of the demon goddess corruption, Gui Zheng murmured. Had she not been sealed by the emperor upon her demise, her demonic remnants would have tainted the surrounding land, reducing all living beings to dust. It seems this is indeed the place of Liyue's demise. Chapter 76. Oh my, they are all my kin. Zhongli concluded after observing the figures. These individuals were likely followers of the salt demon god. Followers, you say? Wan scrutinized the statues closely. Let us proceed. Our destination lies ahead. Oh my. They are all my kin. Lu Bu Liang clutched a half-filled salt jar and a measuring tool as if they were treasures. Lu Bu Liang, is it really necessary? No one is vying for them, Paimon scoffed, watching Lu Bu Liang, who had been leading the way since they entered the ruins and had recklessly seized these two items upon encountering them. Zhongli merely shook his head. The jar contains only half a portion of salt, yet there will always be that half, an endless supply. Once the salt measure is plunged into the earth, the soil will swell, becoming enshrouded in salt. The deeper one goes, the more grains of salt will be found, signifying a bountiful harvest of salt. Really? That is incredible. No way. Everyone should get a share. Lu Bu Liang, save one for me. Paimon insisted, stamping her foot. Not a chance. Lu Bu Liang replied teasingly. I still rely on them to attain wealth. Zhongli spends money like water. If I do not earn more, I cannot afford this esteemed gentleman. How infuriating. It drives me to despair. A servant to 3 families. Paimon, we do not need so much salt. It is of no use, as Ying simply spoke the truth. Ying, whose side are you on? Very well, let us continue forward. Gui Zheng, let us gather by Lu Bu Liang's nephew. The finest salt must be reserved for Ying Da's culinary endeavors. Understood, dear aunt. Is this a sword? This time, Lu Bu Liang did not intend to take it, which emboldened Wan to approach and examine this artifact. Ah, it is a fractured sword. This is the evidence. It proves that the god of salt once rebelled. Alas, he could not withstand the lethal grip of Moryx. Gui Zheng could not suppress a chuckle. Hey, are you speaking ill of my father in front of me? Your father? Wan was bewildered. When did I speak ill of your father? Was I not referring to Moryx? He is the emperor of Liyue. Paimon could not bear to see Wan remain in the dark. The emperor. Wan pressed forward. O great emperor, You must be just, right? Indeed. No one embodies justice more than I. If you require it, I can summon the god of justice for a judgment. Ah? Pamon's eyes widened. You haven't made the god of justice your godfather again, have you? No. I was wondering, how could that be? She is my aunt. Ying could not help but express her disbelief. Never mind, summoning the divine beings here is akin to inviting wolves into the fold. The god of salt was initially assassinated by Morix. If another Fucarros were to arrive, the god of salt would never find peace. Zhongli, am I the wolf? Wan Yin then revealed her identity as a member of the Liyue Qixing, specifically from the Inyuan Hall, which oversees the salt industry. To conceal my identity before the Emperor of Liyue would be impolite, especially since he has vowed to deliver impartial judgment. Our ancestors were once the protected subjects of the god of salt during the harrowing times of the Archon War that ravaged the continent. No wonder you keep invoking Morix. It turns out you are a follower of Hylia? Wan Yin did not deny her faith in the god of salt, and was somewhat irked that Guizhong addressed her deity by their true name. During the war, Morix assassinated our god. He envied the power of the god of salt, leaving us homeless. We despise him, yet Liyue belongs to Morix. History is surely tailored to his narrative. Wan Yin, filled with righteous indignation, declared, thus I seek to prove that Morix too bears guilt. His hands are stained with blood. And he possesses a cruel and merciless side. Guizhong chuckled. What are you laughing at? Wan Yin could no longer contain herself. She was earnest. Yet this girl seemed to show a lack of respect for her deity. Apologies, apologies. You claim Morix assassinated Hylia? That is the most delightful jest I have ever heard. Guizhong. Zhongli subtly gestured for Guizhong to silence, yet alas, Guizhong remained oblivious. Dear lady, I beseech you to respect the deity I hold dear. Had it not been for the presence of Lu Bu Liang and Zhongli, she would have gracefully greeted Guizhong in the exquisite dialect of Liyue. Respect? No, you are mistaken. I never intended to insult Hylia. On the contrary, I share a bond of alliance with Hylia. An ally? Zhongli sighed, realizing the precarious situation. He hoped Guizhong would not unwittingly reveal his true identity. The worst outcome would be Guizhong's careless slip, but he bore no grudge against her. All he could do was hope that this human would exercise discretion. However, Guizhong remained composed, refraining from mentioning Zhongli, as he undoubtedly recognized, I am no ordinary being. Wan Yin gazed intently at Guizhong, recalling how effortlessly he had shattered the seal that had long plagued her, reducing it to mere dust with a mere snap of his fingers. She had been left astonished, though she concealed her surprise. Are you a celestial being? Guizhong shook his head. You must have heard my name, Guizhong, the god of dust. The god of dust. Wan Yin exclaimed in disbelief, her voice seemingly caught in her throat, leaving her momentarily frozen, devoid of reaction. In the ancient tales she had heard throughout her life, the god of dust had indeed stood alongside the Salt Archon, forging an unparalleled bond of friendship. Their connection remarkably profound. Yet just moments ago, she had harbored animosity towards such a lofty deity, even audaciously accusing him of insulting the Salt Archon, whom she revered above all. As this realization washed over her, a chill surged through her spine, enveloping her entire being. Heavens! By what merit do I dare offend the god of dust? She was merely an ordinary believer, while the god of dust was a true contemporary of the Salt Archon. A cherished friend. It was evident that his understanding of that distant history was far deeper and more authentic than anyone else's. The truths he possessed were undoubtedly epic in their essence. Yet, the god of dust had just smiled. Was her previous understanding of history entirely erroneous? Are you dazed? Lu Bu Liang waved a hand before Wan Yin. The overwhelming revelation was something Ying could empathize with. Lu Bu Liang had once done the same to them. Lord God of Dust, please reveal the truth to me. Hey, shouldn't it be me who enlightens you? You remain the son of Morix, the Emperor of Liyue. I cannot fully trust you. In this dilemma, Wan Yin chose Guizhong. Lu Bu Liang smirked. What truth? The truth of the Salt Archon's demise. I perished before Hylia. How could I know? Guizhong shrugged. Wan Yin felt as though she had been struck by a spell, rendered utterly motionless in her place. As time passed, she remained unaware of how long had gone by until, at last, her rigid body exhibited a flicker of response. Slowly, like a rusted machine, she managed to turn her head, her gaze fixated on Lu Bu Liang, who stood a short distance away. Her eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness, her lips quivering slightly as she finally managed to utter, "My lord. You will surely tell me, won't you? I long to know the truth of it all. I beg you." Her voice trembled with a clear note of despair, evoking pity in those who heard it. Chapter 77. Rise Again. My aunt. What do we call such behavior? It is that of a clown, do you understand? Now, Unless you can offer me no less than 100 or 200,000 mora, do not expect the truth from me. So it can be resolved with money? Upon hearing this, Wang Yin immediately produced a large bag of mora. Here, I have 5 million mora. Will that suffice? Is the salt trade truly that lucrative? It seems those ancient folk risked everything to engage in the illicit salt trade for good reason. Even with my system, I cannot compete with the power of currency. Cough. Cough. I shall only speak once. It may be somewhat overwhelming for you. Please, I am all ears. Wang Yin, fearful of missing a single word, conveniently overlooked Lu Bu Liang's subsequent warning. The salt deity, Liyue, is not a powerful deity by any means. On the contrary, she is exceedingly weak, overly indulgent, and feeble. She is undoubtedly a loser, unworthy of ascending to the ranks of the 7 gods. During the era of the God Wars, the deities of the mortal realm exerted every ounce of strength and wisdom in their struggle for dominion over Teyvat. However, Liyue chose to evade conflict, believing that by relinquishing her claims before the fighting began, she could shield herself and her people from the ravages of war. Yet, amidst the protracted years of conflict, retreating knows no bounds. In her endless concessions, Liyue lost all her lands, retaining only a final refuge. Zhongli nodded slightly, expressing a significant degree of acknowledgement and satisfaction. Thus, this was the true state of affairs at the time. Had he been the one to recount this past, he would likely have narrated it with equal candor. It is evident that Lu Bu Liang is indeed trustworthy. He does not distort or embellish the truth to cater to the emotions and thoughts of others. Such a commitment to honesty and integrity is undeniably rare in today's complex world. In her final moments, she had even lost a weapon capable of protecting her people. What about this sword? Wang Yin exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. This sword is not a relic of the salt deity, rather. It is the instrument of her demise. Guizhong interjected, it still bears her essence. I cannot be mistaken. Wang Yin felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Her body trembled violently, and her legs weakened, causing her to fall heavily to the unforgiving ground like a frog. Her once vibrant and spirited eyes now appeared hollow and bewildered, as if her very soul had fled. For so many years, Wang Yin had persistently pursued that so-called truth. In pursuit of this goal, she devoted countless hours of effort and endured innumerable hardships. Yet she never envisioned that the outcome before her would manifest in such an unexpected manner. This harsh reality struck her like a merciless sword, piercing through the most steadfast defenses of her heart, shattering the belief she had clung to for so long. In that moment, Wang Yin felt as if the entire world had begun to spin wildly, everything becoming so surreal. She found it unbearable to accept this sudden blow. Her mind in a tumult of confusion. Zhongli shook his head. The truth had dealt her a significant blow, and it would take time for her to recover. Let us first seek out the remnants of the god of war, Liyue. Why? Paimon questioned. Shouldn't she be the one most eager to find Liyue? Pointing at Wang Yin, Paimon suggested, shouldn't we bring her along? The events that would unfold next would challenge her understanding, so perhaps it was best not to involve her. With that, Zhongli moved forward, followed closely by Lu Bu Liang. It appeared they intended to resurrect Liyue. Ying recalled Wendy's circumstances. Resurrect Liyue? But that is a god. Paimon's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that even be possible? Paimon, I am the one who has been resurrected. Guizhong playfully retorted before delivering a light tap to Paimon's head. Did I not mention before that I died prior to Liyue? It seemed there was some truth to her words. The tap from Guizhong did not hurt, so Paimon remained silent. Let us go and see for ourselves. Ying too was curious about how Lu Bu Liang intended to resurrect a god. Wait for me. Guizhong lingered at the back, casting a glance at Wang Yin, pondering what kind of resurrection gift would be appropriate. Resurrect, my beloved, Zhongli declared, pulling out a belt from his waist. No, just kidding. That's your real body. Feeling the belt against your skin is quite unpleasant. Isn't there a need to prepare any offerings or rituals? Ying inquired, recalling that the most common methods of resurrection she had encountered in other worlds involved rituals and sacrifices. What kind of antiquated resurrection are you talking about? This is Teyvat. Can we not be more practical? Lu Bu Liang shot Ying an incredulous look. Practical? Do you mean using some secret technique to summon souls? One that requires the caster to pay a price? Upon hearing Lu Bu Liang speak, Ying realized that if she did not intervene now, it would be too late. Wait a moment. What now? I am not from this world. What price could I possibly bear? Ying had already noticed that certain elements of this world had no effect on her, at most. She could sleep for a couple of days and awaken as lively as ever. Are you certain? Absolutely. Ying's tone was resolute. Very well, since you are so insistent. Lu Bu Liang stepped aside, allowing her to position herself before the remnants of Julia. Kneel. Ying hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied. Sing conquer. Oops, my mistake. Let us try that again. Sensing the ominous intent behind him, Lu Bu Liang struck himself across the face. I shall trust you one last time, call me mother. With a sudden fury, Ying unsheathed her sword, cleaving the head of a donkey and dispatching it with multiple strikes. Mother, 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 I demand you call me mother. Stand your sword. Ying, life is so beautiful, yet you are so tempestuous, which is not good at all. Lu Bu Liang clasped his hands together. Knowing that Ying's blunt blade could not breach the safest shield of Teyvat, I shall never trust you again. Ying huffed angrily. Alas, why is the trust between people so fragile? Look at me. Lu Bu Liang slid to his knees without any frame rate, resurrecting. Oh my aunt, how could this fellow speak lewdly before the Archon? Yet, it seemed Zhongli remained unfazed, even appearing rather approving. Well, golden legends, what nonsense. The resurrection effect merely flickered as a beam of white light, while Lu Bu Liang had donned sunglasses and advanced to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. Long time no see, Julia Morix? In the place where Julia's remnants of salt once lingered, stood a tall, statuesque woman with flowing white hair. She appeared as though she had stepped from a realm of dreams, radiating an intoxicating aura, clad in a gown as pristine as fine salt. The hem billowed gently with the breeze, merging seamlessly with the surrounding air. The length of the dress gracefully concealed her feet, yet when the wind caressed her, one could catch a glimpse of her delicate, jade-like feet. Her bosom, elegantly veiled by the gown sash, subtly revealed the alluring curves on either side, enhancing her mysterious charm. Looking higher, her silky white hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, complementing her dress in a breathtaking harmony. Upon closer inspection, one might notice glistening salt crystals adorning both her gown and flowing hair, sparkling in the sunlight like radiant stars scattered across the night sky. Her visage was exquisite, with features meticulously sculpted as if by a master artisan. Her brows arched like crescent moons, and her eyes, clear as water, conveyed boundless tenderness. Beneath her prominent nose, her lips curved slightly upward, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile that evoked affection in all who gazed upon her. The essence she exuded was extraordinarily gentle, almost fragile, as if a mere zephyr could topple her. Yet, it was this delicate softness that rendered her irresistibly captivating, drawing others to her, compelling them to protect her. Chapter 78. The salt is no longer salty. I exploded with you. Ah? What? Ying was utterly bewildered. Was it truly that merely uttering the words "aunt" would lead to resurrection? Such a hasty affair? Moreover, was this resurrection effect not rather lackluster? The heart of Ying was profoundly shaken as she recalled the various outrageous behaviors of Lu Bu Liang. Suddenly, everything seemed to make a peculiar sense. Yet, she felt compelled to inquire about the reason behind such fervent enthusiasm for being someone else's junior. From the moment one is born, one is already destined to be subordinate to others, thus it matters little to whom one yields. It appeared quite reasonable, indeed. Perhaps, in the future, I might also give it a try? Unknown to Ying, in a subsequent moment, her brief extroversion would exchange for a lifetime of introversion, leaving her unable to lift her head before a certain pink fox. Morix? Julia remained somewhat bewildered. As a fellow deity, she could sense Zhongli's authority. Yet everything before her felt surreal. It is I, Julia. As if oblivious to Zhongli's words, Julia began to ponder aloud, how is it that I am still alive? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she slowly placed her hand over her chest. When her palm met the faint yet resolute heartbeat, a wondrous sensation coursed through her entire being. With each rhythmic thump of her heart, once, twice, thrice, Julia's previously confused and chaotic gaze gradually cleared. It was as if each heartbeat served as a key, gradually unlocking the long-sealed doors of her memory. She quietly embraced the rhythm of life, her heart filled with bewilderment and astonishment. What force could have miraculously revived her, who was thought to be deceased? Was it divine favor, or some hidden secret lurking in the shadows? Thoughts raced through Julia's mind, yet she could not grasp a definitive answer. Auntie, don't be foolish. Lu Bu Liang shook Julia. Stop. Stop, stop. Julia hastily called for cessation. Lu Bu Liang complied, ceasing his shaking. Oh dear, you've made my head spin, Julia groaned, clutching her head. What is your current state? Julia? Zhongli inquired, concerned about any potential after-effects of her resurrection, especially since he had not been present during her initial revival. Fortunately, it is merely a bit dreamlike. Julia replied, lifting her skirt and performing a curtsy. I am delighted to see you again, Morix, and you too, my little companion, Lu Bu Liang. Well, by common reason. He is no longer my subordinate. I have adopted him as my son, Zhongli clarified. Oh, is that so? Yulia's expression took on a somewhat adorably dazed quality. It is he who has revived you. Indeed, Auntie, she affirmed. Then, has the war of the gods concluded? Yulia, undeterred by Lu Bu Liang's address, posed her most pressing question. It has ended. The current Liyue is a time of peace and prosperity. How wonderful. Yulia beamed with joy. Ah, what did you just call me? Auntie? How is the hierarchy of Liyue addressed? Yulia pondered. Simply call me nephew. Very well, nephew. Yulia no longer pondered the intricate familial ties of Liyue. Ding. The binding with Auntie was successful. Auntie, Yulia race, salt grain fairy strength, celestial being identity, guardian of the salt of the earth note, due to Yulia's diminutive power. Although a deity, she lacks the formidable might of a true god, possessing only the strength comparable to an ordinary celestial being. We are currently extracting Yulia's skills. You have drawn Salt Blossom Explosion. Salt Blossom Explosion, no matter how feeble a deity may be. The power lost upon death is beyond that which a mortal frame can withstand. The resplendent salt blossoms fleetingly bloom with the passing of life, causing all that surrounds to perish alongside it. What remains is merely a ground strewn with salt. You shall convey the might of salt to your adversaries at the cost of your life. Salt is no longer mere salt. It has exploded with you. Woohoo! Congratulations, host, on acquiring Yulia's most formidable offensive skill. This marks the first time you have drawn a top-tier offensive ability, a moment of great celebration. What a delightful occasion. In moments of utter speechlessness, one truly may find laughter. Divine sweetness and joyous congratulations. Divine sweetness in a top-tier offensive skill. Self-destructing infantry? I genuinely wish to explode with you. Cursed system. I shall never forgive you. Forgiveness shall be the domain of the divine. While my purpose is to escort you to meet the Almighty. Although Teyvat may lack a deity, I shall guide you to the celestial order. Note, the ice cocoon can render one immune to the lethal damage inflicted by the salt flower. You have performed admirably, my child. Lu Bu Liang wore a smile as warm and gentle as the spring breeze, radiating an inviting charm and compassion akin to that of the supreme deity Jehovah, who seems to have descended from the distant and enigmatic Western holy teachings. Why did amen slip from my lips upon the mere sight of Lu Bu Liang? A lingering thought flitted through Ying's mind, which she swiftly dismissed. What is amen, anyway? Yulia. Sensing the presence of Yulia, Guizhong fluttered in. Hagen thus, long time no see. Yulia greeted, opening her arms to embrace Guizhong. Wow, a beautiful girl hug. Ying felt her nosebleed nearly uncontrollable. The girl behind, one in, could no longer contain herself. Tears streaming down her face. The deity she had revered her entire life stood vividly before her, evoking emotions comparable to those felt by the people of Liyue upon the return of the Geo-Archon. Excitement, joy, and disbelief mingled within her heart, overwhelming her senses like a surging tide. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only her and the once mythical deity before her. Hagen thus. I hear Liyue Harbor is thriving nowadays? Indeed. Under the governance of the Geo-Archon, Liyue is meticulously organized, flourishing, and vibrant. Yulia listened attentively, not interrupting Guizhong, although she was unfamiliar with the multitude of phrases being used. Yet, from Guizhong's animated descriptions, she gathered the essence of Liyue Harbor's current prosperity, her yearning intensifying. Would you care to return to Liyue Harbor with us? After extolling the virtues of Liyue, Guizhong cautiously inquired, fearing Yulia held nostalgia for her former domain. Yulia shook her head. Guizhong's heart sank. My people are no longer here. The salt of the earth is devoid of life. There is no reason for me to linger. A hint of melancholy crossed Yulia's visage, yet she took solace in knowing Morux had treated her people kindly. She longed to visit Liyue to see her people. Yulia's gaze fell upon Wan Yan, who bore the scent of salt. Child, you have suffered, Yulia spoke softly. Chapter 79. Yulia takes the first blood. She had just rebuked the Geo-Archon. The smile on Yulia's face froze. Moreover, it was claimed that Morux had assassinated you. In an instant, Yulia transformed into salt and sank into the crevices of the earth. Am I forsaken by the divine? Wan Yin was just reveling in the elation of Liyue's resurrection, but in an instant, she found herself in a state of bewilderment. Liyue, must you always burrow into the earth? Had you not hidden long enough? A sense of helplessness enveloped her. To be honest, Liyue's maneuver is somewhat inscrutable. Unless one could completely eradicate all grains of salt, Liyue is destined to be immortal. Had she not willingly sacrificed her life to secure the protection of Morux for her people, no one could have slain this deity. While all the gods exhausted their strength and wisdom in the contest for the 7 divine seats, Liyue, a first-class endangered relic of the god war, exemplified the art of survival to the utmost. Apart from Morix, who excelled in sealing techniques, the other gods were utterly powerless against Liyue and could only resort to threatening her subjects. Otherwise, with her capabilities, she could easily have preserved her own existence until the end. Yet, it was precisely due to her gentleness, her nature as a loving deity, that she chose the noble path of self-sacrifice. Gradually, the grains of salt coalesced into a humanoid form, and Liyue, once again gazing at the dazed Yin, paused momentarily before dashing outside, her 2 gelatinous forms jiggling wildly as she ran. I still cannot accept this. Liyue intended to intervene, but only managed to grasp a handful of salt. Let her be. She will eventually comprehend, Zhongli remarked with calm detachment. At the entrance to the salt of the earth, Liyue squatted beneath a tree, hugging her knees. How are my people conveying messages? Morix seeks to eliminate me? Oh, my lord of Geo. Am I to be silenced just after my resurrection? Aunt Lu Bu Liang appeared beside Liyue without her noticing. Nephew, what should I do? Liyue seemed to accept Lu Bu Liang as her uncle rather swiftly. Chill. Liyue did not grasp Lu Bu Liang's meaning. Ahem, I mean, avoiding the issue won't resolve anything. It will only resolve your own predicament. Is Morix truly intent on silencing me? Liyue buried her head into her mountainous form. My father is not one to resort to murder casually. Your father? Due to the acoustics of the ravine. Liyue's voice echoed somewhat oddly. Yes, he has retired now, and I am the emperor of Liyue. Liyue lifted her head once more. Will you take me to Liyue? I wish to see how my people are faring. It would be my honor. Lu Bu Liang extended a hand. After a moment's hesitation, Liyue placed her hand atop his. Lu Bu Liang swiftly pulled her up. Next, you shall witness a splendid era of peace. Wow, wow, wow. At that moment, Liyue was as excited as a child, her height surpassing Lu Bu Liang's, yet he felt the fatigue of caretaking. What is that round red thing? That is candied hawthorn, sweet and delectable. Why is it sweet rather than salty? Because it is called candied hawthorn. Oh. Is there such a thing as salted hawthorn? None exists. What a culinary abomination that would be. Even the mighty Raiden Shogun would find it daunting to create such a dish, though it might prove even more terrifying. Oh, is that a restaurant? No. It is a grocery store. Isn't a store selling salt a restaurant? Surely you have consumed more salt than I have meals in my lifetime. I seem to have rarely partaken in human cuisine. It leaves me feeling somewhat disheartened. Then allow me to take you out to eat. Splendid. Welcome to Ying. The ever-polite Fennina stands at the entrance, greeting patrons. Hey, aren't you going to address those 2 who cut in line? A patron points at Lu Bu Liang and Liyue. Fennina's smile remains unchanged. But inwardly he has scolded this rude fellow for not recognizing the true identity of the esteemed guest 1,000 times over. Indeed, that is Lord Dizzy. Do you think he needs to stand in line? What? He is the Dizzy. Then the person beside him must be the Empress? A perfect match. And Liyue shall flourish. Lu Bu Liang's lips twitch, unable to contain his irritation at their incessant chatter. We are still in line, are we not? Some regular customers, familiar with Lu Bu Liang's temperament, often jest with him. Compared to the lofty and divine emperor, the Dizzy is far more approachable. Your people seem to have a wonderful relationship with you. Liyue cannot help but express her heartfelt admiration. You see, even with her gentle and amiable nature, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to integrate seamlessly into a crowd like Lu Bu Liang does. Her subjects maintain a sense of reverence towards their deity, always keeping their distance and hesitant to draw near. A leader who enjoys the company of their people is indeed a commendable leader. For dishes, the usual. Coming right up. The voice of Ingda calls from the kitchen. Moments later, a meat dish accompanied by 2 vegetable dishes comes soaring from the kitchen, quite literally. This is precisely why the expansive restaurant has only Fennina as a server. There is no need for anyone to carry the dishes. Wow, it smells divine. Liyue, who has only consumed salt, has never encountered such heavenly fare, and her mouth waters instantly. Go ahead, eat, and if you desire more, feel free to order. Lu Bu Liang beams with pride. Ingda, are you the one cooking? Lu Bu Liang, this restaurant is under my management. Liyue's cheeks are stuffed, resembling an adorable little chipmunk. Her mouth is filled with food, her cheeks puffed out roundly, rendering her unable to articulate clearly. At this moment, she was anxiously stamping her feet, pointing with her chubby little fingers at the tantalizing salt-baked meat on the menu, while uttering incomprehensible sounds. This one. I want this one. Her demeanor was truly amusing. Does she prefer dishes related to salt? Lu Bu Liang was about to order. Besides this, I'll have one of everything. Can you finish it all? Do you tend to desire everything associated with Zhongli? Of course I can finish it. I am a deity. All right then. Helia successfully demonstrated her impressive appetite. Everything is delicious, she exclaimed, licking her lips in satisfaction. Where could all this food possibly be going? Lu Bu Liang fell silent, staring at Helia, whose belly showed no signs of expansion. And is it just my imagination? Or have those 2 lumps gotten bigger? Thank you for the hospitality. Helia stood up and deeply bowed. A red dragon burst from Lu Bu Liang's nose and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. First blood. Helia has finally secured the first kill. Chapter 80. The prince is assassinated. Oh dear. My head hurts, Lu Bu Liang groaned, clutching his head as he sat up in bed. I seem to have had a rather terrifying nightmare. Thanks to Tai Jinren for the voiceover. Wow, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Helia exclaimed as she hugged him tightly. Lu Bu Liang nearly suffocated again, but his instinct for survival compelled him to wrench his head free from that indescribable mass. In his hazy memory, he recalled being struck by some mental attack, which caused blood to flow from his orifices, and then he lost consciousness. Moreover, the blue slime demon king that appeared in that nightmare was utterly chilling. It was enormous and grotesque, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. This demon king possessed unimaginable power, capable of extinguishing his life with the ease of crushing an ant. Even more terrifying was its mastery of a myriad of dazzling skills, each imbued with the potential for apocalyptic destruction. However, what filled me with dread and helplessness was that, no matter how intense and gripping the battle became, this vile demon king would always appear at the critical moment, launching a devastating punch right at my nose with a swiftness that left me no time to react. The excruciating pain felt as though it would shatter my very soul, jolting me awake from the nightmare, drenched in sweat, my heart racing. Mr. Lu Bu Liang is fine. He merely suffered temporary unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss and mental shock, Baizhu confirmed, retracting his hand after taking his pulse. Thank you, Dr. Baizhu. Guizhong handed Baizhu a large bag of mora. You need not accept such a large sum. Besides, I contributed little to this. It was entirely thanks to Lord Prince's remarkable recovery. Baizhu only took a few coins from the mora bag as a consultation fee. The question remains, in Liyue Harbor, and particularly in Yingda's establishment, where could such a mental attack have originated? Zhongli found the situation rather perplexing. To launch a mental attack on the Emperor's son under the silent protection of a yiksha suggested that the assailant's prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, the lack of subsequent actions after incapacitating Lu Bu Liang indicated that it was merely a tentative probe, devoid of any intention to escalate matters. The repercussions of Lu Bu Liang's demise would be grave indeed. Should he fall, Zhongli would not hesitate to reveal his identity as the Emperor to unearth the perpetrator beneath the very soil of Liyue Harbor. As the most powerful archon and a father, albeit by adoption, failing to safeguard his own son would render any claims of protecting Liyue utterly hollow. Helia, you were present at the scene. Were there any adversaries? Zhongli's tone was grave. Such an affront was akin to disturbing the very foundations of the earth. No, Helia replied earnestly, shaking her head. I am acutely sensitive to murderous intent, and there were no hostile presences nearby. This was indeed baffling, leaving Zhongli in a state of contemplation without a conclusive outcome. Only Yingda, with an expression devoid of emotion, decided to depart, stating, if all is well, I shall return to prepare dinner. Upon hearing cries that the Emperor's son had bled and fainted, Yingda was understandably alarmed and promptly dispatched a fiery doppelganger to inform the Emperor and the god of dust. Consequently, he locked eyes with Helia. You are the god of salt? I am not the god of rock. I am the god of salt, Helia replied, shaking her head. Yingda had encountered Helia before, yet had never perceived her as so bewildered. Do you not remember me? This is hardly the moment for such matters. How do we rescue my nephew? Yingda began to comprehend that this Emperor's son had also claimed familial ties. I am not proficient in healing, but Fennina has already sought out Dr. Baizhu. Yingda possessed but a single doppelganger who usually managed a hair salon and was now en route to find Zhongli. There must be some first aid, right? Helia had witnessed her subjects performing first aid when they fainted, yet she herself was unfamiliar with the practice. Do you truly believe a yiksha, whose sole expertise lies in combat, would know first aid? Though Yingda was among the rare yikshas with 2 practical skills, healing was not one of them. Very well. No one knows how to except for the pills. If only Yao Jun were still here. Yingda couldn't help but recall the white serpent, regrettably lost to memory. only capable of transferring life force through perilous healing methods reliant on others for survival. Alas, only he and his contractor remained capable of addressing such emergencies. Slow down. Slow down. The voice heralded the arrival before the person did. Baizhu had also been summoned by Fennina. Dr. Baizhu, hurry. The Emperor's son may not survive. Fennina's face was etched with urgency. So soon? Racing to conduct a funeral for whom? The long-lived pendant around Baizhu's neck felt as if it might retch. Despite not having eaten, the anxiety instigated by Fennina made him feel nauseous. Longxing, the priority is to save the patient. Baizhu observed that he remained unaffected by the situation. As physicians, it is our duty to prioritize the patient above all else. Alas, those who are frail and ailing should refrain from overexerting themselves. Chongqing, in a moment of desperation, resorted to secret techniques to initiate treatment for Baizhu, enveloping them both in a radiant green light. Much improved. Now, let us commence the healing, he declared, as another beam of emerald light connected Baizhu to Lu Bu Liang's head. To ensure a successful treatment, a touch of green must always grace the crown. It appears to be a rather ordinary case of anemia, though it seems he witnessed something profoundly distressing before his unconsciousness, Baizhu remarked. How did you deduce that? Yingdo inquired, perplexed. Baizhu simply gestured towards Lu Bu Liang's unblinking eyes, saying nothing yet conveying an entire narrative, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. Yingdo instinctively understood that such a state of open-eyed unconsciousness stemmed from immense emotional turmoil prior to death. Yet, the young master had not perished, merely fainted. What could have transpired before his collapse? All is well. Then, Liyue nodded with delight, her ample bosom swaying with her movements. Yingde cast a casual glance at Liyue's astonishingly voluptuous figure, his gaze seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, unable to divert his attention. The undulating curves before him resembled towering peaks, exuding an irresistible allure. In that fleeting moment, a vivid scene from a light novel flickered through his mind. A man, upon inadvertently glimpsing a woman's enchanting bosom, would become so overwhelmed with excitement that blood would erupt from his nose, leading him to collapse in a faint. This absurd yet comical imagery now vividly unfolded before him, evoking a cascade of thoughts. Yet, had not the young master also witnessed the encounter between me and Fennina? He had shown no such reaction. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Yingde as he glanced at his own modest figure, then back at Liyue's formidable presence. Alas, all words dissolved into mere whispers. Before long, Zhongli and Guizhong arrived, just as Baizhu was taking Lu Bu Liang's pulse. Ultimately, this case came to be known as Liyue's first great mystery, one that remains unsolved to this day. Chapter 81. The Death of the Dusty Porcelain Doll. I am leaving now. Take care. Ying stepped onto the deck of the Death Sign Star. Take care, too. Lu Bu Liang replied, his expression revealing a sense of reluctance. Farewell. The anchor was slowly raised. Farewell, Lu Bu Liang said politely, yet could not suppress his lingering desire to know, will we meet again? When we meet again, may you find happiness, all right? Ying replied, her voice tinged with emotion. Please be joyful. Please be happy. Lu Bu Liang forced a smile, the desperation seeped into his tone. Captain, let us depart. Your world will no longer have me. But that is all right. You must find happiness in Inazuma. Lu Bu Liang's voice trembled, revealing his inner turmoil. Ying, how can I possibly live without you? Ying, in a moment of despair, plunged into the ocean, desperately pursuing the ship, the Death Star, while swimming and weeping. Ying, take me with you. Yet, Ying did not even glance back. All of this was merely a figment of Ying's imagination. The reality was stark. I am leaving. Take care of yourself. With a radiant smile, Ying stepped onto the deck of the Death Star. Oh, farewell. Hey, shouldn't you say something to persuade me to stay? Ying, a traveler destined to journey through 7 nations, would not remain in Liyue simply because of a single plea. The beautiful glass lily blooms only in its native soil, and the dandelion never halts its journey, with only the wind as its companion. However, the thought of Inazuma felt perilous. Without your support, I feel lost. Since experiencing Liyue's assistance, Ying became increasingly reliant. One can only truly shine with the protection and enhancement of a support character. Fear not. My doppelganger is returning from Fontaine shortly. I shall send him to Inazuma. Ying understood that forcing matters would yield no sweetness. A doppelganger was still a viable option, possessing half the support capabilities. Haha, I heard from Ningguang that Lord D is seasick. Could that be why he isn't heading to Inazuma? Beidou, The captain of the Death Star stood on the ship's edge, looking down at Liyue. It's not stubbornness. My skills are activated. As he gazed at the receding Death Star, Liyue felt an onset of nostalgia. The plot in Inazuma was beginning, and time was fleeting. Once Ying dealt with that stubborn shadow, his main self would venture to Inazuma. This adoptive mother must be conquered. Calculating the time. The dusty porcelain doll should soon arrive in Liyue. Matters of labor could be entrusted to him. In that fleeting moment, Liyue's previously calm eyes flashed with a cold light, as if struck by an invisible force. His complexion turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his body trembling involuntarily. In the next instant, he knelt, raising a cloud of dust around him. Simultaneously, an indescribable agony surged through him, akin to countless steel needles piercing his very marrow. What terrified him further was the unmistakable sensation of his connection to the dusty porcelain doll fading rapidly. Like a burst dam flooding away, no matter how desperately he tried to maintain this fragile link, it proved futile. What is happening? The four yikshaws appeared beside Liyue in an instant. Quickly investigate the whereabouts of my doppelganger. Leave no stone unturned on the path from Liyue to Fontaine. Understood. The four yikshaws did not question the urgency, only recognizing that the emotional turmoil of the deity was grave. Damn it. What on earth has gone awry? I must not have provoked any terrifying adversaries. Lu Bu Liang gnawed at his nails, realizing that the dust doll was likely annihilated in an instant. The wind bore no disturbances. Even the 50% chance of triggering the ice cocoon did not manifest, and the salt flower blast had no opportunity for release. It was as if the enemy possessed knowledge of all his abilities. This was a guaranteed fatality. Within a concealed cave, a blue-haired man adorned with a bird-beak mask laughed maniacally. How fascinating. It is truly exceedingly intriguing that there exist things in this world more exquisite than my own slicing techniques. He approached the cold, deathly surgical table, where a dust doll's lifeless form lay in eerie stillness. What should have been a delicate and lifelike body now appeared utterly decrepit, evoking a profound sense of pity. The chest of the dust doll had been mercilessly cleaved open by an exquisitely sharp scalpel, revealing a grotesque wound that was shocking to behold. Through the gaping fissure, one could discern the skeletal structure sculpted from rock within, hard and unyielding, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding soft tissues. Enveloping the bones was the skin, fashioned from dust, which now lay cracked and fragmented. These fissures resembled the cracks that form in ceramics when subjected to searing temperatures. Sprawling across the body and invoking thoughts of the torment it must have endured, gazing at the visage of the dust doll, one could still perceive the expression of disbelief etched upon its face at the moment of death. Those hollow, lifeless eyes seemed to narrate a tale of inner confusion and resentment, as if it could not comprehend the cruelty of its demise. If only the original could be found, it would undoubtedly serve as an impeccable subject for experimentation. Do not venture out for the next 2 days. Remain in the absolute cloud. The immortals will ensure your safety. Zhongli declared solemnly. This marked the second occurrence. First, a mental assault targeted the original, and now the demise of Lu Bu Liang's avatar. Did they truly consider him, the god of war, to be a mere bystander? Had Lu Bu Liang's avatar perished within Liyue, Zhongli would have sensed it immediately. However, the remnants of the dust doll brought back by the yikshaws were located at the confluence of Fontaine and the Chenyu Valley. The previous inexplicable mental assault was similarly suspected to have targeted the avatar, subsequently affecting the original. Liyue, here, relay the divine edict to the Liyue Qixing. Divine edict? The three immortals of Minlin were taken aback. However, I have previously dreamt of your plans. They are aware that the Geo Archon has not perished. A flicker of murderous intent ignited within Zhongli's golden gaze. Have the Qianyan army seal Liyue harbor and investigate all suspicious individuals, especially those from the Fatui. Understood. Liyue sensed that the Archon was genuinely furious this time, transforming into a green crane and taking flight swiftly toward Liyue harbor. Archon, do you suspect that this assault is linked to the Fatui? Was indeed filled with immense rage, yet with Zhongli present, she refrained from expressing it. If she were to discover who sought to harm her nephew, she would ensure that the perpetrator experienced the consequences of the Ojul's tested exit package. Zhongli remained silent. If it truly was the Fatui, a visit to the Winter Palace would be imperative. Could it possibly be the Abyss? This possibility could not be dismissed. Regardless of whether the Abyss was involved, Zhongli felt as though he had been somewhat indulgent toward Xiao lately. The Jinping is here. Eradicate all abyssal forces in the Liyue region. Understood. Xiao, releasing his murderous intent, vanished with the Huayuan. Chapter 82. Family, the Everwarm Harbor. Ah What an overwhelming sense of security. Lu Bu Liang was deeply moved. Even as Zhongli's adopted son, the extent to which Zhongli would go for him was astonishing. Locking down the nation and purging the abyss, every action conveyed profound paternal love. In times of danger, a father serves as the most steadfast shield in tranquil moments. He is akin to 7 wolves. Nephew, do not be afraid. Regardless of what transpires, both your uncle and I will exert every effort to ensure your safety. At this moment, Guizhong resembled a nurturing, gentle mother, shielding her chick with her fragile wings. I too. Julia stepped forward, her legs trembling. Nevertheless, she was resurrected by Lu Bu Liang, and what harm could come from entrusting her life to him? Though she feared death, she exhibited the courage of a mouse-hearted hero. For the sake of those around her, she could just as readily brandish her sword against death. You, Lu Bu Liang, stifled your earlier reassurances. This feeling of being protected by family seemed rather pleasant, indeed. As uncles, we cannot merely stand by while our nephew is bullied. We shall take charge of the Liyue region. The true monarch of the moon's edge and the true monarch of the water's receding mountains declared, transforming into their true forms as they traversed the air. Bu Liang, what troubles you? This time, Lu Bu Liang did not refer to him as his adoptive father. Utilize the art of flower transmutation to connect you and me. Do not fret. I am aware. Did you not connect with Xiao that day? No. That was merely a minor injury, which would not affect Uncle Wu's constitution. The harm capable of obliterating my avatar would undoubtedly be significant, even if it were from a demon god. Zhongli shook his head. What do you perceive your father to be? An ordinary demon god. In Teyvat, there are scarcely a handful who can contend with me. Though I am the god of war, my defensive capabilities are unparalleled. This you should know. Lu Bu Liang hesitated. For the soul within this body was not the true Lu Bu Liang, merely a soul from another world. The genuine Lu Bu Liang may have perished long ago in the realm where he was reborn. Obey me. With a clenched jaw, Lu Bu Liang declared, I possess a skill that grants me immunity to death. Obey me. I can also be immune to damage. Obey me. I could still gaze upon Zhongli's serene demeanor. While Lu Bu Liang fell silent, sometimes it is indeed wise to rely on those around us. Have you heard the news? The Liyue Qixing has sealed off Liyue Harbor, purportedly due to some issue concerning the emperor. Do you know? The emperor has already survived 2 assassination attempts in the past few days. I must confide in you. But do not share this with others. The emperor is dead. What? Lu Bu Liang is dead. Hu Tao sprang up, incredulous. The neighbors are all talking about it. Even on the day the Qixing issued the lockdown, I witnessed an immortal flying into the Chuanyu pavilion. It cannot be a mere fabrication. Xiangling was visibly fatigued. Having rushed to meet Hu Tao, what of the body? I do not know. The Qixing has not disclosed that information. The last time, at least the body was present. What shall we do for a funeral this time without a body? Are you only concerned about the funeral? Xiangling retorted, exasperated. The person has departed. All we can do is guide the emperor's soul to peace. If the body cannot be found, let us inter the garments instead. Hu Tao retrieved the coffin that Lu Bu Liang had previously ordered and placed a set of clothes meant for a minute. Xiangling, resigned, accompanied Hu Tao on this somber journey. Hu Tao's words held truth. As common folk, there was little they could truly accomplish. Ah, who is organizing this funeral? Can you not see those words? The emperor, wise and envied, has faced repeated assassination attempts. Though he has survived one calamity, he could not evade the next. Dying away from home, the search for a body is fruitless. Let us inter him in his garments and seek peace for his soul. Alas, he has departed prematurely. And woe to us as his spirit returns to Liyue. Hu Tao played the suona with fervor as the streets of Liyue filled with mourners. Woe! The emperor has barely just ascended, and now the emperor has also departed. I beheld 4 individuals with darkened skin, their movements light and rhythmic, swaying as though they were dancing in the center of a stage. They bore a coffin upon their shoulders, advancing forward, to those in the know. It was a solemn procession, while to the uninformed, it appeared as a dance. Simultaneously, the joyous notes of the suona resonated through the air. Upon closer inspection, it was Hu Tao, puffing her cheeks as she passionately played the instrument. The sound was crisp and melodious, imbued with a unique enchantment that compelled one to dance along. This method of carrying the coffin and the suona's melody were unprecedented, as many elders remarked. The wind carried the sound of the suona. And Lu Bu Liang spat out his tea. Who dares spread the rumor of my death? Do not restrain me. I shall dismantle this funeral and silence those who spread such slander. Remain calm. Fane and held Lu Bu Liang tightly, refusing to let go. The Emperor has already gone to assess the situation. Results will soon be forthcoming, Nu advised. What would you like to eat? Sister C will prepare it for you. Ying closed the restaurant and stood by Lu Bu Liang's side. I feel so frustrated. The creation of the dusty porcelain figurine is still in the cooling process, and Lu Bu Liang is temporarily unable to forge another. The situation outside can only be discerned through the whispers of the wind. Children, look quickly. Who is coming? A brilliant golden light, transformed from Zhongli, streaks through the sky like a shooting star, descending upon the realm of Jiyun. Bu Liang, come with me to meet the Ruochuo Dragon King. The Ruochuo Dragon King? This is too sudden. Lu Bu Liang exclaimed in astonishment. He pondered inwardly, aware that the Ruochuo Dragon King is not a foe to be trifled with. Its level of danger is exceedingly intimidating. All along, Lu Bu Liang has chosen to avoid the Ruochuo Dragon King, and for good reason. The Dragon King's rationality has been eroded to a mere shadow of its former self. Now, it is emotionally volatile, ready to unleash chaos at the slightest disturbance, ruthlessly annihilating everything in its vicinity. Moreover, what is even more chilling is the profound animosity and hatred that the Ruochuo Dragon King harbors towards humanity, as if humans are its sworn enemies. Faced with such a terrifying and elusive entity, how could Lu Bu Liang dare to provoke it lightly? Only the dragon eye of Ruochuo can glimpse the deeper memories within the rocks. Zhongli's hand tightened around this thought. Ultimately, he must disturb this old friend, hoping that Lu Bu Liang can mend the Ruochuo's fraying essence. Otherwise, given Ruochuo's temperament, it might even inflict further harm upon Lu Bu Liang. Zhongli is now wagering on Lu Bu Liang's peculiar abilities to assist the Ruochuo Dragon King. If successful, Ruochuo may find redemption, benefiting both itself and Lu Bu Liang. I will accompany you all. Guizhong also desires to meet this Dragon King, who fought alongside the former Geo Archon after her demise. Count me in. Julia raised her hand, driven purely by curiosity about this being that the Geo Archon sought to meet, oblivious to the terror of Ruochuo. Ignorance breeds no fear. Roar. Morix. It is time to settle everything. The colossal Ruochuo Dragon King, akin to a towering mountain, is currently ensnared within a barrier, roaring in fury. Each growl seems capable of shattering the void, causing the entire secret realm to tremble violently. Accompanied by its roar, the earth quakes incessantly, deep cracks appearing on the ground, spreading like a spider's web. Boulders tumble and dust billows. Chapter 83. The Ruochuo Dragon King. What is this monstrous being? Julia's legs weakened, causing her to kneel. Morix's former contractor and ally, a creation of rock element crystallization, bearer of the earth's strength and memories, king of the rock dragon lineage, enduring alongside mountains and seas. Guizhong remarked, gazing at the imposing Ruochuo Dragon King. Little demon god, you speak truthfully. Yet I am no ally of the ants. Sighing softly, Zhongli revealed an unmistakable expression of concern. He feels an immense headache and difficulty regarding this old friend. In days gone by, the Ruochuo Dragon King fought alongside him, together safeguarding the beautiful and bountiful land of Liyue. Their bond was one of profound camaraderie and an unbreakable covenant. However, the relentless passage of time has insidiously eroded all, and the prolonged wear has caused Ruochuo to gradually lose his precious memories. The Ruochuo of today has forgotten the days spent in steadfast struggle alongside Zhongli, even casting aside the very contract that bound them. More tragically, the originally kind and gentle nature has been extinguished amid the erosion, replaced only by boundless rage and profound malice. Whenever Zhongli recalls the past, when Ruochuo was upright, brave, and compassionate, always at the forefront in battle, and then gazes upon the figure before him, blinded by fury and filled with hatred, clamoring for retribution, a wave of sorrow and helplessness washes over his heart. He understands that awakening Ruochuo's dormant memories and reclaiming the lost kindness will not be a simple task, yet he vows never to abandon this old friend. Child, do you have confidence? Zhongli's gaze turned toward Lu Bu Liang. Lu Bu Liang was rendered speechless. In the game, he and T perceived the immense size of the creature, but in reality, it was a colossal beast that instilled a sense of dread, and the tremors beneath his feet made him acutely aware of what it meant for the earth to shift. Were it not for the weight of the rocks augmenting his own, he would scarcely be able to stand. Confidence? Are you jesting? To heal Ruochuo? Lu Bu Liang remained bewildered, unsure how he had been compelled to agree to Zhongli's request to meet Ruochuo. Ah, Morix, you have betrayed me. Ruochuo relentlessly battered against the barrier, the golden shield flickering with light, a manifestation of its struggle against Ruochuo's fury. I shall give it a try. Lu Bu Liang gulped nervously, contemplating the potential for demise. Mortal, Do not overstep your bounds. As Lu Bu Liang approached the barrier, Ruochuo's rage intensified. How dare this insignificant insect draw near the Dragon King? Good sir. Having drifted aimlessly for half a life, I lament not having found a worthy master. If you do not forsake me, I would gladly kneel as a foster son. Lu Bu Liang knelt on one knee, his eyes brimming with sincerity, though his trembling legs betrayed his resolve. Dragon King of Ruochuo. This hardly constitutes overstepping, does it? Mortal. So feeble. Unworthy of my recognition as a son. The Dragon King of Ruochuo felt a flicker of appreciation for this mortal, at least acknowledging his words. Yet, the mighty Dragon King would never concede to a weakling. This is troublesome. If he refuses to acknowledge it, I cannot compel the system to act. Troublesome? Then let it be. Lu Bu Liang's porcelain figurine lay shattered, compounded by rumors of his demise. Already incensed, he could hardly tolerate the disdainful gaze of the tortoise Dragon King. By heavens, how can a man of honor endure such indignities beneath the dragoness shadow? Lu Bu Liang brandished his Fa Tian painted halberd, pointing it defiantly at the Dragon King of Ruochuo. Mortal, you dare challenge the authority of the Dragon King? Ruochuo roared once more. My ears are nearly deafened. Can you cease your shouting? Lu Bu Liang shouted back. Father, release the seal. I must enter and show this fat creature why the flowers bloom so red. Mortal, do not act recklessly. The cavern echoed back the admonition. Do not act recklessly. Do not act recklessly. 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 Listen to my advice. If you lack absolute certainty, then it is better to refrain. Zhongli spoke with a grave expression, devoid of any hint of exaggeration. Once I open this barrier, the adversary you must confront will be the immensely powerful Dragon King, Ruochuo. Even I find myself at a loss against it. It is crucial to understand that Ruochuo is not an ordinary entity. Although it has endured the passage of eons like myself, the influences it has faced are starkly different. Ruochuo's memory may have been eroded, yet its strength remains largely intact. In contrast, my own recollections have faded, and my power has been gradually diminished over the sands of time. In the past, Ruochuo launched an assault on the chasm, resulting in a cataclysmic battle with me that lasted 3 days and nights, a fierce struggle where neither side could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, Ruochuo's benevolence subdued its malevolence, allowing me the opportunity to seal it away. Otherwise, Liyue would have faced catastrophic ruin. This illustrates the terrifying prowess of Ruochuo, a force that mere mortals cannot hope to contend with. Therefore, if you act recklessly, the consequences could be dire. I am confident, Lu Bu Liang replied resolutely, gazing at the Morix experience card lying in the warehouse, believing that even if victory eluded him, he could at least engage in battle. Very well, proceed with caution, Zhongli said, as he opened a corner of the barrier. Lu Bu Liang took a deep breath and stepped inside, at which point Zhongli promptly sealed the barrier, for Ruochuo was already charging forward. How dare you, mere mortal? The weight of the rock brought a sense of reassurance. Lu Bu Liang acted in accordance with his words. Instantly, Ruochuo felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon it. Among the various dragon species, the rock dragon undoubtedly possesses the most astonishing mass. Its solid, robust body looms like a towering mountain, instilling fear in all who behold it. Correspondingly, the rock dragon's physique is the most resilient of all dragons, resembling an indomitable fortress of steel, impervious to any substantial harm. As the king of the rock dragon lineage, Ruochuo's colossal form is akin to an expansive landmass, each movement causing tremors akin to seismic quakes. The dense rock elements within it exude an overwhelming sense of oppression. These two characteristics bestow upon Ruochuo unparalleled strength, rendering it a true sovereign. However, even more terrifying is the combination of such immense size with the concentrated rock elements, creating an unfathomable mass. The skill known as weight of stone amplifies the opponent's mass 100-fold. One can only imagine the magnitude of the gravity Ruochuo now endures. Damn it, mortal, what have you done? Ruochuo struggled to move, finding it challenging to even lift its head. What was once a source of pride had now become a burden. Ah, it works. Lu Bu Liang smirked, patting his face. You hit me, roar, as the Dragon King Ruochuo burrowed into the earth. The immediate effects of gravity vanished in an instant. Alas, I completely overlooked this aspect. This ability can only be directed at visible foes. Moreover, even if it were effective, Ruochuo's movements underground would render weight irrelevant. It's over, we're doomed. The rocky spire that erupted from the ground sent Lu Bu Liang hurtling into the air. Chapter 84, The Battle of the Twin Dragons, a fierce clash with Ruochuo. Lu Bu Liang's shield shattered in an instant. Did that not hurt? Outside, Zhongli suddenly shuddered. Ah, I forgot to suppress this minor pain, but I can endure it. I had been careless and did not evade. Lu Bu Liang pointed at the re-emerging Dragon King Ruatua. Let us engage in 300 more rounds. I shall see this through. Go forth. Tulin. Lu Bu Liang conjured a red and white orb, hurling it at the head of the Dragon King. H-1 mortal. Are you merely tickling me? The Pokeball soared through the air, and upon landing, a flash of white light revealed a striking six-winged dragon, staring intently at Ruatua. How did I end up here? Tulin, who had been peacefully slumbering in the ruins of the Wind Dragon, found himself inexplicably in this place, confronted by a fellow dragon of his lineage. Why had Barbados entrusted his kin to Lu Bu Liang? Zhongli's face reflected confusion. Could it be that he wishes for Lu Bu Liang to take his place? No, that is absolutely out of the question. I must seek an opportunity to discuss this matter with that drunken bard. Wendy interjected, there is no need. Once you are summoned, you will understand that I too had no choice. Wind Dragon, you dare to obey a mortal, a traitor among dragons. Without hesitation, Ruatua launched an attack on Tulin. Tulin, my dear nephew, evade quickly. Tulin successfully dodged Ruatua's assault. Wait a moment. Can someone explain this situation to me? Where is Barbados? Is this his doing? Achoo. A certain bard, indulging in his drink, rubbed his nose and raised his goblet once more. I shall drink to this. You all carry on. Oblivious to the fact that his kin had ventured into Liyue. The dragon's territorial instinct was formidable, and Ruatua now regarded Tulin as a sworn enemy. Forget about Barbados. Tulin, focus on the battle. Curse be this confined space. I can barely even fly. How am I to fight? Tulin narrowly evaded another of Ruatua's rock spikes. Blessing of the wind. All right, Tulin, I have granted you assistance. Now, attempt to rise without flapping your wings. Turin could no longer afford to ponder the situation. The dragon kin before him had evidently lost his sanity. Resolving the madman took precedence over addressing the pressing issues at hand. Thus, Turin ascended into the air in an oddly peculiar manner, his wings remaining still yet effortlessly lifting him aloft. In the skies, Turin felt liberated, for he was a dragon of the wind, belonging to the realm above, where aerial combat was his forte. Turin unleashed the breath of the wind upon Ro. A flicker of confusion danced in Turin's small eyes. What was the breath of the wind? All he knew was the hurricane dragon breath. Do not alter the names of my skills. He silently grumbled, gathering the wind elements. He unleashed a formidable gust of wind, a powerful dragon breath. Starfall of the wasteland. Ruotu, the Dragon King, conjured hundreds of wasteland stars from rock elements, striking them with his tail directly towards Turin. As the rock elements collided with the wind elements in midair, both dissolved into nothingness. Why did nothing transpire? Because wind and rock do not react. Seeing his attacks ineffective, Ruota leapt thrice in place, beginning to absorb the elements from the earth's veins. Turin, he's charging. Interrupt him. I am aware without your prompting. Turin retorted, expelling another surge of wind. However, Ruotu, undeterred by Turin's fierce onslaught, chose to withstand the intense wind breath with his formidable physique, standing resolute like a mountain, unyielding as a rock. At that moment, having completed his charge, Ruota became enveloped in a dazzling crimson glow, resembling a terrifying beast risen from the depths of a molten hell, accompanied by a thunderous roar. He summoned colossal meteorites ablaze with fiery intensity. These meteors, akin to blazing shooting stars, streaked through the sky, descending with overwhelming might and destructive force. Faced with this sudden and overwhelming assault, Turin was taken aback, hastily flapping his wings to evade. Yet, constrained by his own massive size, he could not completely evade all the meteoric strikes. The air was filled with the sound of heavy impacts as several meteorites crashed down upon Turin, leaving him battered and bloodied. In excruciating pain, Turin let out a heart-wrenching howl that echoed across the heavens. With his vitality dwindling, Turin plummeted from the sky, and Ruotu seized the moment, lunging forward. Turin resembled a fragile mage with high attack power, while Ruotu was a high-damage tank, the disparity in their strengths glaringly apparent. Although Turin was uncertain how this wind dragon had come to be, he understood that the wind dragon must not perish in Liyue. Just as Zhongli prepared to intervene, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura, his own, at the peak of its might. Yet, it flickered in and out, as though oscillating erratically. Tevelin, your efforts are commendable. When all Pokemon succumb to unconsciousness, it is time for the summoner to take the stage. Lu Bu Liang's hand moved swiftly as if clicking on something. Rock Spear. Emerge. With a raised hand, he summoned numerous colossal rock spears. With a flick of 4 fingers, the spears, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, surged toward the head of the Jotun Dragon King, Morix. The Jotun Dragon King was all too familiar with this move and, unwilling to be careless, abandoned the idea of continuing its assault on Tevelin. It activated its most formidable defense to withstand the rock spears. Upon collision with the golden dragon horn atop the Jotun Dragon King's head, the spears erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. Lu Bu Liang used this. Without inquiring how Lu Bu Liang had suddenly mastered his abilities, Zhongli hurled a spear toward him. Lu Bu Liang caught it with ease. Let us engage with the Spear of the Rainbow. He swung the spear, attuning himself to the winds and invoking their blessing, delivering a powerful kick to the tail of the rock spear that had collided with the Jotun. The pressure on the Jotun Dragon King intensified, prompting it to summon a meteor to strike Lu Bu Liang. Throughout this, Lu Bu Liang did not free his other hand, merely directing the Spear of the Rainbow toward the meteor and uttering a single word, explode. The meteor hesitated midair, then, without warning, erupted violently. Morix. Today we shall settle all grievances. The Jotun Dragon King roared in fury. The rock spears that had previously rendered it unable to lift its head began to show signs of retreat. It was evident that it had mistaken Lu Bu Liang for Morix and was now utilizing its true power. The Jotun Dragon King continuously drew upon the rock elements from the earth beneath, radiating a golden glow. This is quite challenging. Lu Bu Liang observed the dwindling time on his trial card. He had been exploiting a system bug to repeatedly activate and cancel it in order to extend the time. However, the Jotun Dragon King's health was substantial, and its resistance was exceedingly high. It was time to employ that one move. Smash Falerdo. With arms outstretched. Time seemed to pause, and Lu Bu Liang moved like a phantom, darting around the massive form of the Jotun Dragon King at an unimaginable speed. He continuously hurled sharp rock spears, which fell like rain, all aimed at the Jotun Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, the Jotun was surrounded by a myriad of rock spears, forming an impenetrable barrier. 3 seconds passed. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Bu Liang's eyes as he softly commanded, "Release." In an instant, all the rock spears erupted with immense force, charging fiercely toward the Jotun Dragon King. Chapter 85. The Rock Dragon and the Rock God. What? Not only was the Dragon King of Ruochuo astonished, but even the 3 demonic deities outside the barrier were taken aback, all due to the sudden appearance of over 1,000 rock spears beside the Dragon King. To be fair, Zhongli acknowledged that even at his peak, he could not conjure such a multitude of rock spears around an unsuspecting enemy in an instant. Moreover, he had just sensed a faint trace of temporal authority. Could it be Istaru? The Dragon King of Ruochuo had successfully transformed into the Hedgehog Dragon King. A remarkable evolution despite the significant cost it entailed. The Dragon King now loomed like a colossal mountain. Yet it could no longer bear the weight of its own immense body. With a thunderous crash, its mountainous form collapsed to the ground, creating a vast pit as soil and debris surged outward like a tempestuous tide, obscuring the sky. Amidst the swirling dust, the Dragon King of Ruochuo struggled to lift its head, its voice now frail as it summoned its last reserves of strength to roar, "Morix." This cry resonated through the annals of time, imbued with boundless fury, resentment, and despair. "Do not slay Ruochuo," Lu Bu Liang implored, as Zhongli breached the barrier and rushed inside, followed closely by Guizhong, who hesitated momentarily before joining them. Lu Bu Liang had already reverted from his divine warrior form, lamenting the half-minute spent on the Ruochuo experience card. Let Zhongli handle the communication. Lu Bu Liang turned his attention to assessing Tulin's injuries. "Ruochuo, we are currently in dire straits. Can you lend me your strength once more?" Zhongli gently placed his hand upon the Dragon King's chin. 2 more axes? The Dragon King's voice, once filled with rage, now bore a note of perplexity. "That is my child, the current emperor of Liyue. I sought you out for his sake." Zhongli glanced at Lu Bu Liang, who was applying medicine from his spatial pouch to Tulin's wounds. While Hulia disinfected the injuries with salt, Tulin remained silent, grimacing in pain. "The Emperor's contract with Morix. It has been a long time since we last met." Ruochuo suddenly managed to smile. Clearly the benevolent Ruochuo had emerged. "My old friend, it has indeed been a while," Zhongli responded with a natural smile. "It seems I have become a source of trouble for you again." "Not at all. We have come seeking your assistance." "Seeking my help? You are aware of my predicament. If I were to venture out, once he awakens again, Liyue would face another cataclysm." The benevolent Ruochuo alluded to the malevolent Ruochuo, and Zhongli understood well. Only Guizhong appeared bewildered, pondering, "What is this Ainti they speak of? Why can I not comprehend?" Guizhong, I shall explain Ruochuo's circumstances to you later. Zhongli seemed to anticipate her thoughts. Ah, you have formed a contract with Lu Bu Liang. His unique abilities may prove beneficial to you. Another contract? I have once transgressed the covenant made with you. And the light in Ruochuo's eyes dimmed, filled with remorse. Zhongli slightly raised his head, his gaze penetrating the distance, and spoke slowly. Do not blame yourself. How could all of this be attributed to you? If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon the heartless heavens that have imposed such burdens upon us. Reflecting on the past, he recalled a time when you were a remarkably gentle dragon, peacefully residing upon this earth. He sighed softly, as if reminiscing about those cherished moments. And continued, to this day, I harbor no regret, despite the vicissitudes of time and the changes of the world. I remain steadfast, never repenting of the sacred pact we forged. For in that moment, an unbreakable bond was established between us, one that cannot be severed. No matter the trials we may face. Morix, you shine like a brilliant star, illuminating the boundless darkness of my subterranean realm. It is you, with your formidable strength and unwavering resolve, who rescued me from the depths of despair. I am acutely aware of the countless debts of gratitude I owe you. Ruochuo slightly narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to those blissful days when he was trapped in the profound underground, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Morix appeared. This ancient rock deity, with hands imbued with divine power, meticulously sculpted a pair of bright and sharp dragon eyes for Ruochuo. The moment those eyes were set into his hollow sockets, the entire world came into focus. Ruochuo will never forget that moment, when he first beheld the vibrant splendor of the world through his dragon eyes. An indescribable joy and emotion surged within him. Sunlight bathed the earth, trees flourished, and flowers bloomed. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a breath of freshness and vitality. All this beauty was bestowed upon him by Morix, granting him the gift of sight. As this profound declaration unfolded, a quiet murmur escaped. And were it not for the knowledge that Ruochuo was a male dragon, she would have undoubtedly interrupted these two fellows. Bu Liang, come here. All right. Bu Liang had also managed to calm Tevelin, allowing him to return to his dragon form. Soaring through the skies, Tevelin's anger grew. It was undoubtedly the mischief of Barbados. That god who shirks his duties, and upon returning, he would pilfer the wine he had hidden away. Without hesitation, he resolved to act. Is it him? Ruochuo gazed down at Bu Liang. Were it not for his witnessing the fierce battle between evil Ruochuo and Bu Liang, he would scarcely believe that this seemingly ordinary mortal, devoid of any divine aura, could unleash such tremendous power. It was precisely because Bu Liang had reduced evil Ruochuo to a mere fraction of his strength that he was afforded the opportunity to seize control of his body. Mortal, let us forge a contract. A dragon only boasts to the strong. Even the benevolent Ruochuo would not acknowledge the weak. It was through sheer strength that Lu Bu Liang conquered him. My esteemed father, allow me to pay my respects. Ruochuo, the Dragon King, tilted his head in confusion as he gazed at Zhongli. Zhongli nodded in affirmation. Rise, for I have recognized you. Ding, binding successful. Father, Ruochuo identity, sovereign of the Rock Dragon clan race, elemental dragon power, demon god. You have drawn Ruochuo's skills. Skill acquired. Fusion as solid as stone. Fusion as solid as stone. You may traverse underground, immune to all gravitational disturbances. Possessing the speed akin to that of a rock dragon. Earth escape? Walker? Another escape skill added. Oh joy. Goodness. If I keep running, I'll end up as Run. Chapter 86. Ruolida, how do you feel, Ruochuo? Zhongli inquired eagerly, having witnessed the contract between Ruochuo, the Dragon King, and Lu Bu Liang being established. I feel as if I am gaining intellect, Ruochuo acknowledged, sensing a clarity in his consciousness, at least no longer prone to inexplicable rage. That is good, Zhongli sighed in relief. Father, you must stand by me. Lu Bu Liang theatrically lamented, my doppelganger was ambushed by some scoundrel. I fear that one day I too may be targeted. Is that so? Ruochuo glanced at Zhongli. Your son can be bullied outside? Zhongli shook his head helplessly. Not within my jurisdiction. This is the very reason I sought you. But weren't you just pressing me to fight? You still require my assistance? Ruochuo, though not the most contemplative, was far from foolish. That was merely a surge of power, a fleeting moment. Do you still sense my aura and the earlier pressure? Lu Bu Liang feigned innocence. Ruochuo remained silent for a prolonged moment. Esteemed Dragon King, please assist my nephew, pleaded Hiwalia, tears glistening in her eyes. Overwhelmed by her own helplessness, I can offer you anything you desire. She despised her own weakness, wishing fervently to be a powerful demon god. Suddenly, A glimmer illuminated Ruochuo's dragon eyes. In an instant, the surrounding rocks began to converge and attach themselves to him, gradually forming a rock egg. Father, what is happening? Lu Bu Liang was taken aback. Why has it suddenly transformed into an egg? Zhongli smiled slightly. It seems Ruochuo has come to a realization. Is it as I presumed? Guizhong approached, observing the massive rock egg. Zhongli nodded, choosing silence thereafter. Wait, what are you all discussing? Are we on the same wavelength? Subway, elderly mobile phone? TMD. Riddle master, get out of Tivit. Both Zhongli and Guizhong opted for silence, while Liyue appeared utterly bewildered. Lu Bu Liang found himself at an impasse, compelled to wait alongside the three demon gods. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Has the egg been cooked? He exclaimed, awakening from his reverie. The colossal and enigmatic rock egg began to undergo a startling transformation. At first, a subtle fissure appeared at the apex of the egg, as if an invisible hand had delicately torn it open. Initially, it was merely a slender black line, yet it swiftly expanded, stretching from top to bottom. With a crisp, crackling sound, the fissure widened and deepened, as though the entire egg were on the verge of exploding. In a dramatic turn, a torrent of searing lava erupted from the crack, cascading down like a volcanic flow. The molten rock emanated a blinding crimson glow and intense heat, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld it, as if they could feel the terrifying energy contained within. Surprisingly, despite the lava's furious onslaught, a delicate layer of frost enveloped the egg's surface. This frost seemed to possess an extraordinary power, steadfastly clinging to the eggshell, unaffected by the intense heat of the lava. In fact, the chilling aura contrasted sharply with the boiling lava, creating a striking visual dichotomy of ice and fire. Simultaneously, a gentle stream of water began to flow through the crevices of the rocky shell. This crystal-clear water meandered like silver ribbons, adding to the spectacle. Remarkably, when purple lightning descended, it danced along the water's path, playfully leaping across the surface of the eggshell. In that moment, the egg was enveloped in a mesmerizing tableau of lava, frost, flowing water, and violet lightning, creating an enchanting scene rich with mystery. Is this an elemental reaction furnace? All that's missing are wind and grass, someone mused. Under the watchful gaze of the anxious yet expectant crowd, the massive rock egg finally emitted a sharp cracking sound. The fissures rapidly spread until the entire egg shattered. Amidst the flying debris, a brilliant light burst forth, and as the radiance gradually subsided, a figure began to emerge. This figure was a towering man, his golden hair billowing in the wind like a blazing flame. His eyes, deep and draconic, exuded an air of authority and enigma. More strikingly, he donned an armor crafted from dragon scales and hardened rock, gleaming with an icy shimmer. This armor appeared to be a natural extension of himself, each scale and stone intricately bound, perfectly conforming to his robust physique. Notably, on each shoulder of the man, resplendent golden scales were embedded. These scales, far from being artificially forged, were naturally birthed from the depths of the mysterious rock, imbued with the immense power of a dragon king, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Behind it trailed a long branch of blood jade. The branch of blood jade resembles a lively serpent, winding and twisting. It is, in fact, a unique emblem formed when the tail of the Ruotua Dragon King merged with the Fulong tree, sealing its essence beneath it. The blood jade branch is entirely crimson, as vivid as blood and translucent, almost as if it could flow with lifeblood. Yet, the tip is as smooth and warm as jade, offering a breathtaking visual impact. Above the man's head, a crystal horn, formed from millennia-old jade, rises majestically. This crystalline horn resembles a splendid crown, a natural diadem of the Dragon King. It radiates dazzling brilliance, proclaiming an unassailable authority over this realm surrounded by rugged cliffs. I am the Ruotua Dragon King, a creation of elemental crystallization, bearing the strength and memories of the earth, living in harmony with mountains and seas. Welcome back, Ruotua. Since I appear before you in human form, I must also possess a human name. Zhongli turned to Lu Bu Liang, entrusting this matter to him, for it was he who granted Ruotua a new lease on life. Ah, me? Lu Bu Liang pointed to himself, bewildered. Zhongli smiled slightly in affirmation. Ruotua's dragon eyes fixed upon Lu Bu Liang. What to do? What to do? Naming is such a hassle. Suddenly, an idea struck. You are the Ruotua Dragon King and have once forged a pact with Morix, my adoptive father, who now goes by the name Zhongli. Therefore, your name shall be. Ruotua eagerly interjected, Liyue Dan. Ruotua's lips twitched at the mention of Lili. What a splendid name. No, it's Liyue Dan. However, Lu Bu Liang's voice was drowned out by Ruotua's enthusiasm. I truly like the name you've chosen, for it combines my original name with Liyue, symbolizing my future bond with Liyue. No, it's all right. Since I have received the favor of your naming, I, as your second father, must take on responsibility. Morix. Take me to the scene. Call me Zhongli. Doesn't matter, Morix rolls off the tongue better. I've been calling you that for millennia. I can't change it now. Ruo Tua stood as tall as Zhongli, yet at that moment, he acted like a child. Fine, just don't call me that in front of the people of Liyue. I have already retired. Huh, retired? Are you jesting? The mighty god of war is retiring from humanity? There are matters you still do not comprehend. I will explain later. Zhongli replied, somewhat helpless. Explaining these things to Ruo Tua would require considerable effort, and even then, he might not grasp the nuances, so he opted for a perfunctory response. Indeed, it is crucial to support little Liang. Ruo Tua paid no heed to Zhongli's dismissiveness, focusing instead on finding the one who bullied his son. For that was the true path. Chapter 87. The mobilization of dragon lizards in this rebirth. The Ruo Tua Dragon King has amalgamated both benevolence and malevolence, resulting in a character that possesses both wickedness and the restraint of kindness, preventing him from descending into madness. Ahem, that demon over there. Are you still willing to uphold what you just said? Ruo Tua cleared his throat twice. Liyue was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded in agreement. Of course, Lord Dragon King. What is it that you desire? I want you, he declared. What? Liyue's mind went blank. Does the Dragon King want me? What could he possibly want with a demon like me? Surely he doesn't intend to devour me. Panic gripped her as she shivered at the thought. Fearing her divine existence was once again drawing to a close. Some salt crystals on you, and Mora, you are the salt demon, correct? Quite an unusual authority you possess. Ruoli adored all things sparkling, particularly Mora, which he relished. Perhaps a sprinkle of salt crystals would enhance the flavor? It had been ages since she last tasted Mora, almost to the point of forgetting its essence. Oh, I see. Liyue breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely her own overactive imagination. However, Lord Dragon King, I do not possess any Mora. Ruo Tua's dragon eyes turned towards Liyue. She trembled once more, casting a desperate glance at Bu Liang. Alas, what a day it has been. Bu Liang waved his hand dismissively, tossing a bag of Mora to Liyue. Use it, and come find me when it's gone. Uncle consumes Mora like a bottomless pit, and second uncle devours it without restraint. You two truly are kindred spirits. Receiving the Mora. Liyue immediately offered it with both hands to the Dragon King. Please accept this. Not all of it. Ruoli protested. You should have given a portion. Did you not know to pay a deposit first and settle the balance later? No amount of Mora would suffice for your demands. Agreed. Ruoli took the Mora with a hearty laugh. With the Mora accepted, Ruoli let out a resounding dragon roar. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the entire world was shaken to its core. A cacophony of deafening roars erupted, like thunder crashing across the sky. These sounds began with the young rock dragon lizards, their small bodies producing voices filled with innocence and excitement, followed by the adult rock dragon lizards, whose roars were deeper and more powerful, embodying the weight of experience and authority. Yet, when the final roar reverberated, all other sounds paled in comparison. It was a thunderous, awe-inspiring bellow that surged like a stampede of 1,000 horses, echoing the primal force of a cataclysmic event. This roar emanated from the ancient rock dragon lizard, long slumbering deep within the Tianqiu Valley. At this moment, both the young rock dragon lizards and the formidable adults rejoiced, celebrating the return of their supreme dragon king with fervent enthusiasm. The entire valley was enveloped in a sea of jubilation as the rock dragons swung their massive, sturdy tails, stirring clouds of dust to express their elation at the Dragon King's homecoming. Rocks, I have returned. The Rock Dragon clan had already set forth to trace the whereabouts of the culprit, confident that news would soon follow. Ruali exuded an air of confidence. Moments later, the earth trembled, and a colossal rock dragon lizard emerged, unmistakably the ancient rock dragon lizard that had just unleashed a deafening roar. Welcome back, my king. It bowed to Ruali, although it could not fathom why the king chose to assume the grotesque form of a human. It accepted that the king embodied everything for their rock dragon clan and would never question his decisions. At this level, the ancient rock dragon lizard possessed human-like wisdom, capable of independent thought and articulate speech. Who would have thought that after countless years, Liyue would give birth to an ancient rock dragon lizard? Ruali nodded approvingly. Although he was sealed beneath the Fulong tree and unable to connect with the rock dragon clan, witnessing their flourishing brought him immense joy. Is this the dragon offspring? The ancient rock dragon lizard inquired, gazing down at Bu Liang. Is this the human whom the king summoned for assistance? He certainly bears the essence of the dragon clan, but it seems there are 3 of them, and 2 are of Dragon King caliber. Lu Bu Liang, undaunted, met the ancient rock dragon lizard's gaze with defiance. After all, he had the Ruatua Dragon King as a father figure. Could this crocodilian dragon possibly consume him? The king's peculiar choice had resulted in an ancient rock dragon lizard that shook its head. The addition of critical thinking was a double-edged sword. While ordinary dragon lizards would unconditionally obey the Dragon King, this one, upon contemplating, found itself troubled by its thoughts. Ancient rock dragon lizard, what is your name? Ruoli asked. Calling it merely ancient rock dragon lizard seemed rather cumbersome. Previously, the Ruatua Dragon King had not named his kin. Thus all rock dragon lizards were nameless, and he had no desire to bestow a name. It was too taxing on the mind. Return, I have no name. The ancient rock dragon lizard replied. However, having grown into an ancient rock dragon lizard, it surely deserved a name. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the centuries of growth. One must understand that the maturation of dragonkind is exceedingly slow. And this ancient rock dragon lizard had likely been at his side since birth. It was time for a name. But what name to choose? A spark of inspiration ignited within Ruoli. From now on, you shall be called Li Godan. The ancient rock dragon lizard's large eyes brimmed with confusion. Was the king truly serious about this name? Yet, the king's decree was absolute, and it had no choice but to accept. Thank you for the bestowed name. My king. How insincere. The ancient rock dragon lizard thought. Lu Bu Liang smirked, sensing that the Ruatua Dragon King appreciated the name he had chosen. Auntie, would you like me to name you as well? Lu Bu Liang said, his confidence surging. A name? But I am called Liyue, she replied. Tilting her head slightly, her face a portrait of perplexity. It seemed she found the question utterly bewildering. Her bright, profound eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, as if grappling with the reason someone would pose such an obvious inquiry. Ah, that is the name of a demon god, which is different. You wouldn't want to roam Liyue harbor under the name of a demon god, would you? Look at my father and aunt. One is named Zhongli and the other Guizhong. Such pseudonyms prevent them from being recognized by the people of Liyue, sparing them from causing a stir. Lu Bu Liang directly mentioned Zhongli and Guizhong. Did Morix and Hecatontis also adopt human names? Helia lowered her head, yearning for a human name to better assimilate into Liyue harbor. Well then, I entrust this task to you. As the god of salt, let your surname be derived from the language of Liyue. Taking the Li from the name of the deity and adding the radical for grass, symbolizing the essence of life and continuity. Thus, you shall be named Yin Lily. That sounds unpleasant. Helia promptly rejected. I desire a name with 2 characters, like Morix and Hecatontis. My lament has vanished, TT, so let us speak of the power of words. Liyue's mountains and rivers, imbued with celestial grace. Helia's eyes gleam with brilliance. This shall be my name henceforth. Beside me, Ruoli cast a discontented gaze at Lu Bu Liang, exclaiming, You can name things? Look at the absurd moniker you bestowed upon me. Ancient rock dragon lizard. My king, you do recognize that this is a ridiculous name. Only in the world where the ancient rock dragon lizard was wounded did we achieve our goal. Another tremor reverberated beneath our feet as a rock dragon lizard emerged, roaring in its distinctive manner. Ruoli nodded repeatedly, then turned to Zhongli, exclaiming, I found it. Chapter 88. The Dual Dragon Agents at the Border of Liyue and Fontaine. In the desolate Linglong port, there were no traces left at the scene. The perpetrator was exceedingly cunning, a testament to his formidable strength. For only a truly exceptional being could eliminate a dust porcelain doll in an instant. Across the sea, one could glimpse the ruins of Kabadi's fortress in Fontaine. As Zhongli reached halfway, he abruptly halted, declaring, I shall not proceed. Ruochuo's strength is sufficient to protect you. Alighting midway? Lu Bu Liang was taken aback by this maneuver. Ha. No worries, just leave it to me, Ruoli assured, patting her chest. The ancient rock dragon lizard also let out a roar, vowing to protect them with its life. Zhongli nodded and descended directly. Ruoli continued onward with Lu Bu Liang, accompanied by Helia, who ultimately lagged behind due to unfavorable winds. What is old Dang up to? However, it did not take long for Lu Bu Liang to uncover the reason, as he encountered a familiar face at the crime scene. Oh no, a familiar guardian. The violet sensed the aura of kin and turned towards Lu Bu Liang and his group. Water Dragon King? Ruoli exclaimed in surprise. Not expecting to encounter the Water Dragon King here. The king of the Rock Dragon clan, Violet, detected the profound rock attribute emanating from Ruoli and, observing her human form, posed a question. Has the Rock Dragon King also manifested in human form? Ruoli was momentarily perplexed. What do you mean? Lu Bu Liang explained Violet's circumstances to Ruoli. Oh, I am not. I have cultivated my human form for convenience. Is that so? Violet pondered. Hey, water dragon, what brings you to Liyue? Are you not aware this is my territory? Ruoli exerted her aura, unconvinced that the water dragon king would appear in Liyue without reason. For dragons do not visit each other's domains casually. Violet glanced at Lu Bu Liang beside Ruoli. He was assassinated here a few days ago. I am here to investigate this matter. It is good that he is unharmed. Upon receiving the news, Violet was engulfed in the tempest that struck Fontaine that day. He had been preoccupied with handling cases, and only now could he free himself to investigate personally. The assassination of the Liyue's emperor at the juncture of Fontaine and Liyue was no trivial matter. It was inextricably linked to Fontaine. As the emperor met his demise while returning from Fontaine to Liyue, should Liyue decide to retaliate, Fontaine would have no choice but to accept the consequences. Had he known earlier, he would have dispatched some guards. Violet could not fathom why he was so invested in the fate of a mere mortal. Have you uncovered any results? He inquired. Violet nodded and then shook his head. Is there any information or not? Ruoli expressed his impatience. I discerned some emotions from the water. On the day of the incident, the suspect launched a surprise attack from the waterways, but upon reaching the shore, the trail went cold. When Violet arrived, he collected some water from the border, from which he gleaned vague scenes of the event through its emotional residue. Ah, it seems it falls to me. Ruoli's authoritative voice resonated in the air, while his gem-like dragon eyes suddenly radiated brilliant golden light, seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of reality. As this golden beam shot forth, the seemingly ordinary rocks around them began to tremble as if animated. Ruoli closed his eyes tightly, fully immersed in extracting the memories held within those stones. Although the rock dragon lizard kin beside him also possessed the ability to read memories, they paled in comparison to their dragon king. They could only glean superficial information, utterly incapable of accessing deeper, more clandestine memories. The blue-feathered bird, clad in an ample black cloak, executed a lethal strike with remarkable precision. That despicable Lu not only breached defenses but also left no survivors, Ruoli murmured, detailing the characteristics of the mysterious figure gleaned from the rocks. Each detail unfolded in his mind with the clarity of a vivid tableau, deepening his understanding of this adversary. My fervent steed, Lu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, I did not provoke you in Sumeru. Doctor? Violet queried, puzzled. Did Lu truly discern the identity of the killer from such scant details? One could only commend the fortune-teller's prowess. Previously, Fennina had boasted about Lu's uncanny ability to predict outcomes. He merely smiled, for as the Water Dragon King, he did not subscribe to the notion of predestined fate. On the day of the incident, Fennina's face betrayed utter disbelief, as if the unfolding events surpassed her wildest imagination. More striking was the uncontrollable cascade of tears that streamed down her cheeks. Yet, when questioned about her tears, Fennina vehemently denied they were tears, claiming it was merely due to the excessive presence of water elements in the environment. In response to Violet's inquiries, Fennina firmly asserted that individual absolutely cannot be dead. As a fortune teller, how could one not foresee their own demise? Despite her words,